Warning, this program is entirely fictional and made by a sole Canadian man. All characters and events in the show, including the host, even those that are based on real people, are entirely fictional. The following program contains mature subject matter. Viewer discretion is advised.
This is Weasel News. Today's headlines: rumors of a new criminal connection between Los Santos and Liberty City. Republican Space Rangers cast coming out against happiness. State caucuses in a panic over upcoming elections. And are the homeless secretly government agents or just aliens? Today on Weasel, we want to distract you from the problems networks like CNT would have you believe are plaguing this nation, and instead bring your focus back to the real scourge on our democracy: criminal scum. Instead of worrying about your skyrocketing rent, food, and gas prices, or your crippling anxiety of going outside, we invite you to sit back and relax for tonight's marathon of America's favorite criminal expose, Grand Theft Auto Biographies, with me, your host, Guiness Walker. Let's peel back the curtain, America, and take a look at the cost of the American dream. America, the land of the free, home of the brave, and the stupid, and the criminally insane. The United States has seen its fair share of gangbangers, mobsters, and psychotics who've roamed our beloved streets, causing untold chaos, destruction, and corruption. Tonight on Grand Theft Auto Biographies. Thrills, money, and revenge. These are what drive the subject of tonight's episode. We will take a look at a criminal with mysterious motivations and whose sole loyalties lie only with himself. There will be many people on this program who we might call murderers or sociopaths, but of all those we might examine, there is perhaps none more psychotic or unhinged as the silent, deadly Reaper Man, otherwise known as Claude. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by
Love Media, bringing people and the finest in entertainment together.
Claude, otherwise known as the Reaper Man and the Handsome Handyman, first started his criminal career sometime prior to 1992, as by that time he already owned his own garage and participated frequently in illegal street races across the state of San Andreas. Being incredibly skilled behind the wheel, Claude began to form connections in the criminal underworld of San Fierro through his then-girlfriend Catalina, but he would eventually lose it all in a race to Carl Johnson of the Los Santos Grove Street families, when Catalina includes the garage as part of the ante. With his garage gone, Claude and Catalina would leave San Andreas in '92 to begin a 9-year-long crime spree across the United States, Bonnie and Clyde style. The number of robberies they committed together is unknown, but the two spent nearly the next decade making their way from Red County, San Andreas, all the way to Liberty City by 2001. However, all was not perfect in paradise, as Catalina would begin to develop a resentment for Claude, which by 2001 had reached its boiling point. During a robbery of a Liberty City bank, Catalina betrayed Claude, shooting him in the chest and leaving him for dead. But if he had been an easy man to kill, he would have never made it as far as he did to begin with. Having survived Catalina's betrayal, Claude found himself detained and convicted by the Liberty State judicial system with a unanimous verdict: guilty of armed robbery. During a routine transfer of several felons, including Claude, from Liberty State Penitentiary, the convoy was ambushed by the Colombian cartel, seeking to free an old Oriental gentleman in the same paddy wagon as the Handsome Handyman. The Colombians, taking no interest in Claude or the other detainee, allow the two to escape by vehicle just before the Callahan Bridge is destroyed in an effort to prevent the Portland police from pursuing. With the help of Leone associate 8-Ball, who'd also been freed inadvertently by the Colombians, Claude fled the scene of his escape and began lying low at a safe house on the edge of Portland's red light district. With 8-Ball's endorsement to Leone club runner Luigi Godarelli, Claude would begin to work for the Mafia, doing odd jobs, mostly as a driver, but also occasionally hitman, and general cleanup for Luigi, who eventually put him in contact with the son of the family Don, Joey Leone, by the way of Joey's girl Misty, whom Claude occasionally drove around the city. Claude would go on to assist Joey in stoking a war between the Leones and the rival family, the Forellis, as well as the Chinese triads, by killing both Lips Forelli and Chunky Lee Chung respectively. The Forellis were targeted for late payments owed to Joey, but the triads for another reason entirely. The Chinese had begun slinging a new drug called Spank in various parts of Chinatown, principally by Chung himself, and the drug's profits had begun to eat into the Mafia's own businesses. Impressed with Claude's competence, Joey would introduce Claude to Capo regime Toni Cipriani, who would accelerate the Leones' war against the triads with Claude's help, culminating in the Don himself calling a meeting of all high-ranking Leone associates, with Claude serving as their chauffeur.
So long, Salvatore. You've been away too long.
You tell them once this unfortunate business is taken care of, we'll all go down to the club and celebrate, okay? Here's my boy.
How you doing, Pop?
You got yourself a good woman yet? Hey, your mother, God bless her soul, would be turning over in her grave to see you without a wife.
I know, Pop. I'm working on it.
Tony! How's your mama? She's a great woman, you know, strong, Firenze.
She's good.
Having been personally introduced to the Don of the family, Salvatore Leone, Claude's future with the Mafia seemed bright, with Salvatore himself saying he saw
nothing but good things for you, my boy.
With the trust of the Leones, Claude was tasked with driving Salvatore's girl Maria around town, who proceeded to have Claude drive her to her spank dealer, who in turn points them in the direction of a party taking place in Atlantic Keys. At the party, Maria would instruct Claude, whom she'd taken to calling Fido, to
wait here while I can your butt, right?
But when the police raid the party, Claude is still able to get Maria out safely and return her to the Don's mansion, where she thanks him for his services.
You treat me really good with respect and everything.
Angered by the encroachment on profits that Spank presents for the Mafia, Don Salvatore has Claude follow and kill a suspected rat inside the organization, a bartender working Luigi's Sex Club 7 named Curly Bob, who had been selling information on the Leones to the cartel, now being led by Claude's former associates Miguel and Catalina. Upon discovery of the cartel's Spank factory aboard a freighter in Portland Harbor, the mob would have Claude work with 8-Ball to clear the ship and plant a bomb inside, severely crippling the cartel's ability to distribute Spank in Liberty. Whilst working for the Leones and living in Portland, Claude also took on work from both Diablo gang leader El Burro, as well as local businessman Marty Chonks, who ran the Bitchin' Dog Food Factory in Trenton.
I just got one little job for you before we can all celebrate.
With a blow dealt to the cartel, Claude was told to do some final cleanup work for the Leones, before becoming a made man and getting
anything you want.
But a paranoid Salvatore, encouraged by an attention-starved Maria, had actually arranged for it to be Claude's last job. And it would have been if not for the guilty Maria confessing her blunder and helping Claude to escape Portland with the aid of an old Yakuza friend, Asuka Kasen.
Better get out of here before we get more hysterical Italians wanting less friendly reunions.
Now a marked man by every gang in Portland, Claude continued his criminal pursuits by working for the Yakuza in the form of both the assumed Yakuza leader, Asuka, and the Wakagashira Kenji Kasen, her brother. Asuka first has him prove his loyalties to the Mafia are truly severed, by killing the very man who forced him into his most recent exile, Don Salvatore Leone.
I can give you work with our organization, but first you must prove to me that your ties with the Mafia are truly broken. Salvatore Leone will be leaving Luigi's in about 3 hours' time. Make sure he doesn't reach his club alive. Meanwhile, Maria and I will catch up on old times.
Oh, Asuka, you've got a massager.
That's not a massager.
After killing Salvatore outside Luigi's Sex Club 7, Claude would continue seeking work on Staunton Island with his Yakuza connections, introducing him to corrupt police officer Ray Machowski and media mogul Donald Love.
Experience has taught me that a man like you can be very loyal for the right price.
He would help Kenji resolve a debt, as well as perform a prison break for the high-ranking Yakuza member, and then help Rei keep his cover from being blown before driving him to the airport to flee the city entirely. However, after supposedly failing a job for Kenji and then correcting the mistake, Claude, perhaps offended by Kenji's outburst, willingly took on a job from Donald Love to kill the Wakagashira under the guise of a Colombian cartel gang member, in an effort to provoke a gang war and...
Nothing drives down real estate prices like a good old-fashioned gang war.
Though Claude's motivations remain a mystery due to his ever-present silence.
I've noticed the Yakuza and the Colombians are far from friends. Let's capitalize on this business opportunity. I want you to kill the Yakuza Wakagashira, Kenji Kasen. Kenji is attending a meeting at the top of the multi-story car park in Newport. Get a cartel gang car and eliminate him. The Yakuza must blame the cartel for this declaration of war.
Whilst on Staunton, Claude would also find work with King Courtney's Uptown Yardies, performing drive-bys on Diablos and stealing vehicles for false flag hits on every gang in the city.
I want you to steal me some gang cars so we can do some naughty thing on our enemy turf. I want me a Mafia Sentinel, a Yakuza Stinger, and a Diablo Inferno so we can hit up any gang in Liberty. Drop them off at the garage in Newport and hear this. They're no use to me all broke up now.
Before being lured into a trap on Catalina's orders and nearly being killed by drugged-up suicide bombers loaded on Spank. Through the employ of Donald Love, Claude would eventually be tasked with retrieving a series of packages, later revealed to be decoys, until being told to retrieve the real package, which had been on the plane all along. Unfortunately, despite Love's precautions, the plane was indeed seized by the police and held until Love paid off a substantial bribe. With the package secured in a hangar at Francis International, Claude drove to Shoreside Vale to extract the mysterious briefcase, but upon arrival was greeted by the Colombians once again. After clearing the hangar of the cartel gang members, Claude would search the Dodo airplane where the briefcase was meant to be before coming up empty-handed. But after spotting a Panlantic construction van still present at the scene, Claude would take the initiative of tracking down the package, driving to the Panlantic construction site on the north side of Staunton Island. After making his way through more cartel gang members, Claude would take the service elevator and come face to face for the first time in weeks with his traitorous ex-girlfriend and former associate, Catalina and Miguel. While Miguel attempted to de-escalate the situation, Catalina was outraged at Claude's survival and willing to do whatever she had to do to escape, resulting in her shooting another former partner, this time in the back, before leaping from the building into a pile of boxes below, just barely missing the arrival of a vengeance-hungry Yakuza boss.
This worm killed my brother.
I never killed no Yakuza!
Liar! We all saw the cartel assassin. We are going to hunt down and kill all you Colombian dogs. I'll be operating on our friend here to extract information and a little pleasure. You, drop by later. I'm sure I'll require your services.
Please, amigo! Don't leave me here with her, man. She's psycho, chico, man. Please, amigo! Hey, amigo! Amigo!
With the cartel's site seized by Asuka's men, she would once again employ Claude to assist her in an all-out war against the cartel, sending him on various missions to halt the production and distribution of Spank. During this time, Claude also found employment with the Southside Hoods subsect, the Red Jacks, through their leader D-Ice, and assists them in dominating rival subsect the Purple Nines in Wichita Gardens.
How a real drive-by works. Take these nines off of here. Watch your back, though. There'll be jacks on the street who think you're trying to blast them, too.
After killing Yardie dealers, destroying coffee stands covertly pushing the drug, and eventually intercepting and destroying an entire cartel shipment of
Catalina's poison,
Claude returned to the construction site to find Miguel and Asuka both dead, Miguel impaled on the whipping stick Asuka had been torturing him with, and a ransom note pinned to the top.
One of these Scarface idiots.
Either out of a desire for revenge or truly wanting to rescue Maria, Claude went to the Colombian-controlled mansion in Shoreside Vale with ransom money in hand, but as Catalina put it,
"You haven't learned. I'm not to be trusted."
And quickly a chase ensued with Catalina fleeing, Maria and money in hand, towards the Cochrane Dam, while Claude liberated his killers of their weapons and followed Catalina's escaping helicopter. After fighting his way through dozens of heavily armed Colombians, Claude would finally rescue Maria and blast Catalina's chopper right out of the sky. creating an unprecedented fireworks display for the barely weary residents of Wichita Gardens.
Residents in Cedar Grove have been coming to terms with the emotional aftermath of a full-blown war that hit the area yesterday. Local resident Clive Denver described to police a single gunman that he saw fleeing the scene with a dark-haired woman.
Oh, we're gonna have such fun, because, you know, I love you. I really do, because you're such a big, strong man, and that's just what I need. Anyway, what was I saying? I forget, but you know what it's like, don't you?
The sound of explosions shook nearby homes as people ran for cover. Several citizens were injured in the panic as gunfire was exchanged between ground forces and a helicopter circling the dam.
Yeah, we got a good view from down here in the gardens when the copter finally got taken out. Better than the fireworks on the 4th of July.
With the death toll already over 20, police are still finding bodies. There have been no official denials concerning rumors that the dead were members of the Colombian cartel, and still no leads as to the cause of the massacre.
I broke a nail and my hair is ruined. I mean, can you believe it? This one cost me $50.
Claude is a serious man with a serious temper, though you wouldn't necessarily know it just by looking at his usual glare and smirk. Easygoing for a criminal as long as you don't insult or betray him, Claude seemingly isn't bothered by much and adapts rapidly to his environment, always displaying a cool, calm demeanor, even when provoked. As long as paper exchanges hands in his favor, Claude will take any work from anybody in the criminal underworld, without a word of complaint or sign of reluctance. However, he has been known to take slights, even from those who employ him, very seriously. As theorized by Carl Johnson, Claude is likely a mute, as he never speaks more than a grunt or an when seriously injured, keeping his expression cold and near emotionless, only using the occasional head nod to show he understands, unless in special ceremonial circumstances. Due to this fact, much of Claude's motivations remain a mystery, but his actions speak well enough for his character to establish some basic certainties. He will not hesitate to flip the bird to anybody on the streets of Liberty and presumably anywhere, letting them know exactly what he thinks of them. He's also been shown to have a somewhat juvenile sense of humor, enjoying intimidation and acting both to some extent. Before his girlfriend's betrayal, the Drifter's intentions remain mysterious, but following it, Claude becomes single-mindedly determined to seek out his revenge, proving the ambition that Catalina ironically claimed to have not seen in him when she decided to leave him for dead in the first place.
I'm an ambitious girl. You're just small time.
Claude is a tall Caucasian male likely in his late 20s or early 30s by 2001. He has short brown hair and a slightly muscular build, and seemingly always wears a black leather bomber jacket with bronze zippers and a black t-shirt under it, plus green cargo pants and a blue pair of sneakers. A full rap sheet for the man identified as Claude has been obtained for this program. Compiled across many sources and reports over the years, these are all the known crimes that we were able to confirm that he has committed. Taking part in an illegal race in Red County, San Andreas, the robbery of a bank in Liberty City, and escaping when the police convoy taking him to the prison is attacked by the Colombian cartel, killing a drug dealer and stealing his car for Luigi Godarelli, killing 2 pimps, driving several prostitutes to the old school hall, stealing Mike Forelli's car, arming it with a bomb and using it to kill Mike, killing Lee Chung, damaging and stealing a Secura car for Joey Leone, driving Toni Cipriani to a laundry to rob and helping him escape, disposing of a body in the trunk of a car, being the getaway driver for a bank robbery, destroying 3 laundry vans, stealing a briefcase from the triads for Toni Cipriani and killing all the triads guarding it, driving Maria Latour to a drug dealer and to a party which is busted by the LCPD before helping her escape, killing 3 triad warlords, the bombing of the triad's fish factory, killing Curly Bob, helping 8-Ball to blow up the Colombian cartel's ship, killing all the guards in his way, taking part in an illegal street race in Portland, arming an ice cream truck with a bomb and using it to kill several mafia members, killing 25 triads with a flamethrower, killing the thief of El Burro's porno magazines, bringing a bank manager to the dog food factory to be killed by Marty Chonks, bringing 2 thieves to be killed by Marty Chonks, bringing Marty Chonks' wife to be killed by him, bringing Carl to be killed by Marty, although he is the one who ultimately kills Marty, killing Salvatore Leone, killing several spies located around Staunton Island, killing a reporter, killing Tanner and escaping from the LCPD officers pursuing him afterwards, breaking Kanbu out of prison, stealing 3 sports cars for Kenji Kasen, ambushing a deal between the Colombian cartel and the Yardis, killing all the participants and stealing their money for Kenji, collecting protection money for Kenji and killing several Diablo members who attempt to stop him, killing numerous Yardi drug dealers, torching Leon McCaffrey's house and almost killing him, killing several Colombians attacking Phil Cassidy, damaging a vehicle and collecting evidence against Ray Machowski that falls from it, before torching the car with the evidence, evading the LCPD in the process, killing Ray's partner, damaging an ambulance, killing Leon McCaffrey and escaping from the LCPD, killing several Colombians in order to save the old Oriental gentleman and bring him to Donald Love, killing Kenji Kasen and framing the Colombian cartel for the attack, picking up 6 packages with illegal goods for Donald Love and escaping from the LCPD, killing several Colombians protecting a plane at the airport and more at the construction site in Fort Staunton in order to steal their package for Donald Love, defending a secure car from the Colombians, killing some of them in the process, acting as a decoy and distracting the LCPD for 3 minutes, helping Ray Machowski escape from the LCPD by taking him to the airport, leading several Colombians into a trap to be killed by the Yakuza, destroying 9 espresso stands operated by the Colombians, destroying a plane in order to steal its packages of Spank for Asuka Kasen, taking part in an illegal street race in Staunton Island, killing 10 Diablos, stealing 3 gang cars for King Courtney, killing several spanked up madmen who attempted to kill him and destroying their vans, killing 25 Purple Nines, destroying 3 gang cars with an RC Bandit, picking up numerous packages of bullion for D-Ice, killing the remaining Purple Nines with a baseball bat, and killing Catalina by destroying her helicopter, along with numerous Colombians in retaliation for her betrayal and in order to save Maria Latour. When all is said and done, the known tallies for Claude are a clear reminder of the true depths of depravity America's criminal underworld are capable of, with Claude's estimated murders alone counting nearly 180 people. Unlike future subjects on this show, whose motivations are clearer and easier to understand, Claude's unwavering silence means his reasons for such profound death and destruction are, and will remain, a mystery. God only knows what goes on behind those cold, calculated eyes. The infamous Reaper Man. Silent but deadly, some might say, and much like a fart, the criminals of American history often seem to vanish into thin air, leaving only a trace of their once foul existence. This is not always the case, however, such as with the subject of our next episode, who single-handedly brought the state of Florida to its geriatric alligator wrestling knees. Mafia connections, hundreds of murders, and the largest criminal empire in the southern United States. These are just some of the things the subject of tonight's episode has. We will examine a crook who rose through the ranks of the mob before being cut down by higher-ups fearing his rapid rise to power. We will take a look at the rise, fall, and rise again of a man who became one of the most powerful criminal kingpins in the country, Tommy Vercetti. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by
Ammunition, protecting your rights.
Before we begin tonight's episode, I must plead with you to subscribe to this channel if you wish to see future episodes. My employers were very clear, shill at any given opportunity. Remember folks, much of the information in these episodes is obtained through anonymous, trustworthy American sources, so do yourself a favor and support this series. Like this video. After all, a like for this video is a like for America, and if you don't support America, then that means you're a low-down dirty red. Vercetti's beginnings were humble ones, growing up with his mother and father in Liberty City during America's heyday. Vercetti's father worked in a printing shop, where a young Tommy would help his old man clean the rollers. His relationship with his mother is thought to have been strained, though much less is known about the Vercetti matriarch. At this young age, Vercetti intended to one day follow in his father's footsteps, and work in or own his very own printing shop, though these aspirations would eventually be set aside when Tommy found his true calling.
I lived a different life.
Sometime prior to 1971, likely in his late teens, Tommy joined the Forelli crime family, one of the 3 dominant mafia families vying for control of Liberty City. The Forellis, who were the most powerful family in Liberty at the time, were so impressed with Tommy's natural talents for criminal work that it is thought he was among the youngest made men in Liberty Mafia history, having been given the distinction sometime before his 21st birthday. Tommy's superior, Sonny Forelli, began to fear Vercetti's rapid rise to power and organized an ambush for Tommy to walk into, under the guise of being another hit for the family. To Sonny's and the rest of the family's astonishment, Tommy instead survived, having killed all 11 men of the ambush, and was subsequently arrested and tried for 11 counts of first-degree murder. Tried and convicted, Vercetti faced the death penalty, but in all his interrogations, never once gave up his bosses or connections to the Forellis. For this loyalty, through their people in the courts, the Forellis had Tommy's sentence commuted to 15 years prison time, of which Tommy would serve the entire sentence without ever once saying a word or breaking the criminal code. By 1986, Vercetti was back on the streets of Liberty City. Sonny, who feared Tommy was too well known, arranged for Tommy to fly down to Florida to set up for the family in Vice City. Tommy's first job in Vice was to negotiate an on-foot cocaine deal alongside Harry, Lee, and family lawyer Ken Rosenberg. The deal, which was to be the beginning of the Forelli family stretching its criminal network all the way to the far south of the United States, began typically. The client was the Vance brothers, a pair of brothers who had been running their own narcotics business for the last 2 years out of Vice. Victor Vance was a former U.S. serviceman with quite a rap sheet of his own who ran the business side of the two's enterprise and made the deals, while Lance was the loudmouth but skilled pilot of the operation who couriered the two to each of their deals. Things were going well until an ambush of men opened fire into the group, killing Victor, Lee, and Harry, just barely allowing time for Lance, Tommy, and Ken to escape with neither the money or the drugs in hand. When Tommy called Sonny to inform him of how the deal went, Sonny warned Tommy that he was
not a man to be screwed with,
and told him that due to their history, Sonny would give him time to make things right and find out who ambushed the deal. With a timer now dangling over Vercetti's head, he would begin working with Ken Rosenberg to infiltrate Vice City's criminal underground, starting with the man who helped Rosenberg set up the deal, Juan Garcia Cortez. Cortez, a retired colonel from Central America, was known among Vice City's elite for housing lavish parties on his yacht docked in Ocean Beach. It is at one such party, using Ken's invitation, that Vercetti met with and confided in the colonel, who also introduced Vercetti to his daughter.
Mercedes!
Rosenberg also had Vercetti meet with well-known cokehead Kent Paul at Vice City's Malibu Club, who pointed Vercetti towards a chef that moonlit as a dealer and hitman on Ocean Drive, who'd
been looking real pleased with himself lately.
Named Leo Teal. After meeting Teal and negotiating with him, Vercetti would be approached by the brother of Victor Vance, killed at the ambush, Lance. Lance reasoned with Vercetti that they both wanted the same thing.
You're green, and my dead brother's white lady.
And they should watch each other's backs. Vercetti initially refused until Lance pointed out a group of angry chefs prepared to butcher Tommy for his murder of Leo Teal. Lance gave Vercetti the rundown on Vice, telling him to stay armed to stay alive, and let Tommy know he'd be watching him.
I'll be watching you, Tommy.
Tommy continued working with the likes of Cortez, silencing a disloyal worker whom the colonel suspected was involved in the setup named Gonzalez, as well as enlisting Vercetti's help in acquiring top-secret missile chip technology from the French Special Forces. Tommy was also introduced through Rosenberg to real estate mogul Avery Carrington, who hired Tommy to start a riot and destroy some property Carrington was looking to acquire, with the incentive of Carrington promising to help Tommy find those responsible for the ambush deal and exacting just punishments upon them. Eventually, Colonel Cortez told Tommy that he suspected local cocaine kingpin Ricardo Diaz was responsible for the ambush, and got both Vercetti and Vance hired as Diaz's bodyguards in an upcoming deal to help ingratiate the two into Diaz's employment.
You must be Cortez's new gun.
Until more gainful opportunities arise. They'll be here any minute. We both better get a good vantage point.
Okay, I'll take the balcony, you get the roof across the yard.
After successfully defending Diaz at another deal gone awry, Vance and Vercetti would continue to work for Diaz, helping him deal with thieving gang members and stealing the fastest boat in Vice City for the drug baron. Lance, however, had become uneasy at working for the man who had his brother killed, and eventually tried to kill Diaz himself, till he was promptly caught and brought to Vice City's junkyard to be beaten and interrogated. Tipped off by Paul, Tommy was able to save Lance, but at the cost of his cover with Diaz being blown.
What do you expect me to do, mow his lawns? I got us some cannons in the trunk.
Holy shit, where'd you get all this stuff?
Been saving for a rainy day.
With Diaz onto them, Vercetti and Vance met on the bridge to Starfish Island, with Vance bringing 2 heavy-caliber assault rifles to assist in their takedown of the frumpy Coke Lord. Armed and very dangerous, the 2 men would shoot their way through security until they made their way to Diaz himself, and finally brought down the most powerful man in Vice City, with Tommy taking all of his assets in the process. With Diaz dead and the loyalty and friendship of men like Cortez and Carrington, those who weren't killed in the firefight pledged their loyalty to Tommy, with Lance being his right-hand man. And with that, the Miami Vercetti crime family was born. Continuing where Diaz left off, Tommy established himself as the new man running Vice City. Diaz's former protection racket was expanded, with Vercetti personally ensuring all of Diaz's former businesses now paid dues to him. He would take no excuses from establishments who refused to pay. When the Tarbrush Cafe attempted to secure police protection against the Vercetti gang's demands, Tommy and Lance kidnapped and killed 2 VCPD officers and took their uniforms in order to walk right onto the crime scene and detonate an explosive, setting an example for any other venues who refused Mr. Vercetti's generous offer. During this time, Vercetti would also make friends with the leader of the Cuban gangs in Vice City, Humberto Rabina, whom he would work for in helping in their turf war against the Haitians, as well as, at some unknown point, be drugged by the Haitian matriarch Auntie Poulet to assist them in turn against the Cubans. In the end, Tommy would help Rabina destroy the Haitians' distribution center in Little Haiti, crippling their drug manufacturing infrastructure. Vercetti would also find employment with perhaps the most mysterious person we may ever mention on this program, a one Mr. Black, named so by the FIB and IAA for how little they actually know about him. Vercetti would perform various jobs for Black, mostly hits on targets for unknown reasons. Vercetti also decided to invest in real estate, and purchased numerous businesses throughout Vice to increase his influence, including Kaufman Cabs, Sunshine Autos, Interglobal Films, the Pole Position Strip Club, the Vice City Boatyard, the Printworks, the Cherry Popper Ice Cream Company, which served as another front for drugs, and even the famous Malibu Club. He would help Steve Scott establish Interglobal as the premier smut film studio in Florida, BJ Smith drastically expand the inventory of vehicles being sold at Sunshine Autos, Maud Hansen maximize profits on illicit goods sold from her ice cream trucks, and Ernest Kelly began production of counterfeit cash from the Printworks as well. After purchasing the Malibu Club, Tommy would also begin planning and assembling a team for a bank robbery of El Banco Corrupto Grande in Little Havana. On Ken's advice, the first person Vercetti would recruit would be safecracker Cam Jones, whom Vercetti busts out of prison for the job. With Cam on board, he pointed Tommy towards the best gun in the city, veteran and gun enthusiast Phil Cassidy. Tommy would impress Phil with his own firearm talents, enough to convince Cassidy to join the team as well. The final recruit, through Cassidy, was an emotionally unstable man named Hillary King who, due to something to do with his mama, wouldn't drive for the group until Tommy first demonstrated his own driving aptitude. After beating Hillary in a race, he agreed to drive for them, but completing the 4-man team needed to pull off the heist.
This is going to be the easiest buck we ever made.
Tommy, seriously, you gotta consider going into law.
The 4 would initially take a taxi until arriving at the bank, arming themselves, and suiting up. Hillary would take the getaway car around the corner and wait for the right moment to grab the group, after they'd taken the money. Cassidy, Jones, and Vercetti then stormed the bank, with Phil handling security, while Tommy and Cam went upstairs to try and crack the safe. They would be stopped in their tracks by the dreaded Flangy 9000 lock. Cam Jones would request the manager of the branch, whom Vercetti would retrieve and bring to Jones. On his way down to check on Cassidy, however, one of the civilians managed to hit an emergency alarm, alerting the VCPD to the robbery in progress. Cam Jones would successfully break the lock with the manager's keycard, but with the authorities already on their way, the team was forced to move fast. They would clear the room of at least one squad of Vice City SWAT before making a run for the door. Hillary would manage to arrive just in time to get the 3 remaining men their getaway, but while trying to defend his position, King would be gunned down by Vice City police. The rest of the team would pile into the taxi with Tommy driving and evade the cops until escaping to their safe house and cutting up the take. With a successful bank robbery to solidify their friendship, Tommy would also begin work with Phil Cassidy's black market weapons operation, before saving Phil's life when the Vietnam vet accidentally sets off one of his homemade moonshine stills and completely amputates his left arm. With Tommy now running Vice, Sonny Forelli would become increasingly impatient with him, culminating in the Forelli Mafia descending on Florida to tax Tommy's businesses. The first business hit was the Print Works, where Ernest Kelly was assaulted, confounding Tommy's existing rage with Sonny, and his suspicions that it had been the Forelli Don responsible for his time in prison.
Tommy, rip that guy a new asshole for me.
I'm gonna rip him too!
What's going on?
Tommy! Oh, good. Listen. I like fish. I love fish. I love them as pets in bowls, or as food on a plate, but as much as I love them, I don't want to sleep with them, okay? But right now, your Italian brothers are coming from up there to fit me with some cement shoes, and I...
Shut up, Ken! Sit down. Lance, what the hell's going on?
It's your friends up north, Tommy. They ain't too happy you capped their man. They're coming down to see the business today.
They took longer than I thought. Guys, we gotta make this final. We gotta leave no doubt that this is my operation. Mine! Ken, you get the first run of counterfeit cash and put 20 mil in briefcases. Lance, you get the guys together.
Tommy! What? No big hugs for your old buddy?
I've had 15 years out of the loop. I'm a bit rusty on family etiquette.
Oh, he's angry, huh, Tommy? Didn't I say your temper would get you into trouble, huh?
There's 3 mil in the cases.
How many was it, 10? No, 11 men. That's how you get to be called the Howard Butcher.
You sent me to kill 1 man. 1 man! They knew I was coming, Sonny.
Tommy, watch your tone. Anyone would think you blame me for that unfortunate set of circumstances.
Just take the money.
Get the damn cash. You know, Tommy, I did what I could for you. I pulled strings, called in favors. I was your friend, Tommy. I hoped you'd see sense, see what's good for business. I trusted you, Tommy, and you disappointed me. But at least someone in your chicken shit organization knows how to do business. Isn't that right, Lance?
Sorry, Tommy. This is Vice City. This is business.
You sold us out.
No, I sold you out, Tommy. I sold you out. The real cash is upstairs in the safe.
So, Tommy, what was the big plan? You think I just take the fake cash, save face, and run away with my tail between my legs?
No. I just wanted to piss you off before I kill you.
A gun battle would ensue throughout the Vercetti mansion, ending in Tommy killing all of Sonny's men, along with the treacherous Lance, and finally, once and for all, his old boss, leaving only Tommy and Ken alive. With all competition eliminated, Tommy Vercetti now stood as the uncontested king of Vice City.
Tommy? Oh my God, Tommy, what happened?
What does it look like?
It looks like you ruined your suit, and Tommy, that was a beautiful suit. Tommy, what on earth happened?
Had a disagreement with a business associate. You know how it is.
Tommy, I have a disagreement. I send them an angry letter. Maybe I pee in their mailbox. I don't start World War III. You know, maybe you should speak to my shrink.
That stupid prick Lance.
Tommy, I never liked that guy, okay? He's neurotic, he's insecure, he's self-centered. The guy's an asshole. I'm glad you took him out.
Tommy Vercetti is many things. A generally level-headed boss, a loyal and effective member of a team, even a good friend and partner to those he trusts. However, he is simultaneously capable of being a psychotic, uncaring, and explosive maniac, if a tad gullible.
Tommy, for a raging lunatic, you're pretty naive.
Vercetti's humble roots are likely a large part of the reason why he is known to be sympathetic to men like Ernest Kelly, who reminded him of his father, or even Sonny Forelli, whom Vercetti loyally returned to work for, even after suspecting Forelli's involvement in his setup. For those that Tommy considers friends or family, He will fight and die for it, and he has no misgivings about giving those who helped him build his empire their fair slice, especially if he knows their contributions are genuine, if misguided.
Ken, that's right. Ken here, he washes the money for us, and he keeps the drinks on ice.
Tommy has also been shown to be quite protective of his friends, willing to help save their lives even when it means risking his own multiple times, but won't hesitate to hurt, harm, or kill anybody else who Tommy has no attachment to whatsoever, with zero remorse. Tommy is a ruthless and effective killer. It would take an army to stop Tommy Vercetti, and consequently, so far, nobody has. He is a man who likes to take matters into his own hands. Even when his empire had expanded well beyond the need for it, Vercetti would still take the initiative of personally intimidating business owners, creating publicity for his assets, and even selling his products. He is in this sense an embodiment of, when you want something done right, you do it yourself.
You two, off your asses. Let's go.
Tommy is an Italian-American of above-average height with a relatively clean, handsome look. He has near black hair and dark brown eyes and presumably shaves consistently, having a constant 5 o'clock shadow. His most common outfit is a teal Hawaiian shirt with a palm tree pattern, blue jeans, gold necklace and watch on his left arm, and a white pair of sneakers. He has been known to dress up when the occasion calls for it, having no real issue with dressing however he feels on that particular day, with little to no regard for what others think.
What does that guy think he is? Now I gotta dress like a chump as well as hang out with them? I like this shirt.
For tonight's program, a full rap sheet of Thomas Vercetti was obtained from the VCPD, as well as numerous other sources who wish to remain nameless for their own safety. His crimes span decades and are numerous, so let's have a look at the Southern King of Crimes tallies, bearing in mind that some of these numbers are estimates based on witness accounts, and likely the real numbers would be even higher. Killing 11 members of a rival mafia family. Taking part in a drug deal with the Vance brothers that went awry, killing Leo Teal and stealing his phone, intimidating 2 jury members in Giorgio Forelli's fraud trial, causing a riot to bankrupt a delivery company, killing Avery Carrington's business rival, blowing up a building using an RC helicopter, killing Gonzalez, killing a dealer in order to retrieve his stolen military chips for Juan Garcia Cortez, evading the French military in the process, watching over a drug deal between Ricardo Diaz and the Cubans, and killing the Haitians who attacked them, killing one of Diaz's dealers and all his associates on Prawn Island, stealing a speedboat for Diaz and killing its guards, taking part in a drug deal for Diaz alongside Lance and killing all the competitors pursuing them, killing a Haitian gang lieutenant and framing the Cubans for the attack, stealing an army tank for Juan Cortez, killing numerous Diaz gang members in order to save Lance, killing Ricardo Diaz and his guards alongside Lance and taking over all his criminal businesses, helping Juan Cortez escape the French military, vandalizing several shops at the North Point Mall to convince the owners to pay protection money, intimidating a cafe into paying protection money by killing the security agents that were giving them protection, killing 2 cops alongside Lance, taking their disguises, planting a bomb in a store, and escaping from the VCPD when the store got destroyed, attacking the Haitians' drug factory alongside the Cubans and stealing a Haitian van full of drugs for Umberto Rubina, ambushing a drug deal between the Haitians and the Sharks and stealing their drugs and money for Umberto, collecting several packages of drugs for Auntie Poulet, evading the VCPD in the process, bombing several Cubans using RC planes, killing numerous Cubans with a sniper rifle, destroying the Haitians' drug factory, buying drugs for Love Fist and killing the dealer when he attempted to escape with both the money and the drugs, chasing and almost killing an obsessed stalker of Love Fist, taking part in an illegal bike race, causing havoc in the streets to prove himself to Mitch Baker, killing several sharks in order to retrieve Mitch's bike, killing Carl Pearson, killing Mrs. Dawson, killing Mike Griffin, Dick Tanner, Franco Carter, Marcus Hammond, Nick Kong, and Charlie Dilson, killing a businessman at the airport in order to steal his briefcase and deliver it to ammunition, ambushing a deal between the Sharks and the FIB, killing everyone involved and stealing the merchandise, recovering numerous packages of drugs scattered across the ocean, selling drugs disguised as ice cream, stealing 24 cars for the Sunshine Autos import garage, killing Candy Success' agent and his guards to convince her to star in films for Steve Scott, dropping flyers advertising the film using a plane without authorization, acquiring incriminating pictures of Alex Shrub, arranging a huge publicity stunt involving a rooftop spotlight without authorization, attacking a rival cab for stealing his client, destroying 3 rival cabs, destroying the leader of the rival cabs after being lured into an ambush, raiding a ship at the docks, killing the guards, and beating a person to obtain information on counterfeit plates from the head of the Vice City Triads, killing a courier and her guards in order to steal their counterfeit plates, breaking Cam Jones out of prison, taking part in an illegal street race against Hillary King, the robbery of El Banco Corrupto Grande Bank, killing several gun runners in order to steal their weapons for Phil Cassidy, killing several members of the Forelli crime family attacking his businesses, killing Lance Vance, Sonny Forelli, and numerous members of the Forelli family attacking his mansion and attempting to steal his money. The final numbers we have on Mr. Vercetti are reflective of a man in his position, with a final direct death toll for Vercetti himself standing at 345 known murders, with the real number almost certainly being much higher than even that.
Please also bear in mind that these numbers do not account for the deaths ordered by Tommy in the years following his takeover of Vice City, as Florida has remained an impregnable wall of silence to both our reporters and, in our experience, all journalists who have tried to pin specifics on the Vercetti crime family post-1986.
Well, we've been to the south and we've been to the east, and since nobody cares about whatever happens in the north, it's time we visit the west coast and the sunny state of San Andreas for another infamous criminal from America's past. It is often said that crime doesn't pay, but if you ask our next subject, we hazard to guess he would strongly disagree, as his rags to riches success story stands in stark contrast to this claim. Loyalty, family, and respect. These are what drive the subject of tonight's episode. We will examine a gangster, an entrepreneur, a government agent, and a record producer, all rolled into one ambitious and deadly package. We will get a glimpse into the life of one of the state of San Andreas' most notorious residents, a man who left an indelible mark on his city, his state, and his country, Carl Johnson. Carl C.J. Johnson was born to Beverly Johnson in Ganton, Los Santos on August 11, 1968, though the identity of his father remains unknown.
Yeah, I hear you. I never knew my dad.
Carl was not the firstborn, however. That title belonged to his older brother Shan Sweet Johnson, who along with childhood friends Melvin Big Smoke Harris and Lance Ryder Wilson, formed the Grove Street family's gang, with the elder Johnson brother serving as the leader and CJ as his first lieutenant, or second in command. CJ also had two younger siblings, a sister, Kendall, and the youngest of the Johnson family, Brian. Whilst Kendall reportedly never took much interest directly in the Grove Street families themselves, it is thought that Brian was in some way tied to the gang, due to his associations with the elder Johnson brothers, and ultimately, his tragic demise. Growing up in Ganton, CJ would find himself constantly under the thumb of his eldest brother's suite, making his life miserable, according to the mogul's own words. By 1985, the Grove Street families were at the first height of their power, and it was around this same time that the corrupt crash division of the LSPD began applying pressure on the Johnson brothers, personally being intimidated by officers Frank Tenpenny and Eddie Pulaski.
Officer Pulaski thinks you're trying to screw with us, Carl.
With Crash manipulating and allowing for the continued gangland violence in Los Santos, the Grove Street families would accelerate their turf war against the rival family, the Ballas, with CJ having a large hand in holding down their territory. Eventually, tragedy would strike when during an unknown gang-related incident, Brian Johnson was killed at a very young age, with CJ witnessing his death and being unable, or unwilling, to risk his own safety to save his brother. Following Brian's death in 1987, the Grove Street families began a rapid decline following CJ's departure from Los Santos for the East Coast, hoping to escape the guilt of his past and his role in his brother's death.
Nothing. I live in Liberty City now. I'm clean. Legit.
Johnson would spend the next 5 years living in Liberty City, where he found employment under the notorious Leone family through Joey, son of Don Salvatore. Joey, who ran an auto repair garage in Trenton, made a tidy profit off stripping and selling vehicles, which made CJ a natural talent for Joey's purposes. During this time, back in Los Santos, a growing conspiracy between Crash and the members of multiple gangs across the city results in the unintentional death of Beverly Johnson. Sweet, the intended target, witnesses the flurry of bullets launched at the Johnson family home, along with Kendall, but is too late to save their mother. Sweet would immediately phone his younger brother to give him the tragic news and ask him to come home for the funeral. Carl, now presented with the death of his own mother, returned to Los Santos in 1992 to attend her funeral. He would take a taxi from the airport to the Johnson family home, but en route, he was stopped and arrested by Crash and came face to face once again with Frank Tenpenny and Eddie Pulaski, as well as newly minted Crash officer Jimmy Hernandez. Looking to exploit Johnson's presence back in Los Santos and having only minutes beforehand outright murdered a fellow LSPD officer, the trio, primarily Tenpenny and Pulaski, threatened Johnson with the promise of pinning their murders of Officer Ralph Pendlebury on the former first lieutenant of the Grove Street families. They reminded Johnson that they'd be watching him and warned him not to leave town, then dumped the thinned-out gangster in Rolling Heights Ballad territory, forcing Johnson to make the dangerous trek back home on a stolen bicycle.
Oh shit, here we go again.
When CJ finally did get the chance to reunite with his family and friends at his mother's funeral, it became evident very quickly that the Grove Street families had lost nearly all of the power they once held since CJ's departure, and the rapid introduction of crack cocaine into the gangbanging world. Beverly's funeral is attacked by Ballas, high-ranking lieutenants like Big Smoke have moved out of the Grove entirely, and the Grove itself had split into 3 separate warring families, with the original set still being led by Sweet, while the Temple Drive and Seville Boulevard families had entirely independent leadership. It was clear that Grove Street would need to put in a lot of work to regain their position of dominant gang in the city. Carl, who had originally intended to depart for Liberty City following the funeral, decided that, due to the state of the gang and the pressure from Tenpenny, he'd stay in Los Santos to help his brother build the gang back up. And in the following weeks, this is exactly what the Johnson brothers would do. Carl and Sweet would work doggedly to re-establish the dominance of Grove Street families, taking territory, acquiring hardware, and even attempting international deals. Eventually, thanks to CJ, GSF managed to take back enough territory from their largest rivals, the Ballas, as well as the Mexican Vagos, to make a claim for the largest gang in the city, with one final caveat needed to cement their position: reuniting the 3 separate GSF sets. During this time, CJ would also begin helping childhood friend Jeffrey OG Loke Martin in entering the rap music business after the wannabe gangster was released from prison once again on various traffic violation counts. Johnson would help propel Martin all the way to the top of Vinewood superstardom, and in the process, bring rapper Mad Dog to near ruin, primarily by stealing his rhyme book to give to Martin to help him write anything other than utter garbage.
Mad Dog's rhyme book from his home in the hills. Mad Dog's rhyme book?
CJ would even go as far as to kill Mad Dog's manager and an innocent guest.
I want you to take that motherfucker out. Kill him? Well, I ain't mean, Dave.
With seemingly no remorse whatsoever, though it's thought he may have eventually regretted these actions, specifically in regards to helping Martin, as we'll come to see later on tonight.
No more bakes in the streets.
Finally.
Peep this. We're going to unite the families once more because the ball has been pumping our guys full of base for too long while we argue amongst ourselves. So all the family sets going to meet down at the Jefferson Motel. I say it's time we went down there and made it official. Keep that shit off our streets. I vote I'm our representative on this one.
That's right.
Hey, it's all good. If Sweet think he can handle it, I'm down with him, man.
All right, let's roll, homies.
Let's do this.
Yeah, let's go, man.
After an intense hotel shootout thanks to the efforts of the Johnson brothers, the 3 Grove Street families reunited. The lieutenants would then meet and plan for a final push to take out the enemy leadership. Sweet ordered everybody to arm themselves and meet up under an intersection downtown for planning, but en route to the spot, Johnson would be contacted by his sister Kendall's boyfriend, Cesar Villalpando, who is the leader of Mexican gang the Barrios Las Aztecas, and who had become a good friend to Johnson in the weeks since his arrival back in Los Santos.
Nice ride, man. That's no carucha.
Whilst Sweet never approved of Kendall dating outside the set, CJ himself was never bothered, so long as who Kendall dated treated her right. After proving himself to Villalpando in a lowrider competition, Johnson had participated in various races alongside Caesar, and the two had forged a trustworthy relationship. It was due to this trust that Johnson diverted his path away from Mullihan that day to instead meet Caesar in a parked car under the freeway and witness something that would change all of his plans.
So, some ballers hanging around a dope spot. So what?
Just watch, homie.
What the fuck? Oh, no. Shit, Smoke, what you into?
Shh, that's it. Look at that ride.
That's the motherfucking green Saber. Shit, Smoke? Crash making you sell us out? Moms!
Sorry, Issy. I heard a rumor and poked around. I didn't believe it myself, but...
Nah, you did the right thing. I owe you, C's. I gotta go tell Sweet about... Oh, fuck! Sweet! Look, go get Kendall and take her to a safe place.
What you thinking?
It's Sweet. I think him and the homies is walking into a trap. Just go. Go!
Realizing his brother was walking into a trap, Johnson would speed off to the intersection and attempt to rescue his brother, but it would be all for naught. Johnson would arrive, stand his ground next to his fallen brother for as long as possible, before finally being arrested by the LSPD, along with Sweet and all the other GSF members present at the scene who had not already been killed in the shooting.
You got a bag over your head, boy. How you feel about that?
Man, take it off. Please, man. I can't breathe. Please.
Oh, all right. But only because you said please.
Arrested and taken into custody by Crash, CJ was tossed into a squad car and driven to Angel Pine with a bag over his head. Once in Whetstone, the officers dumped CJ onto the streets with orders to eliminate a key witness in the case that is slowly being built against them. Seeing no choice in the matter, Johnson would continue to carry out Crash's orders and silence the witness, climbing halfway up Mount Chiliad to do so. Now stranded in unfamiliar territory, CJ would have Caesar and Kendall meet him in Angel Pine to discuss their options, with Los Santos now being completely controlled by the Ballas, and Big Smoke serving as both the head of a now exposed crack cocaine ring in the city, and also, conveniently, OG Loke's new manager as a means to launder his dirty money. To top all of this off, Sweet, whilst alive, was now in prison with little hope of seeing the outside anytime soon. Luckily, Caesar would then put CJ in contact with his cousin Catalina, who was a successful criminal herself, and after a rocky introduction, the two would form an unsteady relationship, mostly due to Catalina's overwhelming nature.
Where's the stupid bitch?
Here, cabrón! Who's the bitch now, eh?
CJ would also be introduced by Tenpenny to his weed supplier, known only as The Truth, whom Carl was forced to work with in acquiring a combine harvester for the hippie, as well as eventually pay for the enormous order being produced. Carl needed to make some serious money, and fast. Eventually, Caesar would contact Carl about an illegal street racing circuit operating in Red County, where Carl would enter and compete against the San Fierro Triad leader, Wootsie Moo.
But my friends call me Woosie.
It was around this time, after numerous robberies, that Carl and Catalina's relationship began to fall apart, as she learned that Carl was only interested in making some money to bail Sweet out of prison.
I gave to you as a woman. No! No more!
It wouldn't be the last time the two would see each other, however, as not long after, CJ would participate in one last race against Caesar, Woozie, and additionally, Catalina's new boyfriend Claude, a rising street racer in the San Fierro area. After winning once again, Carl would earn the respect of Woozie, but infuriate Catalina, who instead of providing the pink slip for her lover's vehicle, handed Carl the deed to a garage in San Fierro, telling him,
"My lover needs his car so we can go to Liberty City."
Carl would not long after that be contacted by The Truth to let him know that the weed supply was ready, but after paying for the drugs, CJ and The Truth would be spotted by an SAPD chopper, which Carl called out as Tenpenny having set them up.
You fucking rat.
Dude, don't put that on me. You the one deal with Tenpenny.
Carl would have Caesar and Kendall meet the two at his new garage in San Fierro, while they evaded the police in Truth's ancient hippie van, loaded with marijuana.
Looks like you've been fed a bummer.
Arriving in San Fierro, Carl was furious at the state of the garage he received from Claude.
That mute asshole, that fucking snake without a tongue, gave me this shithole instead of a pink slip. I must be the biggest fucking idiot in the whole fucking world.
But Kendall assured CJ that through clever management, the garage could be an asset, and Truth agreed, offering to put Carl in contact with people he knew around the city, who would be able to help turn the garage into a fully operational chop shop. Truth would recruit 2 marine mechanics who'd been put out of the job when their business was swallowed up by the Vercetti crime family down in Florida, Dwayne and Jethro, as well as Zero, an electronics super genius, to help Carl maintain the garage. CJ would go on to expand his business assets by outright buying Zero's failing RC plane store and then helping it to make profit again.
Never have so few owed so many. 2 little 3... No, that's not it. What is it? We will fight him on the beaches. Well, rooftops.
Whilst building up his new empire slowly, CJ would also be contacted by Woozie, who operated out of the city's Chinatown district, and was looking for help from an outside source in dealing with various disputes.
You know of the boss's curse?
Curse? Nah.
He's blind.
Blind? But we was just racing cars last week.
Yes, I know. He's blessed with unbelievable good fortune. And the triad that would do anything for him? We call him our lucky mole.
Carl and Woozie would begin collaborating to take down each other's respective rivals. In the case of Woozie, that rival being the Vietnamese Da Nang Boys, and in CJ's case, the Loco Syndicate, operating out of San Fierro, which supplied Big Smoke's crack cocaine ring back in Los Santos. Carl would demonstrate his aptitude at essentially anything and everything by keeping the Ranfa Lee safe using decoy strategies, infiltrating a docked freighter by swimming to it in the harbor, and finally ending the Da Nang Boy immigration entirely by killing the snakehead aboard his own bridge. All of this would solidify a friendship between the otherwise unlikely allies. With the help of Woozie's Mountain Cloud Boys and his lieutenant, Guppy, Carl would infiltrate the inner circle of San Fierro's biggest pimp, Jizzy B, and eventually kill him.
Fucked up. Come on, man. Hey, I get it wrong, you know? I'm imperfect, you know, like, hey, not a kind man, not a wise man, you know, not a smart man, but dear Lord, I tried. No, you fucked up when you trusted me, player.
Leading them to their next big meeting taking place at Pier 69. CJ would learn that Lance Ryder Wilson was also serving as the emissary for Big Smoke's operation to the Syndicate, and during a final takedown of the pier, with the help of Caesar and Woozie's soldiers, CJ would kill San Fierro Rifa leader T-Bone Mendez, and then his childhood friend Lance, too.
Mendez, I see you, Rifa motherfucker!
Hey, Ryder, sherm-head asshole, where you think you going?
Can't stop me.
He's headed for those boats!
Don't worry about it, I got this.
The only known member of the Syndicate who remained now was a mysterious man in a suit named Mike Torino, whom Carl had only met a couple of times.
Hey, Charlie, where do we ain't torching nada?
This is a setback, but doing 20 to life is a little more than that. Comprende, amigo?
Hey, he right, man. Let's do it and get the hell out of here.
Hey, who the fuck asked you, payaso? This ain't a committee.
Exactly. I call the shots here. Now shut up and let's go.
Carl would pursue and supposedly put down Torino, before finally destroying the Syndicate's distribution center in the city, and ultimately cripple Big Smoke's operation back in Los Santos. With his garage and assets now a growing success, and Big Smoke's crack business severely hampered, Carl would relax if only for a moment, before being contacted by a mysterious voice asking to meet him at a ranch in Tierra Robada. Upon arriving at said ranch, Carl would be threatened into performing a test by driving a monster truck across the desert landscape through a series of checkpoints. Carl would once again prove himself, and then finally be confronted by the voice, belonging to a presumed dead Mike Torino.
Hey, Carl.
Hey, what the fuck, man? Hey, Torino, I told you my bad, man. What the hell can I say? I screwed you over.
Calm down, kid.
Just go ahead and kill me then.
Calm down.
Man, you ain't nothing but a fucking yayo dealer anyway, Torino.
Shut up and sit down.
Torino would then explain to Carl his true identity as an undercover government agent.
It is not important which one.
And makes Carl an offer. If CJ agreed to help Torino in his efforts against a rival agency, he would ensure his incarcerated brother Sweet was treated well while being locked up, and if Carl did enough work for Torino, he would even see to Sweet's early release. Once again out of options, and willing to do whatever was necessary to save his brother, Carl agreed to help the agent, and would go on to perform outlandish tasks for him, boarding a semi on the freeway going full speed, and having full-on firefights with helicopters, slaughtering dozens of rival agents. CJ's natural aptitude with vehicles would prove an absolutely vital asset during this time, as Torino would have Carl purchase an airfield in the desert and take a crash course on flying airplanes for tasks like delivering a package halfway across the state or boarding a moving cargo plane on a motorcycle.
I'm feeling a little exposed here.
What's your take on this?
Damn! I thought them was your people.
Listen, Carl, we've got a problem. Some traitors from another department think they can help the overseas situation by financing militaristic dictators in exchange for arms contracts.
Hey, ain't that exactly what you do?
Well, kind of, but we get to pick our dictators. Degenerates that we can control. We try to stay the hell away from these guys with principles, because that just muddies the waters.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so, of course, these idiots have stolen a consignment of landmines, and they plan to offload them in the Middle East and cause a little ruckus, and everybody goes crazy and have a lot of problems. I mean, Carl, do you like maiming people? Curious.
Maiming? Some people, shit.
Anyway, the point is, you and me, Carl, hey, we're the same. Now, yeah, it's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. But if you screw this up, it causes a tinderbox situation all over Latin America and the Middle East. Now, look, I spoke to the big man. You got clearance to eliminate these fuckers. How's that? Huh?
Man, kill government agents?
Kill Schmill. Come on, don't look at it that way. Will you think of it as pest control? It works for me. All right, come on. I can't stay here now. I'm too hip. I gotta go. Okay? I'm out of here.
While working for Torino, Carl would once again be contacted by Woozie, who was beginning preparations for the grand opening of the Mountain Cloud Boy-controlled casino, the Four Dragons, in beautiful Las Venturas upstate. Woozie offered Carl a stake in the casino in exchange for help setting it up, specifically in dealing with the fierce competition they faced from a mafia-operated casino in the area, Caligula's. After noticing fake chips being brought in and general mischief occurring since the grand opening, Woozie and CJ resolved to get revenge on the various mafias vying for control of the city by planning and executing an elaborate heist, with Carl serving as the main planner for the operation.
Y'all get away with the green.
Question, how does the Mafia normally move cash out of Caligula's?
Bingo. Stripes for Mr. Zero here.
Hey, good job, you little ass kisser.
Ow.
So,
Carl would slowly infiltrate the casino's inner management through the Truth's connections to media man Kent Paul and Macker of the Scottish band The Gurning Chimps, who in turn had connections with Leone desk man Ken Rosenberg.
Kent Paul, here to see Rosie.
Hey, boss, there's somebody here to see you.
Oh, go away. I have a migraine. Oh, Rosie, son, it's me, Paolo. Oh, God.
Carl would succeed in his infiltration efforts and help Rosenberg avoid the fury of the two families running the casino jointly through him, the Leone and Sindaco families. Eventually, Carl would come face to face with Don Salvatore himself, whom he would assist in dealing with rival family Forellis, while secretly planning the heist with Woozie.
And who's this asshole?
The name's Carl Johnson, sir. Before working with Mr. Rosenberg here, I had the pleasure of doing business with your son Joey back in Liberty City.
You know my Joey?
While living in Venturas, Carl would one day chance upon a scene wherein former rap star Mad Dog was preparing to kill himself due to his now failure of a career.
Hey, Mad Dog! What you doing up there, fool?
Come on,
Do I know you? Don't be a wuss.
I don't think so, so shut the fuck up. This is the end. So,
Get a grip, dude! Get a grip!
Feeling guilty, Carl would interfere and save the suicidal rapper, thereafter being offered the potential role of Dog's new future manager, though it's thought that Johnson never revealed to Mad Dog the extent to which he was involved in his downfall to begin with.
When I get clean, I'm gonna need a new manager. Thought I might look you up.
Yeah, you do that, homie.
Carl's final job for the Leones had him commandeering a jet and flying all the way to Liberty City to assassinate then leader of the Forelli family, Marco Forelli, which Carl successfully did, before finally cutting ties with Salvatore and saving the otherwise trapped Paul, Macker, and Rosenberg, whom Salvatore had assumed Carl was going to kill.
Hey, Carl, my boy.
Mr. Leone.
Everybody's talking about the job you did on that St. Mark's Bistro.
Thank you, Mr. Leone.
And you took care of those 3 loose ends?
Yeah, those poor saps ran into a little trouble along the way. You won't be hearing from Mr. Rosenberg again.
Good boy, good boy.
With all preparations in place, the Four Dragons team would execute one of the most elaborate casino heists in the history of the state of San Andreas.
We all good?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, see you at the back door. Let's roll.
Dressed as a Caligula employee, Carl would use the access card of a real employee named Millie Perkins, whom CJ had been dating under false pretenses, to gain access to the lower levels of the casino. He would first knock out several security guards by tossing tear gas canisters into a vent, and then Zero would activate the charges that CJ had previously placed at Sherman Dam to cause a blackout. Using night vision goggles, CJ and the Mountain Cloud boys would raid the casino vaults, fighting off the Mafia and security every step of the way. After looting the vaults, CJ would split ways with Woozy's men, leaving in an armed Securicar, and flee to the roof to serve as the distraction. Reaching the roof, Carl would find the casino completely swarmed by the LVPD, and took the final daring step of leaping from the rooftop using the training he'd gotten working for Mike Torino, and parachuting to another building, where he hijacked a police helicopter and fled the scene. Now a rich and successful businessman, casino stakeholder, and expert thief among other talents, Carl would hire Rosenberg and Paul to help manage the recovering Mad Dog into a successful music act once again, and the wins just kept on rolling, it seemed, for a time.
Hello, Carl. Been a long time, huh?
Yeah, I was starting to miss you guys.
Not long after breaking the bank at Caligula's, Johnson would be contacted again by the corrupt officers of Los Santos' crash division. Tenpenny would tell Carl that despite all they'd done to hide and destroy evidence,
the gig's nearly up.
Crash ordered Johnson to deal with a group of FBI and DEA agents who were quickly closing the noose on the 2 officers and to obtain their dossier. Without question or choice, Carl went off into the desert to kill numerous high-ranking government officials. Upon returning the dossier to Crash, however, Tenpenny violently turned on his fellow officer Jimmy Hernandez, accusing him of telling internal affairs about their illegal activity. He then ordered his second-in-command Eddie Pulaski to deal with both the unconscious Hernandez and the now loose end of CJ himself.
You take care of things.
Huh? Where are you going?
To get drunk and get laid. You got a problem with that?
No, Frank, relax.
Good. I'll see you back at the precinct. And I'll see you in the next life, Carl.
Carl would plead with Pulaski to see sense. But too far gone, Pulaski would hear none of it.
All right, that's good. That's deep enough for 2.
Eddie, Tenpenny's just using you. He's using all of us. You're the next one he's gonna silence, man.
Shut the fuck up, scum! And it's Officer Pulaski to you! Fucking die!
Scared and leaderless, Pulaski would flee to his vehicle and attempt escape, but a furious Carl would pursue him and finally drive him off the road, where the officer would suffer fatal injuries.
Any last requests?
Yeah. Can I fuck your sister?
You an asshole to the end. Punk motherfucker.
Back at the Four Dragons, Mad Dog approached Carl, Woozy, and the rest to plead for their help in reclaiming his home in the hills, now controlled by drug lord Big Papa. Perhaps ironically, Carl was furious that Dog would fall low enough to let his home be taken over by thugs, and would rally help from Woozy and his men to go and take it back. Carl and the Mountain Cloud Boys would storm the mansion and retake it for the rap star soon after, and then recording on his new album would begin in his home studio.
Go on, come on. I blast my mask, I'll test you down. Donuts and V12, Will you please leave yourself alone? Here, come on. Fuck.
Oh, you mongrel.
Oh, Sonny.
You shouldn't be choking the gecko in the first place. Remember what happened at that gig in
That's my
Hamburg?
dog.
That groupie loved it.
That wasn't a groupie, that was a roadie.
But she had great tits.
Man tits. They were man tits.
Goddamn.
Hey, what happened? Hey, what the sound's that?
I don't know, bruv. It all just went.
You fucking shite, you RP.
I can't be held responsible for dodgy gear, alright?
Come on, keep it together, man. You can't fuck with us, Flo.
Finally, I thought I'd never get through to you.
At this time, Carl would be contacted for a final time by Mike Torino, giving CJ one last seemingly impossible job that, if successfully completed, would earn Sweet's release from prison. Carl agreed, and was forced to infiltrate a naval ship docked in San Fierro to steal a Hydra jet and destroy several target boats occupying the Sherman Reservoir. Amazingly, once again, CJ somehow pulled it off, and then stashed the plane along with the numerous other pieces of equipment Torino had left Carl to deal with at his airstrip in the desert. Torino, a man of his word, then honored his agreement, and Sweet was moved from his upstate prison back to the Los Santos Police Department for release.
Hello, boss man. Taking care of business, I see.
Torino, fuck you. Almost lost my life out there for you.
I got just one tiny little thing for you to do, and then I'm out of your life forever.
You know what? I'm tired of your fucking little jobs.
Ah, will you stop? This is pathetic. Come on, you're embarrassing yourself. Come on, put it down. Don't be ridiculous, okay? Hey, I got a little surprise for you here. You ready for this? Huh? Answer it.
Hello?
Carl, Sweet.
Oh, Sweet.
I don't know what happened. They just released me. No idea what's going on. But I'm in the square outside the precinct in Commerce.
All right, you hold tight. I'll be right there.
All right.
So what was that little job you was talking about, Torino?
I just want you to go pick up your brother. Get out of here.
What's up, bruh?
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing, bruh?
I'm all right, man. Hey, man, we off to our new spot. We got a mansion, Sweet. We've been putting in work, and shit is going well. We got a stake in the casino. We got some insane shit in Fierro. We get into the rap game. Hey, man, let me get you some new clothes. Come on.
New clothes? Nigga, what the fuck is this bullshit?
What you mean, man? What's mine is yours, and you know that.
You never did get it, did you, Carl? I need to go check on things in the hood. Man, that's the problem. You always a perpetrator, running from what's real.
Hey, man, shit's fucked up there. You don't want to be in the hood.
No, that's exactly where I want to be. What you done for our hood?
Man, what the hood done for me? Always dragging me down. Ever since I got out the hood, shit been cracking. That's everybody's dream to get out the hood.
Man, you sound just like Smoke right now.
All right, man. You hard. I'ma show you what's going on in the hood.
Sweet was appalled at CJ's new millionaire lifestyle, and immediately insisted CJ help bring the Grove back to full strength once again. Whilst doing his best to continue maintaining his business assets, Carl would do just that, and start taking back neighborhoods from the Ballas and Vagos, one by one. Carl would also take the time to right the wrong he'd done earlier in the year, of stealing Mad Dog's rhyme book for wannabe player Jeffrey Martin, otherwise known as OG Loke. After a long chase through West Los Santos, they would finally corner Martin and take the rhyme book back by force.
We all make mistakes. Ain't that right, Al? You ain't no artist. You's a buster. You's a fake. Man, I was gonna give you credit on the next album. Man, royalties? Take that. I got more
bitch,
too.
I should smack dog shit out your ass.
Just don't
Break
hit
your
me.
face
Yeah,
right here,
you
motherfucker.
phony. Mr. Dog, Jimmy Silverman, blasting Fools Records.
Hold up, I'm the manager. You wanna talk? Talk to me.
Without Dog's rhymes to steal, Loke's career would quickly begin to evaporate, while Mad Dog's success slowly returned. Order was now slowly coming back to the city, it seemed, and then the trial happened.
Hey, be quiet, be quiet.
Come on, you bunch of wankers. This is unbearable.
Shut up.
Officers Eddie Pulaski and Frank Tenpenny, both hard-working members of a community policing unit, have been charged with racketeering, corruption, narcotics, and sexual assault.
They brought it on themselves.
That bastard cost me my farm. And he hogged the barn.
Fellow officer Ralph Pendlebury, who had threatened to turn state's evidence, and who was then found shot dead in a supposedly unrelated gang incident.
I say 20 years.
Try 5 years. Cops always get off easy.
Yeah, I heard that.
Lost evidence, retracted witness statements, and now the disappearance of fellow officer Jimmy Hernandez and Officer Pulaski himself, believed to be on the run. Oh wait, they're exiting the courtroom now.
That bastard Pulaski will probably turn up dead just like the rest
of them. In light of the
them.
lack of evidence against my client, the district attorney's office has seen fit to drop all charges
What?
against this innocent man.
That's bullshit.
You see? You can't trust the system, man.
This surprise decision is wholly unprecedented.
Oh man, ain't no justice. It's just
I know. I've been arrested numerous times for totally natural behavior.
Los Santos will burn tonight.
Ain't nobody gonna be riding in my hood.
I don't know about that, Holmes. Look, the whole city is going up. People are fucking pissed off about this.
People don't know what they want. We all being used.
You see, man? It's always the same, friend. Power systems corrupt everyone.
Look, I said we gonna secure the hood. We ain't getting shit together so some idiot can burn it down.
During the chaos of the riots, CJ and the Grove Street families retook the remaining turf lost to the various gangs, until finally the two Johnson brothers went together to confront Big Smoke at his crack palace, to put an end to all the chaos that started with the death of their mother. While the initial plan was for the brothers to rush the building together, Carl ultimately asked Sweet to let him handle Smoke on his own.
For Grove Street, baby.
Yeah, for the Grove, baby.
Hey, if you need me, you know I'll be.
For sure. You always been there for me, man.
With furious determination, Carl would push his way through the crack palace until he finally reached Big Smoke, near the top of the loft.
Hey, Smoke!
Hey, CJ, I was wondering when you would show up.
How'd you know it was me?
Knew it was my old dog, CJ. Knew you was coming and I don't give a shit.
I'm here to take care of your fat ass. Then I'ma take care of your friends in the police department. Where they at?
Man, fuck this shit. Man, that's some good shit.
Man, you and Tenpenny.
Man, fuck Tenpenny, and fuck his Polish lapdog, and fuck the police, man. Oh, that's old shit. Look at you, you got the whole world. I ain't got no regrets, man.
Smoke, you had...
I made it, CJ. I'm a success. I can't be touched. I don't give a fuck. Fuck the whole world.
What happened to you, man?
Man, what the fuck do you care? I guess we better do this shit then.
A shootout would ensue, ending in the death of Melvin Harris.
Hey, Smoke, what made you flip out like that, man? Was it the drugs or what?
I got caught up in the money, the power. I don't give a shit. Oh, fuck, man.
Why you just didn't quit, man? We was like family, homie.
I had no choice. I had to do it. I just see the opportunity of when I'm gone, everyone gonna remember my name. Big Smoke.
Damn, man. What a waste.
Carl Johnson, my man. I need you to do me another favor. You killed Pulaski, now this fat fuck? There's no stopping you. Drop the gun.
You ain't leaving here alive, man.
Where's your brother at, huh?
Why you just didn't shoot me in the back? Feeling exposed, huh?
Shut your dumb ass up and load the bag. Come on, let's go. I ain't got time to fuck with you.
So what it's like, Tenpenny, huh? All alone? Nobody got your back? Suck, huh?
Why you think I'm alone? I got a couple of rookies outside. But I gotta open their eyes slowly, you know. Little truth here, little truth there. All right, fuck it, that's enough. Chuck it over. I got a fire truck to catch.
You crazy, man. Lost. You gone.
Half the city's looking for cops to kill, Carl. And I ain't about to get dragged out of a patrol car and get beat to death by some angry mob. No, not tonight.
What you catching? A plane?
Ding, 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 ding! Good answer, Carl! You know, you're gonna thank me one day for opening your fucking eyes. Oh, I almost forgot, Carl. Time to die.
Sweet!
What? Mother... It ain't over, Carl. It ain't over. Carl, you motherfucking piece of shit gang-banging cocksucker!
Carl would pursue Tenpenny down the loft before the fleeing officer commandeered a fire truck and continued his escape. Watching events unfold from the ground, Sweet would chase after Tenpenny by grabbing the ladder of his escaping fire truck, though eventually he would end up in the speeding Feltzer being driven by CJ in pursuit, with the aid of some expert driving. After a long chase weaving through the chaotic streets of a rioting Los Santos, CJ and Sweet would run Tenpenny's fire truck right off a bridge near Ganton and fatally wound the officer.
Come on, assholes! I'll take you all! You're mine! Mine! I run this town! Hey! Over here! Hey! Officer down, come on! Hey! Assholes! You never understood what I did. 50 of me, and this town would be okay. I took the trash out. I did. And I'd do it all again.
Frank Tenpenny was finally dead.
Don't do it, man. He's gone.
I just want to be sure it's over, man. That's all.
It's cool. Don't need to put a bullet in him. He killed himself in a traffic accident. No one to blame. Let's roll.
I mean, far out, man. You know, I mean, you beat the system. I tried for 30 years to cross over, but you managed it, man. I mean, man, you're an icon, man.
Oh, thanks, man.
I'm just glad it's finally over.
What's up with Smoke?
You know what's up with Smoke. He always saw things a little different than us.
Smoke? Smoke was always on his own, always out for self.
That is the surest path to hell, man. Well, without our 15 microdots and an ounce of mescaline.
Let's go get something to eat.
Sounds good to me.
See you around, officer.
Following the riots, CJ would hold a celebration for Mad Dog's first gold record at the Johnson house. Sweet remained insistent that the priority now that Smoke and Tenpenny were gone needed to be the Grove, while Kendall argued it was Carl's growing business assets.
Carl, where are you off to now?
Finna hit the block. See what's happening.
CJ is no angel. He is a determined and effective killing machine. However, it is often easier to empathize with his actions, due to Carl mostly picking targets who are either violent criminals themselves or in some way corrupted by the same systems he was corrupted by. Carl's childhood was tumultuous, and the burden of his older brother pressuring him into the gangster lifestyle additionally makes understanding Johnson's actions easier than our previous subjects. Johnson was raised up along with his fellow Grove Street brothers during the height of gang activity in San Andreas, within the cycle of violence in Los Santos, and present on a larger scale across the entire state. As a result, early on, Carl doggedly clung to the gangster mentality and the code of the streets, but slowly broke out of this mindset after the revelation that his former friend's Big Smoke and Ryder had been playing him since at least his return home. CJ's naivete has caused some to question his overall intelligence, such as the truth, but it is more likely Carl's innate tendency towards loyalty that enables this behavior, as he has been shown on numerous occasions to be more than capable of complex scheming and long-term planning. While he started as a fairly typical hood thug, CJ slowly became a successful business owner, entrepreneur, stakeholder, and manager of a successful music artist, showing his natural aptitude for ambitious endeavors, once the running man puts his mind to something. Despite these elements that make Johnson far more empathetic than the average GTAB subject, let us not forget that like all the people we will examine, he is plenty capable of incredibly violent and horrifying acts, such as the murder of Mad Dog's manager, the rampage he went on following a group of construction workers harassing his sister, or even, as some have speculated, the murder of Millie Perkins, who mysteriously disappeared around the same time she was dating Johnson. Carl Johnson is an African-American man of average height and a slim build circa 1992, though it's implied by Melvin Harris that CJ was once much physically larger. He is a man of many outfits. On the East Coast, CJ was known to prefer wearing hoodies, while in San Andreas, his typical getup was a very simple white tank top and jeans, plus a black pair of tennis shoes, though Johnson was known to dress more lavishly the more wealthy he became. While the previous two men featured on this program could easily be considered absolute psychopaths to the core with only the faintest traces of humanity, tonight's subject is perhaps a bit different. While it is inarguable that Carl Johnson is responsible for the death of countless people, and we will get to that, his targets in many cases are far less often innocents by the standards of typical criminals. All of this being said, let's take a look at the final tallies for the King of San Andreas. The theft of numerous vehicles in Liberty City. Working for Joey Leone, if we assume Johnson stole about 1 car a week for Leone, that's 52 cars stolen a year for 5 years, totaling potentially 260 counts of Grand Theft Auto. The possible murder of a cashier at the Pizza Stack restaurant in Idlewood. Graffiti all across the city of Los Santos, with some reports as high as 100 Grove Street tags done by Johnson alone. The murder of a crack dealer on the edge of Ganton, and the shootout at a crack den in Idlewood. A drive-by shooting against the Ballas. Drive-by shooting against the Ballas in East Los Santos. The murder of several Vagos members. A shootout against the Seville families in Playa del Seville. Taking part in an illegal lowrider street race. The burglary of Colonel Furberger's home for guns. The theft of a van and its stereo. The infiltration of rapper Mad Dog's mansion and theft of his rhyme book along with the murders of his bodyguards. The murder of Alan Crawford along with his girlfriend. The shootout against the Ballas in Ganton. The destruction of a house in East Los Santos. The murders of a dealer and warehouse workers. The shootout in Glen Park. The shootout at the Vinewood Cemetery, the murder of a Vagos member, the drive-by shooting against Vagos members while chasing a train, the shootout against Russians in downtown, and the chase across part of Los Santos, the shootout against the LSPD and SWAT in a motel in Jefferson, and a police chase through East Los Santos, the shootout against the Ballas under the Mullihan intersection, the murder of an informant and multiple FBI agents, the robbery of a liquor store in Blueberry, the robbery of a betting shop in Montgomery, the robbery of a gas station in Delamore, the robbery of a bank in Palomino Creek, participating in illegal street racing competitions in the countryside, the destruction of a police helicopter along with the murder of the pilot, the framing of a district attorney in San Fierro, the shootout on top of Zero's RC building using a minigun, the murders of multiple delivery employees and the destruction of delivery vans via a remote-controlled model plane, the destruction of a construction site firm and the death of a foreman, the murders of a pimp, a couple of punters, a prostitute, a preacher, and his protection, the chase and murders of multiple bikers throughout San Fierro, the shootout and drive-by shooting chase against the Da Nang boys, the drive-by shooting and shootout at the airport in San Fierro, the murder of numerous gang members to protect a supply van, a drive-by shooting against the Da Nang boys, the infiltration of a Da Nang boy freighter and the murders of multiple members, the attack of a Da Nang boy freighter and the shootout and murders of many members, and the Snakehead, the assassination of a reporter and a journalist on the Santa Maria Pier, the murders of Jizzy B and his bodyguards, the attack and shootout against the Ballas and Loco Syndicate, and the murders of members T-Bone Mendez and Ryder, the destruction of a helicopter along with the murders of multiple bodyguards, the destruction of a crack factory and the murders of multiple crack factory guards, theft of a tanker and a gas tank trailer, theft of a vehicle from a woman, the theft of 2 cars from Otto's car showroom, the theft of a vehicle from the docks in Easter Basin, the theft of a vehicle from another woman, the destruction of multiple agent helicopters, the destruction of a cargo plane over the countryside in Las Venturas, the infiltration attack of Area 69, the theft of a military jetpack, and the murders of many Area 69 military soldiers and the employees, the theft of an item and the murders of several soldiers, the kidnapping and cause of Johnny Sindaco's shock-induced coma, the infiltration of a quarry, the theft of sticks of dynamite, and murders of quarry workers, starting a fire at the city planning building, the theft of plans, and the murders of the building's security guards and multiple police officers, the infiltration of the Sherman Dam and murders of multiple security guards and a couple of engineers, planting explosive charges at the Sherman Dam, the theft of 4 police bikes, the theft of a Sky Crane helicopter, security van, the infiltration of a military compound, and murders of multiple soldiers, the destruction of a plastics factory and the shootout against the Sindaco family guards, the ramming of several ambulances, the drive-by shootouts against the Forelli family guards and the murders of Forelli guards, the shootout against the Sindaco family at the meat factory in Las Venturas, the shootout against agents, the theft of a dossier, and the murders of multiple more agents, the chase across part of the country and the murder of Officer Eddie Pulaski, the theft of a plane and the murders of the Forelli family members, the shootout against the Forelli family and the murders of the Forellis in Liberty City, the robbery of Caligula's casino and the murders of multiple guards, the shootout against the Vagos in Mad Dog's mansion, and the chase and murder of Big Papa, the theft of a military jet and destruction of other military jets and spy ships, the gang war shootout against the Ballas in Ganton, the gang war shootout against the Ballas in Glen Park, the chase against OG Loke across part of Los Santos, the gang war shootouts against the Ballas in the Idlewood neighborhoods, the gang war shootouts against the Vagos near El Corona, the theft of a SWAT tank, the attack of a crack palace in East Los Santos, the shootout against many gangs, and the murder of Big Smoke. The chase and indirect murder of Frank Tenpenny. So, what conclusions do the numbers bear out? Well, while on the surface, Carl has clearly shown more humanity than previous subjects on this series, the data reveals that Johnson's death toll is by far the highest. Granted, many more of these deaths than usual can be attributed to equally hostile gang members looking to kill CJ himself, but I'll allow you to decide what makes the mark of a man. In the end, if all of CJ's murders are added up, our team estimates a total of 550 murders committed by Johnson between 1987 and 1992 alone. And this is barely accounting for the numbers during the 92 riots while the Grove Street families retook the streets. It's possible during that period that CJ killed nearly 70 or 80 more members of the Ballas and Vagos across the city. However, numbers vary greatly depending on who was asked. It's hard to escape a criminal past, and it's even harder when we're indoctrinated into that life by those around us. Sometimes it's even our best friends who bring us into the fold. This is the case with our next subject, as we return to the cold, narrow streets of Liberty City in the mystical year 2000. Innocence, lust, and revenge. We'll take a look at the story of life on the streets of one of America's most dangerous cities, ironically bearing a name of freedom, and see how one gutsy, naive youth managed to survive in the asphalt jungle. We will examine a low-level crook who sought to escape the toxic city that made him a man of the underworld. A young man who would prove himself to some of the most notorious criminals in Liberty City and eventually outsmart them all. Mike. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by
The Liberty Tree, promoting family values for over 50 years.
The Red Light District, Liberty City. A den of America's vices, and a place many of the city's most dangerous criminals have also called home, including the subject of tonight's episode. Young Mike, last name unknown, was likely born at Sweeney General Hospital in Portland, to Caucasian parents whose identities are also unknown. What is known is that Mike took to crime at a very young age, and at some point was taken in by mafia man Vinnie, last name also unknown, with whom Mike would begin a business relationship, and by proxy, attain a respectable standing with the Liberty City mobs. Mike and Vinnie would work together for many years, performing various jobs for their employers, who Vinnie kept a safe distance away from Mike, always keeping his partner in the shadows about their work. Having grown up in the city of opportunity, Mike failed to see how such a place got that reputation to begin with, and from a young age, sought to escape the cold concrete apartment blocks. By the year 2000, Mike and Vinnie amassed enough savings to do just that, and buy new lives in a new place. But, at Vinnie's insistence, Mike was to complete just a few more jobs for the Mafia, before they finally cut ties completely and made their getaway. As is often the case with these stories, that wouldn't be how things played out. It isn't clear which of the Liberty City Mafia families Vinnie and Mike worked for. Records are sparse, and without word from the man himself, we can only speculate. For many decades, the city's Portland district has been carved up by the Leone, Sindaco, and Forelli families. However, by 1998, the Leone family had emerged as the dominant mob on the island, so it's likely that they were Vinnie's true employers. Though once again, we can't be certain.
This is our big chance, Mike. We've almost got enough money to leave Liberty City for good. I'm tired of playing errand boy. We need to strike off on our own and lead a good life.
I've got your back, Vinnie. You got me off the streets and back on my feet.
I knew I could count on you. We don't owe nobody nothing, and the police aren't on to us. It's time to make a new start.
What we do know is that in preparation for their big escape, Vinnie first had Mike steal a getaway car for the two. A Bravado Banshee, a particularly fast and slick sports car. Immediately afterwards, Vinnie sent Mike on a mafia errand, collecting dues in Trenton, claiming the job was to pay back the mob for the help they would provide them in leaving town, and telling him not to ask so many questions. Loyal to a fault, Mike would keep quiet, even on the next mob errand to dish out punishment to the Trenton thugs he'd stirred up not hours prior. In between work for Vinnie's employers, Vinnie would also have Mike acquire fake IDs for the pair to facilitate their escape, and with them, the two would finally be ready to pack up and make a break for the city limits. However, when Mike arrived at the pair's safe house in the red light district, Vinnie was nowhere to be found.
I'm here on time. Where the hell is Vinnie?
Change of plans, Mike. Grab the getaway car from the hideout and meet me over in Callahan Point.
But Mike, unlike every other criminal who had dealings with Vinnie, still trusted his friend and partner, making his way promptly to Callahan Point as instructed. It was here Mike's world was turned completely upside down.
Oh my God! Vinnie! No!
Just as Mike was arriving at popular Callahan Point diner Greasy Joe's, he would witness an enormous explosion before he could even catch a glimpse of his friend's face in the vehicle, which had burst into flames. With Vinnie apparently killed in the hit, and the cops tipped off by an unknown source, Mike would flee the crime scene and evade the police until he was contacted by an associate of Vinnie's whom Mike had had dealings with, an explosives expert known as 8-Ball. 8-Ball had a soft spot for the young Mike, who he'd seen working for Vinnie numerous times, and agreed to help him track down Vinnie's murderers in exchange for help with some small errands of his own. Whilst 8-Ball wouldn't be able to find the killer for Mike outright, he would eventually point him in the direction of Vinnie's old friend, the bartender, Jonnie.
Shit, not the homecoming party I wanted. Let's get the hell out of here. Nice job, you lost him. Take me back to the bar. Thanks. Come back later once I got a handle on things.
Now working for Jonnie under a similar agreement to the one he made with 8-Ball, Mike would continue playing handyman and cleaner for Jonnie, hunting down those with debts to the bartender, serving as his girlfriend's one-time bodyguard, helping him to destroy a rival startup bar called the Diamond Sky across the street from his own establishment, and even successfully halting a restaurant smoking ban bill by roughing up the senator who'd proposed it in the middle of the street in broad daylight. However, the pattern of tragedy and mystery didn't end with Mike witnessing Vinnie die. After working for Jonnie for a brief time, the bartender revealed that he, like Vinnie, was in debt to some of Liberty's less than savory individuals. Most notably, the leader of the Uptown Yardies based on Staunton Island, King Courtney.
This is it, Mike. I got a lot of heat on me for people I'm in debt to. I need to drum up some money fast. This guy Freddy, he's been playing me for a fool with marked cards. Make an example of him. bring back his loot.
Tell me more about who's on to you and what this is about.
Let's just say I owe King Courtney over on Staunton Island several grand for party favors. His yardies have been hounding me recently.
During a job to help Johnny scrounge together enough cash to pay Courtney back, Mike would return to the bar and find Johnny completely massacred. Arriving just moments after the shooter, Mike would hear the presumed killer's vehicle peel away and attempt to pursue it all the way to Staunton Island. Staunton Island is considered by many to be the heart of Liberty City. Its bustling shopping districts, scenic parks, and towering office blocks serve as the idealized urban American landscape. Under the hood, however, Staunton is just as brutally dominated by crime, violence, and gang warfare as any other part of the city, perhaps even more so. It is thought that it was here, at the docks of eastern Staunton, that Mike caught up with and confronted the Yardies, coming face to face with King Courtney himself.
Tell me why I don't just shoot you now. You're the guy who took out a friend of mine, the bartender. I tracked you here all the way from fucking Portland.
Easy, man. Don't go spreading accusations at King Courtney when you don't know the deal. Yes, it was my men who went to the bartender's spot to collect some money owed to me, but they are no murderers. When they got there, they found the man dead and came back here. Rest easy, man, and tell me who you are.
The name's Mike. Now tell me more so I can believe you.
I want to find the bastards as much as you do. Whatever money the bartender had was stolen. That's my money and I want it back. Do some favors for me and I'll help you track down the murderer. I have a prime opportunity for you. My normal driver had a bullet hole in his head just before the most important race of the season. Man, it's against Yakuza. The driver's a bit crazy and might try to ram you. The race happens on the walk to work day, so there won't be much traffic around. If you do well, we'll shut down the city and let you drive a real Formula 1 racing car.
Formula 1 race. Not what I expected. But hey, maybe I'll get one of those babes to sit on my hood afterwards.
Recruited once again into working for someone who claimed they would look into Vinnie's murder, Mike would begin doing jobs for the Yardies, mostly related to their dispute with the Colombian cartel, at the time led by a man named Cisco. He would participate in a race for the Yardies against the Yakuza and win, steal cans of Colombian coffee off couriers moving through the city, ambush a meeting between the cartel's lieutenants, and finally confront Cisco himself at a restaurant in Belleville Park.
Okay, loco. That King Courtney speaks nothing but lies. What the hell would I want with this bartender or partner of yours?
My partner Vinnie had a lot of money on him. That would make him a valuable target. Besides, I heard you've been connected to a lot of bombings lately.
Your ignorance is as obvious as your foul stench. I would have no involvement with such petty criminals, especially if they are as raggedly dressed as yourself.
Cut the crap and stick to the subject. Tell me who might be involved.
Amigo, there are two gangs that would deal in this matter, the Yardies and the Yakuza. But first, let me tend to my wounds and change to my evening clothes, before dealing in more pleasantries with you. Follow me to my place.
Learning from Cisco that the Yardies were simply using him, Mike would once again swap employers, and begin helping Cisco by distributing his specialized shoes made for drug smuggling, destroying a factory that manufactured surveillance equipment, and eventually kidnapping the niece of Yakuza boss Asuka Kasen, Yuka, something Mike would undo almost immediately when he began working for the Yakuza at Asuka's request. Through Mike's kind treatment of Yuka during her kidnapping, and his subsequent change of heart, he would manage to keep the secret of his involvement from Asuka while working for her and enlisting her aid in finding the bomber. Mike would perform numerous jobs for Asuka, including beating up a star quarterback to ensure Yakuza winnings, intimidating couriers into delivering their supplies to Asuka, and killing a pimp who'd been stealing Yakuza prostitutes before Asuka finally revealed to Mike the information she'd obtained.
Mike-san, I have the information you've been waiting for. It's about the bomber who had dealings with your partner, Vinnie. There is, however, one thing you must do before I give you this information. There's a pimp in town who's been stalking my working girls and causing havoc on my hostess business. Take him out and then report back here for the information promised.
All this trouble over one pimp? Why don't you just send one of your regular goons? And what the hell is a snack bar?
This guy's no pushover. and my people are having to deal mostly with the gang war between the Mafia and us. In Japan, snack bars are hostess clubs where you can go in to get a quick nibble and sing karaoke.
Still don't see what snacks, girls, and karaoke have to do with each other, but whatever. Alright, I'll do this, but it's the last job I do for you, Asuka. After this, I'm going my own way.
With Asuka's information, Mike would travel to Torrington to go looking for the killer, only to find him dead in his own apartment, and a note about an exchange in Wichita Gardens. Once again, a moment too late, Mike would rush towards Shoreside Vale, desperately hoping for answers. On his way to the exchange, Mike would be contacted on his pager by none other than Cisco, oblivious to Mike's undermining him with Yuka's safe return, and prepared to aid Mike in his hunt for the truth. Cisco informed the stubborn youth that the exchange was an ambush, and pleaded for Mike to instead meet him at his private jet, sitting in Francis International Airport. Cisco would reveal to Mike that the bomber had been a man in his employ, and that he was as angry over his death as Mike was over Vinnie's. Cisco would claim that the true killer remained at large, and vowed to help Mike in locating him, but only after performing one last job for Cisco to help him prepare to flee Liberty City. Mike would return to the jet after completing the job to find a familiar scene, his friend and employer dead, and a vehicle speeding off from the scene.
Poor Cisco. You just wanted to sell your drugs in peace and retire with millions in the bank. So much for keeping your carpet clean, my friend. 8-Ball told me not to go vigilante on the world, but now I'm taking the gloves off. Anybody and everybody that gets in my way is going down. Damn, that car is getting away. I'd better track it down. Whoever's behind this has a lot to answer for.
But this time, Mike was prepared, and managed to make chase and run the killer's vehicle right off the road, finally revealing the truth.
Vinnie? I don't believe my eyes. I saw you blow up in your car. Mike, I've told you before. Don't believe everything you see. I'm impressed with you. I wish I didn't have to see you up close one last time. Tell me why, Vinnie. Why did you betray me? I would have done anything for you. I was in the game too long, Mike. Any morals I had died a long time ago. You're just a dumb, gullible kid. I didn't want to share the money with you. Plain and simple. Goodbye, Mike. Mike, let's talk about this. I'll split the money with you, please. You know you don't have the heart to take me out. That's where you're wrong, Vinnie. I'm not that kid you remember me as. I've had to do so many despicable things trying to track down your killer that I've become like you, Vinnie. Like you. Mike, don't do this. You take me out, and every two-bit thug with an eye for quick cash will come after you. You think you can get away with my money? You'll be dead before you reach the city limits. I'll take your money and your life now, scum. You're nothing to me. Goodbye, Vinnie. He's dead. The only friend I thought I could count on in this godforsaken city. You betrayed me, Vinnie, and I will never forgive you for that.
With Vinnie dead, he also became a prophet when, just as he'd warned Mike, nearly every gang in the city began to descend on the young criminal, whose options were now vanishingly small. Mike would devise a ruthless plan to one-man army his way to safety by first eliminating all of his enemies, and then fleeing the country altogether with Cisco's jet at the airport. Mike would meet up once again with one of his few remaining friends, 8-Ball, but the meeting quickly turned into an ambush by the cartel, who thought Mike responsible for Cisco's death. During the fighting, 8-Ball's hands were badly damaged by a fire, and he was later arrested after Mike fled the scene to pursue the new cartel boss responsible for the attack. After running the boss off the road and threatening his life, Mike would learn that the Yardies were the ones who really wanted him dead, King Courtney in particular, and so Mike would begin planning the takedown of his final rival before making an attempt at escape.
Mike's son, it's good to see you. You've made quite a few enemies since last we met, and there's one in particular I'd like to help you with. King Courtney is pushing his gang into my area and I want him eliminated. I'm prepared to assist you.
I need to know where King Courtney's hiding out, and how many men he has.
He's in a walled compound northwest of here off the highway. A frontal assault would be suicide, but my sources say there be another way in. I'll send a few men to assist you in the assault.
You're not doing this because you love me, are you?
My dear Mike-san, what happens between the sheets and in the real world are two different matters. In both cases, you are a means to an end. Goodbye, Mike-san.
Life's been no bed of roses for me, but I thought we had something special. I was just a fool, though. This really is goodbye. Sayonara, Asuka.
With the aid of the Yakuza, Mike would storm Courtney's compound, and an enormous firefight would ensue. Mike would come just shy of killing King Courtney before the LCPD and National Guard began raiding the building, forcing both men to flee.
It's time, man. Prepare to meet your maker.
I'm putting you down for good.
Stay, Mike, stay! I am all stressed out and there's no fight left in me. You are the victor, man.
Damn, it's finally over. I can get out of this city with the money I have left and never look back. There's nothing but bitter memories here now. Think of something quick. The cops are closing in. I can't make it out of the city by the highways. The cops have roadblocks up. There's only one chance I have, and that's to make it to the airport and take Cisco's plane. Damn, I wish I had a tank to get through the resistance I've got coming for me.
Hijacking an Army Rhino tank, Mike would make an aggressive push through the city, all the way to Francis International, where he boarded Cisco's jet and somehow managed to fly out of the city without being shot down by the military. It's speculated that Mike eventually settled in Colombia of all places, living a comfortable life with the money he'd earned, finding his freedom in Liberty City.
Hell yeah! There's no stopping me now. Liberty City? Goodbye and good riddance. I've learned lessons and rubbed shoulders with the worst elements. King Courtney, Vinnie, and even Asuka. I'm gonna miss Jonnie the bartender and Cisco. I can't help but think I could have done more for 8-Ball. Cisco, this drink is for you. Perhaps I will settle down in your beloved Colombia. To the rest, to hell with you. And here's to never looking back.
Mike is among the youngest, most naive criminals we may examine on this show. While his exact age during the events described tonight are unknown, it is thought he was somewhere in his very early 20s, possibly even very late teens when he witnessed Vinnie's supposed death and began his crusade of vengeance. Mike grew up on the streets of Liberty and had nothing to his name until Vinnie picked him up and taught him to be a criminal. This created a fierce loyalty in Mike, loyalty to a fault, which would make Mike incredibly gullible to anybody who employed him. Mike would take any work from anybody, and usually without question, though when children are involved, he's been known to become violently defensive, despite participating in a kidnapping himself. Mike's warped sense of morality is likely a result of his nearly being raised by Vinnie, a deceitful and overall hateful man. Despite Vinnie's influence, however, Mike would go on to find his own motivations through his search for the truth about his mentor's death. Mike is a Caucasian male, assumed by this program to be in his early 20s. He has short black hair and most often wears a shabby outfit made up of a light gray jacket, white t-shirt, green pants, and brown shoes. Despite his often ruthless demeanor, Mike has without a doubt the lowest death toll of any individual we have yet examined on this program. That being said, compared to you or I, he is still an absolute madman, responsible for numerous people's departing of this earth forever. Let's take a look at this determined young killer's own crimes, and you can decide for yourself how he stacks up against previous subjects on this show. If you haven't yet seen our other episodes, you can find a link to the playlist in the description down below. Now, let's have a look. Killing Federico. Stealing a Banshee. Delivering 3 briefcases full of money to the Mafia. Killing 3 criminals. Collecting fake IDs from 8-Ball. stealing Vinnie's car with his corpse for 8-Ball, driving 3 of 8-Ball's prostitutes, delivering 8-Ball's explosives to his customer, killing some of Scarelli's men and stealing his car for 8-Ball, killing the men threatening Jonnie, killing 4 criminals for not paying their debts to Jonnie, collecting 5 mysterious and possibly illegal ingredients for Johnny's brew, using a car rigged with a bomb to destroy the Diamond Sky bar, stealing a rocket launcher and killing the smugglers guarding it, beating a senator trying to ban smoking in bars, collecting Freddy's debt to Jonnie, taking part in an illegal street race on Portland, taking part in an illegal street race on Staunton Island, taking part in an illegal street race on Shoreside Vale, collecting several cans of coffee from the Colombian cartel for King Courtney, ambushing a meeting between 2 cartel lieutenants and killing them, assaulting Cisco, delivering Cisco's shoes designed to hide drugs from metal detectors to his shops, the destruction of a surveillance equipment factory, kidnapping Yuka for Cisco, killing several members of the Colombian cartel in order to rescue Yuka, torching a casino, killing a corrupt police officer, assaulting a Vice City Mamba's quarterback and injuring him with a baseball bat, assaulting Biff Rock, killing his guards, and stealing his shoes for Asuka Kasen, convincing 3 truck drivers to deliver their supplies to Asuka by beating one of them, threatening another, and killing the last, kidnapping mafia members for Asuka's sex slave operation, killing a pimp and his bodyguards, and escaping from the mafia and the LCPD, killing Zox and his men, chasing and killing Vinnie and his guards, killing numerous Colombian cartel members that ambush him and 8-Ball, damaging the new cartel boss's car, and beating him for information on who else is after him, killing 10 Yardies, assaulting King Courtney's warehouse and killing all his guards, escaping from the LCPD by fleeing Liberty City aboard Cisco's private jet. As we said, comparatively the numbers are quite low, but to the average American citizen, Mike, like all subjects on Grand Theft Auto Biographies, is a born killer, and even he managed to accrue a body count totaling over 100 people. A truly staggering thing to imagine for you and I, but not for the country's most hardened criminals.
It was never confirmed exactly who Mike and Vinnie had worked for back in Portland, but you hardly need to go back very far to get a good idea of the most likely candidates. Just 2 years prior to Mike fleeing Liberty forever, a single Italian meathead would help establish the Leone crime family as the single most powerful mob outfit in the city's history, and change the very shape of her silhouette indefinitely.
Mothers, murder, and the mafia. Tonight we will examine the criminal career of one of Liberty City's most accomplished wise guys. We will get a glimpse at the city during the height of mafia violence, and some of the degenerate lowlifes responsible for carving up this once beautiful urban American settlement into a nice big homemade Italian pie. In this quintessential American tale, we will examine a man who near single-handedly kept his organization afloat using any means necessary, and had a significant hand in shaping the landscape of organized crime that remains in Liberty City to this day, Toni Cipriani. This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by
Head Radio. Music that our demographic research says will put you in the mood
to buy things.
St. Mark's, Liberty City. The model for Little Italy districts across the country. Sloped terraces, fine dining, and the ever-present loom of organized crime. This is where the story of tonight's subject begins, and possibly ends. In many ways, similar to another mafioso we've covered on this series, the life of Toni Cipriani is a traditionally American one. The son of second-generation Italian immigrants, Cipriani was born and raised in St. Mark's by his overbearing Italian mother and gangster father, likely sometime in the early 60s. That gangster lifestyle wouldn't take long to catch up to the Cipriani patriarch, however, as he was killed by warring triad gang members when Toni was still fairly young. Perhaps initially interested in seeking revenge, or motivated by a desire to impress his unpleasable mother, Toni would follow in his old man's footsteps, and soon after, take up a life of organized crime, working with the Leone family. The details of Tony's early years in the mob are sparse, but things become clearer by 1994, when Tony leaves Liberty to lie low after carrying out a dangerous hit on a made man for the Leones. It isn't clear where exactly Cipriani fled to, but 4 years later, he returned to a now calmer Portland, under orders from Don Salvatore himself. Though he'd performed a service that Salvatore considered invaluable, Tony's long absence forced the Don to strip Cipriani of his rank to allow for an uninterrupted flow of cash into the family. During this time, an up-and-coming wise guy named Vincenzo Lucky Chile had risen to the position of Salvatore's right-hand man, a job that Tony had been vying for before his forced departure. And the relationship would only become further poisoned with Vincenzo taking every opportunity to exercise authority over the otherwise senior soldier.
I got you a nice little place to stay, Tony. It's got you written all over it. We'll head there first.
You're all heart.
Insulted but still loyal, Tony would briefly work under Vinnie as a low-level goon once again, until Lucky's jealousy got the better of him. Vincenzo would send Cipriani to pick up a vehicle for him, only unbeknownst to Tony, the car was being watched by the LCPD. Through sheer dumb luck or expert driving, Tony would escape from the authorities and take his boss's Banshee to the car crusher in Harwood to send a message that he would no longer be pushed around.
Well, look, I was making scores while you were looking up girls' skirts. Have your bitch job back, boss. I quit.
Tony, you're making a big...
JD, you little sicko, get the fuck out of here before I come in here and break your legs.
While feuding with Vincenzo, Tony would also begin working with Sindaco family turncoat Joseph Daniel J.D. O'Toole, who ran the Sindaco-controlled club Polly's Review Bar in Portland's red light district. A deviant who was already in debt to Tony, J.D. would express interest in changing families, citing dissatisfaction with Sindaco leadership, something the Leones were all too happy to oblige him in, at least as long as he remained useful. Tony would work with O'Toole to sabotage the Sindaco family operations in Portland and protect Leone assets, defending a Leone-owned casino in St. Mark's from an attempted bombing, and retaliating by personally destroying Sindaco club The Doll's House. All while dealing with Salvatore's kleptomaniac wife Maria Latour, who was developing an obsession with her husband's new muscle, and Tony's own psychotic mother, perpetually unimpressed with her son's position in the family.
Casa might be a bit funny, but it takes guts to snub a Cipriani.
Maria would eventually cut ties with Tony once she learned of his dire financial straits, and Tony's mother would call a hit out on her own son, shamed by what she perceived as his lack of motivation to move up in his organization.
I've called a hit on you. It's really the only way, Antonio.
What? Ma?
You were always a disobedient fool.
Despite attempting to prove to his mother his worthiness, going as far as to butcher a man she considered more impressive than him that Tony caught wearing an adult diaper in the woods near Callahan Point, nothing would prove to be enough for Ma Cipriani.
Is this how you spend your time? Sneaking around in the woods, taking pictures of men? What is wrong with you, Antonio? You shame me.
Tony would survive the initial wave of Hitman and be forced to watch his back going forward, whilst continuing to try and regain his reputation to prove his mother wrong.
Your mother is a lucky woman. So I hear.
If dealing with a developing mob war wasn't enough, Tony would also be responsible for sorting out a dispute at the Portland docks, when ferry union boss Jane Hopper initiated a strike and halted all traffic in and out of the port. Tony would first attempt direct bribery on Hopper, but when it failed, he instead bribed the ferry workers themselves by providing them with prostitutes. Cipriani would ultimately end the strike after intimidating the other union bosses and bullying Hopper into submission. He would presumably kill and impersonate her chauffeur and use a lengthy and dangerous joyride through Harwood to finally put an end to her interference in Leone affairs. Tony would soon after participate in an on-foot deal with the Colombian cartel, where he nearly killed future underboss Miguel after the meeting was ambushed by the FBI and LCPD. Meanwhile, tensions on disputed territory between the Leones and Sindacos continued to escalate. Salvatore is nearly crushed to death after being kidnapped at Polly's Review Bar under orders from the invisible Don Polly Sindaco himself, and narrowly rescued by Tony. In retaliation, Tony and Salvatore personally ignited open street warfare with the Sindaco soldiers in the red light district. It was during this time Tony was first made aware of a new potential foe by JD, the Sicilian Mafia. Tony would learn from JD that a high-ranking Sicilian named Massimo Torini was flying into Liberty City intent on brokering a treaty between the three families. Ever distrustful, Salvatore would have Toni follow Torini's helicopter as he made several stops around the city, first with the Diablos of Hepburn Heights, and then the Triads of Chinatown, before Toni was spotted and Massimo fled. Following the bloodshed in Red Light, Leone's would take outright control of Polly's review bar, and with it no longer a source of information, it fell to Toni and rising soldier Mickey to deal with the former owner, now a liability.
Where's Salvatore? Toni, the first drink's on me.
Hey, the guy was a fucking rat. He screwed over his own boss. Disgraziad. Salvatore could never have trusted that motherfucker.
The club would soon after be given to made man Luigi Gottarelli and be renamed Luigi's Sex Club 7. With their territory in Red Light held, things seemed to be looking up for Toni temporarily, when, surprisingly, Toni was contacted again by Vincenzo Chile, seemingly interested in reconciliation for the sake of business. Either out of an intense naivete, or more likely, an obligation to their shared senior employer, Toni would make his way to the freighter in Atlantic Keys where Vinnie claimed to be waiting, and what happened next, our anonymous sources swear is true, no matter how unhinged it may seem.
Yeah! I'm gonna cut you up, little man!
Is that dumbass Gimp dead yet?
Hate to disappoint you, Vinnie. You son of a bitch! Why can't you just die already?
You should have never come back, Toni. I worked my fingers to the bone for Salvatore, and you just come wandering back to town, and he's all Toni this and Toni that. This is my town, Toni! My town! You ain't taking it away from me! I'm gonna enjoy this.
Not an easy man to kill, Toni would single-handedly fight off Vincenzo's goons, and then turn his attention to Lucky himself. Though it is the opinion of this reporter that Mr. Chile likely didn't feel all too lucky in those last moments. Not so lucky at all. To make matters even worse, not long after surviving the attack, Leone Turf would fall under attack once again, this time by Diablos of Hepburn Heights, likely spurred on and armed by the meddling Sicilians. The open violence would get so bad that Salvatore began to suspect the current mayor, Roger C. Hull, in the pocket of Don Franco Forelli, would pin the blame exclusively on the Leones. After an incident where Salvatore's paranoia leads him to nearly shoot Toni, the two would attempt to make their way to Staunton Island by the now open ferry routes, but be stopped by an LCPD blockade. His suspicions confirmed, Toni and Sal would flee the authorities and make a dangerous leap across the incomplete Callahan Bridge and escape to a Leone safe house in Newport.
Yeah, this is the place. I'm gonna take a look around, see what's what. I might see you here later.
Looking to turn the tide of pressure being applied to his organization, Salvatore would concoct a plan to establish a Leone-backed candidate, Donald Love, as the new mayor of Liberty, which first meant the old mayor had to go. Toni would personally carry out the task of assassinating Roger Hull whilst on his daily jog through Belleville Park, and with his death, finally earn the title of made man in the Leone crime family, and even earn the respect of his mother, who called off the hit she'd put on her son weeks earlier.
Hold on to me, what are you waiting for?
Toni, my boy, today's the day you're being made.
Oh, Salvatore, I missed the Leone. Our mom has been waiting for this day.
With a vacant seat in City Hall, a by-election would be triggered, and competing with Donald Love, despite his previous two election attempts failing, would be Miles O'Donovan. Toni would begin working with Love to swing the election in his favor, personally driving an election van and denouncing the policies of O'Donovan,
O'Donovan hates America!
Killing some of his campaigners, and burning down a Forelli-controlled warehouse filled with voting machines, which Donald suspected the Forellis intended to rig against them. Despite initial reservations, Donald would even have Toni outright steal uncounted votes from couriers in a last-ditch effort to win as the election swung further towards O'Donovan.
What was that you said about vote rigging?
Oh, shut up!
Desperate to know how the O'Donovan campaign learned of the Leone connection to love, Salvatore and Toni would interrogate the mayor's assistant and learn of the hovering influence the Sicilian mafia was exercising. The Sicilians had been watching the growing conflict like buzzards, prepared to strike when fighting ceased. They'd made deals with other gangs in the cities, including the Triads and Diablos, to stoke battles for mafia territory, further escalating the drain on each family already actively at war with each other. Whilst the Sicilians were claiming to back the Forellis in the conflict, the plan was to have the Sindaco Leone and Forelli families all fight each other to annihilation, allowing the Sicilians to move in and take control of the entire city. Confident Leones could themselves capitalize on the chaos of the war, but only if the fighting remained even, Salvatore would escalate tensions with the Forellis by having Toni remote control Polly Sindaco's car during a meeting between high-ranking members of the Sindaco and Forelli families. Toni would also silence a Forelli wise guy who learned the truth about the Sicilians' influence in order to maintain the ruse and continue reaping the benefits of a Sindaco-Forelli war. Seeking to inflame the situation, Toni would also begin working with corrupted LCPD detective Leon McCaffrey. McCaffrey would assist Toni in massacring Sindaco soldiers in a chase across town, slaughtering Forelli men with a katana in Belleville Park, and working with the uptown Yardies to kill more Forelli foot soldiers before defending them in turn from a Sindaco attack. During this time, perhaps guilty from his numerous crimes, Toni would also visit the church in downtown Staunton to confess his sins. His gullibility, accentuated by his faith, allowed Toni to perform various tasks for the man in the confessional, including stealing a report, stealing diamonds that had already been stolen once before, rampaging with a fire truck through the streets of Bedford Point, and killing 3 celebrities, DBP, Black Lightman, and Faith W. Upon successfully murdering the rising stars, the phony father would run out on Cipriani, who soon after learned the man's true identity was Ned Berner, LCN reporter, and that he'd simply been using Toni to write headlining stories about each of Toni's missions. To add insult to injury, it wasn't long after Cipriani's dealing with Berner when he received word from Donald Love about evidence linking him to the Leone crime family. Despite Toni's efforts in retrieving the evidence, it would prove to not be enough when reports on the connection pushed the vote squarely to O'Donovan's corner. Having dumped nearly all his finances into the campaign, the loss and resulting scandal would bankrupt Love, who put the blame directly on Cipriani's shoulders.
You got no more links to organized crime. You're whiter than white. You could be the Pope.
The Pope. Watch this.
Although no links can be proved between Donald Love and Liberty City's organized crime, it seems his friendship with mobsters, including Toni Cipriani, have counted heavily against him in voters' eyes. The past few hours have seen his popularity plummet. He is deemed, it seems, unfit for office.
Unfit? Because of you. Yeah, and it's all your fault.
My fault?
Oh, yeah.
My fault.
I can't believe the sacrifices I've made for this town. And do you know what my weakness has been the entire time? Humility. And now I'm ruined. Bankrupt. $20 million in the hole. Gone. Bankrupt. Done. Arrivederci. Bankrupt!
With O'Donovan in the mayor's seat, Salvatore would finally be arrested and taken to a jail in Shoreside Vale. Not prepared to give up, Salvatore would have Toni meet with him in jail, posing as his lawyer in order to continue planning their pushback against their enemies.
You got 5 minutes.
With the aid of the Southside Hoods, Toni would kill dozens of Forelli soldiers in Wichita Gardens, and soon after, catch and kill the head of the Sindaco family, Paulie Sindaco, as he was attempting to make his way back to Las Venturas.
You idiot! That's Toni Cipriani! Get him!
While their enemies were now weakened, the Leones remained in a very precarious situation, and to add to Salvatore's stress, rumors began circulating that the Yakuza intended to take advantage of the weakened families and take over all assets across the city.
I hear that the fucking Yakuza are gonna make a play to take over the city. Other than that, Everything is just peachy.
Toni would initially attempt to cripple the strengthening Yakuza by destroying their military hardware, but out of sheer luck, he was eventually contacted by the wife of the Yakuza boss, Toshiko Kasen.
This man I want you to destroy is my husband, Kazuki Kasen. Don't worry. For your services, you will be handsomely rewarded.
Toshiko, who had become increasingly estranged by her husband, Yakuza Wakagashira Kazuki Kasen, decided to contact and hire Cipriani to ruin and eventually kill her husband. Something Toni was all too happy to do, as it conveniently solved the Yakuza issue for the Leones. Toni would steal a Yakuza arms shipment, destroy couriers transporting Yakuza money, and even take Toshiko on a very public date to the opera to further humiliate Kazuki. Toni would ultimately confront Kazuki atop his casino, where he put the disgraced warrior down for good.
It is fitting that I kill you myself. You too, leave us. I am going to enjoy thrusting my sword into you.
Yeah, I heard that about you.
His obligation fulfilled, Toni would return to Toshiko only to witness her suicide, guilty for her betrayal of Kazuki.
I've been granted everything I asked for. Now, I just ask to be truly free. Goodbye, Toni-san.
Toni would also be contacted again by Donald Love, now living in abject poverty at the Flophouse in Pike Creek. Donald would propose an ambitious project of redeveloping the Forelli-controlled Fort Staunton area for the Panlantic Construction Company.
I know what you're thinking, Toni. How the mighty have fallen. But this is just a temporary blip, my man.
Okay.
Oh, don't be all touchy. I know I said some nasty things about this being your fault and all, but hubris is a nasty, nasty bedfellow. Almost as nasty as termites. And trust me, I've tried both recently. Wait. You and me are on our way back.
I never went away.
We're in this together, amigo.
No, we're not.
Please.
Please? Please? Forget about it, buddy. It's all your fault? Pathetic.
10%.
10% of what? This? Oh, you're too kind.
Not of this. Of something really big. Come. I'll tell you about it on the drive. I hope you have your car. Mine's in the, shop.
In order to pull off this move, Donald would get Toni's help in eliminating his ex-mentor, real estate mogul Avery Carrington, who had already secured the deal with Panlantic. After disposing of Carrington and obtaining the plans for Love, Toni would also be forced to find and kill Ned Burner, who'd witnessed Carrington's murder and taken photos. All too happy to pay Burner back for his previous deception, Toni would silence the sleazy reporter and then deliver both his and Carrington's bodies to Donald's personal aircraft. What he needed them for, we can only speculate.
Toni, I've been dying for this party, just like my guests.
With the Yakuza dealt with, and the Sundakos still reeling from the loss of their boss, Toni would contact Leone associate 8-Ball and pay for a series of explosives intended to decimate the Forelli presence in Liberty, and simultaneously free up the land needed for the Panlantic deal. Using the still under construction Porter Tunnel roads, Toni would strategically plant 8-Ball's explosives throughout the access tunnels under Fort Staunton, and with a single press of a button, level the entire district. With Salvatore's trial coming up, Toni would perform one last task for Love, defending him from the Colombian cartel, eager to siphon off Donald's funds in exchange for silence on his bloody buy-in to the company. Cipriani would safely deliver Donald to his personal hangar, where Love temporarily fled the city, with the bodies of Ned Burner and Avery Carrington still aboard. Following Love's departure, Toni would aid in defending Salvatore's convoy en route to the courthouse from attacking Sicilians, fearing Leone would be released. And rightfully so, as the Leone boss would be found not guilty and allowed to return to his home in St. Mark's after Toni successfully defended his convoy.
We cleaned it up with the Forellis, the Sindacos we sent into the fucking sea. Now I got the Sicilians on the phone wanting peace. We all want peace. but my piece, not their fucking piece. I'm the big man now. No chump from the old country's gonna tell me what to do.
Whilst the Sicilians would first attempt to broker a truce following Salvatore's release, Leone would refuse, wishing only to settle things on his terms. Toni and Salvatore would make their way to the mayor's office intent on discussing Salvatore's charges being dropped, but would arrive just barely too late.
Lousy bastards have taken him already.
The two would shoot their way through the Sicilian goons before witnessing Massimo Torini taking off in a speedboat with Mayor O'Donovan hostage. After a lengthy chase through the waterways of the city, the two would corner Torini at Portland Rock and rescue the mayor, before Toni personally shot down Torini's helicopter, finally putting an end to the conflict with the old country.
Torini, it figures. Give him up. The mayor is mine. This city is mine.
Salvatore, Sicily never wanted questo schifo di città. But when tributes dried up, what could we do? It was nothing personal.
Nothing personal? After what you put me through, I'm gonna tear your fucking heart out. Hey, Mr. Mayor, we just saved you from a bunch of crazed Sicilians.
Yeah, thanks.
And that means?
The city is grateful to you.
Ow! Try again.
That you work for me, right?
Oh yeah, that I work for you.
Good. Now don't call us, we'll call you. Get out of here, prick.
Thank you, Mr. Leone.
Toni, we did it. We run things now, you and me. We're a team, huh? Now I just need you to do one small thing for me. I got some problems that I've been dealing with.
Salvatore, Toni, and Mayor O'Donovan would all return to Leone's mansion, where Sal made it clear who was in charge going forward, before meeting with Salvatore's uncle of the Sicilian Mafia to confirm the peace forced by Leone victory.
Ah, Salvatore. All we really wanted was clarity.
Yes, Uncle, I appreciate that.
So, we are at peace now. You and the old country.
Of course, me and all my people.
Good, very good.
For the next 3 years, the Leone family would remain the dominant organized crime family under Salvatore's leadership. Toni would at some point be promoted to Salvatore's capo regime and become the second in command for the entire family, even above Sal's own son, Joey. During this time, Toni would spend most of his time at his mama's restaurant in St. Mark's, preferring to have soldiers take care of work for him after many decades of putting in his time as a grunt. Toni would briefly hire criminal handyman Claude after meeting him through Joey Leone, but be just as helpless as anyone else in preventing the outcome of Claude's involvement in the family. Sometime in 2001, while leaving Luigi's Sex Club 7, Salvatore would be gunned down by the Reaper Man, but it isn't clear what became of Toni's role in the family following the Don's death. Toni Cipriani is in many respects an archetype of Italian Americans many are all too familiar with. He is loyal to his friends and family, both blood and criminal, and willing to do just about anything asked of him by those who show him respect. He is easily irritated and won't hesitate to flip passerbys the bird, or mock those he slaughters for profit, and he can become very violent at a moment's notice. It is perhaps family that is the single strongest motivator for Cipriani, as he was doggedly determined to prove his mother wrong even in the face of her calling for him to be killed, and on numerous occasions put his own life at risk to save his boss Salvatore Leone, who had served as a father figure for Toni since his father's death at a young age. He has also been shown to take generational respect for one's elders very seriously, as evidenced by his disdain for the sleazy and disrespectful Vincenzo Chile.
Is that your mother on the phone? Sure. You're disgusting. Where's your respect?
Whilst capable of emotionally investing in those he cares for, Toni is equally as capable of performing heinous, violent acts on anyone who doesn't fall into his personal circle of protection. Butchering Giovanni Casa and chopping him into small pieces, or literally destroying an entire neighborhood just to wipe out his rivals. Whilst family remains evidently important to Toni, like most Americans, criminals especially, he is also easily motivated by money, and was even seemingly offended with Salvatore when his payment following the Leone takeover was substantially less than he'd anticipated.
Shame on you. Come here. You're a good kid, but shame on you.
During his most prominent time as a mover during the height of the city's mob wars, Toni Cipriani was a relatively thin but burly Caucasian man with brown eyes and short dark brown hair. He sported a constant 5 o'clock shadow and was considerably taller than many of his associates, estimated to be roughly 6 foot. By 2001, when the Leone family began working with Claude, Toni had aged considerably. He appeared to have gained significant weight, likely due to living at home since 1998 and eating in his mother's restaurant, as well as had a shift in tone of voice and slight change of hair color. He's best been known to wear stereotypically Italian-American clothing, and was most often seen wearing a dark brown jacket, tan pants, and black shoes, until becoming capo regime of the Leone family, where he usually wore a purple coat and tan dress pants. As a very prominent actor for Liberty City's most powerful mafia family, the criminal record obtained by the LCPD for this program of Anthony Cipriani is extensive, as has so far always been the case with the subjects of this series. However, Cipriani may have them all beat. Nearly single-handedly responsible for making the Leone family as successful as it was in its heyday, and personally responsible for destroying the entire neighborhood of Fort Staunton, it is the opinion of our staff here at Grand Theft Auto Biographies that Mr. Cipriani is perhaps the most psychopathic criminal we've yet covered, with the possible exception of his own boss's killer, Claude. All this being said, let's have a look at how this American wise guy stacks up to his criminal colleagues. Killing a made man from a rival mafia family. Forcing a reluctant drug dealer to do deals again. Killing 3 members of the Sindaco family in retaliation for killing the dealer. Killing several members of the Sindaco family to free J.D. O'Toole from under their control so that he could work for the Leone family, and stealing their car for J.D. Saving 3 of Vincenzo Chili's men from the LCPD after a failed raid on a petrol station. Picking up a car full of drugs for Vincenzo, escaping from the LCPD, and destroying the car in retaliation for Vincenzo's betrayal. Driving J.D. to collect the money he owes him from prostitutes, and killing some of their clients that become hostile. Driving Salvatore Leone away from Polly's review bar before it gets raided by the LCPD. Killing the Sindacos preparing to attack the Leone family casino in St. Mark's with cars rigged with bombs. The destruction of the Doll's House. Killing several triads to prove himself to his mother. Winning an illegal street race against Dan Succo, and killing him afterwards to prove his worth. Killing Giovanni Casa and selling his remains disguised as meat for cooking. Killing the hitman sent after him by his mother. Attempting to bribe Jane Hopper so that she would allow Salvatore to use the docks. Dropping prostitutes off of the docks to win the workers for Salvatore's side. Scaring 3 union bosses so they would allow Salvatore to use the docks. Killing Jane Hopper's chauffeur, stealing his uniform to pose as him, and scaring Hopper by driving dangerously so that she would finally allow Salvatore to use the docks. Being Maria Latour's getaway driver after she steals from several shops. Taking Maria to meet her drug dealer, and killing the Sindacos who kidnap her. Taking part in an illegal bike race. Killing Cedric Wayne, Fotheringay, for beating Maria. Overseeing a drug deal with Miguel and the Colombian cartel, before escaping from the LCPD with the car full of drugs. Killing the Sindacos who kidnapped Salvatore. Helping Salvatore kill all the Sindacos in Red Light District. Following Massimo Torini and witnessing his meetings with the Diablos and Triads. Disposing of J.D. O'Toole's body. Killing Vincenzo Chili and all his henchmen who attempted to murder him. Helping the Leones kill the Diablos attacking their turf in Hepburn Heights and the Red Light District. Killing several Triads who attempted to destroy Salvatore's money stash at a warehouse. Helping Salvatore escape when the mayor threatens to make him responsible for all the problems happening in Liberty City. Killing Mayor Roger C. Hull. Stealing a hearse with a body on its way to the pathology labs for Donald Love. Killing at least 2 van drivers to prevent them from getting any more marginal voting areas for Miles O'Donovan. Killing Miles O'Donovan's campaigners. Destroying the ballots factory guarded by the Forelli family. Killing several Forelli hitmen who attempted to assassinate Donald Love. Attempting to falsify the votes for the mayoral election in Love's favor. Killing several men who attempt to kill him, Salvatore, and the Mayor Hull's assistant. Killing several members of the Forelli family who ambushed Salvatore. Remote controlling Paulie Sindaco's car into killing several Forellis. killing a man who was going to inform Franco Forelli that the Sicilian Mafia is behind the war between the three families, killing numerous Sindacos with help from Leon McCaffrey, luring several Forellis into a trap where they are killed by him and the Yardis, killing 20 Forellis in Belleville Park with a katana sword, killing numerous Sindacos attempting to reclaim their turf in Northwood from the Yardis, destroying several Forelli trucks transporting weapons, killing an informant and retrieving the files for Ned Burner before they fall into the hands of the FBI, killing several gang members and stealing their loot for Ned Burner, stealing a fire truck and using it to cause mayhem in the streets, killing DBP, Black Lightman, and Faith W., stealing a van with evidence linking Donald Love to the Leone family, and killing Miles O'Donovan's men guarding it, helping the Southside Hoods to kill numerous Forelli soldiers and take over Wichita Gardens, killing Paulie Sindaco, destroying the Yakuza's weapon depot and tank, and killing several Yakuza members guarding them, killing Avery Carrington and his Colombian cartel guards in order to steal his architectural plans of developing Fort Staunton for Donald Love, killing Ned Burner and stealing the evidence of him and Love killing Carrington, stealing 2 hearses with the bodies of Avery Carrington and Ned Burner for Love, stealing a Yakuza weapon shipment for Toshiko Kasen and Phil Cassidy, destroying several vans transporting money from Kazuki Kasen's casino, killing several Forellis who attacked him and Toshiko, killing Kazuki Kasen and his guards, the destruction of Fort Staunton, killing numerous members of the Colombian cartel attacking Donald Love's mansion, killing several members of the Sicilian Mafia attempting to kill Salvatore on his way to court to stand trial, killing Massimo Torini and his men on the Portland Rock alongside Salvatore in order to rescue Mayor Miles O'Donovan, robbing a laundry under the Triad's protection, hiring Claude to destroy 3 laundry vans, hiring Claude to steal a briefcase from the Triads, hiring Claude to kill 3 Triad warlords, hiring Claude to destroy the Triad's fishing factory with a truck rigged with a bomb. In the end, when the destruction of Fort Staunton is added to the tallies, the estimate for Cipriani's murders alone easily surpasses all other subjects we've yet examined on this series, and likely many more to come. Whilst loyal to those he cared about, Tony's absolute indifference to the deaths of likely thousands of people, mostly innocent Italian-American civilians, demonstrates his utterly ruthless mafia mentality. There is perhaps no man in the history of Liberty City's criminal underworld to have as long-lasting an effect as Mr. Tough Guy himself, Anthony Cipriani.
But not all criminals are born and bred to commit mass murder. Some fall into it with the recklessness of Jez Torrent at a private show for Vinewood starlets. Returning once again to the glorious state of Florida, we'll take a look at a man who was motivated by family and blinded by his own naivete.
Guns, love, and drugs. We will take a look back at an America that still ran on the pager and the payphone. We will witness the rise of a criminal empire that dominated the southern United States in the mid-'80s and get a closer look at the organization's reluctant boss and founder, a man who violently cut out a slice of the American dream through sweat, blood, and tears. Victor Vance.
This episode of Grand Theft Auto Biographies brought to you by
Double Alt Lager Beer. Get both barrels.
Hey, Victor Vance. Did anyone ever tell you got a really dumb name?
Very little is known about Victor's early life. His father emigrated from the Dominican Republic to the United States, where he worked as a soldier, while his mother, Janet Vance, was a drug-addicted thief who rarely showed any real interest in Victor or his siblings. While the exact fate of Vance's father remains unknown, it's thought that he abandoned the family or died when Victor was very young, resulting in Victor and his brothers Lance and Pete all being raised by their mother's sister Enid Vance, since Janet proved unwilling or unable to properly care for her children. Victor's youngest brother, Pete, had a notoriously bad case of asthma and required expensive medication, something that wasn't helped by their layabout brother Lance, who rarely, if ever, contributed to bringing in money for food and medication, forcing Victor to act as the sole provider for his family at a young age.
So you joined the army to get rich?
Not exactly, but, my dad, he came here from DR. We didn't have a lot of opportunities.
Seeking to make money quickly in order to help pay for Pete's medical bills, by 1984, Victor, presumably in his late 20s, joined the army, where he earned the rank of corporal and was later assigned to serve at Fort Baxter in Vice City under Sergeant Jerry Martinez.
There are plenty of opportunities for a man who knows the game to make real money. So,
I don't want any trouble, man.
Who wants trouble? Nobody. Everybody wants to relax. No trouble. And there's plenty of money to be made. Nice and easy.
Upon arrival at Fort Baxter, Martinez would manage to convince Victor to participate in his illegal drug smuggling operation with little resistance. Despite his reservations with the eccentric sergeant, Vic would quickly be pulled into a life of crime by Martinez, who has him perform pickups, both cash and product. Victor would also be introduced to one of Jerry's other regular employees, a gunrunner operating an ammunition depot in Viceport, Phil Cassidy.
You must be Vic. Jerry told me about you. Hey, I used to be in the service.
Vic's straight, no-nonsense attitude would consistently clash with Martinez's loose and carefree demeanor, and not long after joining the army, would result in Victor's dishonorable discharge. After retrieving a prostitute for Jerry from Starfish Island along with a brand new sports car presented to Vic as a gift, he would return to Fort Baxter only to be chastised by Sergeant Peppa and promptly dismissed without pay.
You brought a whore onto the base? Have you no shame, boy? Are you a moron? Is that it? Drugs, whores, you're out of here, soldier. You're a disgrace!
Following Vic's dismissal, Phil Cassidy would set him up with a place to stay in Viceport, as well as an offer of work. Shamed and unemployed, Victor would reluctantly give up any notion of earning legitimate income and embrace his criminal options.
I'm sorry about Bruce, man. He was the best. Hey, I can still see the smile on his face when he shot that little gook. Bang!
Working for Phil in order to keep paying his and his family's bills. Ironically, due to Phil's working under Martinez, Victor would once again be under Jerry's thumb, who would have the two continue to acquire hardware for Martinez to sell on the black market.
The thing is, you work for Phil, and Phil works for me, which makes you my bitch's bitch. Figure that out.
It was during this time that Phil referred Victor to his brother-in-law and head of the Trailer Park Mafia, Marty J. Williams.
What do you want, boy?
Nothing. Are you Marty?
No. Now get gone, boy. Bitch! Bitch! Get your sorry ass out here! I thought I told you to clean this shit up!
Marty, Mary Beth's been sick.
Don't be using that baby as an excuse, Louise, because I'll hit her as well as you.
Are you Louise? I'm a friend of Phil's.
Friend of Phil's? Well, why don't you say so, boy? I'm Marty J. Williams.
At Marty's trailer on the southern edge of Little Havana, Victor would be introduced to Phil's sister, Marty's wife, Louise Williams, and a mutual attraction would begin to develop between the two almost immediately. Despite Victor's otherwise violent and criminal lifestyle, his soft and kind-hearted approach to Louise, heavily contrasted by her husband's abusive and hateful demeanor, instantly drew her to him, and they would form a strong bond over the course of Vic's employment under Marty. Marty, a stereotypical wife-beating American redneck, would have Victor assist him in maintaining the small empire run by the Trailer Park Mafia, by bringing pressure down on local gangs like the Cholos. He would protect Marty's various business fronts, loan sharking offices, and brothels, all the while becoming increasingly hostile with Williams over his treatment of Louise. Eventually, an incident with Marty causes Louise to flee with the two's daughter, Mary Beth, to her sister's, where Victor would continue meeting with Williams despite working for Marty.
I'm taking the baby and I'm going to stay with my sister!
Good! Go ahead, go!
After retrieving Louise's belongings from Marty's trailer, Victor would hear from Louise's sister Mary Jo that she'd been kidnapped by Marty and was being taken back to the trailer park. Perhaps already in love with Louise, Victor would rush to her rescue and, against Louise's wishes, murder the abusive and racist Marty, as well as numerous goons working for the Trailer Park Mafia.
I can't believe you killed him! How am I gonna look after my baby now?
You what? Marty was an asshole. He treated you worse than shit.
I'm sorry. Hey, look. Marty's kin are gonna be coming for you now. We better get you someplace safe.
Not long after, Vic would be contacted again by Phil Cassidy for another job from Jerry Martinez. However, by this point, the two arms traffickers had worn out their usefulness to the ruthless sergeant, something even the drunk and detached Phil was suspicious of. Desperate for money, though, Phil would agree to the job for Martinez, and Vic would agree to help him just in case Jerry's true intentions were to eliminate his new friend. Turns out, they were both correct.
Hey, fellas, Martinez...
Yeah, Martinez said bye-bye.
Hot damn! Play fair, fellas. What about the damn Geneva Convention?
Once again unemployed, Louise would suggest to Vic the idea of picking up where Marty had left off by taking over his various business assets and running them himself. With Louise's head for business, Victor would begin liquidating and rebuilding Marty's fronts, as well as begin employing his own staff to assist in running his slow-grown empire. And thus, the Vance crime family was born. With help from Louise, Victor would begin growing his empire well beyond Marty's original reach. He would take over numerous businesses from both the Vice City bikers as well as the Cholos, who had been a consistent problem even for Marty beforehand. During his rapid rise to prominence within the Vice City underworld, Victor would be contacted by an anonymous family member looking to assist him in growing his empire. Upon arrival at Escobar International, however, Vic would be surprised by the less than welcome sight of his younger brother, Lance.
Hey, bro!
Lance!
Hey!
What are you doing here?
You don't sound so pleased.
Lance, a constant source of aggravation for the eldest Vance brother, had traveled to Vice City eager to help Vic in climbing the ladder of criminal enterprise. Lance's arrival, however, couldn't have come at a more dangerous time, as Vic was constantly under attack by rival gangs looking to retake territory from the expanding Vance crime family, and one such attack would prompt the two brothers into a high-speed chase from the airport, ending in Lance crashing the Stinger he'd received from Jerry Martinez, and an enormous shootout against dozens of Cholos seeking to kill Vic.
You're never driving again. I had it with you, man. You put me off. You always treat me like a kid.
Now saddled with his younger brother's antics, Vic would continue expanding his empire and making connections, with only the thinnest veil of legitimacy remaining in Vic's few legal businesses. He would first strike up an alliance with Cuban gang leader Umberto Urbina, following Marty's death, by proving his mettle in a collection race, and upon becoming partners, begin accelerating a war against the Cholos, who continue to harass both Cuban and Vance crime family businesses across Little Havana and beyond. Eventually, Vance and Urbina would put the final nail in the Cholos by decimating one of their supply warehouses and killing both their leader and dozens of gang members in the process.
We turn the tide in Little Havana. The Cholos are finished.
Following the Cholos' elimination, Umberto and Vic would split their remaining business assets and solidify their relationship as trustworthy allies to each other. During this time, Vic would also assist Louise Williams in keeping her child when social services threatened to take Mary Beth away due to Louise's poor parenting skills and dangerous lifestyle. Despite the two's interest in each other, Vic's increasingly violent and time-consuming work would mean they saw less and less of each other as Victor continued growing the Vance crime empire. Lance, not content with sitting on the sidelines whilst Vic ran the business, would begin snooping around Vice City's underbelly looking for connections, hoping to find a score liable to make the two brothers rich. As it happens, naive and gullible Lance would very quickly meet an individual who claimed he could arrange just that in Brian Forbes, whom Lance begins working with regarding a substantial quantity of drugs that Forbes was looking to offload. Despite his suspicions, Vic would assist Lance in retrieving Forbes' impounded vehicle containing the drugs, and go on to use two separate delivery vans, one real and one decoy, to transport the drugs once again in preparation for a large sale. Before any such sale could take place, however, Lance would confront Forbes after learning that he was an undercover DEA agent, likely building a case against the brothers, and the two would be forced to chase down Brian before taking him to a warehouse for interrogation. Whilst holding Forbes hostage, the Vance brothers would attempt to extract information out of him regarding a real large-scale drug deal taking place in the city, but come up short due to Forbes' lack of true cooperation. Twice over, Forbes would try having the Vance brothers eliminated in a setup. First at a phony drug deal where Lance is nearly kidnapped himself, and finally at a bar owned by the white nationalist neo-Nazi outfit, the White Stallions, where Vic and Lance were forced to fight their way back to the safe house. When they arrived, they would find Brian in the midst of an escape attempt, and Victor would quickly pursue and put down Forbes in the middle of the street, before collecting the agent's ID badge and returning to the Vance compound. Presumably after combing Forbes' apartment, Lance would find information detailing the arrival of files related to an enormous drug shipment bound for Vice City in the coming weeks. And after a brief encounter with their addict mother Janet, in town likely looking for free drugs from her criminal sons, Lance and Vic would meet a contact at Escobar International, apparently selling the confidential files, only to arrive moments too late. the seller having sold the files to a group of bikers who beat the brothers to the punch.
What the hell are they doing here?
I'm guessing we're not the only ones your contact turned away today.
I'll get the file.
They would go on to track the bikers down, where Lance, after Vic's firefight with the guards, would obtain the files and quickly return them to their hotel. Whilst Victor remained adamant that he was uninterested in becoming a drug dealer, and wasn't even particularly happy he was running a criminal business to begin with, his attitude would change once Lance revealed the drug shipment he intended to intercept belonged to none other than Jerry Martinez. Looking to make things even with the man who, from his perspective, forced him into his life of crime to begin with, Vic would agree to helping Lance seize the shipment for future sale through Victor's empire.
Jerry Martinez. It's his coke.
Fuck it. You know what? Let's do it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is a real man. Let's pop.
Little Haiti. Some would call it an American slum. Others would call it home. But not far beneath the surface level, brothels, cab depots, and low-income housing, lies another branch of the underworld's network for shady deals. Drugs, weapons, people. It was here at the western docks of Little Haiti that Victor and Lance intercepted Martinez's shipment, seizing the 2 full truckloads of cocaine after slaughtering Jerry's goons guarding the vehicles. Martinez would pursue the 2 brothers en route to their safe house in a hunter-attack helicopter, but be forced to retreat upon the arrival of the VCPD. After losing the police, Vic and Lance would safely store the drugs at Lance's new penthouse, which he'd purchased on credit, assuming the brothers were about to be richer than their wildest dreams. Alongside Lance's new pad, Victor would also begin living in relative luxury at the Climate Suite in Vice Point. Years before the area would be substantially redeveloped into office buildings. It seemed that the Vance brothers had finally caught a break, or so they thought. While phoning Martinez to gloat about their successful theft of the shipment, Vic would learn that Jerry had only been a middleman for much larger players in Vice City's criminal hierarchy, and that in reality, the shipment had belonged to the Mendez brothers of the well-organized and powerful Mendez cartel.
Yeah. Thanks for the coke, Martinez. Now you know how it feels to get fucked.
Oh, you fucked us both, Vic. That coke you ripped off belonged to the Mendez brothers. I was just the shepherd. Now, we're all on their shit list, and the only way off is in a fucking bag. I'm turning states. I'm gonna ruin you, your brother, Mendez, everyone. Happy holidays.
Lance! You useless, degenerate asshole!
Furious with his brother, but too deep in now to pull back, Vic would sit and wait until Lance could find a buyer, which thankfully he quickly did in Spitz, a rising horror director filming in Vice City. At the North Point Mall, Lance would meet with the director to discuss the details, while Victor would briefly work for Spitz as a stuntman due to an absentee, and managed to impress the director with his performance for an upcoming zombie apocalypse film. With the details agreed upon, Vic and Lance would head out to collect the product from Lance's penthouse, during which time Vic would receive a page from Spitz referring him to an industry friend of his working at Interglobal Films, named Rennie Wasselmeyer. At the penthouse, however, the brothers would find their entire shipment of cocaine gone, along with their addict mother and new boyfriend Javier, who'd been consistently hanging around Lance looking for free hits. With the two concluding that their mother had indeed stolen the drugs, they wouldn't be given much time to dwell on it, as not long after the Mendez cartel would begin an assault on Victor's businesses across the entire city.
Damn!
What?
There might be a little problem.
Vic and Lance, along with several Vance crime family associates, would participate in the first all-out war against the cartel's forces, but successfully managed to push back the attacks, due in no small part to Victor's rapid investment into his empire and the growing number of soldiers in his organization. Irritated but not deterred, the Mendez brothers Armando and Diego would change tactics, and instead initiate a meeting with Vic and Lance to forge a business alliance where the two may both benefit.
Ah, siblings, just like me and Diego. How apt.
Listen, Mendez, we don't want no crap.
Hey, mother. Listen, Vance brothers, you want me to kill you now? No problem. Or we can work together. Your call.
The hell kind of choice is that?
All right, I guess we're gonna work together.
Under the threat of death if they refused, the Vance brothers would agree and begin working directly for the Mendez cartel. But it wouldn't take long for Lance's own, perhaps inherited tendency towards addiction to land the brothers right back under the microscope when Armando began noticing consistent losses in their profits that Lance was snorting right up his nose. Unbeknownst to Victor, Lance would cover for himself by feigning ignorance and blaming the product loss on their former associate Jerry Martinez, a fact for which Armando demanded immediate proof. Lance, knowing that Martinez had turned state's evidence and was in the witness protection program, would go on to use Forbes' DEA ID, a photo of Martinez, and some impromptu stitchwork to create a convincing forgery of Jerry's supposed government ID. Surprisingly, this ruse convinces the Mendez brothers, who accept the explanation and continue employing the Vance brothers to serve as enforcers and hitmen for the cartel, and even have Victor use a specialized helicopter to retrieve product lifted by the VCPD. It was during this time, as the profiles for both Lance and Victor continued to rise, especially for the authorities, that Vic would learn Lance's house had become bugged by the DEA, forcing the two to destroy several police radio transmitters across town in an effort to prevent the police from acquiring any incriminating evidence against the two.
You stupid gorilla! The place is bugged! The DA is on to us! Happy now!
At some point, Victor, through Spitz, would contact and begin working for film director and eccentric radio personality Remy Wasselmeyer.
Darling, it is the story of the age, success and failure.
Vic would perform as a stuntman on several occasions, all the while greasing the cokehead for contacts interested in Victor's criminally inclined bodyguard services, the first of which being a man named Gonzalez. Gonzalez, right-hand man to South American Colonel and Vice City socialite Juan Garcia Cortez, was conducting private deals behind his boss's back by cutting his cocaine shipments, and would employ Victor to assist in ensuring the deal's safe conclusion. Remy would also put Victor in contact with music manager Barry Micklethwaite and his client Phil Collins, for whom Victor would also serve as a bodyguard and general security, protecting the rock star from Forelli mobsters, whom Barry was in massive debt to.
Look, Barry, when I agreed to play Vice City, I didn't expect it to be my swan song.
It's no problem, mate. Just some nutcase trying it on. Hey, aren't you?
Phil, mate. Phil Collins.
Let's do the meet and greet another time, eh? Come on!
During this time, Victor would become increasingly suspicious of his brother's role in the consistently missing coke supplies. Lance would even go so far as to blame missing product on the bikers and have the two storm a biker-controlled front in search of drugs that were never there to begin with, just to cover his own addiction. Victor would finally learn the truth, however, when one day he arrived at Lance's penthouse only to catch him red-handed, or white-nosed, high as a kite on their own product.
So this is where the coke is going? Up your nose?
Hey, Vic!
Hey, Vic?
What are you doing here?
You had me running around town like a psycho, and all the while you're siphoning it off for your personal use. You are unbelievable.
Hey, I'm sorry. Look, can we talk about this later?
Oh, hey, Vic. Shit.
Louise, what the hell is going on?
Well, bro. Hey, bro, it ain't nothing like that.
I wouldn't do that to you. I just needed something to take my mind off things.
So you fucked my brother?
No! We just get high together. God damn, you are so judgmental, like you're a damn saint or something. Why are you being such an asshole?
You are a mess.
And you're wonderful. A wonderful drug-dealing, thieving murderer.
Come on, guys.
I was doing it for us.
Who you trying to kid? You don't give a shit about me.
Not now, I don't.
You know what? You make me want to puke, you self-righteous dick!
Get lost!
Stay away from me, you sick bastard! You're a phony, Vic Vance.
What are you gonna do?
Thanks a lot, Lance.
What? Listen, who cares? It's my coke. It's all my coke, and I'll do with it whatever I damn well please.
To make matters worse, Vic would learn that Louise was also getting high with Lance, and Vic assumed was sleeping with him as a means of payback for not calling her enough. Louise and Lance would both adamantly deny the relationship, but the damage had been done, and a hysterical Lance would storm from the home and proceed to dump numerous packages of product into the ocean from his helicopter. Packages Victor luckily managed to retrieve using another of Lance's superfluous purchases, a hovercraft. Not long after, Louise would phone Vic to ask for help in dealing with threats from Jerry Martinez's men, something Vic does out of love for Louise despite his anger and suspicions that she may have slept with his brother. His anger is superseded by concern, however, when Martinez's threats manifest, and Louise is kidnapped, forcing Victor to rescue her and deliver her safely to the hospital. With Louise safe, Victor would continue working for contacts through Remy, the final one being aspiring drug kingpin Ricardo Diaz, a short man with a massive ego looking to exploit the various underworld elements of Vice City and manipulate his way to being on top. Diaz, who had become aware of Gonzalez's after-hour deals, would employ Vic and Lance to follow Gonzalez's men and steal the shipment in order to trade it to the DEA for a massive quantity of illegal arms. Gonzalez, ignorant of the Vance brothers' involvement in his stolen deal, would then also employ Victor to help protect him from Diaz, who was blackmailing him to inform on all his boss's future deals, and defend one of his boss's shipments as they left Escobar International Airport. Following a brutal assault by the Diaz-connected sharks, Gonzalez would temporarily flee Vice City along with his colonel's merchandise. It was around this time that the Vance brothers were summoned once again to meet the Mendez brothers, where Armando revealed to Vic and Lance that they had outrun their usefulness and become a burden on the Mendez cartel. In an act of criminal good faith, they would offer the Vance brothers their freedom, in exchange for turning over all their business assets and leaving the city immediately. But Victor, appalled at the demands, would refuse Armando, resulting in them both being knocked unconscious and dragged to a fuel depot east of the airport to be executed.
Where are we? No place good. I think we outlived our usefulness to the Mendezes.
You! Shut up! Hey, they're waking up! Let's get this done quick!
Screw this!
Thanks to the incompetence of their assassins, however, the brothers would survive and manage to escape the depot.
That's what I'm talking about!
Great! Now we're at war with the Mendez brothers.
Now in a full-scale gang war against the Mendez cartel, Lance would round up assistance from their allies including Humberto Urbina and Phil Cassidy to help defend their businesses, and after an intense citywide struggle, the Vance brothers would come out on top, having pushed back Armando and Diego's assault. Their victory would be short-lived, however, as soon after, Vic would learn from Lance that Martinez was planning to kidnap Louise again as she got out of the hospital. Vic would rush to protect her, only to find Louise completely safe, and receive a page from Lance telling him he'd become trapped on the roof of a burning building. Vic and Louise would steal a medical helicopter and rescue Lance, who would realize now that the threat on Louise had been a setup to catch him and get his money. After helping Lance retrieve the stolen cash from a boat off the coast, Vic would bring Louise home and return to the Diaz mansion to meet up again with his brother. He would learn that Lance was once again in debt, and this time to Diaz, and in order to square the payment, they would need to continue their campaign against the Mendez brothers, so that Diaz could take their place. Using state-of-the-art remote control technology, Vic would hijack the controls to Diego's robotic servant, Domestobot, and use it to set fire to the contents of their safe, hampering the finances of the Mendez cartel and opening up the brothers to a final assault in the future. Following their betrayal by the Mendez brothers, Vic would be contacted yet again by Remy Wasselmeyer, whose life was now being threatened by Diego, a former lover of Remy's, for introducing Victor to Diaz. Vic would assist Remy in escaping his pursuers and deliver him to the hospital in Ocean Beach for his fourth sex change, back into a woman. Vic would also be given one more opportunity through Remy to work for Phil Collins, protecting him from an attempt by Giorgio Ferrelli to kill the British rock and roller for the debt owed to him by Phil's manager. After successfully preventing an attempt by the Ferrelli men to sabotage the concert, Victor would bid farewell to Remy, Collins, and Micklethwaite as he prepared for a reckoning with the Mendez brothers.
Mate, that's it. I'm paying Giorgio back. It's gonna cost me a bloody fortune. You know, he wants 60% interest. What can I do? I've got to think of my boy's well-being.
Hi, Vic. What do you think of the show?
Killer.
Cheers. Hey, Barry. I'm glad you're thinking of my well-being. I could do with a break.
No, mate, we should be moving on. Strike while the iron's hot. The US loves you.
But I'm booked in at the hotel for another week. I was going to work on the tan.
You're kidding. You got to go to work, mate. I've just lined up a rake of shows, loads of dosh.
And what about my well-being?
Trust me, you'll thank me. Don't get all histrionic.
Despite the mounting pressure, at this time Vic and Louise would also make plans for a first actual date, but when Victor arrived at Lance's house to pick her up, she would be nowhere to be found, and the brothers would instead be confronted by Louise's sister, Mary Jo, who told them that her sister had been kidnapped again, this time by the Mendez brothers themselves.
Nobody laid a finger on me, but they got Louise!
Who's got Louise?
They got her, and they said they'll kill her if you don't do what they want!
Who?
Armando Mendes!
Oh.
Lance would attempt to dissuade Vic from pursuing her, but to no avail, as soon after the two brothers would rush to the Mendez mansion on Prawn Island for revenge. At the mansion, Lance would storm the building before Vic could provide backup, forcing him to push through the gang members solo as he made his way to Louise.
mine, mother sucker!
Kill this idiot!
Inside, Vic would be confronted by Armando for a final time, who claimed Lance and Louise both already dead, and that Vic was next. But after an intense battle, Vic would come out on top. He would move as fast as he could to rescue Louise, but upon finding her and Lance in the study, he would quickly realize he'd been too late.
Vic, you came for me. No one ever really did much for me before. That's sweet of you.
Hey, come on, let's get you to a hospital.
I don't think there's much point in that.
Come on, Louise.
We could have had something special.
Yeah. No, we did have something special.
Make sure Mary Jo takes care of my baby.
Oh, Louise. Louise.
Hey, Vic, I know you cared about her, man. But she wasn't right for you. Vic. Hey, Vic. Family's what matters. Oh, damn. All right. Okay, I'm gonna make it. I can make it. I know I can, man.
With little time to mourn her death, Lance and Vic would meet up once again with Ricardo Diaz to plan the downfall of their remaining enemies, Diego Mendez and Jerry Martinez, who'd forged another temporary alliance in an effort to take Vic down. Gathering help from the distraught Phil, mourning the death of his sister, the two would break into Fort Baxter, where Victor's journey in Vice City all began, and steal a Hunter-attack helicopter to be used in a final barrage against Mendez and Martinez, bunkered into an office building downtown. With everything set for the attack, Victor would bid farewell to Diaz and fly to the Mendez building by the Vice City Arena.
I just got in some crazy donkey porn. You'll love it. I'll be finished with it by the time you get back.
I'm not coming back, Diaz. And I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for me.
Woohoo! Whatever you say, tough guy. I'll see you around.
With military precision, Victor would devastate the forces inside the building before landing on the roof and searching for his rivals. After a violent push through the top floors, Vic would find Diego and chase him all the way back to the roof, where Martinez would ambush him and force the three into a Mexican standoff.
10 hut! Vic! I swear to God, I thought you were gonna salute me! Toss the gun!
Fuck you.
Vic, still so uptight. You know what your problem is? You're trying to be the good guy in a bad man's game. Huh? I thought you had potential. Turns out you're just another chump, like Mendez.
Me cago en tu madre.
Oye, ese. ¿Qué hay de nuevo?
Vete a la mierda.
You first.
In the end, Victor would once again emerge the last man standing, just in time for Lance to arrive in classic fashion, moments too late to provide actual assistance.
Okay, brother, let's waste these punks.
Lance, it's done.
Playtime is over, bitches. Lance Vance is about to get brutal on you, and when Lance Vance gets brutal on a lady, somebody starts to cry.
Lance, will you shut up? It's over.
What? Oh. Well, we did it, baby! You and me!
Yeah. hey, listen. Now that things are straight with Diaz, we should get out of town or lay low for a little while, you know?
Yeah, you're right, man.
Look, I'm gonna send some money to Pete.
Cool! But, bro, I don't want you thinking it's just about you. That is all about you.
Hey, I don't. It's about you, me, Pete, Mom, wherever the hell she is.
But wait! I've been making moves! I got a hold of 20 keys,
Are
man.
you crazy? Get rid of it!
No! All we gotta do is sit on it! It's hidden out of sight! Out of town, man! We lay low and then sell it!
No! I am not interested! Got it?
Okay, man! Whatever you say!
That's right!
Come on! Let's pop!
With Martinez and the Mendez brothers dead, Vic and Lance agree to lie low and cut their losses, being very wealthy men. Though Lance would prod Vic with acquiring more cocaine for future deals, which Vic immediately shut down. Victor would send a substantial sum of money to their brother Pete, and the two men would eventually settle down in Mexico, where they purchased a small villa, and with that the Vance crime family would slowly fade from Vice City's criminal network. By 1986, however, Lance would manage to talk Victor into offloading some of the cocaine they'd acquired, or perhaps a new product that the two had begun growing. It isn't clear. Either way, Victor had set up a deal with Forelli mobsters out of Liberty City for $2 million worth of their coke, and Lance would personally fly the two remaining Vance crime family members to the deal, taking place in Viceport. Victor would meet with Forelli made man Tommy Vercetti and begin to hand him the product, but before the transaction could be completed, hitmen in hiding would unleash a slew of heavy machine gun fire into the group of 4 men, killing nearly all of them, including Victor Vance. Lance would flee the encounter and go on to form an unsteady business partnership with the other survivor, Tommy Vercetti, where the two would eventually learn the attack had been orchestrated by none other than Ricardo Diaz. Working with Tommy, Lance would finally avenge his brother's death when the two men assaulted the Diaz mansion and finally brought the arrogant coke lord to his knees.
This is for my brother! I trusted you, Tommy! I would have had you made! Say goodnight, Mr. Diaz!
Victor Vance is a reluctantly violent man, losing his father at a young age and being essentially abandoned by his drug-addicted mother. Vic would be forced to take on the role of man of the house very early on and help guide his 2 younger brothers. He would also do absolutely anything for his family, even if some of them drive him mad, and this dedication seems to know essentially no bounds, having killed to save and provide for his family throughout his time as a criminal warlord for Vice City, and perhaps even before. Often strict and unbreakably serious, Victor was by some accounts a very kind and soft-hearted man to those he cared for, and was fiercely defensive of both women and children, showing no hesitation in protecting Louise even when her husband was still his boss. Despite these surface-level good qualities, Victor, like all subjects of GTA biographies, is capable of being a relentless and cold-blooded killer, as evidenced by the massive size of the Vance crime family at its peak, and the enormous trail of bodies he left in his wake on the road to achieving it. Victor was, in this sense, perhaps the most normal as compared to the average American, and for this reason, he is perhaps more terrifying than any other subject we've yet examined. Even with clear empathy for loved ones and a demonstration of true friendships and passionate love, Victor represents the reality that any one of us deep down may be capable of horrendous things when we're in the wrong place at the wrong time, and all it takes is crossing that line once. You can never come back. Vic Vance is a short and muscular man with dark skin and most often a shaved head, though later he would stop shaving and have short, balding black hair. He's been known to dress in numerous styles, mostly gang-related, and his most common look was a blue polo shirt, stonewashed jeans, and a black watch with white sneakers. Having served in the military for a time, he was also seen occasionally in official army garb whilst on duty, and later, upon moving to Mexico, would adopt a much looser and traditional style of dress along with his receding hairline. At the time of his death, he had put on weight and was significantly less muscular than a couple years prior. He would also grow out his mustache and adopt a Latin American accent during his final deal, perhaps as a tribute to his father from the Dominican Republic. As we touched on previously, Victor Vance was an unconventionally empathetic criminal, at least some of the time. Simultaneously, he was also a force to be reckoned with, and carries a substantial body count like all of our subjects on this program. Don't allow Victor's occasional compassion to fool you. He was a ruthless killer, and the numbers we are about to go over will demonstrate that. That being said, let's have a look at the final tallies for St. Victor of Vance. Taking part in a drug deal that goes awry, and hiding a package of drugs for Jerry Martinez under his bed at the barracks. Killing several cholos in order to retrieve Phil Cassidy's money that he owes to Jerry Martinez. Killing several party bullies and bringing a prostitute back to Fort Baxter. Helping Phil Cassidy perform a drive-by shooting on a cholo. Helping Phil Cassidy and 2 other men perform a drive-by shooting on a truck transporting weapons, and stealing said truck for Jerry Martinez. Vandalizing a shop under the protection of the cholos to convince its owner to accept Marty J. Williams' protection instead. And killing several cholo guards guarding the shop. Stealing 3 cars for Marty. Destroying 3 cholo vans to ruin their repossession business, and killing several cholos attempting to stop him. Assaulting a cholo prostitution business and taking it over for Marty. killing several cholos attacking Marty's prostitutes, killing Jerry Martinez's men that ambush him and Phil Cassidy, killing several Trailer Park Mafia members standing in his way to retrieve Louise's items from Marty's trailer, killing Marty J. Williams, as well as Hank and several other Trailer Park Mafia members attempted to stop him from going after Marty, taking over Marty's businesses by force, killing the remaining Trailer Park Mafia members in the process, killing numerous cholos chasing him and Lance, stealing a fire truck to save his burning brothel, and killing Marty's cousin, killing several thugs attacking a welfare man who threatened to take Louise's baby and scaring the man off, killing several thugs who attempted to rob the King Nuts Burger Bar, and escaping from the pursuing VCPD officers who have mistaken him and Lance for the robbers, and stealing Brian Forbes' impounded car back for him, engaging in a violent competition for a package and killing Gilberto, helping the Cubans kill numerous cholos causing havoc in Little Havana, helping the Cubans steal weapons from a cholo warehouse, killing the cholos attempting to stop them, and destroying the warehouse with a piñata-disguised bomb afterwards, causing mayhem in the streets to attract police attention, acting as a decoy, while Brian Forbes and Lance deliver drugs to a warehouse, chasing and kidnapping Brian Forbes alongside Lance, attempting to ambush a drug deal that Forbes tips him and Lance off about, infiltrating the ship where the dealer and his men take Lance, killing all the guards in order to save Lance, and stealing their drug shipment, killing all members of the White Stallions at their bar after being lured into a trap by Forbes, chasing and killing Forbes and stealing his ID, stealing a drug shipment from a private plane at the airport and killing both its guards and several bikers attempting to steal the shipment as well, stealing a large drug shipment that he and Lance believe belonged to Jerry Martinez, killing Martinez's men Guardian, and escaping from both Martinez and a hunter and the VCPD, owning and operating a vast criminal enterprise across Vice City, killing numerous people pretending to be zombies during the filming of a movie, killing numerous Mendez cartel members attacking his businesses, taking photos of Jerry Martinez with a DEA agent and creating fake IDs by combining Martinez's ID with Brian Forbes to trick the Mendez brothers, taking over a Vice City bikers business by force, killing all the bikers guarding it, killing 2 drug dealers who angered the Mendez brothers, as well as the second dealer's prostitute guards attacking him, retrieving 2 containers of drugs confiscated by the VCPD using a helicopter, destroying the DEA antennas that have collected evidence against him and Lance, and escaping from the VCPD officers pursuing him afterwards, killing numerous bikers alongside Lance in retaliation for the theft of their cocaine, killing numerous Martinez goons who kidnapped Louise in order to save her, escorting Gonzalez's drug shipment and killing all the attackers who attempt to steal it, killing several hitmen of the Ferrelli crime family who attempt to kill Barry Micklethwaite and Phil Collins, killing more Ferrelli hitmen under the stadium who attempt to sabotage Phil's concert, killing Jesus, doing a drug deal for Gonzalez, accidentally inhaling some of the drugs and driving under the influence, killing the dealers who attacked him and recovering the van full of drugs for Gonzalez, chasing one of Gonzalez's goons, stealing a boat full of drugs belonging to Gonzalez for Ricardo Diaz, killing all of Gonzalez's men who attempt to stop him, overwatching an arms deal between Diaz's men and a DEA agent and killing all the attackers who ambush the deal, escorting Gonzalez to the airport and killing all the attackers who attempt to kill him, killing all Mendez cartel members who kidnapped him and Lance in order to save the latter and escape from the airport fuel depot before it explodes, killing more Mendez cartel members who attack their businesses, stealing a helicopter from the hospital and taking Lance to a boat to kill Jerry Martinez's men who tried to kill him, hacking the Mendez brothers' Domestabot and using it to break into their safe and destroy their bearer bonds, making them bankrupt, killing several Mendez cartel members arriving at Interglobal Film Studios to prevent them from learning that Remy is gone, and killing more members who attacked and trapped Remy in order to save her, killing several Ferrelli hitmen during Phil's concert who tried to sabotage it once again, killing several Mendez cartel members who attacked Lance on his way to the Mendez brothers' mansion, assaulting the mansion and killing Armando Mendez in order to save Lance and Louise, stealing a hunter from Fort Baxter, using the stolen hunter to assault Diego Mendez's office building, killing the last remaining Mendez cartel members throughout the building, and killing Diego and Jerry Martinez on the rooftop, engaging in a drug deal with Tommy Vercetti, and getting killed during it.
Oh, shit! Come on, get out of here, drive!
With a final estimated murder count of 443, Victor is easily able to stand amongst the rest of the vicious subjects we've examined on this program, with his final tallies almost certainly being much, much higher, due to uncountable murders during Victor's power grab on Vice City's underworld, in which numerous deaths went uncounted. Remember, America, this man was in your armed services, and so his destructive capabilities may lie all around us, in the people we suspect the least. And now, a special word from our sponsors. Supporting this channel on Patreon is a life-changing experience. The testimonials of our satisfied patrons will convince you that what you think of as being alive is in reality a pale and cheap imitation of the true spiritual, intellectual, and metaphysical fulfillment that is derived from an existence in which you give just a couple of dollars to supporting this series and future ones.
So sign up today at patreon.com/GuinnessWalker, link down below, and discover the true meaning of existence, giving all of your money to me. Thank you. Wow, what a powerful message. Moving on. Our next subject was never an American. Nonetheless, the mark they left on the worst city in America is arguably indelible. We've already seen just how far some are willing to go in pursuit of happiness and the American dream. But the next subject may be the first to get a sip of the sweet soft drink of freedom and find the taste to be surprisingly bitter.
Immigrants, opportunity, and betrayal. Tonight we examine the tumultuous life of a European smuggler turned hitman who came to America seeking revenge and closure, and in the process left his mark on the land of opportunity.
Well, I don't know about that.
We will follow the life of a man who may not have been born in America, but nevertheless represents the blackened heart of the American dream. A man who climbed the ladder of organized crime in Liberty City and went toe-to-toe with some of the most dangerous people in the city's history, and came out unscathed. Or so some say. Niko Bellic. I'm gonna very briefly break kayfabe here because I need your help. This series is exclusively created by me, and it takes a great deal to piece it all together. So while I'm sure you've heard this a trillion times, it really does help a lot to subscribe and like these videos if you enjoy this series. I know a lot of you are watching on TVs and don't bother to subscribe for one reason or another, but I promise you, if you enjoy this content, it will be well worth the extra few seconds. I am not going to fill your sub feed up with daily uploads of utter nonsense, only high quality, meticulously crafted entertainment for your viewing pleasure. So please, it really does help me a lot here on YouTube when you subscribe and like the videos, which helps the algorithms spread the series around, ensuring it's able to continue until its inevitable conclusion, and not a moment sooner. Niko Bellic was born Nikola Bellic in 1978 in Yugoslavia, to Milica Bellic and her husband, whose name is unknown. While it is known that Niko had at least one brother, it is probable that he had other siblings, though few details surfaced during our lengthy investigations. As a child, the Bellic family was very poor, with Niko claiming that his childhood home didn't even have electricity until he was 12 years old. Yet the still starry-eyed boy dreamed of one day being an astronaut and making something of his life, a sentiment he often shared with his cousin and best friend growing up, Roman Bellic. However, the naive dreams of the young Bellic boys would be crushed fairly easily with the arrival of many conflicts, which peppered the Balkan regions during the 1990s. When Niko was a teenager, his only known brother was killed fighting in the Bosnian Wars, and Niko would witness further atrocities committed against his family and his people, such as learning of the assault and murder of his aunt, Roman's mother, by enemy forces invading during the later Yugoslav wars.
After you walk into a village, and you see 50 children, all sitting neatly in a row against the church wall, each with their throats cut and their hands chopped off, you realize that the creature that could do this doesn't have a soul.
At some point, Niko joined one of the military groups fighting in the Yugoslav wars, likely the Serb-controlled Yugoslav People's Army, or its many allied Serbian paramilitary forces and militias fighting against the government forces of the Army of the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the Bosnian Croatian Defense Council. Niko would be assigned to a unit of 15 boys, all from Niko and Roman's home village, and serve as a helicopter pilot, infantryman, and possibly tank driver, fighting tirelessly for many years before barely surviving an ambush which wiped out nearly his entire unit. Following the ambush, only 3 of the 15 boys survived: Niko, Florian Kravic, and Darko Brevic, which led Niko to conclude that one of the other 2 survivors had betrayed the group and set up the ambush in exchange for payment.
When I was in the army, we were going on a mission to ambush a squad who had killed a lot of innocent people. They were our enemies, but we never did it. There were 15 of us, all boys from the village. But one of us betrayed the group. It was a setup. For money. 12 people died, 3 escaped. I know the traitor was not me.
Horrifically scarred by this incident, Niko would vow to track down and uncover the traitor, no matter the cost. After the Yugoslav wars ended, Niko, who had developed a skill set killing and surviving, found himself unable to find steady work, and quickly took up a life working in the European criminal underworld, which would eventually earn him a short stay in a prison in an unknown country. Following his incarceration, Bellic would find work as a human trafficker, smuggling people into richer European nations under Ray Bulgarin, but this venture too was not destined to last. On a routine smuggling run transporting people into Italy, Niko's ship sank to the bottom of the Adriatic Sea, along with everyone and everything aboard. Being the only survivor, Ray Bulgarin blamed Niko for the loss and began hunting Niko down across Western Europe, eventually resulting in Niko joining the Merchant Navy in an effort to escape the powerful gangster's reach. Many years prior to Niko's involvement with Bulgarin, his cousin Roman had moved to Liberty City in America, seeking the American dream, and the two would keep in contact over the years, with Roman slowly but surely enticing Niko to come join him to live life in the land of opportunity. Niko, who had learned that at least one of the men who may have betrayed his unit years prior was now living in Liberty, Florian Kravich, decided to finally give in to his cousin and boarded the cargo ship Platypus bound for America, in part to see his cousin and live the dream, and in part to find Florian and hopefully close the chapter in his life dominated by paranoia and thoughts of revenge. Broker, Liberty City, 2008. At this time, a mishmashed network of rivaling organized crime syndicates all vying for a greater deal of control over their respective territory, and all slowly succumbing to the increased crackdown on illegal operations during the information age and struggling to adapt. While the various gangs and mobs controlling the city have changed many times, one thing has remained true throughout the entirety of Liberty City's history, and that is its immigrant soul. From the Italian neighborhoods dominating Alderney State just across the West River, to the Jamaican Yardies' hard-won territory in Broker and Dukes, and the seedy red light dealings of the Russian Mafia controlling the Hove Beach and Firefly Island areas, among other neighborhoods, Liberty City is a melting pot of many different cultures, contributing to its opulent status as a city of new opportunities for the select few who manage to carve out a piece for themselves amongst the drug dealers, hitmen, white-collar criminals, and corrupt politicians.
Tom stops. How do you do?
Following a 7-month-long voyage aboard the Platypus, Niko arrived in Liberty City sometime in 2008 to live with his cousin Roman, who, according to his emails, was living a life of luxury with fast cars, women, and flashy apartments. Upon arriving at the docks in East Hook, however, Niko was greeted by a drunken Roman driving a worn-down taxi, and would soon learn that Roman's glorious lifestyle was nothing more than tall tales, and that in reality, Roman was living in a run-down one-bedroom apartment in Hove Beach, with little more to his name than some pitiful savings and his cab depot.
Where's luxury condo? Where's sports car? Where's Barbara with big titties and Stephanie who sucks like a vacuum?
What are you talking about?
In your letters to my mother, in your letters to me, all I hear about is Mr. Big, Mr. Roman, living the American dream. Sports cars, condos, women, money, the beach, opportunity. I come here, and the only thing big about your life is the cockroaches.
Furious with his cousin for lying, but with nowhere else to go, Niko would live with Roman for a time in Hove Beach, meeting his girlfriend Mallory Bardas, and learning of Roman's growing debt to various loan sharks and gangsters throughout Broker and Dukes.
Where's your Russian friend now, huh?
Niko would confront and kill a group of Albanian loan sharks, later in Kalem, along with their boss, Dardan Petrela, whom Roman owed a great sum of money to from under-the-table poker games. And it was at that point that Niko began to realize that life in America would be strikingly similar to life in his home country. Niko would also find additional work at this time from Roman's friend Little Jacob Hughes of the Schottler Yardies, and steroid junkie Brucey Kibbutz, performing various jobs for the two, mostly related to territorial control in Little Jacob's case, and acquiring expensive vehicles to chop in the case of Brucey. It was during this time that Niko would be introduced to a friend of Mallory's named Michelle, and after some prodding from both Mallory and Roman, the two would begin dating despite Niko's occasional suspicions of the woman.
All your stuff is new. Some even still have tags on.
Ah, well, I like things clean.
I can see that. But, everything is new.
Yeah, I'm kind of obsessed with cleanliness.
While the American dream seemed far from their grasp, Niko and Roman looked poised to claw their way up from the bottom slowly. All the while, in the back of his mind, Niko was thinking of only one thing: finding the men who betrayed him and killing him. Despite the dangers, Roman, being a hopeless gambler, would continue accruing debts, most prominently to the Russian mafia by way of Vladimir Glebov, who, in addition to keeping Roman under his thumb, began employing Niko as an enforcer, all the while making moves on Roman's girlfriend, Mallory. Under Vlad, Niko would serve as a thug and, against his better judgment, hitman, helping to maintain Vlad's and, by extension, the Russian mafia's assets in Hove Beach and beyond. However, eventually Vlad would overplay his hand, and flat out bragged to Niko about his sexual escapades with Mallory, but Niko remained silent until Roman discovered the truth and forced Niko to act in pursuit of his honor.
You knew?
I had suspicions.
You fucking knew?
What was I going to say?
You knew my woman was banging this war dog and you didn't do anything?
I didn't
say anything?
I didn't know.
You're an asshole, Niko Bellic! A disloyal user! After what I did for you, you dick!
Niko and Roman would confront Vlad at Comrade's Bar in Hove Beach, but despite Roman's desire to let bygones be bygones, Niko would not stand for Vlad's blatant disrespect for Roman, and would instead chase Vlad all the way to the docks in Easthook, where he executed the chubby mobster against Roman and Vlad's own warnings of retribution.
You were the stupid one, Vladdy boy. Nobody fucks with my family.
With their lives almost certainly in danger, Niko would soon after meet Roman next to Perestroika, hiding in a dumpster from perceived tales, and despite Niko's insistence that there was no danger, the two would be attacked and kidnapped by Russian mafia associates and brought to the home of Mikhail Faustin.
Come on, Freddy. The boss wants a little chat.
Vlad's boss, and the head of one of the two most powerful organized crime syndicates and broker.
Good lord. What are you doing?
The hot-headed and quick-tempered Faustin would shoot Roman in the stomach for screaming and make a deal with Niko, who he makes clear is now under his employment, with Faustin's level-headed second-in-command Dmitry Raskolov assuring Niko that his cousin will be fine and their debts cleared, so long as Niko does whatever Faustin asks him.
Ah! Roman! Go! I'll take care of him.
With little choice, Niko would work for Faustin directly, now ironically making more money than he ever made under Vlad, and establishing a name for himself amongst the Liberty City criminal underworld.
That's a good one.
Faustin's hair-trigger temper would eventually result in him sending Niko to kill suspected rat Lenny Petrovich, son of Kenny Petrovich, who ran the other dominant Russian mob present in Broker and Dukes. This act would spark a war between the Petrovich and Faustin families, which Niko continued to contribute to when the unhinged Faustin refused to negotiate on advice from Dmitry Raskolov, sending Bellic to bomb a Petrovich-controlled garage. Not long after sparking the feud with Kenny, Niko would be approached by Dmitry himself on Firefly Island, where he presented Niko with two options: live or die. The Petrovics wanted revenge for the death of Lenny, and the only way they would allow Niko to escape their wrath would be if he himself killed Faustin, a deal Dmitry hastily arranged with the Petrovics when it became clear that Faustin would simply not see reason.
You know, if there's one thing I've learned, it's that we must obey the rules of the game. We can pick the game, Niko Bellic, but we cannot change the rules.
Once again faced with an ultimatum, Niko would agree and confront Mikhail at the Perestroika Cabaret Club, where he chastised the man for his hasty decision-making.
You should have been calm.
After a brief chase onto the roof of the club, Niko would succeed in putting Faustin down, thereby keeping himself and his cousin safe from further retributions for Lenny's death. After dispatching Mikhail, Dmitry, the new head of the Faustin family, would ask Niko to meet him at a warehouse in Easthook to discuss payment for Faustin's assassination. Little Jacob, who had slowly become a good friend of Niko, would express suspicion towards the meeting and insist on joining Niko to serve as backup in the case of an ambush, which, as it turned out, was an exceptionally wise move on their part. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Dmitry would reveal his true intentions and affiliations when Niko's former employer, Ray Bulgarin, made his presence known. The two were old friends, and Dmitry, instead of paying Niko for his services, had intended to sell Niko's life to Bulgarin, who'd been searching for Niko ever since Bellic survived the sinking of one of Bulgarin's human trafficking vessels back in Europe. Thanks to backup from Little Jacob, Niko would manage to shoot his way out of the warehouse and to temporary safety, but now a marked man by the Russian mafias of Liberty City, and an enemy once again of powerful men like Raskolov and Bulgarin, Niko would soon be forced to flee the even relative safety of Hope Beach. Following Dimitri's betrayal, Niko would inform Roman of the dire circumstances and tell him that the two needed to leave Broker immediately as it was no longer safe. Roman, furious, would accept the situation, but insist that before they leave he grab a gift from Mallory he had kept at the apartment, which the two quickly raced towards. Upon arrival at the apartment, they would discover the entire unit ablaze, horrifying Roman, and the tragedy would only worsen when they soon after found Roman's cab depot also burning, both set aflame by Dmitri Raskolov's men seeking to smoke the Bellic cousins right out of Hove Beach. Thankfully, Mallory would manage to secure some quick, temporary lodgings for the cousins in Bohan, where she grew up and had many connections, providing some, but very little relief for Roman, who revealed to Niko that the gift he'd lost in the apartment had been a ring which he intended to propose to Mallory with. It seemed to Roman that ever since his cousin had arrived in Liberty City, his life had only gotten worse.
Since you got here, I've had my computer smashed, I've been beaten up, I was kidnapped and then shot in the stomach! My apartment got burned down and so did my business! Things have been going so great, just great since you showed up!
Ever the eternal optimist, Roman would quickly accept the circumstances, and Niko would resume his work for criminal elements of the city through Mallory's connections in Bohan, meeting community activist and vain TV personality Manny Escuela, for whom Niko would perform community service, ridding Bohan of dealers and gangsters to provide Escuela with fodder for his program under the guise of cleaning up the streets.
All I can say is I hope you'll continue to make the community a better place.
Hey, man, for a cop, you ain't so bad, man. Give it up. The streets, man, word, give it up.
At this time, Niko would also be introduced to corrupt Deputy Police Commissioner Francis McCreary, and initially, unbeknownst to Niko, his brother, Irish gangster Patrick Packy McCreary, as well as coke dealer Elizabeta Torres. For Torres, Niko would oversee a deal gone south for Packy, and later act as muscle in a large-scale heroin deal for Elizabeta, who was serving as the middleman between a lost MC biker, Jonnie Klebitz, who owned the Brown, and the prospective buyer. And accompanying Niko to the deal would be another big-time crack cocaine distributor, Trey Playboy X Stewart.
What's up, money?
At the deal, things would quickly go south when the buyers turned out to be undercover LCPD investigators, forcing all parties to flee, including Niko and Playboy, who walk away empty-handed. Now under investigation, Elizabeta would become increasingly paranoid, which wouldn't be helped when a contact of Little Jacob's rips her off for a large supply of cocaine, forcing Niko to retrieve it to both get paid and save Jacob's ass from the already pissed-off coke dealer.
Hey, what's wrong? What's wrong?
Upon successfully stealing back the cocaine from the Spanish lords and Angels of Death, Niko would be forced to flee an LCPD ambush and just barely managed to escape when he was contacted by Jacob, who asked Niko to meet him in Chase Point, claiming that someone who knows him may be responsible for alerting the authorities. When he arrived, Niko would be approached by his own girlfriend, Michelle, who revealed the real reason she'd been dating Niko all along was to watch him.
Michelle?
As it happens, it is. You see, Niko, I have been working for the government. I'm afraid it's my job to watch you. And now I have to ask you for the coke.
This is a joke, right?
Please, please don't make this harder for me than it already is. Look, they're about to take down Elizabeta.
I don't fucking believe this.
Listen, I'm sorry it had to be this way, Niko. I'm really sorry. Hey, you could have gone down too if you weren't so useful.
You fucking bitch.
If further betrayal wasn't enough, it was around this time that Niko would be contacted by Mallory, who feared Roman had been kidnapped and was being held at a warehouse in Bohan Industrial. A furious Niko would rush to the warehouse and take down all the men guarding Roman, and learn that Dmitri Raskolov had orchestrated the kidnapping in an attempt to kill or capture Niko upon arriving to rescue his cousin. Having underestimated Niko once again, the Bellic cousins would escape the warehouse, and once more narrowly escape death or capture by Raskolov and Bulgarin.
No. We're going to die! I don't want to die, man! Not like this!
How would you like to die?
Having a threesome on my 100th birthday? I don't fucking know! I'm scared, you cold bastard! What are we going to do?
Under blackmail for his many crimes since arriving in Liberty, Niko would be forced to work for a contact at United Liberty Paper, the man giving orders to Michelle, whose real name was revealed to be Karen Daniels. For this contact, Niko would act as an independent contract assassin, taking down threats to national security, Ironically, all Russians deemed for one reason or another as dangers to American hegemony in Liberty City. Though working for the ULP contact had been coerced, the mysterious man with connections to Niko's home country would promise to help Niko in locating that special someone.
We're all looking for that special someone.
But most of us don't want to kill them when we find them.
After successfully eliminating their main target, Edward Borodin, with the aid of Little Jacob, in a helicopter chase across Algonquin. After authorities close in on and arrest Elizabeta, Niko would also continue working for Playboy X, and soon after, Playboy's friend and former head of the North Holland crack ring, Dwayne Forge, fresh out of a stint in the Liberty City prison system.
I called. Couple of times.
Man, hey, Dwayne, this is Niko.
Hey.
Niko Dwayne Forge. Taught me everything I know.
Not everything.
Niko would begin helping Playboy and partnering with real estate mogul Yusuf Amir by clearing a worksite Amir had been eyeing of union tough guys employed by the Messina crime family, as well as perform an assassination for Playboy before being delegated to assisting Dwayne, who was struggling to find a purpose following his time inside. Niko would take an immediate liking to Forge, whom he would help initially on condition of being paid by Playboy, but go on to directly conflict with Playboy's agenda by shooting up a strip club in Bohan, which Playboy had taken control of when Dwayne was arrested, in order to place the establishment back under Forge's control. At some point, angered by Dwayne's moves against his businesses, Playboy X would ask Niko to put the matter to rest once and for all, and kill his former friend and associate, something Niko was very reluctant to agree to. Our sources were unable to confirm with certainty, but the most likely outcome of this request was Niko refusing to kill Forge, and instead killing Playboy X in order to save Dwayne's life. As Niko saw a great deal of himself in the fallen drug lord, though once again, take the scenario with a grain of salt, as Niko's occasionally unpredictable nature, and the classified or anecdotal nature of the information available, means we can never know for certain what happened. What is known is that around this time, Niko, who had been working for numerous high-level players in Liberty City's underworld, had accrued a steady savings, and was supporting Roman as they eked closer and closer to the lifestyle of the American dream, built on death instead of good old-fashioned American ingenuity. Roman Bellic, continuing a hot streak in his gambling, purchased a lavish penthouse apartment in Middle Park East, and Niko was seen driving flashier and flashier vehicles, including a bright yellow Comet he'd been given by Brucey Kibbutz. It seemed that the Bellic cousins may have finally found that elusive opportunity Niko had heard so much about. Whilst living in Algonquin, Niko would continue diversifying his network of criminal contacts by doing jobs for the Irish mob under the McCreary family, and by extension, the Italian mob through Ray Bacino, who hired Packy to steal from the Triads, and later one of the 5 dominant families of Liberty City, the Ancelotti family. After ingratiating himself to Packy, Niko would be asked to participate in one of the most successful bank robberies ever orchestrated in the city, when Niko, Packy, and his brother Derek McCreary and Irish associate St. Michael Keane robbed the Columbus Avenue branch of Liberty Bank and walked away with $250,000 each, despite losing Michael to a lone hero gunman attempting to stop the robbery in progress.
We told you not to fuck with us! Shit! Michael! St. fucking Michael! Fucking shit! Get the money! Me and my brother watch the kids!
During his time working for the many McCreary siblings, Niko would also take a particular liking to the lone sister of the McCreary brothers, Kate, whom Niko would casually date with reluctant permission from the overprotective Packy. Unlike Michelle or Karen, Niko would become deeply invested in Kate, finding her to be a lone source of happiness in his otherwise violent and depressing life as a contract killer, and the two would hang out frequently in between Niko's jobs, always being direct with Kate about the nature of his working with her brothers, but never fully exposing her to the details of death and destruction common to his criminal lifestyle.
Coming, Ma! You boys play nice now.
For sure.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna play real nice.
Never being directly involved with the family's criminal element and never before having dated one of her brother's violent friends, Kate would nevertheless also develop a fondness for Niko, despite all reports indicating that the two were only ever technically friends, with Kate reluctant to involve herself completely with such a dangerous man. For the corrupted Deputy Police Commissioner Francis McCreary, whom Niko had met during his time working for Manny Escuela, he would initially work under a thin threat of blackmail, as Francis threatened to give Niko up to the FIB should he refuse to help him in dealing with his own source of blackmail. Niko would silence the people threatening to expose McCreary, including a lawyer who was attempting to build a case against Francis, and a couple of street hustlers from East Holland, Clarence Little and one of his chief lieutenants. There is some ambiguity as to whether or not Niko killed Little himself, though confirmation was able to be obtained on the death of Little's lieutenants.
For the eldest and unofficial head of the McCreary family, Derek McCreary, who was in turn operating largely under Alderney-based Don Jimmy Pecorino of the Pecorino family, Niko would attempt to destabilize the Ancelotti family by first assassinating a high-ranking Capo regime, Anthony Black Toni Cipoletto, and later posing as an Albanian biker to perform a false flag attack on the Ancelottis and further escalate the issues between the two. Not long after, Gerald would be arrested on numerous charges, but continue making moves against the Ancelottis from in prison, by having Niko meet with him as a visitor and speaking in coded language while using Packy to pass along details and assist Niko. Gerald would organize the kidnapping of Don Giovanni Ancelotti's daughter, Gracie, in order to ransom a large amount of money off them and further hamper their business and financial interests. After posing as a prospective buyer for Gracie's pink Feltzer she'd been trying to sell online, Niko would take Gracie, with plenty of resistance from the mob daughter, to a safe house in northern Alderney for holding. Though the Ancelottis would try once, unsuccessfully, to take Gracie back while being transported to a new safe house in Northwood, eventually Packy and Niko would meet with two associates of the family, gay Tony Prince and his muscle Luis Lopez, to make an exchange for diamonds Lopez had previously stolen off Niko during a job for Pecorino capo, Ray Bacino. The meet would go horribly wrong, however, when the original owner of the diamonds, Ray Bulgarin, ambushes the meet with his men, forcing Niko and Packy to fight their way through dozens of Russian gangsters, before Bulgarin's man tosses the cursed diamonds into a passing dump truck, ensuring that no one would ever make money off of them again.
I don't nobody having them. Screw all of you. Lleveno isto.
You selfish piece of cock-sucking shit!
For the fresh out of prison and concerningly alcoholic Derek McCreary, Niko would take revenge against a former friend of Derek's who he suspected was responsible for his incarceration, Bucky Sligo, as well as protect a North Korean supernote distributor as he entered the country via boat. He would also, with Packy's assistance, capture and kill another of Derek's former associates, suspected of ratting on the McCrearys, Aidan O'Malley, by blocking his convoy en route to the Alderney State Correctional Facility under the guise of a prison break, and then taking O'Malley to be executed in secret. Unaware that his brother Derek had been released from prison and was back on the streets, Francis would contact Niko not long after working with Derek and furiously demand that Niko execute his own brother when Derek threatens to expose Francis's corruption and jeopardize his career prospects.
You got the big problem then.
Me? We, my friend. We. You stop it.
Stop?
Stop.
Kill your brother.
He's already dead. Just put him out of his misery.
Fuck you.
No, fuck you, pal. I'm gonna meet him in the Courtyard Park off Bismarck and Lancet. Deal with him. Make him a tragedy, not a disaster. Do it, or I will put you away. Oh, don't push me.
Niko, who was none too fond of the corrupt deputy commissioner, but still in danger of being fingered for numerous crimes to which Francis was privy, and under threat of exposure, was forced to make a decision at a meeting set up by Francis at a park in Lancet. Derek, suspicious of his brother, would ask Niko to take out Francis instead, but unfortunately, our GTA biography investigators once again came up short in determining who exactly Niko killed, as information on both McCreary brothers has been and continues to be covered in black ink. Some sources claim that Niko killed Derek reluctantly in order to save himself from Francis's threats to expose his crimes. Others say that it was Francis who Niko killed, eliminating any possible evidence linking him back to the deputy commissioner's own crimes, and saving Derek, whom Niko had more sympathy for. But we may never know the real story. Having been previously introduced while working for the McCrearys, Niko would also take on many jobs from the Pecorino family capo Ray Bacino, operating out of Algonquin's Little Italy district, where Niko would participate in Bacino's elaborate attempt to sell the previously mentioned diamonds after stealing them from the cook, who smuggled them into the city aboard the Platypus during his attempt to sell them to gay Toni and Luis Lopez. After getting his hands on the diamonds, Bacino would have them stashed in garbage bags around the city until a buyer could be found, and later have Niko work alongside associates Luca Silvestri, Johnny Barbosa, and Joseph DeLeo to collect them in preparation for a sale. After learning that Luca and his men attempted to rip off the diamonds for themselves, Ray would also send Niko to kill the group and retrieve the product once again before being sent to sell them to Jewish mobsters Isaac Roth and Maury Green, with help from Johnny Klebitz of the Lost MC, for the second time, who remained unaware of Niko's role in killing numerous Lost members already, including a good friend to Johnny, Jason Michaels.
There it is.
Beautiful, huh? Unmarked bills. No history, no need to launder.
Good. Niko, show him the stuff.
Get in there, Maury.
Isaac, look at them.
Gorgeous, huh? Like condensed money.
Isaac, these are great.
Oh! Rest of you motherfuckers wanna die? Do something stupid, okay? Fuck you! Just get the shit, man! Come on!
When, as previously mentioned, the deal is ambushed by Luis Lopez, Niko escapes with only his life, while Jonnie takes the money and Luis takes the diamonds after killing Maury Green. Furious from the botched deal, Ray would have Niko meet with Pegorino associate Phil Bell before having him chase and kill another Lost MC member in retribution for taking Ray's money, Jim Fitzgerald, ironically another good friend of Johnny's. With the operation a failure, but by no fault of Niko's, Ray would reluctantly agree to fulfill the promise he'd made to Niko of helping him to locate Florian Kravitz, as well as introduce Niko to Ray's boss and head of the Pegorino crime family, Jimmy Pegorino. Working directly for Jimmy now, Niko would work to help Pegorino undermine the interests of some of the 5 families of Liberty City, most prominently the Pavano and Ancelotti families. After saving Jimmy during a sit-down that Pegorino thought would finally get him a seat on the commission, Niko would exact payback on the Pavanos, before being tasked with assisting associate Phil Bell. The first job Niko would do for Phil involved stealing a truckload full of heroin, the very same heroin Niko had tried to sell for Elizabeth Torres weeks earlier from the Liberty City Triads. After attacking the Triads and taking the product, Niko would stash it with Phil's nephew, Frankie Gallo, at an old mansion in Westgate.
You're a lucky guy. I don't know about that. I gotta sit on this stuff until Phil gets over his paranoia, and we could ship it.
Later, Phil would discover an alliance between the Russians and Albanians and have Niko ambush the deal and steal their cocaine for offloading, as well as assassinate Ancelotti underboss Charles Mateo, who had discovered Phil and Niko's involvement in sabotaging the deal and planned to leak the information to the commission. Later, Niko and Phil would meet up again with Frankie Gallo to move the heroin, only to learn that the LCPD had been watching the building the entire time. In a close call, Phil, Frankie, and Niko would evade the police in a chase through the streets of Alderdy before stashing the heroin once more at a safe house in Leftwood to be sold at a later date. Around this time, Jimmy Pegorino would discover a rat inside his organization in his own personal bodyguard, Anthony Corrado, and after threatening the man over the phone when he learned of his deal with the FIB, gave Corrado a heart attack, afterwards sending Niko to eliminate him while he recovered at West Dyke Memorial Hospital, which Niko successfully does. Seeing traitors around every corner, Pegorino's next target would fall on his own capo, Ray Bacino, whom Niko also assassinated at a gas station whilst en route to a chop shop in Boabo.
I'll get a chunk muscle and stop my gas that way. It might create a good opportunity for you.
Before killing Ray, however, the man Niko himself described as
a rat doing an impression of a man
would indeed fulfill his promise to Niko and pass along information leading to Florian Kravitz by way of a man named Talbot Daniels, whom coincidentally Roman knew through his various poker games around Liberty City. After interrogating Daniels together, the Bellic cousins would head to Florian's apartment, who now went by the name Bernie Crane, to hopefully find closure on the horrific incident that scarred Niko all those years prior.
Niko, be calm! Be calm!
Fuck! Calm! Florian! Odesądzbok tebe, Drgagior! Otwori! Florian! I've come for you, Florian.
Oh, go away!
Florian. Yesitoti.
Niko? What the hell are you doing here?
What happened to you?
Oh, I started working out. You know, toned up the,
Florian? You used to work in the abattoir?
Oh, don't remind me. Roman? You put on a few vanity pounds. What are you guys doing here? Why did you kick my door down?
I've come to ask you some questions.
It wasn't you, was it?
What wasn't me?
Who set us up? It was you or Darko. I thought it must be him. Oh my God. You think it was me? That's why you are here. You've come to kill me. Well, screw you, Niko Bellic and Fatty Roman. It wasn't me, it wasn't. I wouldn't do that.
Unfortunately for Niko, upon meeting Crane, the cousins would discover that he was not in fact the one who betrayed their unit, and had come to Liberty City seeking acceptance for his homosexuality, which was deeply shunned in their home country, Serbia. Under a new name, Bernie Crane had been living a life of relative comfort, and was even dating the closeted deputy mayor, Bryce Dawkins, who was infamous for his anti-gay and pro-family legislation, despite being gay himself. Believing wholeheartedly that the man he had found could not have been responsible for their betrayal, Niko would instead help Bernie, being old friends, in dealing with a homophobic stalker who had been harassing Crane in Middle Park.
Oh! Why don't you pick on someone who'll fight back? What's your problem, fag lover? Whatever you say, buddy. Unfortunately, for hitting my friend, I'm going to kick the shit out of you.
Niko would also later help Bryce Dawkins for Bernie by killing members of the Russian mafia under Dmitry Raskolov, attempting to blackmail Dawkins to facilitate his dominance over the Liberty City criminal underworld, only further enraging Dmitry, who had consistently failed to capture or kill both Niko and his cousin Roman, on top of Niko's continued actions against the interests of Raskolov's partner, Ray Bulgarin. A trend which only continued when Dmitry attempts to kill both Niko and Bernie whilst riding a boat for fun, and the two manage to evade his bend long enough to reach the shore, where Niko kills each of the failed assassins.
Niko, you are my knight in shining armor. Thank you. I'm sorry our fun day wasn't so very much fun. See you soon.
While working for both the Pegorinos and Crane, Niko would also be contacted directly by the head of Liberty City's most powerful mafia family, John Gravelli, after being recommended by a mutual friend in the mysterious contact from United Liberty paper. For both Gravelli and Agent ULP, Niko would work against the Russians attempting to gain a foothold in Liberty City once again, by first ensuring a speech is given by Bobby Jefferson at City Hall, warning of the dangerous influence presented by the Russians, undoing some of his own actions to the ignorance of his employers, such as killing Kim Young-guk for distributing counterfeit supernotes in the city, damaging the local and federal economy, and ambushing another deal between the Raskolov Russians and the Ancelotti family to punish them for making deals with foreign enemies. Upon successfully crippling the Russians once again for Gravelli and ULP, Niko would finally be given his opportunity for closure when ULP makes good on his earlier promise and has Darko Brevic located in Romania and transported to France's International Airport for Niko to deal with. Niko would phone Roman, and the two Bellic cousins would arrive in the dead of night, where a tied-up Brevic is dumped directly at Niko's feet.
You remember me?
Pussy me, не познаем. I don't know you.
Yes, you do. I'm the one who survived.
Niko, hello.
Reci mi zašto.
Zašto?
Zato što smo bili prijatelji. Svi smo odrasli zajedno. Mitar, Dragan, Goran, Mio. Mogu da nastavim. Svio, huh?
We were friends, but I had other friends. Friends that Goran and his guys killed. My fucking neighbors! Because of what? Because of shit. Lies. Fucking lies.
So that makes it okay to stab your friends in the back?
When everything you believe is shown to be shit, you make strange choices.
Fuck you! Strange choices? How much?
1,000.
You killed my friends for $1,000.
How much did you charge to kill someone?
You ruined me, you fuck!
I needed the money. I had problems.
You're a fucking junkie!
Kill me then! You fucking hypocrite. Trust me. You'll be doing me a favor. Ah!
Niko, come on. Let's go. Let him suffer. He knows what he did. He doesn't look like he enjoys life too much. Come on.
After dealing with Brevich, Niko would be one step closer to his goal of walking away from his criminal life and settling down with his family, with Roman, now a wealthy man alongside Niko, proposing to Mallory and inviting Niko's girlfriend Kate to join the celebrations. Before the campaign and parties, though, Niko would be approached one last time by Jimmy Pecorino, looking to offload the heroin stashed in Leftwood to a prospective buyer.
I need a favor.
Here we go.
Fuck you! I looked out for you, and I'll pay good, real good. But I need you to do something. I need you to collect that H. I got some Russians who have a buyer.
Russians?
Yeah. Dmitry Rascalov.
No, we got history.
I know, but this is real. I need you.
Real? What the fuck is real? Real because it's you?
Real because it's my last chance.
Then good luck.
No, I need you to get that H. I need the money. I looked out for you. You know, people wanted to whack you. I said no. Now I need you. And I'll pay a lot of money.
Listen, Mr. Pecorino, I already told you. I got history.
No, you listen, you dumb immigrant fuck. I ain't asking you. I'm telling you, do this. Get over your principles. These guys don't hold grudges. Do it or you and me are gonna have a problem. Look, Phil will look after you. You won't even have to deal with the fucking Russians. He's waiting for you down in Tudor.
All right.
I knew I could count on you. Hey, how about that drink?
Faced with perhaps the most important and difficult decision in his life, Niko would speak with both his cousin Roman, who advised Niko to do the deal with Dmitri and make them even richer than they'd already become, as well as Kate McCreary, who urged Niko not to trust a snake like Rascalov, whom Niko learned was aboard the platypus in Easthook from Roman, finally giving Niko the opportunity to put Dmitri down and end things once and for all. Though there are scant few individuals who claimed that in the end Niko did deal with the Russians, it is the conclusion of this program and our reporters that in fact Niko's choice was to ambush Rascalov and execute him before a deal between him and Pecorino could take place, the reasons for which we will return to later. What's thought to have occurred is a confrontation between Bellic and Rascalov on board the very ship which Niko first arrived in Liberty City on, ending in a violent shootout below deck that left all of the Russian operators dead, along with Dmitri. Between Darko and Dmitri, it seemed Niko had finally gotten the revenge he'd long desired, even if Ray Bulgarin remained out of reach.
You screwed me over. Now you're paying for it. Shame that'll be the second last thing that goes into your head. Goodbye.
You're the one who's going to learn a lesson. People aren't going to be happy if you kill me. Blять ёбаный!
I've never been popular. I don't mean to start now.
With loose ends wrapping up, Niko would plan to attend Roman and Mallory's wedding accompanied by Kate McCreary, but on the fateful day, a vengeful and thoroughly ruined Jimmy Pecorino would ambush the celebrations and bring further tragedy into Niko's life. In an attempt to kill Niko, stray bullets would instead strike and kill Kate McCreary, leaving Niko devastated and once again bloodthirsty for revenge.
Get on. One out of this blood clot.
Niko. Niko, come on. Oh, somebody call an ambulance. Call a fucking ambulance!
She's dead!
What? Oh, shit. Shit.
She told me to leave it. I thought I had. I thought it was over.
It's never over, Aya.
Niko, you can't blame yourself.
Of course I can! She's dead!
Easy. Are you better, man? Easy. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Niko, you have to get out of here.
Yes, go on, man. We have to leave, man. Just leave.
Get out of here.
Don't
Go.
worry, we take care of this, man.
Okay.
With help from Little Jacob and Roman, Niko would track down Pecorino at an abandoned casino in Westdyke, where, after a massive shootout, Niko would begin chasing Jimmy through the waterways of Liberty City. Jacob, having acquired a police Annihilator helicopter, would collect Niko from his bike and continue chasing Pecorino all the way to Happiness Island, where they finally cornered the wannabe mafioso, and Niko gunned him down once and for all.
I told you to leave me alone. I give the orders here. Me!
You're not looking so good there, Jimmy.
Screw you.
What the fuck did she ever do to you?
I wanted you immigrant dipshit.
Big talk. You want to know something funny?
Not really.
The commission. The old families. I know some of those guys. And they thought you were a fat fucking joke.
Whatever.
A joke.
Cousin!
Yeah.
You did it.
Really? I don't know. What did I do?
But we're done. Now we can start making money. Freely.
I suppose so.
We won, man. We won!
With Ray Bulgarin soon after killed by an unknown actor, Niko would find that all meaningfully remaining connections to his violent life could be tied up with both him and his cousin being exceedingly wealthy, even without the money from a potential deal, and Niko presumably walking away from his long life of trafficking, smuggling, and assassinating, for a quiet life with his cousin, living the American dream.
So this is what the dream feels like. This is the victory we longed for.
There are those who claim both that Niko in fact did deal with Dmitry Raskolov, and that it was not Kate McCreary killed at Roman's wedding, but Roman himself. However, these claims were checked, double-checked, and then mailed to a foreign country to be checked by highly skilled, underpaid workers for a third time in order to verify that Roman Bellic remains alive. This is evidenced by the existence of his Life Invader page, with information relating to the whereabouts of the Bellic cousins to this day. While we are unable to disclose where the cousins are, or if they remain in Liberty City at all, we can indeed be sure with a great deal of certainty that it was Kate McCreary who died, and not Roman Bellic. Niko's reputation among heist experts and criminal contractors across the United States has remained high ever since the Bank of Liberty robbery, and Packy McCreary, who has remained active in criminal undertakings as far as Los Santos San Andreas, at least as recently as 2013, has spoken on multiple occasions to Niko's reliability, though he suspects, having not heard from Niko in many years, that he could be dead.
There was an Eastern European guy making moves in Liberty City. He went quiet.
The only known reference to Niko since that time came from a notorious San Andreas heist planner, Lester Crest, in 2017, during a collaboration with the IAA and Agent ULP on a mission to take down madman Avon Hertz.
This is an old agent. You know, I heard about him running some poor bank robber in Liberty City like a decade ago. And what happened to him?
Niko Bellic is a haunted, peculiar hypocrite of a man. He is perhaps the first man in the series, apart from perhaps Victor Vance, who seemed to truly hate the circumstances that made him a perfect killing machine, and took practically no joy whatsoever from the numerous people he killed for money, with a few notable exceptions in the cases of revenge. Having grown up in the derelict shadow of the Bosnian and Yugoslav wars, from a young age, Niko became jaded and hateful of the disgusting world he saw around him, until he perhaps took up the mentality of, if you can't beat them, join them, following his military unit's ambushing and the death of 12 of his childhood friends, as well as numerous other atrocities witnessed during his time in war. Using the ugliness of humanity around him as a pretense to unleash his own violent and morally ambiguous tendencies, Niko sold people, smuggled people, and most of all killed many, many people throughout his life as a criminal across Europe and in Liberty City. Even if the man did eventually step away from the criminal lifestyle, his hypocrisy remains palpable, particularly his tendency to take immediate and gross offense when his loyalty is questioned, despite betraying several of his employers provided another was willing to provide enough cash. Whether or not Niko was at heart a psychopath who enjoyed his life as most prominently an assassin and contract killer is not much in contention. It is the opinion of this reporter and the rest of the team at GTA Biographies that Niko was a different brand of criminal to the typical maniac with no respect for civilized society. Instead, Niko is an example of how the corruption present in the American justice system is but a glimpse into the injustice faced by people across the world by governments, organized crime, or whoever else manages to hold the reins of power that week. He is an example of what can happen to a man when the raw ugliness of humankind is laid bare, and time again how the horrors of war can change people, turning those who might otherwise have been capable of living normal, humble lives into trained killers who know nothing but a life of violence and death. Niko is fiercely and violently defensive of his loved ones, especially his cousin Roman, whom he had to save on multiple occasions from various criminal elements looking to reach Niko through his cousin. While capable of explosive anger, he is more often than not calm and collected, even showing a much gentler side of himself to his girlfriends and occasionally his close male friends. Niko is deeply cynical and found the culture of America blatantly hypocritical despite his own hypocrisy, describing himself as neither conservative or liberal, but having a deep disdain for bullshitters such as Bernie Crane's bisexual lover Bryce Dawkins and his crusades against gay rights. It is clear that Niko was, at a young age, an idealist, whose experiences as a soldier in war sharply defined his abilities to make a life for himself, finding that by his 20s, killing was all that Niko was really good at, and forcing him into a life of killing and smuggling just to survive. Despite English being a second language, Niko can be quite persuasive, and is not easily intimidated, only losing his composure when dealing with Darko or enemies of his that threaten his loved ones. While he has killed numerous individuals, all of them have had at least a tenuous connection to crime, with Niko showing an unusual amount of deference towards civilians, especially women, than previous subjects on this show, going out of his way to help or even give money to strangers on multiple occasions, even committing crimes for people he's never met in an effort to lend a helping hand to somebody he thinks is down on their luck and worth the time of day. He is also exceptionally professional in his work, never drinking while on the job, remaining focused and always doing exactly as instructed with little exception, further bolstering Niko's reputation as one of the most reliable contractors in Liberty City circa 2008. Niko Bellic in another life may have been a truly good man. However, given the hand dealt to him, he instead opted to blend in among the monsters in an attempt to find some fraction of peace and happiness in a world he viewed as unforgiving, unfair, and pointlessly cruel, while taking what few opportunities he could to try and make amends for his numerous and egregious crimes against his fellow man. Niko has brown hair and brown hazel eyes, and at the age of 30 spotted a scruffy look with short hair, rough 5 o'clock shadow, and a slender build with a distinctive scar running through his left eyebrow. While not known to work out regularly, Niko's criminal lifestyle contributed to his relatively slender build, constantly on the run from police, mobsters, and politicians of all stripes. Niko Bellic arrived in Liberty City with hopes of living the good life with his cousin, but was quickly pulled into the life of a hardened criminal. Even before his crimes in Liberty, Niko had done egregious things whilst working for men like Ray Bulgarin back in Europe, and his trend of bringing misery wherever he walked would only continue, some might say accelerate, with his arrival in America. While many sources seem to indicate that Niko retired following the events surrounding the Raskolov Mafia and Pegorino families, his tallies for mayhem, death, and destruction are just as noteworthy as any other exceptional psychopath we've yet examined. Without further ado, let's take a closer look at the numbers on this reluctant but effective contract killer. Beating Blader Morina, Callum Vulaj, and killing Darden Petrena. Escaping the LCPD alongside Jermaine Andrews. Watching over a meeting and helping Little Jacob kill the hostile gang members. Helping Little Jacob to kill the gang members who set him up, following a drug dealer to his apartment and killing him and his backup, taking part in numerous drug deals for Little Jacob, vandalizing a shop to convince the owner to hand over money he owes to Vlad Glebov, assaulting a laundromat owner to convince him to hand over the money he owes to Vlad, stealing Jimmy's car for Vlad, chasing Ivan Bichkov, killing Vlad Glebov and hiding his body, stealing a police car and a van full of TVs owned by Kenny Petrovich, threatening Joseph Kaplan to convince him to hand the money he owes to Mikhail Faustin, killing Lenny Petrovich, killing Jason Michaels, blowing up Kenny Petrovich's garage, killing Mikhail Faustin, killing numerous Russian mobsters after being led into an ambush by Dmitry Raskolov and Ray Bulgarin, stealing a police car and killing Lyle Rivas, stealing Lyle's car for Brucey Kibbutz, killing Tom Rivas, stealing numerous cars for Brucey Kibbutz, killing a drug dealer and his associates at a warehouse, killing several gang members at a garage, watching over a drug deal and killing the hostile dealers who attacked Patrick McCreary, taking part in a drug deal alongside Johnny Klebitz and Playboy X, and escaping from the LCPD, killing numerous officers in the process when the deal is revealed to be an LCPD bust, killing several gang members who get off of a train, stealing back Elizabeth Torres' cocaine from the Angels of Death, killing both them and several pursuing LCPD officers in the process, disposing of Benny Escuela and Jay Hamilton's bodies, stealing a truck from the Triads for Ray Bacino alongside Patrick McCreary, stealing money from the Ancelotti crime family for Ray Boccino alongside Patrick, Gordon Sargent, and Michael Keane. Robbing the Bank of Liberty alongside Patrick, Derek McCreary, and Michael Keane. Killing Anthony Spoleto and several other members of the Ancelotti crime family using a car bomb. Killing Frank Garone. Killing numerous Russian mobsters in order to rescue Roman Bellic. Killing Francis McCreary's blackmailer. Killing Tom Goldberg and stealing his files on Francis. Killing Clarence Little and his guards. Killing Clarence's chief lieutenant. Killing several union officials and their guards. Killing Marlon Bridges. Killing Javon Simon. Assaulting the Triangle Club and killing the Trenchez brothers. Killing either Playboy X or Dwayne Forge. Becoming a hitman for United Liberty Paper and killing Oleg Minkov. Stealing a helicopter and using it to chase Edward Borodin, who was killed by Little Jacob for UL Paper. Killing Teddy Benavides and his guards for not paying his debt to Ray Boccino. Retrieving stolen diamonds from the trash alongside Luca Silvestri and his crew. Killing Luca and his crew for betraying Boccino and stealing the diamonds. Attending a diamond deal with the Jewish mob alongside Johnny Klebitz and killing numerous Jewish mobsters to escape the deal when it gets ambushed by Luis Lopez and goes awry. Killing Jim Fitzgerald and another biker in retaliation for Johnny betraying Boccino during the diamond deal. Killing Isaac Roth and his guards for accusing Ray Boccino of setting up the ambush deal. Stealing a police car and killing Bucky Sligo and his associates. Killing numerous Albanian mobsters who attacked Kim Jong-guk. Attacking an LCPD convoy alongside Patrick McCreary to free and kill Aidan O'Malley. Killing Francis or Derek McCreary. Killing several Albanians who attack a McCreary funeral. Stealing numerous cars for Stevie. Kidnapping Gracie Ancelotti. Killing several members of the Ancelotti crime family who attempt to rescue Gracie. Killing numerous Russian mobsters working for Ray Bulgarin who ambushed the exchange of Gracie for the diamonds alongside Patrick McCreary. Killing the homophobic man stalking Bernie Crane. Killing Dmitry Raskolov's men blackmailing Bernie and Bryce Dawkins. Killing 3 of Dmitry's men attacking him and Bernie during a boat ride. Stealing a truck full of heroin from the Triads for Phil Bell and killing all the Triads guarding it. Watching over a drug deal and killing all the hostile members of the Pavano family who attacked Jimmy Pagarino. Killing several members of the Pavano family at the Auto Eroticar showroom as payback. Killing numerous targets for the Fixer. Killing several of Dimitri's men attacking Bobby Jefferson. Assaulting Mr. Fuchs' rice box and killing Kim Jong-guk. Destroying the Ancelotti family's vans full of coke and killing all of Dimitri's men guarding them. Stealing the Russians' boats full of coke for the Pecorino family and killing all of Dimitri's men guarding them alongside Phil Bell. Killing Charles Mateo and all his guards at the abandoned Sprunk factory. Escaping from the LCPD with a bag full of heroin alongside Phil Bell and Frank Gallo. Infiltrating the hospital, killing Anthony Corrado, and escaping from the pursuing LCPD officers. Killing Ray Boccino and his guards. Infiltrating the Platypus and killing Dimitri and all his guards. Killing all of Pegorino's men at the abandoned Alderney Casino, before chasing and killing Pegorino on Happiness Island in retaliation for Kate McCreary's death. For a man such as Niko Bellic, Liberty City was a perfect illustration of the true American dream, with lies, betrayal, corruption, and hypocrisy as far as the eye could see, demonstrating that unlike the ideal of the America far separated from the brutish European governments he was familiar with, reality was that America was just more of the same.
And hey, welcome to America. Pascal Stara Dejava.
Bushka.
As a highly competent and skilled assassin, Niko racked up an estimated body count of 633 murders alone, a number only surpassed by Toni Cipriani, whose body count included the all-at-once destruction of Fort Staunton. Bearing this in mind, Niko is easily the single most deadly killer next to Toni, and easily the most effective at what he does. While for the first time in the history of Grand Theft Auto biographies, the fault for Niko's mass murdering tendencies cannot be laid at the feet of America, Niko still goes to show just how common the violence he perpetuates is across even the modern world. The victory the Bellic cousins had may have been bittersweet, but sometimes a criminal life catches up with you much sooner than you might ever expect. Hard living, hard drinking, and hard riding is one surefire way to near guarantee your slot on the game show of criminal tragedy. Our next subject is a reminder that not every manipulator, backstabber, and mass murderer gets to walk away without paying that most serious of consequences. Motorcycles, meth, and Molotovs. Tonight we will take a look at the notorious Alderney biker with a knack for cracking skulls and cracking deals.
Can't believe I'm hearing this shit.
We'll follow the tragic life of a rebel who chose to stick it to the man and live by his own rules, and the many battles he would fight in pursuit of living a happy and accomplished life, only for it to be cut short suddenly and violently. Violence was not, however, something foreign to tonight's subject, not by any means. A man who at one point controlled one of the single largest and most powerful motorcycle clubs in the country, a role he most certainly did not earn by being a friendly, happy-go-lucky man. We will witness brothers, betrayal, and tragic love as we dive deeper into the rise and fall of the Lost MC and its last noteworthy leader, Jonnie Klebitz. Enjoy this series and just can't wait to see the next episode? Then head on over to patreon.com/GuinnessWalker, and for less than $5 American you can get access to extra content, including early access to episodes, a download catalog of every episode released at the time of your joining, and high-quality WAV files of all the music used throughout the series, with full permission to reuse them for your own videos, as long as they are credited in the description. For an additional $5, you can get all of this plus a credit in all future episodes as a producer. Can't afford to contribute regularly? No problem. Once you sign up as a patron, the entire back catalog opens up to you, allowing you to download the content for yourself and cancel your subscription afterwards. The only downside will be my unrepentant rage and disdain for the rest of your life. So sign up today to support the show, keep the lights on, and earn my eternal gratitude. Thank you. Jonathan Jonnie Klebitz was born in Actor Alderney State in 1974 to Jewish parents, where he grew up in the shadow of Liberty City. Not much is known about Klebitz's early life, though it is known that he had at least one brother, Michael Klebitz, who would go on to fight overseas during the Iraq War, and lead a drastically different life to his rebellious and law-skirting sibling, being vocally critical of Jonnie's lifestyle throughout his time as a member of the Lost MC. Speaking of the Lost, it is believed that Klebitz's first encounter with motorcycle club culture began with his introduction to future president of the Lost Alderney chapter, Billy Gray, through his brother. Being relatively weak in the classroom, Klebitz would continuously gravitate towards criminality, despite trying his hand at more legitimate work, driving 18-wheelers among other blue-collar jobs. A life of mundane participation as a cog in the machine of society would not be the life Klebitz would aspire to, instead associating with men like Gray from an early age and joining a motorcycle club, The Lost, before his 20th birthday. Sometime in 1991, Jonnie's criminal record began to explode when Klebitz would have been between 17 and 20, being arrested for grand theft auto, assault, and finally in 94, manslaughter, which landed Jonnie in Alderney State Correctional Facility for 6 years. Upon release, he received a parole violation almost immediately and returned to the criminal life he'd come to know through Gray. While a cause was unable to be identified, it is also speculated that Jonnie suffered from weak vision in one eye, perhaps from an industrial accident, or more likely from a violent incident during his many years as a member of the Lost. Whatever the case, the Jewish road warrior never allowed the handicap to prevent him from being an effective killer and member of his brotherhood. Between 2000 and 2008, Jonnie would move up the ranks of the Alderney chapter of the Lost alongside Billy Gray, with Gray eventually becoming the president, with Klebitz under him as VP. However, in early 2008, Gray would be caught with heroin and arrested, where he was sentenced to attend rehabilitation and change his ways.
Stay out of trouble.
Yes, Daddy.
With Gray inside, Klebitz would temporarily assume the position of president, and during his tenure, establish peace with the Lost's longtime rivals, the Angels of Death, whom they'd been at war with since at least 1982, before Gray's ascension to leader. Being significantly more rational in his approach to managing the organization, Klebitz would oversee a brief period, the good times, wherein both groups cooperated to increase profits in their shared criminal endeavors. These good times wouldn't last long, unfortunately, as only months after Gray's sentence, he would be released from rehab on parole for good behavior, and almost immediately reignited tensions between the two groups.
Whoa! Hold on! No! Wait! Please! Please! No! 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 No!
Where is my bike?
Having sold Gray's unique motorcycle to the AOD, partially to pay for Billy's legal fees, and partially as a peace offering from Klebitz, the Lost stood poised to return to full-scale war when a furious Billy found out and ordered a raid on the AOD-guarded scrapyard in Northwood to get the bike back. After slaughtering several of their rivals, Billy would retrieve his bike and chastise the frustrated Jonnie for prioritizing business and profits over what Gray perceived as
Leader shit! Shit meaning something!
that being pride, dominance, and pure entertainment value.
Yes. Thank you!
The two men, who had frequently clashed throughout their time as brothers in the Lost, would begin fighting constantly after Billy's release, fundamentally viewing the route forward for their organization differently, with Klebitz wanting peace and high profit, and Gray wanting chaos and subservience.
Like I told you when you were in there. Or were you so busy playing holier than thou, you started believing your own bullshit?
Forgive me. You know, I've had a complicated few weeks. Oh, yeah, imagine. Shut up. You know, coming off heroin's kind of hard. I think I acquired this touch of amnesia. What business is more important, Mr. 1980s yuppie big shot, than your best friend's bike when he's close to getting a 15-year stretch?
The business that pays his lawyer's fees. The business that puts food on all of our tables. The business that we are all in while you're out pretending to be saved.
Get my bike!
What am I, your fucking dog?
I told you she got the bike.
You told me. You told me. You don't tell me shit, you little fuck. Listen, Billy. They were pissed and they had a reason. Your bike chopped that girl's leg off. You put Joe John's nephew in a coma. The deadbeats kept the bike. We needed the money.
You needed some balls. Some fucking heart. Something.
Neither man would be alone in their sentiments either, with a substantial faction within the chapter supporting Johnny's level-headed approach, such as Klebitz's good friend Jim Fitzgerald, or the crippled Angus Martin, whose injuries were a direct result of Billy Gray's shoot first, ask questions second mentality during their seemingly perpetual gang war. Behind Gray would be many of the less experienced members, as well as club secretary Brian Jeremy, who is speculated to have done a murder rap in 1989 at the same time as Billy, being arrested the same year for the same crime. After a successful operation to save a group of the Lost being jumped by the AOD, Billy would learn of and inform the rest of the chapter, including Jonnie, of the death of Jason Michaels, reportedly killed by...
Sir, Brian.
Fucking Slav scumbag, all the fucking
Shut the fuck up!
For which Billy vows they will seek revenge.
Brothers, we will find a way to get payback.
Soon after, Gray would lead Klebitz and the other Lost members to an AOD clubhouse in North Holland for retribution, claiming that the reports on Michaels being killed by an Eastern European were incorrect.
We got some bad information, brother. These are the guys.
Only for Klebitz to discover Gray's real reason for storming the club, to obtain a massive stash of heroin the Angels had been sitting on. Encouraged by the brown-nosing Brian, Billy would order the heroin to be taken despite protests from Jonnie, who feared the potential crackdown from government agencies, not to mention the AOD. With little recourse to stop the move, Jonnie would simply watch as Billy Gray lit the spark that would ultimately burn the entire chapter to the ground. Though Billy Gray and Brian Jeremy wanted to sit on the product for a time and either find a good buyer or use it all themselves, Klebitz argued that they sell it as fast as possible to get rid of the heat the drugs brought onto the chapter. After some brief arguing, Jonnie would manage to convince Gray to sell the brown, and not long after arrange a deal with the infamous Bohan Queenpin, Elizabeth de Torres, which Klebitz would attend alongside Trey, Playboy X Stewart, and Niko Bellic. Jonnie would participate in the deal at an apartment on Cassidy Street in Schottler, but it would quickly turn to chaos as the buyers revealed themselves to be undercover LCPD agents. As Niko and Playboy fled to the roof, Klebitz escaped to the ground floor fighting his way through dozens of noose officers, but just barely managing to escape with the product still in hand.
You ain't right, friend. Come on, let's get out of here.
LCPD! Freeze, motherfucker! I said freeze!
The botched deal hadn't been the first time recently the Klebitz had dealt with the authorities directly either, having only days prior become embroiled in a brief blackmail scandal when Jonnie and Jim Fitzgerald are spotted stealing motorcycles off the Angels of Death and get cornered by off-duty detectives while offloading them.
Nobody's gonna be reporting these bikes stolen, so give us a break.
Oh, looks like these folks have outsmarted us, don't it? Unbelievable. These inbred biker rednecks get smarter every year.
Not ones to be taken advantage of, Jim and Jonnie would lure the corrupt officers into a lost trap, killing numerous detectives in a shootout in Actor Industrial Park. While tensions between the Lost and AOD accelerated, Jonnie was also forced to deal with his former lover and hapless meth junkie Ashley Butler when she once again incurred debts to dangerous drug dealers, prompting Klebitz to rush in and rescue her at Butler's request.
Nice place you got here, sugar.
Not now, honey. I ain't feeling so good.
I thought you said you stopped smoking that stuff.
I did, Johnny boy. I did. I promise. I never lied to you.
Come on, baby. That's crap, and you know it.
I never lied to you when I was sober.
Well, my whole life's fallen to shit, sweetheart. I guess it was dumb of me to think this would be any different.
I'm sorry. I know I ain't much, but I'm all yours. You do know that, baby, don't you?
If you say so.
I love you, Johnny. Thanks for saving me again.
Yeah.
Hey! You know what? We're better than this. We can live better than this.
Yeah, well, let's hope so.
Say the word, honey. Take that bike, we'll ride off into the sunset, you and me.
You, me, and that little habit of yours.
Having dated at some unknown time, Klebitz remained attached to Butler and would frequently drop whatever he was doing at the time in order to help her, regardless of circumstances, and despite her having slept with plenty of the other Lost members since their breakup, including Billy Gray. Eventually, Ashley even incurs debts to the Raskolov Mafia by a pair of Russian dealers, forcing a reluctant Jonnie to perform a kidnapping in order to pay off the debt, unable to simply shoot his way out of the situation as he might otherwise do due to the powerful influence of Dmitry Raskolov.
What'd you do?
I'm an addict! I need help!
What the fuck did you do?
With help from a friend of Jim Fitzgerald, Malk of the Uptown Riders, Jonnie would kidnap backroom gambler and cab company owner Roman Bellic and deliver him to a warehouse in Bohan Industrial, where he would later be rescued by his cousin Niko after slaughtering Raskolov's men.
This is Roman Bellic? Not such a tough guy, eh? What is all this fuss about his cousin?
Listen, buddy. Ashley's square with you now. So do me a favor. Go easy on the fat man. I've seen some of the bodies you people drop into Humboldt.
Easy, Johnny. You saw the shit stains in the back seat. He's scared enough.
What happens to this shithead is none of your concern. You come with me.
Shit, Johnny. Yo, I gotta bounce. Be easy, man.
Not long after the initial botched heroin deal, Billy Gray would also task Jonnie with assisting Congressman Thomas Stubbs III, whom Gray had secured work from through lawyer by day, prospect by night, Dave Grossman, who had recently joined the chapter.
Tom Stubbs would love hanging out with you boys.
With Billy proclaiming the Lost were moving up in the world, Jonnie would, with some reluctance, meet with Stubbs at an upscale club, Jousters, near Middle Park, where, after a brief encounter with a pompous faux aristocrat butler, he would become intimately acquainted with much more of the politician than he'd bargained for.
Well, now that you mention it, I'm starting to feel a little queasy.
Under the threat of exposure and with otherwise complete transparency, the conniving congressman would request that Jonnie murder his uncle on arrival at Francis International in order to secure his inheritance and, in turn, his next election, being on the verge of running out of campaign funds.
Whoa, that's heavy, man.
With little choice in the matter, Klebitz would do as Stubbs asked, going so far as to oblige his request of making the death look like a terrorist attack when Jonnie blasted Arthur Stubbs' convoy upon touching down at the airport, and fleeing before the authorities could identify him and blame the attack on the Lost. Stubbs would later have Jonnie break into a police station to liberate a prison bus packed with white-collar criminals and presumably friends or allies of the congressman, along with at least one lunatic cannibal.
Whoa! You're the best tasting thing I've had since I got locked up. That's intense.
Klebitz would deliver the criminals to a safe escape, along with the lunatic who may or may not have posed a significant threat to the day trading crooks. Regardless of their fates, Klebitz would be paid and conclude the Lost's obligation to Stubbs, while also having proved his own usefulness, going on to do several more jobs for the congressman on his own time for additional compensation. Eventually, Jim Fitzgerald would learn that the heroin Billy offloaded from the Angels of Death had in actuality belonged to the Liberty City Triads. Jonnie would argue that the given gang war, tensions in the gang, and the possibility that they were being monitored by the authorities meant that the best course of action would be to sell the heroin back to the Triads, and surprisingly, Billy would agree, or so it seemed.
Okay.
Later, after setting up a meet, Billy, Jonnie, Jim, and Brian would all ride to Dragonheart Plaza to deal with the Triads. Jonnie and Jim would go inside to exchange the product, while Brian and Billy watched their backs from outside. However, upon meeting with the Triads, they would be furious at the request to buy back their own property, and promptly steal the Brown while shooting, pulling their weapons on Jim and Jonnie, who were forced to fight their way out of the building.
So let me get this straight. You are here to sell us back our heroin. The heroin my cousin sweated over in order to bring to this country only to have it stolen.
Look, man, we can do business or go to war. It's your call.
In this country, they seem to be the same thing, you stupid pieces of shit!
Fuck you!
After pushing through dozens of angry Triads, the two men would witness Billy Gray still outside of the building crash his bike as the LCPD moved in on the building. Gray would be arrested once again, and while being grabbed by the officers, angrily denounced Klebitz as having set him up.
Put your hands in the air! Now! Fuck you, Johnnie! You're dead! Shut your goddamn mouth! Shut your mouth! Dead! Shut up!
Now technically chapter president again, Jonnie would phone Brian and meet up with him along with Jim to try and figure out exactly what happened. Brian would insist that Klebitz had set Billy up to be caught in order to become chapter president, but Jim would stick behind his friend, with Brian vowing to expose Klebitz as a traitor to the rest of the Lost.
You ratted him out! You ratted him out!
No, I didn't. He nearly got me fucking killed!
You set us up! You always wanted to be the one, the man! You're a gimp, Johnny, a gimp and a fucking Judas!
What the fuck are you talking about, you ass-kissing little weasel? Hey, Brian! Johnny's not like that,
Jim, you're wrong, man! I know you're a good guy, but this Jew prick, he fucked us over, man. He set us up and he called the cops. And you know why? Because they're putting heat on him. They saw him, and they've been calling him. I know, because they did the same to me. And they told me you ratted us out.
You keep talking like that, you are dead, my little friend.
Fuck you, man.
What?
You sent Billy to jail, huh? Show us your phone. Prove you ain't been speaking to the law.
I don't prove shit to you. And I didn't talk to no one. Fuck it. Come on!
You stay away from us, you hear?
Over the following days, Brian would splinter off and, along with several other members of the Alderney chapter, form a separate faction to Johnny's. It wouldn't be long, however, before Jeremy called for a truce between the two sides, despite having initiated the conflict to begin with. During the meeting, Brian would childishly mock Johnny, refusing to see sense, and escalate the, up to that point, civil war into an actual civil war.
Put these assholes in the ground, brothers!
While Brian's faction was ultimately larger than Johnny's, all of the veteran members had stuck with Klebitz, leaving Jeremy's faction almost exclusively made up of less experienced prospects. The first battle of the Lost conflict would end with the death of dozens of Brian's faction, with Jeremy himself just barely escaping. After escaping, Brian would attempt to broker a deal with Lost associates the Pecorino family through Ray Bacino, who had occasionally sold the bikers weapons, but ended up sealing his own fate when Bacino favored Johnny's faction and chose to reveal Jeremy's location to Klebitz in order to end the Civil War, as it was
in my interest to see that you boys calm things down.
With knowledge of Brian's location, Johnny, Jim, Terry, and Clay would all ambush Jeremy's safe house and put an end to the Lost conflict once and for all, leaving Johnny the uncontested leader.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be in prison or anything, but I take it. Fucking Johnny the Rat.
Around this time, Johnny would also find additional work with Bohan drug lord Elizabeta Torres, stealing a shipment of large cocaine at the toll bridges near Charge Island, as well as protecting Torres' drug mule Marta during her arrival at Francis International Airport, and later attempting to sell some of the product with help from Uptown riders Melk and Deshawn. Once again, unfortunately, the deal would be intercepted by the LCPD. Hot on Elizabeta's heels, and after escaping by the seat of his pants once more, Johnny would be told by Liz to stay away from her for a while, as she suspected she would be imminently arrested. A correct assumption.
Maybe we should get us a room together at the Jefferson Motel. I heard you and your brothers like that hardcore, hard rock bonding shit.
Quit these flirtations, B.
Alright.
You gotta take this shit back to Liz.
Right. Yo.
Catch you around, Johnny.
You wanna kiss your daddy?
Whoa there.
Peace out.
See you boys later.
While leading the Lost during his second bid as chapter president, Johnny would receive a call from Ashley, who was intimately involved with Ray Bacino, among many others, asking Klebitz to help Ray out with a job. Bacino's pitch would be simple. Gay Toni was purchasing some diamonds at the docks in East Hook from a man called The Chef, and Ray wanted them. With help from Jim and the broker chapter of the Lost, the bikers would ambush the deal, where Gay Toni and his bodyguard Luis Lopez are forced to flee, while Klebitz chased down and murdered Toni's boyfriend Evan Moss and retrieved the diamonds. Product in hand, Johnny would be told to stash the rocks in 2 separate garbage bags for a later date, when more of his associates would collect them. Despite thinking the plan was convoluted, Klebitz would oblige and safely stash the diamonds for a future sale. Unbeknownst to the shenanigans Bacino is forced to go through to reacquire the diamonds from a group of traitorous sanitation workers, Johnny would then meet up with Niko Bellic in order to attempt selling the diamonds to Jewish mobsters Maury Green and Isaac Roth at the Libertonian, only for yet another deal to be attacked, this time by the still yet unknown to all parties, Luis Lopez, where Klebitz fled the scene of violence, managing to steal Ray's money on the way out.
Come over here.
Whoa. Since we're having a little show and tell, let's see some money.
Of course. No problem. There it is. Beautiful, huh? Unmarked bills. No history, no need to launder.
Good. Niko, show him the stuff.
Get in there, Maury.
Isaac, look at them.
Gorgeous, huh? Like condensed money.
Isaac, these are great.
Oh! Rest of you motherfuckers wanna die? Do something stupid, okay? Fuck you!
Just get the shit, man! Come on!
With no money and no diamonds, a furious Ray would attempt to stop the fleeing Klebitz, but Jonnie would successfully fight off Pacino's goons and deliver the briefcase full of cash to Jim Fitzgerald to be safely stored on lost territory.
Yeah, fuck them. I guess we're rich then.
Having perhaps underestimated the slimy Italian gangster, however, Jonnie would not long after be lured back to Drusilla's by Ray, having kidnapped Jim Fitzgerald and texted Jonnie using his phone. Ray would torture Jim with a blowtorch, attempting to find out where the money had been stashed, but after a brief struggle with Pacino and his goons, Jim and Jonnie would gain the upper hand and flee the restaurant, both going their separate ways to escape.
Go ahead. Drop the fucking gun, goon! No! I'll cut him! No. Back the fuck up! Back up! Go ahead. Go ahead! Go ahead, run like a couple of girls! Billy was right about both of yous! Backstabbing fools. Good, I got guys on every corner. Where you gonna go? I'll see you later! I
gotta go talk to Ashley.
I'm gonna go get the fucking brothers.
Jonnie would then meet up with Ashley Butler at the clubhouse, only to learn from her that she'd played a role in setting up Jim's capture, as she'd been in debt to Ray for her drug habit, and to make matters worse, Ray had told her that one of her hitmen murdered Jim as he fled Drusilla's. On top of the death of his best friend, Ashley would also reveal that she'd learned his other best friend was turning state's evidence and planned to rat out Jonnie and Angus Young in a deal to receive early release. It seemed as though Klebitz had only one option left: to eliminate his mentor and former brother, to save his brotherhood.
See, it's Billy. Ray, it turns out that Billy was trying to poison him against you, and now apparently Billy's going states. He's gonna blame you. I'm sorry.
Well, what now?
You gotta get someone to help you. Maybe that congressman.
Maybe. We'll see. Go on and get out of here.
I love you, Johnny K.
You're speaking a foreign language to me now, lady. Now get the fuck out of here.
Facing an ultimatum, but lacking any real plan to reach and eliminate Billy, Jonnie would be given his first stroke of luck in some time, when Congressman Stubbs called Klebitz to assure him he was
good for a favor,
and that through his connections, had learned of Johnny's situation, and intended to pay Klebitz back for the work he'd done. Stubbs would tell Jonnie not to worry about Ray Pacino, who would likely be dead or inside within months, and instead focus on killing Billy Gray, who was prepared to pin a major drug distribution network directly at Jonnie and Angus's feet. With an assurance from Stubbs that he would provide additional hardware for breaking into the prison, Jonnie, Terry, Clay, and the rest of the remaining Alderney chapter members would storm Alderney State Correctional Facility in one of the most violent and explosive attacks by any biker gang in the history of Liberty City.
Terry, man, we gotta pay our friend Billy a visit. He's been talking. Bring Clay and bring all the fucking firepower you got. Meet me at the Alderney State Correctional. I'm waiting.
Jonnie and company would shoot their way through the facility until Klebitz finally confronted a fully prepared for death Billy Gray. After some hesitation, Jonnie Klebitz would put a bullet in the man he'd once called friend and brother, before escaping with the lost in a chaotic flurry, narrowly avoiding capture once again.
Do it! I'm doing it! What? You waiting for a speech or something? Come on!
With Gray dead, Jonnie and the gang returned to their clubhouse, only to find it ransacked and trashed by Ray Pacino's goons. As though expecting it, the remaining Lost Brothers would briefly reminisce on their chapter's humble beginnings before ceremoniously setting the building ablaze, ending the Alderney chapter of the Lost Motorcycle Club. Following the chapter's fall, Jonnie would systematically cut ties with many of his former associates, including Thomas Stubbs, whom Klebitz sarcastically wished good luck, and even made an attempt at cutting off the toxic Ashley Butler for her role in Jim's death and the end of the Alderney chapter, but ultimately, he would fall back into his old habit of rescuing her only after a short reprise from her. He would also begin sending money obtained from the botched diamond deal to the family of Jim Fitzgerald. At some point between 2008 and 2013, Jonnie, along with Terry, Clay, and Ashley, moved to Blaine County, Los Santos, where they established a new West Coast chapter of the Lost MC and began expanding business interests once again. It was following his move to the West Coast that Klebitz's dependence on Ashley Butler led him to become a meth addict himself, losing a significant amount of weight and becoming thin and frail in comparison to his bulky 230-pound frame while vice president under Billy Gray. Unfortunately, one of the organizations that Jonnie would attach the West Coast Lost to would be Trevor Phillips Industries, led by the eponymous and eccentric figure who would go on to start sleeping with Ashley, much to Jonnie's frustration. Dependent on Phillips for drugs and Butler for attention, Jonnie Klebitz's addictions would ultimately lead to his tragic death when he landed on the wrong side of Trevor Phillips in a particularly bad mood. Weakened by his drug-addled state, Jonnie would be unable to fight back when Phillips violently attacked him, forcing a distraught Ashley to watch as her former lover is beaten to a pulp.
I know, cowboy. It's okay, man. Give me a hug,
yeah. Fucking shit! Cut! Who the fuck are you speaking to? Who? I'm talking to you, huh? You fuck!
Jonnie!
Huh? Next time, don't get in my fucking face! I just saw a fucking ghost and I gotta hear your crap! Get up! Get up! Fuck you then!
The violent life of a criminal ends violently.
Wait!
When it comes to business, Jonnie Klebitz is unusually level-headed for a biker, always preferring a profitable solution to a violent one, and caring little for pride when the lives of people he cares for are on the line, but showing little if any hesitation to carry out acts of violence himself when he feels they are justified. Unlike the chaotic Billy Gray, it was under Klebitz that the Lost MC saw the most success as an operation, making peace with longtime rivals the Angels of Death before Gray's release and subsequent orders to reignite the war. Orders Jonnie loyally carried out despite his reservations. Having been a member of the Lost at least since his early 20s, Klebitz's loyalty to his brothers would mean that he always put them first, even when his life was in danger, only making changes to the group after climbing the ranks of the chapter and earning the rank of president. Though responsible for the deaths of hundreds, like many other subjects on this show, Jonnie's motivations for murder are decidedly familial and business-related. That isn't to say that Klebitz was apprehensive about killing in general, as evidenced by his large body count, but rather to say Jonnie only killed when he deemed it necessary, and his own twisted way, justified, usually by the way of the offender's actions against Jonnie's band of brothers, of whom he was vehemently and violently defensive. Ambitious but occasionally weak-willed, Jonnie Klebitz was a man of action for the majority of his life, but was consistently haunted by demons all too common to the modern American way of life: drugs, crime, and dangerous relationships with toxic individuals, all of which resulted in his tragic spiral from successful head of a powerful biker gang to strung-out meth addict, trapped by his unhealthy love for a sick woman.
I still love her.
Jonathan Klebitz was a light-skinned man of Middle Eastern descent with hazel eyes, dark blonde buzzer hair, and a horseshoe mustache, a look he maintained consistently from the time he joined the Lost to his untimely death at 39. Likely a result of the many fights Klebitz engaged in as a member of the motorcycle gang, Jonnie's face was heavily scarred even by age 34, including 2 deep scars on his right eyebrow and another on his left cheek. His nose was badly bent, also likely from fights, along with at least one of his eyes being badly damaged enough to give Klebitz a handicap while playing pool or aiming a weapon. In 2008, Klebitz was heavyset, weighing 230 pounds and being relatively tall, as well as burly, fitting the stereotypical biker physique gained from years of brutal conflicts with fists and hand grenades. As previously mentioned, Jonnie's typical outfit rarely changed, having adopted the biker aesthetic at a young age, making it a rare occurrence indeed to spot Klebitz without his signature Lost MC jacket and its many patches. As a member of a motorcycle gang, a body count isn't necessarily a given. As a member of the Alderney chapter of the Lost, however, it most certainly was, and Jonnie Klebitz was by no means an exception. Due to the nature of Klebitz's organization, it isn't possible to get as comprehensive a look at Johnny's individual crimes as some of our previous subjects, with many of his crimes being unreported due to them taking place between rival criminal groups with no interest in reporting each other to the authorities. That being said, the crimes we do know Klebitz committed are still numerous, and demonstrate the deadly and intimidating presence Johnny commanded at the height of his influence in Alderney State. With that out of the way, let's take a look at the known numbers obtained on Jonathan Klebitz by our brave investigators through long and strenuous minutes, eye-finding the police databases. Killing several members of the Angels of Death alongside other members of the Lost MC in order to retrieve Billy Gray's bike. Killing several members of the Angels of Death alongside other members of the Lost for crashing Billy's welcoming party, and to prevent them from warning the rest of their club that Billy had killed their lieutenant. Helping the Lost attack several hangout places of the Angels of Death and kill all the bikers found there. The bombing of the Angels of Death clubhouse. Stealing motorbikes belonging to the Angels of Death alongside Jim Fitzgerald and killing several members in the process. Killing Jimmy Matthews and Ed McCornish along with several other LCPD officers in retaliation for confiscating their stolen bikes. Stealing numerous bikes for Angus Martin. Taking part in numerous attacks against rival gangs alongside other members of the Lost. Taking part in a drug deal alongside Niko Bellic and Playboy X, and escaping from the LCPD with a bag full of heroin, killing many officers in the process when the deal is revealed to be an LCPD bust. Assassinating Arthur Stubbs and killing some of his security in the process. Liberating several white-collar criminals from a prison bus. Rescuing a CEO from the FIB and LCPD. Killing a congressman. Taking a photo of a congressman with a prostitute in order to blackmail him. Killing a lawyer who had planned to pass some sensitive information about Thomas Stubbs to the press. Stealing Bryce Dawkins' car and fitting it with a bug. Killing several drug addicts in order to save Ashley. Attending a botched drug deal with the Triads alongside Jim and killing said Triads when they become hostile and attack the two of them. Bombing several AOD vans, killing numerous members of the Lost MC for betraying him and siding with Brian, assaulting Brian's hideout and killing him and his last remaining followers, stealing a slam van full of cocaine alongside Malcolm and Deshawn, saving Marta from the LCPD at the airport, attending a botched drug deal alongside Malcolm and Deshawn and escaping the pursuing LCPD officers, killing many of them in the process, kidnapping Roman Bellic alongside Malk for Dmitry Raskolov's men, killing Evan Moss and his guards in order to steal diamonds from them for Ray Bacino, attending a diamond deal with the Jewish mob alongside Niko Bellic, and fleeing with a bag full of money, killing several of Ray Bacino's men in the process when the deal gets ambushed by Luis Lopez and goes awry. Killing several of Bacino's men who ambushed him in retaliation for betraying Bacino during the diamond deal. Storming the Alderney State Prison alongside the remaining members of the Lost in order to find and kill Billy, who had turned state's evidence against the club. When all is said and done, after adding our estimated numbers from the intense gang wars against the Angels of Death, which lasted throughout much of 2008, Klebitz's body count approaches 1,000 corpses, bearing in mind that many of the murders he may not have been solely responsible for, but only partially, participating in numerous deadly conflicts across Liberty and Alderney states with his many brothers in crime. Besides his murders, many of the numbers on Johnny may seem low, but we must re-emphasize that it is the suspicion of this program that Klebitz participated in far more crime than was recorded during his time as a hardened criminal outlaw, and that even the astronomical murder numbers may be inaccurate. An accurate assessment of just how many murders took place during the massive 2008 gang war against the AOD isn't completely known, but due to the data being more recent and the rapid improvement and availability of video recording equipment, we can state with a higher degree of certainty than some previous subjects just how much this gang activity contributed to his tallies. Johnny Klebitz was one of the most deadly and dangerous bikers to roam the East Coast. However, like all of us, he was still human, and in the end succumbed to the criminal lifestyle he'd involved himself in for the majority of his life. While some pay the ultimate price for their life of crime, others seem to emerge from the lifestyle or stay mired in it while smelling of roses in the public eye. For every 100 drug dealers, hippies, or motorcycle enthusiasts in state prison, there is one crook who shoots, beats, or schmoozes their way to some form of legitimacy, without ever facing the ramifications of their murderous actions. Nightclubs, gunfights, and gangsters. In tonight's episode, we will delve into the life of a man who rose up from the streets of Northwood, Algonquin to become a successful business entrepreneur and a deadly contractor in the worst city in America. We will follow the climb of a poverty-stricken youth as he reached out for the highest rungs of nightclub management under the famous gay Toni Prince, and the many hurdles they would overcome together as they struggled to reach financial stability, in the wake of an economic crash and massive debts to dangerous people.
Serves you right for leaving the party with you losers.
Shut up, idiot.
An ambitious and promiscuous young man who would strut through the dangerous nightlife of Liberty City, leaving a trail of rejected women and dead bodies. Luis Fernando Lopez. Since the release of Episode 8, this channel has started to grow exponentially. So I just wanted to take a very brief moment to thank all of you who have been watching from day one, and all of my new viewers and subscribers. Your support is sincerely appreciated. In addition, I want to give a special thank you to my very first patron, Kakpa2. If you want early access to episodes, access to the entire series soundtrack, and downloadable versions of each episode in HD, head on over to patreon.com/GuinnessWalker and start supporting the show today. Or if you can't afford to and still want to show your support, like this video, comment, and subscribe to help appease the great algorithm gods and ensure that this series continues into the future. Thank you all so much for watching. Enjoy the episode. Luis Lopez was born in Northwood, Algonquin in 1983 to Adriana Yanira Lopez and an unidentified U.S. Marine, who abandoned the family when Luis and his two siblings, brother Ernesto and sister Leta, were still very young. Luis had a fairly typical upbringing for a poor Dominican boy in America, which is to say one fraught with frequent gang encounters as well as a constant exposure to drugs, abuse of authority, and discrimination. Together with childhood friends Armando Torres and Enrique Bardaz, Lopez would take to dealing drugs in order to have his own money and find that he was quite good at it to boot, spending a large chunk of his late childhood and early teens selling to his schoolmates to get by. He was likely influenced into this lifestyle by other known criminals from his neighborhood, Oscar and Alonso Gomez, as well as Teddy Benavides and Willie Valerio, who were 3 years Lopez's senior and all grew up together. By 2000, at age 17, Luis would be sent to juvenile hall after an incident in which he shot a teacher who had felt up his younger sister Leta, though for some reason the crime was never added to Lopez's criminal record. Just a year later, fresh out of juvie, Lopez would be arrested for a crime later thought to have been perpetrated by Torres and Bardaz, a grand theft auto, which landed Lopez in a Liberty State prison for 2 years. While inside, Lopez would be forced to bulk up, having been relatively scrawny beforehand, and occasionally referred to as Little Luis, in order to protect himself from the less than friendly population of the American prison system. By the time of his release in 2003, Lopez's siblings had both left Liberty City, leaving Luis the sole provider for his mother, who had become unemployed, forcing Luis to find new income quickly, which he did by participating in illegal cage fighting matches in Northwood. In 2005, Luis's life would forever change, when through a combination of his time as a fighter and his time inside, he'd become brawny enough to be hired by renowned nightclub manager Gay Tony Prince.
45 years old, and I get my kicks doing blow with 17-year-old kids whose only claim to fame is that people know better what their vagina looks like than their face. I should be sent to prison, shouldn't I?
With whom Lopez would quickly begin developing a father-son relationship, with Tony being
the daddy I never had.
Trying to go legitimate, Luis would cut all ties with his former criminal friends, with the exception of Torres and Bardaz, as well as, for a time, cease his career as an underground fighter. Prince would pay to have Lopez take helicopter flying lessons, advanced driving lessons, and overall improve his lifestyle with a steady stream of income, despite losing respect on the streets from the perception of him becoming Tony's lapdog. Lopez would serve Prince loyally for several years, eventually becoming his full-on business partner and taking on more duties as a club manager, while the debaucherous Tony was slowly consumed by his growing addiction to multiple illicit drugs.
Piss off, I want to die.
Okay, man, if that's how you want it.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's go. Come on, over here. Come on. Let's go. Better?
Oh, great.
Come on, Poppy. Let's go. This way. This way.
What?
Come on.
By 2008, Tony was struggling to keep his nightclubs Masonette 9 and Hercules open due to waning finances, and as a result, would begin taking on massive amounts of debt from multiple lenders, including the Ancelotti crime family and business entrepreneur Maury Kibbutz.
Tony's my boss and my friend, so I'll help you out a little. But if you mention my host again,
I'll put you in the fucking ground.
One day, while collecting money for Toni at the Algonquin branch of the Liberty Bank on Columbus Avenue, Louise would be caught in the middle of a bank robbery conducted by the McCreary crime family and assisted by Niko Bellic. Niko would coincidentally go on to cause a great deal of trouble for both Toni and Lopez, who was nearly killed himself after another customer at the bank that day, Eugene Reaper, attempted to stop the robbery in progress, successfully killing St. Michael Keene before the McCreary brothers in turn killed the hero. Not long after leaving the crime scene, Louise would arrive at Toni's apartment and be confronted by Ancelotti-made man Rocco Pelosi, along with enforcer Uncle Vince, looking to collect on Toni's debts to Don Giovanni Ancelotti.
Hey, Toni! The door was open. Man, it's easier to get into your apartment than into your nightclub.
A stressed Toni would plead with Louise to work for Rocco in order to keep the Ancelottis happy, which Lopez eventually agreed to.
I fucked up. Good and proper. I work Algonquin nightlife 20 years. I beat everyone. Mayors, rivals, drugs, everyone. And this time, I fucked up!
Louise would help Pelosi in dealing with Ancelotti business, interrogating a union official into revealing the family behind a large construction project in Castle Gardens, and later be sent to negotiate helping the Chinese triads with a construction licensing issue, which ends in a shootout after Louise refuses their request.
Yeah, really? What is wrong with you? I was supposed to be the irrational idiot with the anger issues.
He would also be forced to work for Maury Kibbutz, whom Louise developed an almost immediate distaste for due to Maury's obnoxious and often mean-spirited sense of humor and his general demeanor. Louise would help Maury in dealing with rivals who refused to work with Kibbutz after he'd continuously ripped them off, but Lopez's refusal to stroke Maury's ego eventually led the older Kibbutz brother to challenge Louise to a triathlon race with all of Toni's debts and obligations to Maury on the line, with the incentive of having Lopez work for him indefinitely should he lose. When Louise did win, Kibbutz would have Louise perform one final job, stealing a trio of expensive vehicles with help from Maury's younger brother, Brucey, during which Maury intentionally calls the LCPD in order to make the chase more interesting. After closing up all business with Maury, Louise would encourage the often antagonized Brucey Kibbutz to stop taking his brother's abuse, empowering Brucey to snap and punch Maury right in his nose.
The Marshmallow Man.
More.
This pale piece of turd.
All right, cut it out, M.
Man is nothing but beyond pathetic.
That's it, boy! Cut it out! Yeah! Yeah! Are you kidding? Yeah! Oh, God! Oh, yeah! What the fuck, man? What the fuck are you doing? Oh, you know the rules!
I'm sorry, Maury. I forgot, man.
Never in the face! Oh, come on! This is top work up here. You know that I got a weakened septum.
Okay.
Oh,
just don't tell Mom, okay? Okay?
Okay. Just, you're gonna take me home.
Yeah, shit. Come on, let's go. Okay, come on. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, I'll see you ladies later, okay?
Yeah, I'll see you at the club or something. Okay.
I hurt so bad.
While facing plenty of money issues himself, Louise would also help his mother at this time with her own debts, primarily to a loan shark named Mr. Santo, who threatened to continuously harass Mrs. Lopez if Louise didn't participate in another illegal cage fight, taking a dive during the third round to secure a big win for Mr. Santo. While dealing with his frustrating mother, Lopez would also take time to assist old friends Armando Torres and Enrique Bardaz with their fledgling drug-running operation, participating in a robbery and a drug deal, which both go awry, and making a habit of helping the hustlers steal drugs from various gangs across the city in order to keep their financial costs low by robbing product instead of buying it to sell.
It's our connection, bro.
Tourist package in town.
You know, I got that raw, baby. You already know. To a fruitful relationship.
Tírala. Dale.
It's gone.
Yo, what the fuck? That sounds. Yo, you motherfucker, you set me up, huh? You a follow, right?
Yo, we wasn't. Were you, baby?
What's going on?
Crazy,
What's
man.
going on? They must have got it on phone. Yo, fuck that, you fucking amateurs. I'm out of here, man.
Despite their tenuous financial situation, the high prestige of Toni and Louise's clubs would attract big and small players alike from across the city. One such player would be real estate developer and entrepreneur Yusuf Amir, who was in charge of the development of a project at Castle Gardens and was aiming to take Liberty City by storm. To that aim, Amir would propose the idea of franchising the Masonette 9 in Hercules' name and additionally hire Louise personally to help him expand his absurd collection of rare and often superfluous vehicles. In order to obtain for Yusuf a prototype military attack helicopter called the Buzzard, Louise would sneak aboard the yacht of an alleged South African slave and arms trader, Frikkie van Hardenberg, whom Lopez would kill along with all of Hardenberg's associates aboard the ship, using the Buzzard's advanced and experimental weaponry.
Luis would quickly become friends with the eccentric and unfiltered Amir, inadvertently becoming even more directly involved with Yusef when Lopez killed 2 business partners who had intended to ambush and kill Yusef himself. Continuing to build good favor with the rich real estate developer, Luis would also steal a National Office of Security Enforcement armored personnel carrier as it was being transported across the city and tear through the resulting LCPD task force that attempted to stop Lopez before delivering the vehicle to Yusef, where it was presumably added to his ridiculous collection. If a golden helicopter and APC weren't enough for the cavalier and culturally insensitive millionaire, Amir would also later have Lopez steal an LTA subway car by first climbing aboard the moving train, and after fighting his way through dozens of LCPD officers trying to stop what they thought was a terrorist attack in progress, disconnect the train car, allowing Yusef to swoop in using a sky crane and snag it, with Lopez desperately clinging onto the back door. Though Luis had cleared Tony's debts to Mori Kibbutz, he remained in the service of Rocco Pelosi, who tasked Prince with finding a way to bomb targets for the Liberty City Transportation Authority, causing issues for the Ancelotti contracts. Finding Tony in a dazed state, despite the presence of his boyfriend Evan Moss, Luis would forcefully incapacitate both Prince and Moss in order to carry out the faux terrorist act for Pelosi himself. Lopez would bomb a crane on Frankfurt Avenue, a subway train at the tunnel exit in North Holland, and finally, the head of the LTA in his private jet as he attempted to flee Francis International. As another errand for the Ancelottis, likely set up by Rocco as a scheme to bolster his reputation in the family, Pelosi would have Tony and Luis help with the purchase of some $2 million worth of diamonds, which the two would be able to keep a small cut from, with the majority of the profits being handed up to the Ancelotti family's chain of command. At the docks in East Hook, Luis, Tony, and Evan Moss would meet with the cook, who smuggled the diamonds into Liberty City aboard the Platypus. But before the deal could be completed, it is ambushed by members of the Lost MC, including chapter president at the time, Jonnie Klebitz, and in the chaos, whilst Tony and Luis manage to escape, Evan Moss is murdered, and the diamonds are taken by the bikers.
Here's the money we agreed upon, less 10%. Just give us the ice. All right. Here.
Tony, can I hold them?
Oh, thanks. Oh, shit, Tony, we out of here. Come on, let's go. Evan, take him to the club, and don't fuck about, okay?
During this time, Luis would take on more work for both Rocco and Tony, nearly killing an online blogger posting bad reviews of Tony and Luis's clubs, The Celebinator, and seducing a Bahama Mama's owner, Vic Manzano's girl, and ultimately killing him for Pelosi. It wouldn't be long, however, before Tony got a tip regarding the diamonds, specifically that they were again being sold, this time at the Libertonian, presenting a perfect opportunity for Luis to steal them back. With assistance from Yusef Amir in the form of access to the prototype buzzard for a speedy arrival and escape, Luis would ambush the deal between the Jewish mob, Johnny Klebitz, and Niko Bellic, killing Maury Green and then retrieving the diamonds from Isaac Roth, before fleeing the building in Yusef's chopper, and deterring the pursuing LCPD forces by devastating their choppers with the buzzard's powerful rocket launchers.
Gorgeous, huh? Like condensed money.
Isaac, these are great.
Oh, rest of you motherfuckers wanna die? Do something stupid, okay? Fuck you! Just get the shit, man! Come on!
Wait. Listen, if you get me out of here, I promise I'll split this with you.
Can you do me a favor and not take this too personally?
What?
These were stolen from us first, bro.
The victory would, however, be short-lived, as it wasn't long after successfully retrieving the diamonds that Tony and Luis would be forced to give them up, when Gracie Ancelotti, daughter of Don Giovanni and good friend to Tony, is kidnapped through a complicated set of circumstances, and the diamonds are demanded as the ransom. With little choice in the matter, seeing as refusing would mean their deaths in Ancelotti's hand, Luis and Tony would follow Packy McCreary in a helicopter en route to where Gracie was being held, in order to inform Ancelotti, who attempted to have Gracie rescued. Shortly after the initial diamond fiasco and Gracie's failed rescue attempt by Ancelotti's soldiers, Luis would meet with powerful Russian gangster Ray Bulgarin at Bassinet 9, who would go on to hire Luis for his many talents as a mercenary and contractor. Bulgarin would first have Luis and Ray's guitar-playing right-hand man, Timur, eliminate a group of corrupted Noose, FIB, and LCPD officers by ambushing them in an underground car park off Topaz Street. The group was under the direct influence of a businessman and rival to Bulgarin, Markiashvili, who owned the Liberty City Rampage hockey team and refused to sell the team to Ray, instead working with authorities to have the Russians arrested. On Bulgarin's orders, Luis would reluctantly take on the task of assassinating Ashvili at his office inside the MeTV building in downtown Algonquin, by parachuting onto the roof and shooting his way through Ashvili's men, eventually reaching Markey and shooting him right out of his office window onto the streets below. After eliminating Ashvili, Lopez leaped from the building and successfully escaped by landing on a moving truck driven by Timur and fleeing the scene before the authorities arrived to investigate. Unfortunately for Luis, Bulgarin would eventually learn of Lopez's involvement in stealing the diamonds sold by the chef in East Hook. Being the original owner of the diamonds, Bulgarin would lure Lopez to the roof of a building at Columbus and Denver, where Luis would find the severed head of the man who originally sold the diamonds, with Ray declaring that he would
do everything in my considerable power to drive you and your faggot master from this earth.
Forcing Luis to deal with multiple snipers on nearby rooftops and flee the area while being pursued by more of Ray's assassins, whom Lopez promptly eliminates. Having up to that point lied to Toni about rumors that he'd been working with the Russian mob, Luis would be forced to tell Toni that their lives were now in danger. Luis would initially propose returning the diamonds to Bulgarin to make peace, but in an unfortunate turn of events, the Ancelottis had failed at rescuing Gracie, who was now instead being moved to a new safe house, and a new deal had been arranged by Don Giovanni to exchange the diamonds for Gracie's life. If Toni and Luis refused, Ancelotti would have them both killed, as he blamed them and their involvement with Gracie for the kidnapping, while on the other hand, if they didn't return the diamonds, or possibly even if they did, Ray Bulgarin and the Russian Mafia would have them killed instead, forcing the two into an ultimatum. In the end, the two would decide to save Gracie and take their chances with the Russians, with Toni saying the Italians presented a greater overall threat. They would meet with Niko Bellic and Patrick McCreary on Charge Island to perform the exchange, where Gracie was safely returned to the duo, only for Ray Bulgarin's men to arrive looking to kill Niko and Luis for their respective meddling in his affairs, forcing Lopez, Toni, and Gracie to flee the island by boat while fighting off the Russian pursuers.
I'm here for you, sweetie.
Hand over the fucking stuff! Alright, calm down. Both of you.
Oye, we put the ice in the middle, we walk back. Then, you send over the girl. We leave, and you pick up the stuff. Entiende?
Sure. Show us the goods.
Come back to me, honey.
Let her go.
You alright?
Shit! Fuck!
Babe, you okay?
Where did you fucking kill them? You fucking nothing?
Huh?
You! Fuck!
Go! Fuck! Bájense!
Not long after, Luis would be contacted again by Rocco Pelosi, who had Lopez meet him and Uncle Vince at the public bathrooms in Middle Park, where he laid out the situation. Although they had saved Gracie, Giovanni Ancelotti had been approached by Ray Bulgarin, who revealed the extent of the diamond fiasco and demanded the heads of anyone involved, including Luis. Furious at his daughter's kidnapping, Rocco's igniting of tensions with the Chinese, and Toni's debts to the Ancelottis remaining unpaid, Giovanni would give Rocco only one option: kill either Toni or Luis to settle the debts and satisfy Bulgarin, allowing the other to remain on as a partner to Pelosi, or be killed himself for his own involvement in the diamond fiasco. Preferring to work with Luis over Toni, Rocco and Vince would tell Lopez his only way out was to kill Toni for them himself, which Luis immediately and angrily refused. Later at Masonette, however, Lopez would find the pair explaining the situation to Toni, and Luis would momentarily agree that the only way out was for Toni to die. Luis would take aim at his father figure and mentor before having a final change of heart and instead firing on Uncle Vince, killing him, only holding back from killing Pelosi when Toni warned of his made man status. Rocco would flee the club and ultimately the city, fearing Ancelotti reprisal, while Lopez and Prince had an intense shootout against Bulgarin's men, completely thrashing the luxurious nightclub. Luis would once again manage to protect Toni and kill all of the attackers before fleeing the building with Toni to plan their final move against Ray Bulgarin and hopefully put all of their debts to rest. After an argument between Toni and Luis over the latter's brief contemplation of killing the former, the pair would depart for Funland at Firefly Island, where Ray was rumored to be taking on a large heroin shipment. The very same heroin that was to be sold to the Pegorino family until Niko Bellic killed Dmitry Raskolov and Jimmy Pegorino. Luis would persuade Toni to let him handle the situation on his own, having for once been at least part of the cause having worked for Ray. Lopez would tell Toni to go to Meadows Park in Dukes, ironically where Toni was born and raised, and that if Toni did not see Luis in a few hours, to assume him dead and flee for his life. Luis would arrive at Funland and begin shooting his way through the Russians guarding the heroin, eventually destroying all of it, disguised in large Funland duck-shaped bins. Lopez would finally reach Timur, only to learn that Bulgarin was already at the airport and preparing to flee the city, before executing the one-man band and hopping on a motorcycle to try and reach Francis International before Ray's flight departed. En route to the airport, Luis would be attacked by more of Ray's goons, but be miraculously saved by Yusuf Amir, who arrived to protect Lopez and his golden buzzard despite Luis telling Amir that they didn't need any assistance. With Yusuf blasting the Russians off the road, Luis would break onto the runway, driving as fast as it would go, and make a suicidal leap for the jet's open door, as another Russian goon tried to gun him down. Just as the jet was taking off, Luis would clamber aboard and kill all of Ray's remaining men, only for Bulgarin himself to step out of the cockpit holding a grenade, and threatening to blow them both out of the sky should Luis kill him, and cause him to release the safety pin. Knowing that both he and Toni were dead if he didn't eliminate Bulgarin, Luis would take his chances, and execute the gangster before leaping from the exploding plane, barely avoiding the blast and parachuting to the ground below. With Bulgarin eliminated and all debts cleared, Luis would return to Toni at Meadows Park, and congratulate him on their taking on the world and winning. They would soon after be joined by Yusuf Amir, and the three business associates would again discuss the possibility of franchising their clubs around the world. Toni Prince would eventually begin opening up more clubs, with at least one venture in Los Santos by 2018, but it isn't known if Luis continued to work with him. However, it is thought that Luis remained in Liberty City and never moved out west with his former mentor.
You did it, man. You did it. You saved my life. You saved the business. You fucking did it.
Hey, man, I did what I could, bro.
I'm proud of you, man. Thank you. But I don't want you to get a big head. I don't want you to go change, become a megastar, go to Vinewood, write a blog. Oh.
You're a pill-popping old queen, man. I'm a murdering maniac. But we survived, bro. We survived.
We did more than survive, amigo. We prospered. We took on his town and we won. We took on his place and we gave it the fucking finger. Fuck you all! I don't care what people say. Toni Prince and Luis Lopez could not be stopped. Huh? Oh, jeez, who's this?
What's up, my niggas?
Oh, did he just say that?
Yeah, hey, man.
You fucking made it. Man, that was some serious gangster shit. Shoot, shoot, shoot 'em up. I said shoot, shoot, shoot 'em up. Yo, T, give me a hug, give me a hug. Not too close, though. I don't want to give my father the wrong impression. Ah, Luis, I love you, man. I love you. I love you, too. I love everyone. Come on, let's get out of here. Oh, by the way, I think my father may be into franchising clubs.
I know, franchise is not the way to go. The club is all about the people.
Fuck the people. Fuck them all. Whip out your dick and piss all over them.
You're gonna go a long way in hospitality, my friend.
Luis Lopez is by most accounts a laid-back and often reserved individual, rarely if ever showing intense displays of emotion. To his friends and coworkers, Luis is a level-headed and oftentimes quietly rational voice of reason, but when dealing with his family, especially mother Adriana Lopez, Luis was intensely defensive, having to restrain himself from killing loan shark Mr. Santo when he was harassing Mrs. Lopez to pay back her debts to him, and being sent to juvenile hall for nearly killing a teacher who sexually assaulted his sister. To this point, family or not, Lopez is quite capable of standing up to those who attempt to intimidate him, be they little orange men or dangerous international mobsters with millions of dollars of resources behind them. While Lopez would bolster his take-no-nonsense attitude after bulking up in prison, even beforehand, he was a considerable danger, as clearly evidenced by his attempted murder at age 17, years before demonstrating his loyalty to his friends and family, and even further when he took the heat for Grand Theft Auto, likely committed by Armando Torres and Enrique Bardaz, and wound up in the American prison system. Despite remaining close friends with at least Torres and Bardaz, Lopez showed a clear disdain for the street gang lifestyle that defined the majority of his youth, up until meeting Toni. Even with his objections, however, Luis would voluntarily assist his friends in their attempts at becoming successful drug dealers themselves, participating by some estimates at as many as 50 or more gang-related robberies on behalf of Torres and Bardaz during 2008 alone, although it isn't clear if this assistance persisted beyond the events of that year. A noteworthy aspect of Luis's life that differs from perhaps all other subjects so far seen on this program is his known and extensive sexual encounters with numerous women, many of them famous throughout his time as a bouncer, floor manager, enforcer, and business partner in Liberty City.
Damn, this is what I'm talking about.
While most of the criminals on this program so far have in some capacity derived satisfaction directly from their violent work, it doesn't seem to be the case for Luis Fernando Lopez, who is more accurately described as an otherwise normal man with an above-average sex appeal, who is driven more by that universal force than by his natural talents as a deadly and effective bodyguard and occasional mercenary. Luis has been linked in some capacity to numerous women throughout Liberty City, including his 8th grade teacher, who sexually assaulted Luis at age 14, likely taking his virginity, though Luis was proud of the act, Danny Lupicella, the daughter of the Lupicella Mafia Don, whom Luis stopped dating after her father
Trying to get her daddy to cut my balls off.
resulting in Lopez refusing to date any other women tied to the mob, Jonnie, a co-worker of Luis's from Mason at 9, who was known to also have a friendship with Luis, one that most definitely included some benefits, Daisy Cash Coos, a supposedly famous debutante from London, England, with a cocaine addiction, Poppy Mitchell, famous romantic comedy movie star sometimes called America's favorite daughter, Monique, one-time girlfriend of Luis who later began a relationship with Bahama Mama's owner Vic before Luis ultimately killed him, Margot, an obsessive woman with stalker tendencies whom Luis dated briefly in 2007, she harassed Lopez on multiple occasions attempting to make him take her back, Kay Hartman, a known frequenter of nightlife and criminal parties whom Lopez hooked up with in 2008 before exchanging numbers, it isn't known if they continued to see each other casual or otherwise, and many more women across Liberty City with little or no details available. It isn't known exactly how many partners Luis has had, but it can be said with almost complete certainty that he is the most promiscuous and sexually driven criminal we have so far seen on this program. Luis Fernando Lopez is an Afro-Latino man of Dominican descent, who was 25 circa 2008. Prior to his time in prison, he was known to be relatively scrawny, but following it, he became significantly more muscular. He has short black hair, a mustache, and his chin is often slightly stubbled. He is often seen wearing an earring in his left ear and sports a tattoo of his own name across the right side of his neck. During his time as a nightclub bodyguard and eventually joint owner, Lopez was seen wearing many different outfits, but most frequently wore a combination of jacket and blue jeans plus white tennis shoes, though he was known to dress up in more lavish suits that complemented his natural aesthetics once his extravagant lifestyle under Toni Prince afforded him this luxury. Speaking both English and Spanish growing up, Lopez developed the common regional accent of many Latinos in the Liberty City area, often speaking in combinations of both languages, especially among his Spanish-speaking friends.
¿Entiende?
Luis Lopez's criminal record technically begins at 18, due to his first real crime remaining unreported in an unofficial capacity, but it drops off quite sharply in 2005 once Lopez began working for Toni Prince, only for it to skyrocket back up during the events of 2008 that saw Toni nearly ruined and killed, and Luis fight off heaps of police officers, gangsters, and wannabe violent business vultures. Prior to 2008, most of Lopez's crimes are minor in nature, assuming you consider an attempted murder, or at the very least assault with a deadly weapon, minor. In other words, murder would not become a standard part of Luis's job until the fiasco surrounding Toni's growing debts, though much less is known about Lopez's actions following 2008. So it isn't necessarily safe to assume that these numbers remain accurate, given that Mr. Lopez's current whereabouts and criminal activity remain unclear. All of this being said, let's see just how bad the tallies for this man really are when examined up close. Helping Rocco interrogate a captured union official and killing several members of the Messina crime family pursuing them. Killing numerous triads attacking him and Toni after some failed negotiations. Escaping a botched drug deal with Armando Torres and Enrique Bardaz. Overseeing a heroin shipment with Armando and Enrique. Helping Armando and Enrique attack numerous gangs to steal their drugs and build their own drug empire. Stealing a buzzard from Frickie Van Hardenberg
and using said buzzer to destroy Hardenberg's yacht, killing everyone aboard. Killing Tahir Saeed and Ahmed Khalil, along with several LCPD officers. Stealing an APC from the LCPD and using said APC to kill numerous officers. Using remote explosives to destroy a crane, a subway train, and a private jet. Killing Maury's associates and his men for not paying his debts to Maury. Helping Maury and Brucey steal 3 sports cars. Attending a diamond deal alongside Toni and Evan Moss, and killing numerous bikers that ambush the deal and pursue him and Toni. Killing Vic Manzano and his guards. Giving the Celebidator a near-death experience so that he would stop posting bad articles about Toni's clubs. Ambushing a diamond deal between Niko Bellic, Johnny Klebitz, and the Jewish mob, killing Maury Green, stealing the diamonds, and destroying several pursuing LCPD helicopters. Helping Ray Bulgarin and Timur kill numerous news officers. Parachuting into the MeTV building and killing Markiashvili and his guards. Killing several of Bulgarin's men who ambushed him. Stealing an out-of-service LTA subway car and killing several LCPD officers pursuing him. Killing Uncle Vince and numerous men working for Bulgarin. Destroying Bulgarin's heroin supply, killing numerous Russian mobsters, including Timur, boarding Bulgarin's private plane, killing Bulgarin, and destroying the plane. While the numbers presented on this program are always to be taken with some skepticism due to the unverifiable and unpredictable nature of many dangerous criminals, for Luis Lopez, these numbers may be highly inflated due to the largely unknown factor of just how much Lopez assisted drug dealers Armando Torres and Enrique Bardaz. A number of our sources claimed that Lopez only participated in 2 jobs with the men during 2008, while others claimed it was as high as 50 or more. Due to the violent nature of these endeavors, stealing drugs from other dangerous criminals liable to give chase, if we assume Lopez killed around 10 people during each of these jobs for Torres and Bardaz, plus committed at least 1 Grand Theft Auto per job, as Luis often either stole the rival gang's delivery vehicle or stole other vehicles in pursuit of returning the drugs to his friends, then Luis's numbers are much higher, as these crimes would account for nearly half of all of Lopez's murders. Given this uncertainty, we can't know if Luis's numbers are truly comparable to some of our more recent examples on this program. However, even if the estimates are as low as possible, Lopez would still emerge with a death toll exceeding 400 people, which by any normal everyday American citizen's standard is still obscenely high, even if it falls short of men like Niko Bellic or even Johnny Klebitz. Liberty City, as we've seen, is home to all manner of criminals from any number of backgrounds. One thing that usually unites them, however, is poverty, often early on in their lives. Such is not the case, however, for our next subject. Next, we take a look at a man who was born outside of America, but who took to the American criminal charade like a politician to bribery. Crime, honor, and tradition. These are but some of the threads which held together the mishmash of Asian American gangs across Liberty City, collectively called the Triads. Today we will examine the story of one triad who came to the United States seeking only closure, booze, and hookers, but was instead greeted by the violence his family cultivated across multiple nations through its numerous criminal dealings. We will follow this tale of mystery, betrayal, and succession from the gritty streets of Cerveza Heights to the artificial cultural touchstones of Algonquin's Chinatown as a veritable coup d'etat threatened to upheave one of Liberty City's most dangerous criminal organizations, and the man who crawled his way through rivers of blood to learn the truth and take his revenge. Huang Lee. If you enjoy this series and want to support it, you can become a patron over at patreon.com/GuinnessWalker, where you can get access to all of the music made for the series in a high-quality format, downloadable ad-free versions of every episode, and a shout-out at the end of each episode produced while you're pledged. This series aims to cover nearly every character from the GTA series and its related properties, so if you're a fan of this content, please consider supporting if you can. If you can't afford to or don't wish to help out financially, consider dropping a like, leaving a comment, and subscribing to help the show continue growing and appease the ominous algorithm gods. Don't forget to hit the bell icon to ensure you see all uploads as soon as they release. If you want to contact me personally or just hang out and talk GTA, consider joining my public community Discord. And if you have experience organizing servers, please drop me a DM, as I am a complete boomer and I need your help to really grow the server. Whatever you choose, thank you very much for watching, and enjoy the episode.
Very little is known about Lee's early life, but what is known is that he lived a majority of his life in Hong Kong, where he likely learned both English and Chinese.
As the son of a powerful triad boss back in Kowloon,
Huang lived a life of relative luxury whilst holding onto his family's treasured sword, Yujian. It isn't known if whilst living in China, Lee was already active in criminal activity, as his criminal record from the East, if it exists, could not be obtained by our GTAB investigative team. The real story of Huang Lee begins with his arrival to the worst place in America, Liberty City, in 2009, when his father is killed under suspicious circumstances, prompting him to return to the States and present his family's sword to the new patriarch following his father's death, Wu Lee, otherwise known as Kenny. Lee, thanks to his wealthy lifestyle back in Hong Kong, would fly into Liberty City on a private jet to Francis International Airport. However, his initial greeting would not be a pleasant one by any means. Almost immediately after touchdown, as Huang was meeting with his uncle's band, they would be ambushed by unknown assailants, and Huang would be grazed on the head by a bullet, knocking him unconscious. His attackers, presuming him dead, would load Lee into their vehicle and proceed to try dumping his body into the Humboldt River. But Lee, who had regained consciousness mid-drive, would manage to free himself from the sinking car and swim his way to the shore in Boabo, where he collected his thoughts before making his way to his uncle's business in Cerveza Heights. Upon meeting with his uncle Wu Kenny Lee, Huang would inform him of the loss of Yujian, presumably stolen in the attack, and confess his frustration with a less than friendly reintroduction to Liberty City.
Huang, I'd heard you'd been killed. Thank God that is good that you're alive. What happened?
I was hoping for a couple of strippers and a VIP table in a club. Instead, I was ambushed, robbed, and left for dead. Uncle, not much of a welcome.
Just like your father. A playboy, not a worker. These are dangerous times, Huang. But we will find and deal with these killers. Do you have the sword? Do you have Yujian?
I think the murderers took it. Either that, or your useless bodyguards.
Don't get snotty with me, you little brat. I promised Yujian as a gift to our leader, Jin Jaoming. It would have gained me great favor with him, perhaps even sealing my position as his replacement when he steps down. Its loss will irreparably damage my standing. My honor is besmirched.
Besmirched? Uncle, it's 2009, not 1403. And you're going to give the sword away. But it's been in the family for generations.
Don't give me that bullshit. Your father won that thing in a card game. As a gift to Jin, it would have made me the triad boss here in Liberty City. Huang, your father was a good man, but he's dead now. And that put me in charge. I have to do what is best for the family, even if it goes against our traditions and my desires. I have arranged an apartment for you. Rest here for a while. We'll speak again soon. Once we have both calmed down, grief can be very unsettling.
So can being shot in the head and nearly drowned.
Kenny would be initially furious with the loss of the sword, having intended to present it as a gift to the Triad leader to improve his odds of being chosen to succeed the aging patriarch as head of the Liberty City Triads. After vowing to find and kill the man who murdered his father, Huang would begin a criminal crusade to find the guilty parties with support from his uncle. Given a place to stay in Cerveza Heights and the title of underboss to Kenny, Lee would meet with and train under Lee family master-at-arms Ling Shan, one of Kenny's top spies and triad operators, in order to sharpen his criminal talents in preparation for his mission of vengeance.
What the fuck are you doing in Kenny's car?
I'm his nephew, Huang Lee. Who the fuck are you?
Oh, you're the rich prick from Hong Kong who lost the sword. Nice one.
And I thought Americans didn't understand sarcasm. Nice haircut.
Yeah, funny. I'm Ling Shan. I'm all that's left of Kenny's spies. We got jumped by the pigs.
Do you mean those pigs?
Shit! Get us out of here alive, Huang, and I'll marry you. Yes, I know about sarcasm.
Despite attempting to unsuccessfully court Ling's sexual interest, the two would begin a brief friendship before tragedy would strike again in another casualty of the growing Chinatown wars. During an encounter behind Kenny's restaurant, a thug would manage to outdraw the master-at-arms, resulting in her untimely death. Shocked and once again reminded of the ever-present threat of crime in Liberty City, and Chinatown especially, Huang would avenge his new friend's death and gun down the men threatening Lee family assets.
Ling! What the fuck?
With his loyalty and effectiveness proven, Kenny would begin to entrust Lee with further responsibilities for the family, having him assist the son of aging triad boss Jaoming, and eventually directly working in Kenny's primary area of expertise as a crime lord, the sale of illicit drugs.
Huang would become a prolific and well-known dealer working under Kenny in a very short time, building connections in his growing search for the culprits responsible for his father's savage murder. Kenny would instruct Huang to save $5,000 in order to help pay for a warehouse for stashing their family's product, and in the meantime, Huang would continue his personal pursuit of locating the traitor among the triads. In 2009, the head of all triads operating in Liberty City was a man by the name of Jaoming, an elderly first-generation Chinese immigrant who had been running the triads for presumably many years at the time of Huang's arrival. Kenny, as the head of one of the many triad families, would be asked shortly after Huang's arrival and the loss of Yujian to work for Shin's son, Jaoming, which Kenny took as a great insult, seeing as Chan was a heavily favored contender for replacing his father. However, Huang viewed working for Chan as an opportunity for Kenny to re-ingratiate himself to Shin, and would begin assisting Chan in his efforts to maintain a good standing with the triad family, the Tongs, who held a great deal of influence in the choosing of the triad's next leader. Under Chan, Huang would be tasked with ensuring Yaoming's victory in a street race against Irish mobsters in an effort to impress the Tongs. Huang would first sabotage the best racer's vehicle to cripple the odds of beating Chan, and then later directly interfere with the race in order to secure Chan's win by ramming the other racers off the road. Upon discovering Chan's cheating, however, the mobsters would successfully kidnap the triad underboss and take him to the docks in Boabo, where Huang just barely manages to save the cowardly fraudster and return him to his penthouse, where Chan blamed the entire incident on Huang's involvement in Chan's winning of the race.
What will the Tongs think of me now? Kidnapped my own car! Again! This is all your fault, Huang!
My fault? Give me a break, you moron.
That gang took me because you knocked their drive out of that stupid street race!
But you told me to. Or is your brain so small you can't remember back that far?
Oh, you egomaniac with your long memory! Get some help! Get some therapy, you narcissist! I could have been killed! Oh, God! I need to change my pants. Somebody take me back to my penthouse!
For Chan, Huang would also, albeit with extreme levels of sarcasm, work for journalist Melanie Mallard, who struck a deal with the easily swooned and socially inept Chan to allow her to film some of the triad's exploits around Liberty City. While Chan hoped that becoming a celebrity would somehow further impress the Tongs, Mallard was looking to film the most raw and violent sides of life on the streets of Liberty in an effort to land a big break and move up in the food chain of street reporters. Huang would also allow Melanie to film a drug deal with the Yardies of Schottler, the attack of a Yardi-controlled drug factory which Huang proceeded to nearly burn down with a flamethrower, and the distribution of free drug samples along with the ensuing frenzy and chaos which followed it. It was around this time that Huang was contacted by another prominent triad operator with a large following supporting his claim to being the new boss, Jaoming, owner of Broker Bar, the Ming Inn, as well as a club in East Island City, among other suspected criminal businesses. Seeing Chan as too stupid to be the triad's next leader, Cao would employ Huang, whose reputation was rising rapidly, to instead help him become the triad's next boss by shoring up Cao's business interests for the family and protecting Shin's assets in Cao's name. Huang would help Cao steal product for his distribution network, as well as at one point directly assist Cao in a personal quest of vengeance of his own by retrieving former Ming family triad Uri for Cao to deal with personally.
Back so soon? You must be eager to help me make the new boss.
I know when to back a winner.
Me too. Which is why I always back myself. In business, pleasure, wrestling, sex, you name it, I'm a winner.
I'm going to take your word for it on some of those.
Listen, I have an old friend being flown to the city on medical release.
Medical release?
He's a con, but not for much longer. You're going to free him and bring him here. His planes are landed, so be quick getting to the airport. My old friend, I bet you thought you'd never see me again.
Cao, I meant to stay in touch.
You owe me a pound of flesh, Uri, remember? And I fully intend to get the heart of the matter.
If you wanted him dead, why didn't you tell me?
What's the matter, Huang? Am I being heartless? I can quickly remedy that. Now, we've killed together. You and I are friends, Huang. Blood brothers. Don't be a stranger.
Whilst working for both Chan and Zhao, Kenny would also have Huang investigate a possible lead on his father's murderers in the Spanish lords, whom Kenny claimed may have been responsible for the theft of Yujian. But upon intercepting the supposed thieves' van, Huang would find neither his family's sword or any further clues connecting the Spanish lords to his kidnapping or his father's death. Eventually, Huang would take on a job as a bodyguard for Chan Jaoming in a drug deal with the Spanish lords, and despite successfully protecting Chan when the deal goes south, the group would be cornered by the LCPD shortly after arriving at the Linen Lounge, and Chan would be arrested. Huang likely would have been arrested too. However, the commanding officer on the arrest, undercover detective Wade Heston, would instead recruit Huang into helping the crooked cop escape persecution for his own crimes, with the promise of discovering the truth about his father's murderer, which Heston had been investigating since Huang's arrival.
Those assholes set me up! I just can't believe it! If the tongues find out about this, I'm going to be a laughingstock. It's the cops!
Freeze! Huang Lee, Mr. Junior Triad of the Year. We've been watching you, little man. You've certainly been enjoying yourself in our fair city.
Let's be honest, it's not as much fun as it used to be. Now book me or shoot me. Don't bore me.
Oh, I'd happily shoot you, you little prick. But my guess is, until you've found your uncle's sword and your father's killer, you don't want to get shot. That's right, Huang. I know all about the ambush, and I'm real interested in the guys that did it. I've been on their tails for a long time.
Sorry, can't help you. Don't speak much English.
Let's not waste each other's time. We both know you're gonna work for me.
Work? For a cop?
Cop? Don't patronize me. I'm an undercover detective. Wade Heston's the name. You and I ain't all that different, Huang. We're both businessmen, looking to turn a profit. You do it your way, I do it mine. Do as you're told, and we'll both profit from this. I'm part of the criminal process. I'll be in touch.
Huang would be forced to help Heston, who had a debilitating drug problem, to frame a member of a Korean gang whom Heston had cause to believe were involved in Yujian's theft. Despite initial reservations in acting against the Koreans, whom Huang knew had been ostensibly loyal for many years, Lee would eventually relent and set up the Korean to be arrested. While Huang would manage to frame the Korean, he would make bail soon afterwards, forcing Huang to tail the gangster on his path to each of the Korean underbosses, whom Lee systematically eliminated before killing the lone gangster as well. With the IAD closing in on him, Heston would become increasingly desperate to get a big bust, capable of impressing his superiors enough to cease their investigations, and in that vein would have Huang assist him in sneaking into a Korean base by distracting the gangsters, while Heston broke in and planted a bug inside. After successfully tapping the building, Heston would learn of a mysterious group called the Wansu Assassins, whose leader he concluded must be responsible for killing Huang's father and stealing his ancestral sword. This suspicion is later confirmed with all but absolute certainty when shortly afterwards, Heston is kidnapped by the Wansu, forcing Huang to rescue the undercover detective, which results in the death of both the assassin and their strongest lead.
Oh, it's you. Let's be blunt for a minute. The situation is intolerable. The feds are clamping down on all my businesses. Land of opportunity, my ass. I'd been better off bribing officials in Sichuan than putting up with this bullshit. And worse, they're constantly one step ahead of us. We must have a guy with a big mouth in our midst. I have sworn before the heads of all the Tongs, we will find this traitor and he will be shown no mercy.
I heard Chan was arrested too.
Fuck Chan. He could do with a bit of discipline anyway. His mother failed him terribly. I've got a far bigger issue than that. Some men of mine have been cornered while carrying a large quantity of very dirty money which we were about to export so it could get laundered. Make sure that money gets out of the country.
Huang would continue working for Chan and Zhao, as well as begin directly working under Shin Jaoming for a time. At first having him take revenge against the ambushers who attacked Chan's last deal, rescuing some of Shin's men sitting on a bunch of dirty money when they are cornered by the FIB, and later killing a member of Chan's entourage who was found to be an FIB informant planning to testify against Jaoming when Chan was released on bail. Following Chan's release, Huang would also return to working for him, with Chan tasking Lee with the elimination of incriminating evidence being investigated by the FIB. After disposing of Chan's counterfeit goods, however, things would only become more dangerous for the junior Jaoming when it was discovered that Melanie Mallard, who'd secured a position at Channel 15 using the footage that Huang had helped her obtain, planned to air the footage she had on both Huang and Chan, with full disclosure of their identities. Whilst Huang would initially suggest simply storming the Channel 15 studio, destroying the tapes in question and killing Melanie, Chan, who had developed an attraction to Mallard, hesitated, instead asking Huang to kidnap Mallard from Studio 15 and deliver her to a dock compound in Hove Beach. Mallard would plead with Chan for her life and attempt to blame everything on Huang. However, Chan would eventually feign releasing her, only to shoot her dead in the back of the head as she attempted to leave, leaving Chan heartbroken and Huang in complete shock. With Mallard dead and one of Chan's entourage having been discovered as an informant, a distraught and fearful Chan would then order Huang to assist him in eliminating all of his remaining former allies. Chan would fly Huang to Happiness Island, where using makeshift Molotov cocktails, Lee would torch Yaoming's entourage and eliminate any remaining ties to Chan's former friends. During this time, Huang would also continue to work for Jaoming, whom Huang likely supported more wholeheartedly for the position of the next Triad boss. He would burn down the supplies at a construction site seized by the Irish Mafia after they took over the spot from the Korean Midtown gangsters, and helped Cao escape a bank robbery successfully by posing as dancers inside of a dragon costume at the Chinatown festival happening the same night. He would also protect Cao en route to a private meeting with the other high-level Triads discussing the Triad leadership succession as paparazzi swarmed the stylish and popular Triad club owner. Around this time, Huang would also be contacted once again by Wade Heston, who claimed to still be investigating the Wansu assassins, but required more help from Huang in order to avoid arrest himself due to his crippling addiction to numerous street drugs. After killing Heston's drug dealer planning to spill the beans about Wade to the IAD, Heston would claim to discover that his colleague knew the FIB informant posing as a Triad, and they would tell Heston if Huang attacked one of Jaoming's contraband boats, which Huang successfully does with a great deal of hesitation, knowing that if he were to be found responsible, it would likely mean his death. After successfully sinking the boat, Huang would retrieve the contraband for Cao, who remained oblivious to Huang's involvement, and later do a final job for Heston's FIB contact by destroying scramblers interfering with his illegal wiretaps. For Huang, it would now be a waiting game, and that really wasn't the Huang Lee style. While waiting, Huang would fall under increasing scrutiny from Shin Jaoming, who pointed out the timing of Huang's arrival coinciding with increasing trouble for Triad businesses from various government agencies, as well as the LCPD. Shin would task Huang with finding and decapitating two leaders of the Midtown gangsters as a show of force, who had become increasingly hostile towards the Triads in recent weeks, which also further hinted towards their involvement in Yujian's theft. Despite carrying out the task for Shin, his suspicions would grow too strong, and Huang would nearly be executed by Yaoming's men before being narrowly saved by his uncle's interference on his behalf.
Shin, I did what you asked. The traitors are dead.
Yet still, the Fed's rat scurries amongst us, Huang. Interesting, isn't it? This harassment started soon after you began working for us. Coincidence is a bitch. Admit your guilt, Huang.
What? No, that's crazy. I just went medieval on some motherfuckers for you. Give me a break.
A liar to the end. And this is the end for you.
Man, that's too cheesy. Can't you give me another deadline?
Wait, Jin, my nephew is innocent.
Innocent? He's been ratting us out since he arrived. I bet he even organized Yujian's theft. That sword was to have been mine.
He didn't steal the sword, Jin.
I'll buy you a new fucking sword, old man.
I wanted that one. He must be executed for his crimes.
Wait! Huang will find the sword and the real rat. Just give him time.
Who are you to tell me what to do, Kenny? You've even got a stupid name. Guards!
Li Jin. Huang is all I have left of my brother.
Very well. But failure to discover the Fed rat and Yujian before my patience runs out will be a big fucking mistake, buddy.
Promising that Huang would find and eliminate the true rat quickly and find Yujian, Shin would give Huang more time at Kenny's insistence to investigate, starting by having Jaoming family associate Lester LaRock contact Huang in order to receive his assistance in infiltrating the Angels of Death, whom Shin suspected were connected to the informant. Working with LaRock, an overweight, middle-aged sleazeball, Huang would have to pose as the pudgy prospect in training, performing stunts in view of the AOD while wearing Lester's spare jacket and using his bike. Huang would successfully manage to impress the AOD as the faux Lester, keeping his face from being seen for too long during his initiation and killing a large number of AOD's main rivals, the Lost, by destroying the Meadows Park monoglobe, sending it crashing into the ice skating museum in a fiery, explosive demonstration. However, soon after, LaRock would be asked by the AOD to prove he was not in fact a cop by doing an excessive amount of illegal drugs, which debilitates Lester beyond the point of being able to pass the AOD's final initiation test, selling cocaine for the Angels, which Huang was forced to do as well, once again, posing as LaRock. After making it into the club, Lester would soon conclude that the only person capable of revealing any AOD informants would be the girlfriend of chapter president Lester Lee Arnold, Meredith, whom LaRock claimed only high-level members of the gang could even speak to. With more help from Huang in defending a valuable AOD convoy from the attacking Lost, Lester would manage to secure permission to speak with Meredith and somehow seduce her, resulting in the Angels becoming increasingly suspicious of LaRock just as he was getting close to obtaining information on the rat from her. After being caught doing dirty deeds by the Angels, Lester and Meredith would soon be followed by the AOD and would likely have been killed had Huang not stepped in to protect the two from the attacking Angels until Lester could finally extract the information needed from Meredith. Lester would inform Huang that according to Meredith, the rat was most certainly not in the Angels of Death, and offer his assistance to Huang for any future jobs. After parting ways, Huang would again be at the end of another lead, when a stroke of luck seemingly struck from out of the blue, in the form of an email from Italian mafioso Rudy Davanzo, who claimed to have information on the identity of the FIB rat making trouble for the Triads. Meeting with Davanzo in a cemetery in Dukes, the mobster of unknown associations would claim to know that the rat selling out the Triads was in fact a made man in the Messina crime family, one of the 5 families of the Liberty City La Cosa Nostra. Rudy's rat, Jimmy Capra, he claimed, had started selling out information to the Triads since the alliance between the Chinese and Italians had begun, to which Huang demanded evidence. After stealing Capra's car, which Davanzo claimed to have bugged, Rudy would tell Huang that the tape retrieved contained a confession from Capra to being the rat, but he would only show the tape to Huang after he'd eliminated all other informants named by Capra in the tape. Huang would successfully eliminate the men, and soon after, Rudy would claim to have set up peace talks with Capra, where Davanzo would pressure Jimmy using the information he and Huang had obtained. When the peace is short-lived, Huang is forced to defend Davanzo from Capra's men using a sniper rifle, but before they could attempt any further moves against Capra, Huang would be contacted by Jaoming, who revealed that Huang's actions had put the Triad Mafia relations in the toilet by almost killing Capra. Though Huang would initially attempt to convince Shin that Davanzo had information on Capra, and that Capra was indeed the rat, Shin would quickly snap Huang out of his stupor, pointing out that Rudy had yet to actually show Huang the supposed tape with evidence of Capra's treachery. Under orders from Shin, Huang would be tasked with finding and killing Davanzo in an effort to smooth over relations with the Italians, and after searching all of Rudy's usual meeting places, he would eventually track down the mobster and stumble onto a private conversation between Davanzo and his assistant. Huang would learn that Rudy had been playing him the entire time, using Huang's considerable talents to make moves against Capra, while having no actual information on any rats inside the Triad organization. Huang would burst in on the lying wise guy, and after a chase across town, he would finally catch and kill Rudy, though this would once again leave him with no leads on the traitor. With time running out for Huang to find the rat and Yujian for Shin Yaoming, he would luckily be contacted once again by Wade Heston, whose colleague had finally fulfilled his end of their agreement and revealed the informant's identity. Heston would tell Huang that, much to his own surprise, the FIB document his colleague secured named 2 separate informants inside the Triad organization, Chan Yaoming and Zhao Ming, both trying to oust the other to secure their position as the next Triad boss. While also surprised by the turn of events, Huang would be prepared to eliminate both men, but Heston, who continued to be suspicious of the findings, would claim that the situation had become too heavy, and that he would instead try to make a deal with internal affairs and scrub himself of the entire situation. Heston would tell Huang to bring the documents to Kenny, who could use them to regain a respectable standing with Shin, and the 2 reluctant partners would part ways.
You look like someone shat in your bed. What's wrong?
The feds have been speaking to 2 guys, Chan and Zhao. They've been selling each other, and Shin, to the FIB separately.
Both of them are rats?
It doesn't add up. One of them has to be the Wansu boss. But which one? I don't know.
And one of them may have ordered a hit on my father and stole that fucking sword. So what do we do? Whack both the shits? Arrogant shit, then moron shit?
Not me. I'm done. This is too much of a fucking mess. You take the file to your uncle. It's what he needs to get back in with Jin. Me? I'm giving up and getting out before IAD finally nail me. I ain't gonna get that bust. I guess I should start negotiating with internal affairs. Good luck, buddy.
I guess the biopic will have to wait for your ego to return.
Huang would proceed to meet up with his uncle and give him the documents with proof of Chan and Zhao's betrayal, but Kenny would reveal to Huang that Shin had already concluded both Huang and Kenny were involved and had called for their heads. Huang and Kenny would fight their way through Shin's men across town before storming into Yaoming's penthouse to present the documents and clear both of their names. Shamed but convinced, Shin would somewhat reluctantly call for the deaths of both traitors to preserve the Triad's honor, and step down as the head of the Liberty City Triads, passing on the title to Kenny. With Shin and Kenny's blessing, Huang would begin planning to make moves against both the younger Yaoming playboy and the arrogant pseudo-celebrity Ming. Huang would confront Shan in the Broker Navy Yard, and with assistance from one of Kenny's men, whom Huang had personally recruited as a triad not weeks earlier, the two would assault Yaoming's new posse and eventually shoot their way to Chan himself, who proceeded to beg for his life and deny his guilt. Despite Chan's pleas, Huang, likely fed up with the charade of chasing rats all over town, would show no mercy, and in the end, cut down Chan Yaoming himself before moving on to Zhao. When Huang confronted Zhao at his construction site in Castle Garden City, the scenario would play out in a rather similar fashion. After shooting his way through Zhao's men, Huang would confront Ming about his betrayal, but Zhao would adamantly deny being the informant.
You arrogant, treacherous shit.
Why the hell would I betray the Triads? I was going to be the boss.
The FIB file names you and Chan as their contacts.
Bullshit. You're being played, rich kid. Don't make me kill you.
Whatever you say, Zhao.
Zhao would give Huang a chance to back down, but Huang, fully convinced, would refuse, and an even larger battle would ensue. Huang would systematically eliminate every single one of Zhao's guards, all the while contending with Ming's own barrages from his attack helicopter. Using an RPG on site, Huang would finally shoot down Zhao's helicopter and kill the last remaining traitor informing on the Triads. Or so he thought.
No!
After killing both Zhao and Chan, Huang would be contacted again by Wade Heston with harrowing news. He had discovered the information on the file given to him by his colleague had been faked, and that the real Wansu leader was about to have a meeting with some of his allies. Concluding that the Wansu leader must be the real rat, and the one responsible for killing Huang's father and stealing Yujian, Heston and Huang would work together one last time, with Heston claiming he couldn't retire without landing one final bust, insisting that somebody must be arrested when everything was said and done. Heston and Huang would drive to the desalination plant on Charge Island and interrupt the meeting between the Wansu leader and his allies. But what Huang saw both shocked and horrified him. As it turned out, the real informant all along had been Huang's own uncle, Wu Kenny Lee, who had murdered his own brother and attempted to have Huang killed, all in an elaborate effort to become the next Triad boss himself. Kenny would attempt to justify his actions to Huang, but after a Mexican standoff following the arrival of the FIB and IAD, Kenny would flee, forcing Huang and Heston to pursue him all the way to Shin's penthouse in Algonquin.
There they are, the assassin's boss and my FIB contact. We've got him at last. Come on.
It looks familiar.
Freeze.
Uncle!
Huang, I can explain. I know it looks bad, but...
Don't even try to lie your way out of this, asshole.
You killed my father. I knew you were a creep, but your own brother?
It was a necessary and honorable sacrifice. I cried for many moons over that one.
Stop it with the funny kung fu dialogue. You low-life piece of shit. Just so you can be leader.
I protected you throughout all of this. You should be thanking me. I understand these events are complicated for the mind of one so young, but I forgive you.
Shut up, you pompous, porn-loving jerk.
You're under arrest, you son of a bitch.
I think not. Guards!
IAD, nobody move!
Put your weapons down, Officer Heston. We're taking you in.
Hands in the air! All of you assholes are under arrest.
With Huang not far behind, Kenny would arrive at Shin's with Yujian in hand, and finally deliver the sword to Jaoming by plunging it into his stomach, as Kenny revealed that Shin had ordered its theft in the first place. Kenny would attempt to blame his decisions on Shin, claiming that Shin wanted the sword, and that Kenny could see no other way to obtain it than to inherit it by killing his brother. Huang and Heston would arrive on scene for a final confrontation with Kenny, who, despite continuing to justify his selfish actions, accepted Huang's need to eliminate him to preserve his honor, and stood his ground in one last battle.
Shin, this is your fault. Huang is going to kill me, but I'll make sure you die first, you old lizard.
Kill him, Huang! He murdered your father!
It was your test of loyalty. You ordered me to take the sword, knowing my brother would have to die for me to claim it. If I'd refused, it would have been over for me.
Had you just brought me the sword, you would have become the next Triad boss.
From behind the figurehead of your idiot son. Have him take credit for my leadership? Never!
You had the sword stolen from Huang so you wouldn't have to accept the fate I allotted you. Then you bleated to the feds and had Shan and Zhu blamed so no one stood in your path to succeed me. You deceitful criminal! And your dialogue is weak and uninspiring.
Still want my brother's sword. Jin? Here. Take it!
Where's your noble honor now, uncle?
I'm sorry, Juan. You were never supposed to find out. Please understand. I had no choice. I'm a good man, put in a difficult situation by a cruel fate.
Choice? I swore on my father's grave I will kill the man responsible for his death. Do I have a choice now?
No. You should honor your father's memory. And by the way, your father was a real jerk as a brother. I'm glad I killed him.
He's mad. He means to kill us all. Save me, Huang! Let us grieve together for those we have lost, Huang. The Triads need a leader. It could be you, if you are truly loyal. Perhaps a little test.
Police! Freeze! You're all under arrest.
This is my collar. This is my bust.
FIB, nobody move! Freeze!
Throw your weapons down.
I'm Detective Wade Heston, LCPD undercover. This is my bust. Shut the fuck up and relax. Everybody. Jin Jaoming, you're under arrest for... Well, I guess I'll think of something really heavy on the way to the station. Take him away.
Yes, sir.
Hell, you might as well take in everyone in this place. Yeah, except Huang. He's a good kid. For a rich snot.
When the dust had settled, Huang Lee stood victorious, having killed his own uncle to avenge his father. Shin Jaoming, badly injured by Kenny but still alive, would offer Huang the possibility of becoming the next Triad boss himself, but if Huang had an immediate answer, it could not be obtained by our investigators. Following the violence, numerous agencies, including the FIB and the LCPD, would descend on Shin's penthouse, and Heston would finally get his big bust, arresting Shin Jaoming and closing a violent, bloody chapter on the never-ending wars of Liberty City's Chinatown. Sometime after the death of Kenny, Huang would also briefly work with brother to Ling Shan, Zin, who at the age of 19 was already making moves as a Liberty City triad. Zin would recruit Huang to assist him in a job which he claimed was worth a fortune, by having Huang steal a Rhino tank and cause chaos around Broker and Dukes in order to keep any heat off of Zin. Though Huang would manage to distract the LCPD long enough for Zin to pull off his score, Zin would be badly injured during the mission, and despite attempting to save him by evading the police and delivering the younger Shan sibling to an alleyway in Cerveza Heights, it is believed that Zin Shan bled to death in that alleyway, the very same one where his sister died just weeks prior. Huang Lee is, in his own words, a pampered little snot, due in large part to his luxurious upbringing in the wealthier parts of Hong Kong. While little is known about Huang's activity overseas, his most active time in America during the events described tonight were marked by a constant sense of superiority. When dealing with drug dealers, corrupt police officers, other triads, and often even his own uncle, before he learned of his betrayal, Huang was exceedingly sarcastic and dismissive. Unlike his old-school uncle, Huang had little to no respect for the ideals of the older generation, rejecting the concepts of honor and tradition, and instead pursuing his father's murderer out of a raw desire for revenge, rather than dignity. While he was insulting and brashly callous towards almost all who employed him, Huang showed a certain amount of loyalty, even for those he had little respect for, including his own uncle, as well as Jaoming and Shan, only killing them when he truly believed them to have betrayed the triads. He would take on any work from his employers with little to no questioning, preferring instead to express his disdain in the form of mockery, which many around him likely dismissed as a quirk of his lavish upbringing. The most important thing to Huang Lee appears to be family, given the lengths he went to in order to avenge his father, and given the fact that one of the few people Huang ever showed a modicum of respect for was his Uncle Kenny, even if in the end he was the one who killed the fratricidal turncoat. Huang has no objections to selling massive quantities of drugs
decapitating rival gang members, or killing dozens of police officers, all the while acting like the sole bastion of truth and dignity in a life mired by the constant presence of liars, killers, and other degenerates, despite having a considerable death toll of his own. Huang Lee is an Asian man born in 1983 in Hong Kong, China. He has a lighter than average skin tone, short brown hair, and very subtle facial hair, as a staple during his time in Liberty City circa 2009, when Lee would have been 26. Huang was rarely seen by anyone with any expression other than that of bored indifference and contempt for the people around him, only ever becoming emotional on very rare occasions. His most common attire was a green overcoat on top of a red button-up t-shirt, worn over another plain white tee, blue jeans, and a pair of green and white high-top sneakers, or occasionally brown boots. Once again, this program was unable to obtain any criminal records on Huang Lee from his time in China. However, we were able to obtain a full record from the fine men and women of the LCPD with details of all known crimes committed by Lee during his saunter through Liberty City in 2009 and beyond. With the determination of a man driven by nothing but revenge and apathy for the lives of his fellow triads, Huang Lee would rack up a record and body count comparable to numbers typically dished out by an entire organization over long periods of time, all by himself, allowing him to stand tall amongst the fellow murderers and criminal sociopaths occupying the hallowed halls of Liberty City's gambling dens, backroom deals, and international drug smuggling operations. All of this being said, let's see how his tallies stack up to his contemporaries already examined on this program. Helping Ling Shan escape from the LCPD. Killing the Spanish lords attacking one of Wu Li's restaurants. Killing several Spanish lords in retaliation for Ling's death. Stealing 3 cars for Chan Jaoming. Engaging in numerous drug deals. Sabotaging a racer's car. The burning of 2 stores protected by the Spanish lords. Killing several hostile gang members in order to save potential new triads. Attacking 3 drivers during a race to ensure Chan Yaoming's victory. Infiltrating a compound, killing the guards, and stealing Melanie Mallard's TV van back for her and Chan. Killing numerous Yardies to protect Chan's drug shipment and Melanie. Breaking into a Yardie drug factory, killing all the guards, and destroying their drug supply while being filmed by Melanie. Giving free drugs to several dealers while being filmed by Melanie. Infiltrating the Channel 15 studio, killing the guards and Melanie's cameraman, and kidnapping Melanie for Chan to kill her. Sneaking onto the back of a delivery truck and helping Jaoming steal its merchandise. Killing several hostile gang members in order to save Chan. Kidnapping a patient under the protection of the LCPD and delivering him to Zhao, who kills him. Killing several triads in order to disarm 3 car bombs and to prevent them from planting any further bombs. Stealing a van from the Spanish lords. Killing numerous Spanish lords attacking one of Kenny's stores. Helping Jaoming slaughter numerous drug dealers by delivering them to their locations. Killing numerous Spanish lords who ambushed him and Chan Jaoming during a drug deal. Stealing a Korean gang leader's car and using it to frame him by assaulting several LCPD officers. Killing the Korean gang leader and all his underbosses. Destroying a gambling den using a leaking tanker. Killing numerous Spanish lords attacking Wu Li's warehouse. Infiltrating the Spanish lord's warehouse, killing the guards and stealing a van. Killing numerous Korean gang members as a distraction for Wade Heston to plant a bug in their hideout. Killing the Wonsun Odong lieutenant and all his men who ambushed Wade Heston's squad. Infiltrating a construction site, killing the guards, and destroying all the merchandise using a flamethrower. Stealing a truck with a dragon costume and using it as a disguise to help Jaoming and his men escape from the LCPD unnoticed. Killing the Spanish lords attacking Chan Yaoming's boat. Saving Shin Yaoming's men from the LCPD. Assassinating an FIB informant with evidence against Chan. Destroying Chan's goods to prevent the FIB from confiscating them. Killing Chan's entourage using Molotov cocktails under the suspicion of them all being rats. Killing several paparazzi who photographed Jaoming. Engaging in a chase with a drug dealer to a warehouse and destroying said warehouse with a car bomb. Destroying Jaoming's drug ship and killing everyone who attempts to flee. Recovering Zhao's illegal goods from the sunken ship. Killing 2 traitorous Korean gang members and their guards and stealing their IDs. Killing several Lost MC bikers and using the Monoglobe in Meadows Park to destroy the building where the Lost hang out. Killing Jimmy Capra's men who ambush him and Rudy Davanzo. Selling numerous drugs for the Angels of Death. Infiltrating the Koreans' hideout, killing the guards, and helping Shin Spence steal their safe, which presumably contains FIB files. Destroying 3 FIB scramblers and killing the FIB agents guarding them. Stealing Jim and Capra's car for Wade Heston. Killing a Korean arms dealer and his guards. The destruction of the Koreans' hideout. Killing several Lost MC bikers attacking an Angel of Death convoy. Killing 3 of Jimmy Capra's associates. Stealing Wade Heston's car back from the IAD and destroying the evidence inside. Killing Jimmy Capra's men who ambushed Rudy Davanzo with a sniper rifle. killing Rudy Davanzo in retaliation for his betrayal, killing the Angels of Death who attempt to disturb Lester LaRock and Meredith, hacking into an FIB server to retrieve information about the informant who betrayed the Triads, killing numerous Triads who attempt to kill him and Wu Lee, killing Chan Jaoming and his guards for supposedly betraying the Triads and being an FIB informant, killing Zhao Ming and his guards for supposedly betraying the Triads and being an FIB informant, killing numerous Wansun Adong members, LCPD officers, and IAD and FIB agents in order to escape from an ambush alongside Wade Heston, and chasing and killing Wu Lee for betraying the Triads and being responsible for the theft of the Yu Jian sword, and his father's death. Stealing a tank and using it to cause mayhem in the streets as a distraction for the supposed bank robbery orchestrated by Xin Shan, helping a fatally injured Xin Shan escape from the LCPD. In presumably less than a year's time, Huang Lee would manage to kill nearly 600 people in Liberty City alone, proving that this snotty silver spoon-raised kid from Hong Kong packed just as much of a punch as any of our other previous subjects on GTA Biographies. Perhaps one of the most prolific small-scale drug dealers we've yet seen on this show, as well as being the only known person to outright decapitate an enemy during his criminal exploits that we've seen, Huang Lee is a terrifying and apathetic killer. While we were unable to confirm if indeed Huang Lee took on the role of Triad boss following the arrest of Xin Yaoming and the death of his uncle, it can safely be assumed that if he did, the numbers given today would almost assuredly be completely out of date. If you ran afoul of the Triads of Liberty City anytime post-2009, you likely aren't alive to inform on the matter. While many have dubbed Liberty the worst place in America, there is almost an authenticity to its overt dirty dealings when compared to the fake plastic boardwalks of San Andreas on the opposite side of the country. Our next subject is a man who has been making a name for himself recently at the time of filming while bumping shoulders with celebrities. A man who your host has had the distinguished privilege of investigating undercover for many years, and whose true criminal career may only be beginning. Moving up, moving out, and moving on. We will follow the life of a gangbanger turned heist expert and professional assassin who rose from the drug-slinging streets of Davis San Andreas to the high-class paths of the winding Vinewood Hills.
Hey, you got some coconut water or something like that? I need some electrolytes.
We will examine the life of a man never happy with his station in life, who refused to continue clinging to the old ways of the gangster lifestyle and instead used every opportunity available to him to make a name for himself among serious, professional, and dangerous criminals, far beyond the scope of two-bit hood thugs. We will witness the drive of a man compelled by legacy and success, a man who sought to escape the confines of the claustrophobic world around him and the allies and many enemies he would make in pursuit of that goal, Franklin Clinton. Franklin Clinton was born in Davis, South Los Santos, likely at the Central Los Santos Medical Center, to a mother whose own background remains shrouded in mystery. Clinton's father was abusive, and may have been the reason why she developed habitual cocaine use, in addition to his leaving the family before Franklin was ever born, forcing his drug-addled mother to raise him alone. Unfortunately, this lifestyle would catch up with Mrs. Clinton, as she died when Franklin was still a young boy, forcing Frank to be raised instead by his maternal grandparents in relative comfort. Despite being spoiled by his grandparents, Clinton, growing up in the gangland territory of the Families and the Ballas fighting over control of South LS, would take up a life of gangbanging and street hustling with Clinton's childhood friend, J.B. Bradshaw, and his eccentric girlfriend, Tanya Wiggins. One of the earliest hustles Clinton would participate in involved selling cigarettes with J.B., a scheme that was fairly successful until Franklin's grandfather found out and
chased you all over South LS.
Clinton attended Davis High School along with Wiggins, as well as another longtime friend of Franklin's, Lamar Davis, and Franklin's one-time girlfriend, Tanisha Jackson. He wouldn't last long in the school, however, being expelled early on for assaulting a teacher and quickly returning to a life of petty crime with Lamar. When Franklin's grandparents died, he would move into a house on Forum Drive along with his mother's sister, Denise Clinton, which had been left to the two at his grandmother's will, and begin associating more regularly with Lamar as a fellow Forum Drive gangster.
Together, the duo would participate in various criminal activities, gangbangs, carjackings, and small-time robberies, most of which earned them little more than street cred. During Clinton's first major robbery alongside Lamar, they would only manage to escape with $2,000, but soon after, the money would become completely useless when a dye pack exploded inside the bag and effectively destroyed their entire take. Franklin would even commit his first known murder around this time, though perhaps not actual first, when he killed a drug dealer and former employer of his, Marcus, which may or may not have been the charge which eventually landed him in prison in 2008. It's unknown exactly how many years Clinton served, but it is assumed by this program to have been a 2 or 3 year stint, as Clinton was most definitely back on the streets of South Los Santos by at least 2012. Following Clinton's release from prison, the ambitious and streetwise gangster would slowly begin seeking new avenues for more legitimate income, though without straying too far from his criminal roots. By 2013, Franklin and Lamar had ceased actively participating in gang activity for the families, and instead found work as semi-legal repo men under the cunning and manipulative eye of Armenian businessman Simeon Yetarian. For Yetarian, the two hustlers would find and repossess expensive vehicles loaned at exorbitant interest rates when the buyers inevitably defaulted on their payments. For Lamar, working with Simeon was just another hustle, but for Franklin, it represented a stepping stone out of the hood and into the big leagues of criminal enterprising. With aspirations of making something of himself and moving beyond the petty hood thugs of Davis and South LS, Franklin Clinton would continue climbing the ladder of opportunity so precariously hung from the highest rungs of civil society. While working for Simeon, Franklin would also begin helping Tanya Wiggins and J.B. Bradshaw, who worked for a towing company out of South Los Santos. Though he wouldn't actually be paid, Clinton would help Tanya and JB numerous times by filling in for Bradshaw, too strung out on crack to operate his tow truck and haul broken vehicles around the city, whilst attempting to talk Tanya Wiggins out of her destructive, drug-fueled lifestyle and, like him, escape the confines of gang life.
I heard this shit before.
Sometime in 2013, Franklin and Lamar, on another repossession job, would be forced into a brutal gang fight in Vespucci Beach against a group of vagos, one of which had purchased an expensive bagger motorcycle from Yetarian. After catching the gang member and liberating him of the bike, a rogue Lamar Davis would instead keep the bike for himself, knowing that Yetarian had no real claim to the stolen vehicle, damaging Clinton's reputation with Simeon, who has Franklin repossess another vehicle to prove that he remains loyal to the business.
This is the best part. Watch this when he reel him in. He gonna get all his full money. Watch this.
Look, man, I gotta go. Hey, Simeon, I'm out. I'll holler at you, homie.
It's the best part, man.
Franklin would make his way to the home in Rockford Hills and stealthily sneak his way past the occupants to successfully steal back the vehicle, but en route back to Simeon, Clinton would unexpectedly find a pistol aimed at the base of his skull by the father of the repossession victim, and under threat of death, be forced to drive the SUV right through the front of Premium Deluxe Motors.
Man, shit! No! Franklin! What the fuck are you doing?
The enraged occupant would pay Clinton for cooperating before giving the horrified Simeon a taste of his own particular brand of justice. Seeking new opportunities wherever he went, Franklin, now out of the job, would decide to pursue the man who had gotten him fired, perhaps inspired by his take-no-nonsense approach to dealing with Yetarian. Clinton would come to learn that the man's name was Michael DeSanta, a retired career criminal with a mysterious background, who had offhandedly offered to share a drink with Franklin one day and
explain how the world really works,
whilst threatening him en route to Premium Deluxe. Though Michael never imagined the, in his eye, 2-bit thug would actually take him up on the facetious offer, that was exactly what Franklin would do, showing up once again at Michael's mansion to get tips on how to move up in the criminal underground.
You work hard, screw over everybody that you love, hurt, rob, kill indiscriminately, and maybe, just maybe if you're lucky, you become a 3-bit gangster.
Though initially hesitant to share much with Clinton, Michael would see something in the aspiring youth and was prepared to have that drink when their plans were interrupted by Michael's careless son and the original purchaser of the BJXL, Jimmy DeSanta, phoning Michael for help, having become trapped aboard Michael's boat while attempting to sell it to a group of dangerous criminals. With an opportunity to prove himself, Franklin would put his own life at risk to impress the master criminal and clamber aboard the boat at high speed to rescue Jimmy, but stopped short of managing to stop the convoy and return Michael's boat, which sailed off into the sunset, bound for unknown shores.
My boat! Please stop doing that!
Though Franklin had found a new way to move up in his criminal career, his days of gangbanging wouldn't be completely over at this point, as around this time, he and Lamar Davis would participate in a kidnapping orchestrated by Lamar for a supposed payout of $40,000. With help from Lamar's dog, Chop, Davis and Clinton would track down and capture a Ballas OG known simply as D, and were prepared to hold him until receiving payment, presumably from his gang, until the operation was butchered by Lamar, when he makes a traceable phone call only minutes after picking D up. Seeing the chance as ruined and knowing they would be caught if they continued, Franklin would destroy Lamar's phone and reluctantly release D, who vowed that the two would pay for what they'd done in the future.
Give me that damn phone.
What the fuck?
Fuck y'all. I'll be seeing y'all soon. The only reason you've been seeing shit cause we went easy on your ass.
The specter of Franklin's gangbanging past would continue to haunt him, when also around this time, Chamberlain Gangster's family's OG, Harold Stretch Joseph, is released from prison and begins making his presence known on the set, much to the annoyance of Clinton, who viewed the traditionalist and pyramid scheme structure of the gangs as primitive and manipulative, traits exemplified by Stretch.
What this fool just say?
I missed you, dawg.
Oh, you miss me, huh?
Despite having just days prior kidnapped D, Stretch, Lamar, and Franklin would participate in a drug deal at a factory in La Puerta, where D initially greets the group with feigned grace, as though the kidnapping had never happened at all.
What's up, boy? Everything cool?
This was quickly revealed to be a front, however, when D reveals the ballas surrounding the building and the true nature of the beating, revenge for Lamar and Franklin's attempted kidnapping. Stretch would shoot D twice in the head, killing him, and the trio would shoot their way out of the building, just barely escaping the pursuing ballas and eventually LSPD forces. Thanks to his ties with Lamar, it seemed to Franklin he may never truly escape the circumstances of his notorious upbringing, only further pushing him towards the opportunities he imagined working with more professional criminals, such as Michael. When Franklin next visits Michael, he would once again be presented with a chance to prove his value as a criminal asset when Michael discovers his wife Amanda's tennis coach was sleeping with her in their own bedroom, prompting Michael to pursue the man all the way to the Vinewood Hills with Franklin's assistance. A thoroughly pissed off Michael would, with Franklin's help, tie the hook of his gardener's pickup truck to the supports under the coach's presumed house and hit the gas, tearing the entire structure down, much to Franklin's surprise, in a destructive display of Michael's unhinged rage.
Fucking A! Let's see how he liked that!
Whoa, man!
Unfortunately for Michael, however, who had in his anger failed to deduce that the expensive home in the hills couldn't have possibly belonged to the tennis coach, the house had in actuality been a property of notorious Mexican gangster Martin Madrazo, who showed up to Michael's house and laid down the law for the delusional ex-bank robber.
You know who I am? Do you know who I am? Do you?
No.
Oh, you? You?
I think so.
Good. I know who you are. I know where you live. Who are you?
I'm Franklin.
License. Now, Franklin, maybe help Mr. DeSanta here. Who am I?
I think Martin Madrazo.
Good boy. Now maybe give him a little of a background.
Man, Mr. Madrazo is a legitimate businessman who was wrongfully accused of running a Mexican-American gang and a narcotic ring, but the charges were dropped because of the witnesses came up missing.
Smart kid.
Now $2.5 million in the hole to Madrazo, Michael would be forced to return to his heisting expertise by planning a job with his old criminal contact Lester Crest, also now living in Los Santos, to which Franklin was invited on board. The heist would be at the Vangelico jewelry store in Rockford Hills, and would be Franklin's first real taste of high-stakes, high-paying crime. A taste he would not soon rinse away when his cut for the successful robbery amounts to more than Clinton had ever earned in all of his years stealing cars and dealing drugs with Lamar. Though the details of the Vangelico robbery are conflicting and numerous eyewitnesses have outlined multiple conflicting narratives, what is certain is that the heist was indeed a success, receiving high-priority news coverage across Los Santos and Blaine counties, and possibly even nationally. Franklin Clinton would walk away with a cool $400,000, significantly less than the other crew members due to his novice status in the crew, but still far more than he'd ever made up to that point. Now with a growing reputation among heist experts and criminal operators across LS, it seemed Franklin Clinton was finally getting his first glimpses at the life he'd so desperately dreamt of for so many years on the hard-knock streets of Forum Drive and Chamberlain Hills.
I want you to stop by the house a little later on. We'll celebrate, all right?
All right.
Okay. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. We're back in action.
Sometime after the jewelry store heist, Michael would approach Franklin following DeSantis' precarious infiltration of an IAA morgue and reveal to Clinton the greater extent of his long and storied criminal past. Michael would reveal that he was working for the FIB under a man who'd orchestrated his life as a retired career criminal on the West Coast, and that the smart thing for Franklin to do was to leave town now and avoid the repercussions of associating with a dangerous man such as DeSanta. Franklin, however, impressed by Michael's abilities as a heist expert and having been helped out of a dire financial hole thanks to his participation on the Vangelico job, would instead opt to stick by his new friend and help him deal with the FIB out of loyalty, or perhaps an opportunistic hope of landing further lucrative jobs from the no longer retired criminal mastermind.
This clown, he's an okay guy, fucking cocksucker. We did a deal a long time ago. Didn't go quite the way it was supposed to go. Wrong guy got killed, so I had to go into kind of an informal witness protection program. He helped me, I didn't reveal secrets of his, and everything was cool. The problem started when recently I became unretired. He shows up, starts calling in favors, telling me to do shit. Look, Franklin, I'm working for the fucking feds.
Oh, fuck, man.
Oh, fuck, man, yeah, and that ain't even the worst part. I ever tell you about Trevor?
Man, I think so, shit.
Well, if you only think so, then I wasn't being completely honest. He's, hell walking on earth. That's what he is.
Well, let's bury this motherfucker.
Oh, yeah, good luck with that.
Shit.
Trevor and I got history. Complicated fucking history. Look, I've done a lot of things that I ain't proud of. Okay, I never claimed to be an angel. But you meet Trevor, Franklin, you'll swear I am an angel.
So what's the mood then, man?
I don't know. Fuck. I'm just gonna, try to play both sides. Until I can find a way out of this shit.
All right, man, look, man, you help me. Way I see it, man, the least I can do is help you.
It's a death sentence, Franklin.
Man, I ain't trying to hear all that shit, man. If the Bureau ain't gonna take you to court, them motherfuckers just hustlers anyway. And I ain't finna let no motherfucking cat think he's so motherfucking crazy, run me up a tree. Fuck that.
Hey, you're a good kid, Franklin. This means a lot to me. Like I told you, I'm a terrific thief. I'll find something for you. Big. Now, come on. You better take off.
All right, man. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Franklin would then be introduced to a man whom Michael had warned was a deranged psychotic from his past, and who had recently resurfaced following Michael's careless tendency to quote Solomon Richards films during his heists, Trevor Phillips.
You forget 1,000 things every day, pal.
We'll make sure this is one of them. That was pretty scary. Back to you in the studio.
During a job orchestrated by Michael's FIB contact, Steve Haynes, Franklin would get a chance to prove his mettle when he served as a sniper assisting Michael as he rappelled into the IAA building, with Trevor piloting the helicopter. While his work for Michael had begun to slowly distance Clinton from his gangbanging roots, Franklin would be accused of disloyalty upon returning to Forum Drive, and an eccentric Trevor looking to make new friends would happily encourage Clinton to participate in a drug deal, which Phillips was eager to attend. Lamar, Franklin, and Trevor would drive to the deal taking place on Grove Street, and despite Franklin being eager to finish the transaction, Phillips would, with his own knowledge of the drug trade, save the group from being ripped off when the dealers are revealed to be cutting bricks of drywall and layering one side with cocaine to convince the prospective buyers that the product was pure.
We got some motherfucking buyer's remorse out here! You can't fucking hustle a hustler!
The trio would be forced to shoot their way through Grove Street before interrupting a rap music video being filmed by MC Clip along the Los Santos storm drains and stealing the group's jet skis to avoid the pursuing Ballas and the LSPD before splitting up to deal another day. Now introduced and ingratiated to Trevor, Franklin would be asked on recommendation to Trevor by Michael to participate in another big-time job, this time planned and organized by the eponymous head of Trevor Phillips Industries.
I think we're gonna literally make out like bandits on this.
Trevor would plan out a heist against Private Army Merryweather Security, who had a large presence at the port of Los Santos, and recruit Franklin as a gunman to help ensure the robbery went as planned. The details of this elaborate heist are once again vague, as Merryweather Security remains silent on the matter, refusing to comment, and the heist members themselves could not be reached for additional information. Our reporters here at GTA Biographies also made an attempt to contact Don Percival, head of Merryweather Security, for comment,
Once again, we received only radio silence, which may indicate the heist was a success, which Merryweather hopes to sweep under the proverbial rug.
Man, you can say whatever you want about Trevor, but shit, he got it done.
Yep, let's hope so.
Franklin's third large-scale job would come in the form of additional work for the corrupted FIB division led by Steve Haynes of television fame, who wanted to rob an IAA bonds truck transporting money earned from agency-sponsored drug dealing in order to use it for their own purposes. Michael would lay out a classic blitz play where Michael would first block the truck's path using a garbage truck, and Franklin would charge and ram the vehicle with a tow truck lying in wait down the alley. With Trevor backing them up from a lookout above, Clinton, DeSanta, and Phillips would fight their way through dozens of cops as they waited for an opportunity to make their escape. Franklin would dispose of the garbage truck and make his getaway separately from the remaining crew, but despite the robbery going off essentially without a hitch, none of the crew would be paid. Instead, operating under threat of exposure from the FIB agents, which Franklin noted felt uncannily similar to his old life of working hard for a hustle, only for the pay to be insubstantial or non-existent. At some point during his rise through the ranks, Franklin would also find work with numerous other individuals across Los Santos, including Los Santos custom shop owner, Hao, whom Franklin would race infrequently in a South Los Santos illegal street racing circuit, and later sleazy paparazzo, Beverly Felton, who mistook Clinton for rapper Clay Jackson, and subsequently roped Franklin into helping him obtain lewd and opportunistic shots of various celebrities in the midst of their most dramatic moments.
Fuck them, they're not magic! No, they're no better than me!
Clinton would assist Beverly in filming starlet Miranda Cowan doing drugs inside of her limousine, creating a sex tape of Poppy Mitchell by hiding in the bushes and later filming her after she crashes her car following a chase through North LS by the LSPD, and finally, taking photos of a member of the British royal family, Princess Georgina, whilst buying drugs from a dealer in Mirror Park. Though promised payment by Beverly, upon completing the final contract for Felton, Franklin would approach the slimeball reporter in the middle of filming his own reality show on Vinewood Boulevard and demand to be paid for his services, to which the paparazzo refused, claiming he barely remembered asking Franklin in the first place and chastising him for interrupting his shoot. It isn't known what exactly became of Felton, though many suspect that Clinton may have killed him in retribution for withheld pay, or at the very least, beaten the manipulative reality star to receive said payment. All of this would of course pale in comparison to his payout from the Vangelico heist, which effectively catapulted Clinton beyond the stakes of street racing, drug dealing, and celebrity photography for good. While gaining many new contacts among the criminal elements of the city, Franklin would also do jobs and activities for various strangers across Los Santos in 2013, aside from Beverly Felton, including thrill seeker Don Beasley, legal pot enthusiast Barry, and alien conspiracy nut Omega, as well as inadvertently solve the murder of Leonora Johnson after meticulously collecting a series of letters written by her murderer and sent to her family. With Beasley, Franklin would commit to several dangerous high-octane stunts and races, including parachuting onto Mount Chiliad and racing bikes, free-falling from a cargo plane onto a Blazer ATV and racing, leaping from the top of the Maze Bank building in downtown LS onto a moving flatbed truck, and finally, jumping from the Landak Reservoir following an unsuccessful attempt by Dom, who unsurprisingly dies on impact.
It's perfectly safe!
Like last time, huh?
For Barry, Clinton would assist in the organization of a smoke-in to support legalization of marijuana by acquiring weed stashed by Barry at various locations and delivering it to his business, including a truck full of product in Murrieta Heights, and later a broken-down car which Franklin is forced to tow out of La Puerta while avoiding the police each time. Despite procuring the product, Barry's smoke-in would be a no-show, with only Clinton himself showing up in support, and a lethargic, likely high Barry barely even remembering the event to begin with. For Omega, Clinton would be drawn into a long and tedious search across all of Los Santos and Blaine County to acquire strange artifacts which Omega claimed were pieces of an alien spaceship. After scouring the state and eventually locating all 50, Omega would gift Clinton with a strange and exotic buggy customized using the very parts Franklin had gathered, and the two would never meet again. Finally, Franklin would at some point find one of the many letters scattered across San Andreas linked to the murderer of former celebrity Leonora Johnson, and become intrigued enough to seek out the other letters. After finding all of them and piecing together the identity of Johnson's killer, Franklin would directly confront and kill the psychopath Peter Dreyfus, who had taken advantage of and mutilated the starlet many decades prior, and who had been stalking and taunting her family ever since. Continuing to diversify his criminal portfolio following the disastrous Merryweather heist and the successful but unpaid Blitz play, Michael would put Franklin in contact with billionaire investor Devin Weston after meeting him through a job for the FIB. Weston, a surface-level philanthropist and liberal lobbyist, was in actuality a conniving and backstabbing opportunist who sought to make exorbitant profit off the sale of several ultra-rare vehicles owned by his rich friends by hiring Franklin, Michael, and Trevor, and eventually Lamar, to steal them. The first cars, a Grotti Cheetah and an Overflood Entity XF, would be stolen from a group of trust fund kids Weston knew, by first having Franklin challenge the two to an impromptu street race in order to lead them to a fake police trap by Trevor and Michael posing as highway patrolmen. The third car would be a super rare Z-Type, of which only 10 were made, owned by Chad Mulligan, which the group locates and steals after using a police maverick to identify Mulligan on his way back to pick up his car using a chip in every driver's license. The fourth car stolen would be legendary movie car, the JB700, which Clinton boosts from the Richards Majestic Movie Studio, otherwise known as Backlot City, using the advanced technology aboard the car to help lose the pursuing police, dropping spikes to burst their tires. In addition to working for Weston, who had agreed to pay the group only when all 5 cars had been stolen, Franklin would also take up assassination contracts for Lester Crest, the ingenious mastermind behind much of Michael's success as a thief, both past and present. Presented to Franklin as Good Samaritan killings, Crest would manage to convince Clinton to kill multiple actors on the stage of American capitalism who had in one way or another done wrong by the people in Lester's eyes, whilst also, conveniently, investing in relevant stocks on the LCN and Bossack trading networks to make an extra tidy profit. Lester's first contract for Franklin involved the assassination of Bilkington Research CEO Brett Lowry at the Von Krastenberg Hotel in Richmond, who had produced a faulty, heart-stopping version of popular male enhancement drug called Pripiol, which was eating into Lester's investment in Beta Pharmaceuticals and their own pill, Mollus. Following Lowry's death, Crest would reward Clinton with $9,000, and more importantly, a house in the Vinewood Hills, which Crest had purchased for tax purposes, but still needed an actual occupant to maintain the veil of legitimacy. It seemed Franklin was finally seeing his dreams come true, moving to a large empty house on Wispy Mound Drive. The second contract Franklin would take from Lester involved preventing Redwood Cigarettes from rigging the jury in a class-action lawsuit brought against them by assassinating all 4 jurors prepared to testify in Redwood's favor across Los Santos, including a bodybuilder at Muscle Beach, a man on his yacht off the coast, another man cleaning the windows of the West Eclipse Medical Tower, and finally, a man on his motorcycle in the Vinewood Hills, all within hours of each other, to prevent the other jurors from obtaining protection. The third contract would involve the assassination of Facade CEO Jackson Skinner, who was reportedly selling customer information to the highest bidder, and by proxy supporting cyber terrorism. Franklin would make Skinner by tailing a working girl whom Jackson frequently called upon in La Puerta, and waiting for her to ID the target, whom Franklin promptly eliminates. Franklin's next target would be venture capitalist Isaac Penny, a frugal billionaire who insisted on riding the bus to work every day, and whom Lester disclosed was planning to buy a controlling stock in Vapid Motor Company before outsourcing thousands of jobs. Clinton would steal a city bus and drive Penny's route until arriving at Isaac's usual stop, who was immediately suspicious of Franklin, though it wouldn't prevent him from being gunned down like the rest of his targets as he attempted to flee. Finally, Franklin would take down corrupted businessman Enzo Bonelli, who was rumored to have connections to the mafia and who had been accused of many other crimes including murder, extortion, and even labor racketeering. Unfortunately, Lester's contact would inform Bonelli of a potential assassination, forcing Franklin to pursue Enzo all the way to the top of the unfinished Mile High Club, where he was eventually shot down by Clinton as he attempted to escape via helicopter. During this time, Michael DeSanta and Trevor Phillips had run afoul of Mexican drug lord Martin Madrazo once again when Phillips kidnapped Madrazo's wife in a retaliation for not being paid after a job. While hiding out in Blaine County, Phillips would contact Clinton and ask him to locate the remaining O'Neill brothers, who were seeking vengeance against Trevor for his massacre of numerous other members of the O'Neill clan. Franklin would catch up with the O'Neills, who had been unsuccessful in locating Phillips at Vespucci Beach, and follow them all the way along the Great Ocean Highway near North Chumash, until witnessing the group crash after swerving to avoid an elk in the road. With assistance from Michael and Trevor from a Phillips-procured company helicopter, the trio would take down the remaining O'Neill brothers with Franklin and Lamar's dog Chop, who had been staying with Clinton for some time, getting the final kill, when Chop locates Elwood O'Neill and Franklin shoots him dead. Still working for Michael under the FIB, Franklin's next big score would come in the form of an armed robbery on the Blaine County Savings Bank in Paleto Bay, which was to be done in order to secure funding for another job the FIB wanted Michael to commit. Whilst the initial plan would be for Clinton to pick up the crew at an escape boat off the coast, after the robbery goes awry and police prove a bigger challenge than initially suspected, a quick-thinking Franklin would steal a bulldozer in order to carry the remaining crew members, clad in heavy military armor, as they escaped through the Cluck and Bell chicken factory onto a train, and got away with more than $8 million in dirty government money.
Franklin would additionally be a crew member on another dangerous job for the FIB, which involved the infiltration of the Humane Labs Research Center in northern San Andreas, where Clinton would handle transportation, after Michael, Dave Norton, and Steve Haynes personally infiltrate the labs and steal a deadly neurotoxin, which Haynes claimed the IAA intended to use on an urban population center in order to stir up fears of terrorism and increase their funding. Eventually, Franklin would be contacted by Lamar, who had been brought along by Devin Weston for the final car theft, and had obtained the Pegasi Monroe. Lamar and Franklin would deliver the final car to a Packer truck being driven by Trevor, and the three would make their way up to Procopi Truck Stop north of Paleto Bay. Though he'd slept through most of the drive, Clinton would be woken up by the arrival of the police, who had been tailing Lamar since he picked up the Monroe, forcing the three to hastily concoct a plan for losing their tail. Franklin would climb aboard the moving truck and take control of the re-equipped JB-700, using its tire spikes and outfitted machine guns to eliminate all of the cops chasing them, till arriving safely at the drop-off point to meet Weston's lawyer, Molly Schultz, for final payment. Schultz would reveal that Weston had no intention of paying the crew directly, and that instead he would invest their money into an alpha fund and transfer the funds at a time when the suspicions would be at their lowest.
Which is a polite way of saying I'm getting robbed? Are you fucking kidding me?
Taking this to mean that they were in fact being robbed for the work they'd done, a furious Franklin would attempt to phone Michael, only to discover that his phone was turned off. Contacting Lester, Franklin would learn that Michael and Trevor had had a confrontation over their past during a trip to North Yankton, and that Trevor likely knew more about their situation, prompting Clinton to confront Phillips directly.
What's up, homie, huh? Oh. Oh, is that how you act, huh, when a friend makes a mistake, huh?
No,
really?
Man.
Oh,
no.
What? Oh, so what? It's just me getting hurt? Is that funny?
No,
huh?
man.
Well, fuck you! I'm gonna put you in the fucking ground. You laugh at me again.
Man, calm down.
I have met a lot of assholes in my life, but you, oh, you're not long for this world if this is the way you fucking act. You little jumped-up motherfucker!
Look, how about this, man? Calm down. It was funny at first, man. I made a mistake. Unfortunately, man, you failed. It was funny, all right? I apologize.
I accept your apology. Okay? All right, so let's hug it out. Mm-hmm. Nah! Nah! Right? You're so fucking funny, gotcha! Huh? Oh, fuck! No, I'm not funny! Fucking asshole! Oh, fuck! I had a difficult childhood.
Damn, man, you all right?
I'm just fucking on edge, you know? Look, I love you, right? But I would have just fucking...
Look, man. Lester said you had some information for us about Michael.
Michael? Fuck Michael, I hope he's dead.
Man, I know y'all two, man. Come on, man. You two had beef before. But what the fuck happened in North Yankton? Somebody pinched him, man. Who?
My friend Ron met these Chinese assholes. They're from Yangshan in China. We had some problems. They mistakenly thought Michael was a human being and kidnapped him.
Yeah, and now it looks like they holding him somewhere in the city.
Yes.
Come on, bro.
Well, go fuck yourself. You want that piece of shit, that's your fucking business, all right? He's dead to me, all right? And chances are, if and when I see him, he's gonna be dead to everyone else as well.
Hey, come on, bro, don't do that.
You're pushing your luck, pal.
Upon meeting with Phillips, Franklin would learn that Michael had been kidnapped by the Los Santos Triads under Wei Cheng, following a dispute back in Ludendorff, and that Trevor considered Michael dead to him, due to his betrayal many years prior, which Trevor had recently discovered the truth about. Though Franklin would plead with Phillips to help him rescue Michael, he would have no luck, and instead be forced to use Lester's computer knowledge to track Michael's phone, which becomes active once again when he is delivered to Los Santos in an effort to draw Trevor in, whom the Triads believed was in actuality Michael's boyfriend. Franklin would track down the phone to a warehouse in Cypress Flats and kill all of the Triads inside, before rescuing Michael and escaping together. With Phillips no longer interested in participating in a massive final heist which Lester and Michael were eager to pull off, known as the Big One, robbing the Los Santos Union Depository, Franklin and Michael would instead do a final job for the FIB, with a promise of their obligations being wiped clean following the mission's success.
Michael would plan out an assault on the FIB headquarters in order to obtain and destroy the incriminating evidence against Haynes, and in the process, intentionally delete all information on the criminal group from the FIB databases, effectively clearing their debt to Haynes, even if he should renege on his word. Franklin would luckily actually receive payment for this job, unlike some previous FIB errands, but the joy of another successful robbery wouldn't last long, when soon after, Clinton is confronted by his ex Tanisha with a moral ultimatum. Tanisha had discovered that Lamar had once again fallen for a trap set by Harold Stretch Joseph, and that she suspected he was being held at Abala's stronghold in the north of the state, and implored Franklin to rescue his friend, perhaps hypocritically. Though Tanisha was apparently pushed away from Clinton due to his dangerous lifestyle and the death of her brother from that same lifestyle, Tanisha would still attempt to guilt Franklin for initially refusing to help his friend, whom he viewed as skirting every opportunity presented to him of escaping the gangbanging life. However, Tanisha would eventually manage to convince Franklin, who phoned Lester to have Trevor and Michael meet up with him in Paleto Bay for a rescue operation, which they both obliged, despite Trevor's continued hate for the snake in the grass he viewed Michael as. The trio would push their way through dozens of ballas before finding Lamar and escaping together. Upon safely returning home to Forum Drive, however, Franklin and Lamar would once again begin arguing over what Franklin saw as Lamar's naivete towards the OGs like Stretch and gangbanging in general, which Lamar saw as a matter of loyalty and respect. Even after saving his life from another setup orchestrated by Stretch, Lamar would stand his ground, and the two would initially part ways on shaky grounds, before Franklin was approached only moments later by Steve Haynes and Dave Norton of the FIB.
Man, what the fuck y'all want me to do? Kill the president? Fuck his wife or something? Or invade some fucking country?
No, something more sensible. Something that's gotta be done. Hey, when the timing's right, you're gonna take old Trevor and put him out to pasture. Oh, me?
Michael will be sensible, but Trevor won't be.
Trevor is a liability that none of us can afford.
Man, Trevor saved you. He saved both y'all asses.
And it's unfortunate.
Hey, when we give you the word, you're gonna do this thing.
Man, get Michael to do it. Me and Trevor cool, dawg.
Michael can't do it. Trevor won't let him near.
That's why it's up to you, homie.
Following a tenuous truce between Phillips and DeSanta, the trio would return to planning a final major heist, which if successful, would set the crew up for the rest of their lives. With Lester's master planning skills, Michael's professional experience, and Trevor's unpredictable versatility, the three, along with the remaining crew, would perform one of the most lucrative and dangerous heists in the history of the United States when they managed to escape the Union Depository with over $900 million in gold bars. While waiting for the money to be run through the proper channels prior to payment, Franklin would be confronted directly by Devin Weston, who would ask Clinton to kill Michael for him, as payback for Michael's various transgressions against Devin, including the premiere of DeSanta's film with Solomon Richards, Meltdown, which Weston wanted to scrap in order to claim an enormous insurance payout, and the unintentional death of his lawyer Molly Schultz when Michael pursued her to Los Santos International.
Nah.
Oh, yeah.
But that's my boy.
Yeah, but that's my boy. He has betrayed everyone he's ever known. He's got you involved with the federal government, and he's messed up several business ventures of mine. He has got to go. And you know what? I'd like to say that this isn't personal, but it is personal.
But the feds, man. The feds have told me to kill Trevor, and I obviously can't kill them both.
The feds. Steve Haynes, Dave Norton. I own shopping malls. I would not employ those two clowns in. And I make one phone call, their careers, they are over. So you're gonna A, listen to some 50 grand a year pension hunter, or B, a billionaire, who even the president lets finger his wife, or C, try and be really stupid and save those two idiot mentors of yours and have everybody in the goddamn state crawling up your ass. A, B, or C. Time's ticking, pal. Beep, 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 and your answer is...
Man, you know what? Man, fuck you.
Genius answer, pal. Total genius, but time is running. You think about it. Me, I got a triathlon coming up, and I am in deep training. Bye-bye.
Man, fuck you.
In the end, Franklin would go with option C, meeting up with Michael and Trevor in order to plan a final assault on all of their enemies at once, in order to free them of any remaining obligations. Lester would envision a plan which capitalized on the greed of their various targets in order to eliminate all of them by first having the group, along with Lamar, meet at a foundry,
where they would claim the gold stolen from the Union Depository was being stored,
knowing that the FIB and Devin Weston's mercenaries would likely come and try to steal it. After meeting with Phillips and DeSanta inside the foundry and convincing them to cease their pointless bickering, the four men would fend off a massive raid by the combined forces of Steve Haynes' FIB team and Weston's Merryweather team, before phoning Lester to plan out the final phase of taking down each of their biggest enemies. Not being a man for loose ends, Trevor Phillips would add Harold Stretch Joseph to the list of targets, along with Steve Haynes and Wei Cheng, with each of them taking down the target they had the least connection to in order to avoid further suspicion. Though Trevor would initially suggest killing Dave Norton, Michael would immediately shut him down, insisting that Dave would be needed to clear their names in the end. Michael would take down Stretch while attending a meeting with a group of Ballas at the B.J. Smith Recreational Center. Trevor would track down and kill Steve Haynes whilst filming an episode of The Underbelly of Paradise at the Del Perro Pleasure Pier, and finally, Franklin would eliminate Wei Cheng of the Los Santos Triads whilst leaving the Pacific Bluffs Country Club in his motorcade, which some suspected also resulted in the death of Cheng's son, Tao, though this would later be proven false when Tao continued to make appearances across Los Santos' criminal underworld as late as 2019. With Haynes, Stretch, and Cheng all no longer threats, the trio would turn their attention to their final target, Devin Weston. Trevor would infiltrate Devin's private home in the hills near Chumash before finding the cowardly entrepreneur and kidnapping him by stuffing him in the trunk of his own Tornado. Trevor would then deliver Weston to a final drop-off point where Michael, Trevor, and Franklin all pushed Weston's car off a cliff, killing the mass manipulator once and for all, and finally severing the ties to their many powerful nemeses.
Franklin? I'll be here. Franklin.
Hey, what's up?
I assume you got him?
Ooh, safe and sound. Ain't that right, buddy?
Hey, my bad, homie. I picked C. Ain't that a bitch?
You know, Devin, the way I see it, and hey, I'm no intelligent businessman like you, but the way I see it, there's two great evils that bedevil American capitalism, the type that you practice. Number one is outsourcing. You paid a private company to do your dirty work for you, and then you underpaid that company because you thought you were big enough and bad enough that you didn't have to play by the rules. Oh, number two, offshoring your profits.
Offshore?
Oh, it's horrible. You wouldn't want to be sent offshore just to save a little money, would you, T?
No,
Franklin?
I wouldn't.
Oh, nah, I ain't
Would you
going
want?
nowhere.
No, see, but we know your opinions on the matter, Devin. Keep your problems the fuck out of America, huh?
In this instance, when he puts it like that, it makes sense.
Of course it does. Hey, Devin. Goodbye, my old friend. Thanks for all the advice.
Bye-bye.
With 20% of $200 million soon after transferred to Clinton's accounts from the Big Score, Franklin had finally made his dreams of being a 3-bit gangster and a high-profile criminal a reality. Though little information exists on the whereabouts of Clinton for the remainder of 2013, there was at least one man, a strange hunter, who claimed that Clinton at some point that year helped him hunt and locate a legendary beast, thought to roam the mountains of northern San Andreas, though the source of this information is shaky and should be taken with an enormous boulder of salt. Having pulled off the heist of the millennium and now a comfortably wealthy man, Franklin would spend the next several years making moves of his own, using the knowledge he'd gained working with men like Michael, Trevor, and Lester to eventually become his own boss, and finally start calling the shots instead of taking them. At some unknown point, though most likely around 2015, Franklin would even manage to rekindle his relationship with his childhood friend, Tanisha Jackson, whose marriage to a doctor had fallen through within the first 2 years. Clinton would eventually convince Tanisha to move into his home on Whispy Mound Drive, and the two would apparently fall right back in love, having at least 2 children whose names and ages remain unconfirmed, but who were old enough to be attending school by 2021. We could not confirm for 100% certainty, but it also seems likely the two married at some point and have continued to live together in the Vinewood Hills ever since. It was in 2021 that your humble host finally came into direct criminal contact with Clinton, having spent nearly a decade already up to that point covertly investigating the gangs and organizations of San Andreas' seedy underbelly. I was first introduced to Franklin by my oldest LS criminal contact, Lamar Davis. Unaware of my undercover credentials, Franklin and I partnered in a business venture, helping the highest caliber Vinewood celebrities deal with their problems discreetly and professionally.
Hey, what's cracking? So what you think about all this? Shit, we looking good, right? Look, this is our business. You feel me? You put the bread down, shit, you the owner. I'm the manager. Franklin Clinton, dawg. And that over there is my old ass homie Chop. Shit, he don't get around too much no more. Man, everybody I asked about setting this thing up, they all pointed straight at you. A genuine, real reputable. Now me, shit, I'm a hustler that made it big. Big house, nice cars, a family, and everything. But damn, man, I miss getting these fucking hands dirty. And from what I hear, you ain't got that problem. You run your own shit, and I like that. Hey, look, come walk with me. I want to show you something. Down the streets, I know real good, because that's where I'm from. But now I work with rich folk who got rich folk problems and no fucking idea how to deal with them. You know, like the kid might stole a car, or they might owe money to the wrong fucking people, or their wife might be screwing the tennis coach. But guess what? My homies can help them with all that. Now this here, this is your office. I'm gonna get all these jobs for us, and they gonna show up on this computer right here. It'll be small fry at first, but one big client, man. One A-list name. And we straight.
Hey, that's our hacker right there, Imani. She works up on the operation floor where all the high-tech shit at. Oh, shit.
Hey, Imani. Man, these kids, man.
Knock, knock, my politically incorrect racial epithets. What that shit do?
What are you doing here, Lamar?
Nah, the question is, what are you doing here? Is that who you bringing in with you? Why you didn't tell me? I'm the one who called that pimp, put him up on everything, dawg. And you motherfuckers got the nerve to cut me out? Well, I got 2 words for y'all. Finders, motherfucking feet. That's right, I'ma sue y'all ass. Matter of fact, I'm gonna blast y'all asses out on Snapmatic. Where my phone?
Man, hold on, dawg. Man, I was gonna look out for you. Chill out, all right? Shit, I got something here. Dawg, come on.
Nah, put that shit away. I'm part of San Andreas' budding cannabis scene. I remember this dude when he was broke as fuck. Could barely get a motherfucking coach seat. Now all of a sudden, eating grapes in the cockpit with the captain. Look at you. And you, I ain't even finna go in on your dog ass, cause you know what's happening, but I ain't tripping. Cause now, it's LD's turn to come up. How's that for a sample?
Okay, I see you. Nigga, this some good shit.
You damn straight. That's that payao.
All right. Hey, you get going on those. I'll be in my office, all right?
Right. And who is that badass love fist looking bitch? I mean, nice young lady with the profitable posterior right there.
Nigga, that's Imani. That's Pearly, nigga, the homegirl's daughter. She handle all our hacker type shit.
Ooh, that's Pearly daughter I should have known. She hacking this shit too? I didn't even know they had a computer. Damn, I feel old.
Tell me about it. You get going on those jobs. I'm gonna go work on this big client for us, all right?
Wait. You mean big client like Toni McTony? Come on, man. Tell me you got Toni McTony. See if Toni McTony will post my weed on his page, man. You got me, Frank? Come on, man.
Whatever I got going, man, you got going, so I'm gonna look out for you. Hey, I'll be in my office. You keep doing what you doing.
Man, he be lying like a motherfucker. But anyway, though, now look at you. You feel like somebody now, huh? You OG now. Your nuts is almost big as mine, but they won't be. Not at all.
Though the information obtained on Clinton and several associated celebrities was meant to be confidential, after consultation with my legal team and our in-house writing team at Weasel News, we here at GTA Biographies have decided to bring you the whole truth, despite unsettled lawsuits still pending in the San Andreas court system. We hope to eventually bring to light all the details of my undercover criminal investigations throughout the state, but until then, you'll have to settle for bits and pieces of the many crimes I and my team committed with government-sanctioned approval. Not long after the venture was up and running, our team would get its first big opportunity, when Franklin was contacted by the West Coast Classics radio host DJ Pooh with an exceedingly rare opportunity. Less than a year earlier, whilst investigating the legendary drug kingpin Juan Strickler, aka El Rubio, on his private island, I would personally witness world-renowned rapper Dr. Dre bail from attending Strickler's party, when he discovered his phone had been stolen. Still attempting to track it down months later, DJ Pooh would suggest our celebrity solutions agency to Dr. Dre, as a means of finally tracking down the stolen phone and possibly exacting some good old-fashioned revenge in the process. Franklin and I would meet with Dre, DJ Pooh, and Jimmy Levine at the Los Santos Golf Club, where the men were attempting to find some peace of mind in between dealing with typical LS industry drama.
Nah, I'm going again.
Come on, really?
I can do better.
Is this what we got all dressed up for?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
I knew I was gonna hate this. I don't like sports that you can snack when you play. Next time we're going roller skating.
Hey, good to see you, bro.
Hey, what's up, Pooh?
Man, who the fuck is this?
Shit, this my business associate.
Associate. Shit getting real.
Hell yeah.
Come on. Now, you sure about this?
Hell yeah, I'm sure. Shit, we ready, we set up, we ready to go, dawg.
All right. But y'all better deliver. Fuck my shit up, too. Yo, Dre, this is Franklin Clinton. This is his associate. They gonna help us get that thing done, man.
What's up, dawg? Appreciate you for having us.
Not a problem. Just give me a sec. You know what? I'll take a mulligan.
That was a perfect shot. You could sneeze and blow that in.
Nah. Hold up. I got this.
This is a stupid fucking game. The things I do for a hit record.
So wait. You're the one that's gonna find the phone, right?
Excuse me, Mr. Young, is it? Look, we're gonna play through, okay? Give you plenty of time to finish up whatever this is.
You're gonna what?
Come on. We'll just be a second. Right, Dre?
Play through. We're gonna play through.
Listen, you ain't playing through shit, motherfucker.
Oh, very nice. That's very nice.
This place is going to crap.
What did you just say?
You heard what I said. How are we supposed to play around with this bullshit? This used to be a club for pros.
Hey, man, back the fuck up and shut your bitch ass up.
No, screw this. I still have friends on the board. My wife's having an affair with the owner. Every single one of you is going to be blackballed before you reach the 9th tee.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Come on, Eugene. Me and you are going to make some calls and see what's what.
What the fuck was that about?
Man, the fuck if I know.
With everything that's going on in my life right now, this is the last fucking thing I need.
She's having an affair with the owner? I gotta call this guy.
Nah. Fuck that and fuck this. If these two guys have what it takes to find my property, then they can definitely take care of this shit.
We got you, homie.
Good. Because I'm done with swinging these fucking clubs, man.
What are you doing?
Listen, take care of these fucking assholes before they make trouble for me. And if you do, you can handle my business. My phone wasn't lost, man. It was stolen. And there's material on that fucking phone that I really care about. Unreleased material. You know what I'm saying? And if you know anything about me, you know that I don't put anything out before it's ready. And I'm dead ass serious about that.
We got you, homie.
Come on, guys, let's get the fuck out of here. I'm getting agitated.
You were kind of pissed off before they said anything. You really need to try something for your mood.
I am. It's called golf.
Well, golf ain't working. Next time, we're gonna go skate at the rink.
Hey, you two bitches can't wait for the legend to shoot his shot? Oh, where you going? I thought you'd like to talk. Come on, man.
Our team would eventually discover that not only was Dre's phone missing, but so too were 3, as of then, unreleased songs, and that their early release by illegitimate means was something the doctor definitely did not prescribe. Dre would also learn that the man likely responsible for the original theft of his phone had been record producer Jonathan "Johnny Guns" Henderson, who had a beef with Dre going all the way back to the 1990s. With help from Umani, Franklin would have me personally hunt down each of the 3 separate leakers, who were showcasing their stolen goods on loudspeakers all across the state.
You want to know what I found?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's pretty bad. The phone has a bunch of extra security to prevent remote access, which is cool until you fucking lose it. And it's a huge pain in the ass. It's firewalled. No way in, no way to track it.
So you saying we got nothing then?
We got one thing, but it's like high-key radical.
Girl, I was being radical when your ass was still in kindergarten. What is it?
You break into the FIB, find the server stacks for their mass surveillance program, stick a thumb drive in one of them to give me remote access, and don't get caught. Then I can get a full data signature and track any copies that got made.
I thought this shit was gonna be hard. I made the FIB my bitch a long time ago. We got this, right?
I just want to know, why is it that every time I turn my back,
Y'all in here doing some slicing and denicing and backroom dealings without me.
Lamar, what the fuck are you doing here?
Same thing you is, homie. Business. I need that sample I gave you, dog. This is a supply and demand situation going on. LD Organics is going viral, baby. I'm supplying the green community. The whole revolution, man. And every ounce count. So I need you to kick that up.
Man, whatever, dog. Look, it's downstairs on my desk in my office, all right?
No dealio. I went down there already.
You just gonna go through my fucking desk?
My bad, Mr. Mogul. I didn't know us lowly employees weren't allowed in your office. I wouldn't have drank your coffee.
Wait, hold on. Wait a fucking second. You ain't my motherfucking staff.
Hey, what's wrong with your dog?
Oh, he just... Chop. Come here, boy. He old, man. Come here.
C-Dog. Come here, boy. You all over the place, man. What's happening, Chop?
Man, I don't like the look of this.
Wait a minute. Chop, you worrying us, dog? Man, that dog high as fuck. I can tell. It's all in the eyes, man. 100% purebred, satisfied LD Organics customer right there.
Chop, what the fuck I tell you about eating weed?
You're gonna have to get the little homie some snacks, because he gonna have some major munchies in a minute. Get him like a little burrito, like a monster burrito, the wet one.
Sorry to interrupt, but the client, if we're going after this phone...
Client? What client? What the fuck?
Man, you wasn't supposed to see that.
Nigga, we done lost cabin pressure up in this motherfucker. Dre lost his phone? Dre lost his phone. That man's a physician. You know how important that is, man? I bet it's all kinds of shit in that phone. I wonder what's in that phone. Dude been making beats for years. A legend. Man, look, if that mythical Lost album was up in that motherfucker, you playing it for me first.
Dog, Trip, it ain't like that. If I did find something in the fucking phone, man, I'm giving it back to him.
You repeatedly disappoint me, man. You owe me anyway, dog. Your dog made my re-up into an edible.
What's so him, nigga? Come on, man, we gonna get Chop up out of here. Y'all take point on this, all right? Hey, I get on the line as soon as I can, because I got history with these FIB motherfuckers. Dog, come on.
You think you could put in a good word with Dre for me? I mean, to get him to endorse LD Organics, man, we'll be on. I'm talking about Green Giant Buku retirement paper.
Man, do you fucking ever listen to yourself?
I listen to me all the time. You should listen to me. Maybe then we'll know what Dre phone at, nigga.
Okay, get onto the network in your office. You know where your office is, right? Good, and we'll get started.
Under Franklin's direction, my associates and I would track down a music promoter at the Diamond Casino, crypto investor and billionaire Ben Brooks at his Richmond Hills mansion, and a Northside Vagos leader in the Rancho projects, to obtain each of the 3 stolen tracks and return them to their rightful owner. With all 3 unreleased tracks retrieved, Johnny Guns would make the brazen move of attempting to kill Dr. Dre at Record A Studios in Rockford Hills, sending dozens of armed thugs to take the legend down. Whilst returning Dre's Black Champion coupe to the studio under Franklin's orders, my associates and I would stumble onto the attempted siege and shoot our way through all of Johnny Guns' thugs to secure the building. Eventually, Imani would manage to help us track down Johnny Guns at his last known location in Textile City, and we would finally locate him in the Mirror Park rail yard, whereupon we were forced to pursue Guns all the way to LSIA, where he planned to flee the city. We would eliminate all of Guns' men and deliver the failed producer turned assassin to Dre's feet, where the award-winning hip-hop legend beat him to a pulp. Satisfied with the work Franklin and I put into salvaging his stolen music and taking revenge on an old rival, F. Clinton and Partner would comfortably establish itself as the go-to celebrity solutions agency for all of Vinewood's most petty and ambitiously violent stars. Whilst working with Franklin at the agency, he would also hire me to perform several high-profile assassinations on various individuals and groups around San Andreas. Taking a cue from Lester Crest years ago, Franklin would take on contracts from his many celebrity customers to eliminate key people in order for the client and our agency to make a fat bonus in relevant stock trades. Under Franklin's orders, I would take out an up-and-coming trust fund pop star whilst on a joyride, the CEO of Gold Coast Development while play-acting as a construction worker for the show Closet CEO, the co-founder of the Bittersweet Phone Company whilst visiting a prostitute at a motel, a corrupted judge while shooting 18 holes at the Los Santos Golf Club, a tech entrepreneur whilst waiting for his taxi at a hotel, 4 internet trolls while shitposting on their phones, as well as a group of juggalo drug dealers, and a group of several assassins working for the CEO of the Coil Motor Company. Shortly after dealing with guns, DJ Pooh would invite my associates and I, along with Franklin and Lamar Davis, for a private tour of Record A Studios to celebrate the launch of our new successful business, Andre's Music. Though I myself was incapacitated for the majority of the following events, through secondhand account by way of my criminal associate Lamar and my own team's more sober investigations, I can confirm the following.
Voila. This is where all the magic happens.
Damn. This spitting out flies. Fuck, man. This probably worth more than my whole crib.
Nigga, this worth more than your whole fucking life.
Hey, man, is this his motherfucking desk?
Yiggy, yes. That's the desk.
Ooh, shit, I know how to work one of these motherfuckers.
Bruh, that's not the butt. Hold up.
Hey, count me in, my nigga. I'm finna rip the mic, man. Come on, count me in.
Is this motherfucker for real, man?
He's as real as it get, dog. Watch this. Hey, I got you, homie.
Come on, man. Give me a beat, nigga.
Oh, shit.
Fuck! God damn, Frank, what the fuck are you doing?
I said don't touch nothing.
God
Shit.
damn.
Oh, community college ass nigga?
Man, y'all some goofy motherfuckers. I'm gonna put a beat on for you, man. I got you right here.
That's what I'm talking about, nigga. Gangsta shit. LD up in this motherfucker. Riding around with Chop, the marks scatter and the bitches flock. Big dog, big nuts. Coming through and don't give a fuck. Apache blood, take no prisoners. Fuck with me, beat no witnesses. I'm an evil motherfucker. If your mama come in, I'ma fuck around and touch her. Cause she love me. And when she with your daddy, she's always thinking of me. I don't give a fuck if it's rhymed or not. Real ass gangster shit. You just punch me in, nigga, that's a hit. Yeah, that's my hoe. I am the king of Los Santos.
I see y'all found the smoking room, huh?
Somebody say smoking?
Hey, hand that shit here. Show some respect to the house, bruh.
Hey, y'all forgot about me?
Hell no, you didn't get no trip slip sign. Tanisha ain't going for that shit.
Man, she cool, man. Hand that shit over.
Man, cool my ass. That big wildebeest shoulder woman ain't finna whoop my ass cause I'm babysitting you and getting you high.
Hey, dawg. If my eyes go red, y'all go tell me, right? I mean, Tanisha cool, but shit, she don't need to like no, you know? Hey, what the fuck? What the fuck going on?
Damn, they high as fuck. Look at them. Flame broiled and fried off that LD super strain. I told you it was some bomb.
Man, what's in this shit?
That's that paya.
Man, it look like nobody there. Oh shit, they having an out-of-body experience, dog.
Man, them motherfuckers all right. Come on, get up, man. I need y'all to do something with me.
Lamar, them my motherfucking business partners.
Pooh, can you please watch the Sleeping Beauties while I take this dude out on the gangster shit refresher course?
They bet not Earl, and I ain't about to clean shit up.
Get them some snacks for when they wake up, all right, dog?
Man, what the fuck y'all think this is? A hotel? Hell nah, bruh.
Franklin would be dragged into yet another scheme of Lamar's, much like he'd done to me many times over the years. This time a homegrown marijuana manufacturing and distribution company, LD Organics. The two would reach Lamar's storage warehouse and discover it was being raided by the Ellis Vagos, forcing them to kill all the gangsters attacking his product before sneaking into the back of one of Lamar's trucks as the thief drove away in it.
Surprise, huh?
Yeah, nigga.
Man, more like a delivery service. Man, this fucking truck stink. Man, we gonna be faded out by the time we get to wherever the fuck we going, El Salvador or somewhere.
Look, I don't know about you, but I do this shit. I can handle mine. Matter of fact, I wanna fire one up right now.
Man, fire one up? So we just gonna take a short break in the middle of being shot at, huh?
You know what? You have really changed, man. You gotta relax, man. You gotta relax. You're too uptight, too high-strung. You know hypertension and high blood pressure is #1 killer of black men nowadays. Quit being a negative Nancy, man. Smoke some of this weed. I got just a thing for you, man. I got this Sativa Dominant LD Organics Original. Let me find this
Sativa? Man, Sativa ain't what I need, dog. What I need is a new friend.
Oh, and some friend you, bitch. You don't even support my horticultural creativity or endeavor.
Hey, fools! We got company in the back! Pull up on the side and light these punks up!
Oh, shit! Hey, nigga, grab your burner, nigga. Get your ass up and hold on to something. Okay, 1, 3. Surprise, nigga! Oh, shit!
Though they'd intended to use the opportunity to get a jump on the thieves, their bickering would push their plans off the rails, and the two aging Chamberlain Hills gangsters would hold off dozens of attackers before finally arriving at the truck's destination and finishing off the Vagos, to claim vengeance and reclaim Lamar's enormous shipment of weed.
Your truck don't look so good, dawg.
Nah, it's alright. Long as all the bud in there, we straight. We can get high.
Man, but I gotta get back home.
Come on, man. You got time for one blunt, man. It's on me, man. You don't want to pass this up. Let's jump back here and get high.
Fuck! Fuck! Damn. That's fucked up, man. Well, I guess we smoking later, man. Let's roll.
That's some bullshit!
Wanting revenge, Lamar would later ask Franklin to help him hit back at the Vagos by attacking their weed warehouses in Blaine County. They would attack and torch their warehouse on Marina Drive near the Alamo Sea and their warehouse on Chiansky Passage near Grapeseed, topping off the excursion by stealing a van full of the Vagos' own marijuana to make up for the product they'd inadvertently destroyed.
Hey, what's up? Can the low come up in your crib?
Man, fuck you, man. My kids up in there. I don't want your ass up in my house, nigga.
Oh, nigga, don't hate me because your kids love me more than they love you. Maybe if you quit being so uptight and let Uncle Lamar give them some game, you'll have some harmony in your household. Nah, I just wanted to get in the hot tub, but now, I don't even want to get in no funky-ass cum bucket. Nigga, fuck around and get pink-eye. Because you's a dirty-ass B-I-E-E's itch.
What?
Lamar would eventually reveal that he'd been attempting to make connections to secure advertising for his new business, and in doing so, set up a meeting with the Epsilon cultists, Jimmy Boston and Marnie Allen. Unsurprisingly, Boston and Allen would attempt to con Lamar out of his business, but before any serious arguments between the three could break out, the meet would be ambushed by a very angry group of Ellis Vagos, seeking retribution for their recent transgressions.
Man, I don't know what the fuck your ass be up to, dawg. But I got you, alright, homie?
Hey, when we get back to the hood, vegan chitlins on me.
Man, fuck you, Lamar.
Lamar!
Jimmy, what's poppin', big dog?
Yeah, you remember my assistant, Marnie?
No, maybe on the phone, but what's happening, girl?
Great to meet you in person.
I got an assistant, too. His name is Franklin, but he has somewhere to be.
Shit I do for this motherfucker.
Yeah, well, let's get down to it.
Now, where they
do it. LD Organics. It is some business, my friend.
And you are a clever man. Very effing clever. I mean, once I saw the product, I had my people run the numbers. It's exactly what we've been looking for. You tithe, you thrive.
You got to speculate to articulate.
Yeah. Once you sign the paperwork, it's all go. Hammer down, world domination.
Kiflum.
Kiflam.
Kiflum.
Kiflam.
What the fuck?
We're gonna reach a new paradigm of freedom,
Kiflum.
success, and understanding. Bless the tools. Hey, can I show you something that's gonna blow your mind?
Hell motherfucking yeah.
Marnie, you ready?
Okay. Look at your van. This is where you are right now, stuck in the present. But with Jimmy on board, whoa. You enter a world of limitless possibility.
You fucking with me, right?
And nothing's final. It also has to get signed off by marketing and go through legal, but what we end up with is gonna be pretty close.
Come on, man. I'm the LD and LD Organics. I am the brand. Without me, all you got is weed and some Epsilon alien looking fake-ass lifeguard. Come on, look.
Hey.
That sounds objectionable.
Back it up there, buddy.
I mean, without my name recognition, this business is dead in the water. I mean...
Whose face do you think these kids want to see on the side of their bongs?
Hey, Lamar. Lamar, I gotta holler at you real quick.
Hey, look. Jimmy, let me get a minute. Give me a minute, man. Let me handle this business. Big deal's going on.
I hope he's not an unsavable.
Kiflam.
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 Man, what the fuck, F, man? I'm in the middle of this play, man. What's happening?
Hey, man, what you think a Vinewood asshole like that gonna do with your business?
Look, man, you either gotta eat shit from these people, or you gotta tell them what the fuck to stick it.
Man, why you trying to come at me like you my daddy or something, man? I don't even know that fool.
You can't have it all.
And why I can't have it all? I want it all, man. Big dog, big nuts, big dreams, man. Don't I deserve this shit after all the shit I've been through, nigga?
Shit, not really. Oh, shit, hold on. Hey, nigga, it's a whole bunch of Hispanic dudes coming your way.
The SA's here? They here?
Hey, I'ma cover you from up here, bro.
Hey, Jimmy, get your bitch ass out the way before you get your noodles blown, man. It's about to go down.
Franklin and Lamar would fight off all of the attacking Vagos before fleeing in Lamar's van made entirely of weed, which began to billow a dank cloud of Mary onto the streets behind them. They would fight off their attackers for as long as possible, getting higher and higher by the minute, until finally crashing and making a scene big enough to give Lamar exactly what he'd been after: free publicity.
Man, what the fuck?
There's been an accident.
God damn.
Oh shit, there's a van crashed out of here, man.
Hey, nigga, you alright?
I'm good. I'm good. Ooh, I'm real good.
Hey, get some water, man. They choking out here.
Hell yeah, man. That's some good shit.
I am blazed. What's that van made of, bro?
That right there, my good man, that's LD Organics, the best marijuana company in Los Santos.
Holy shit!
Hey, look, this shit here, go to your nearest dispensary and get you some. Matter of fact, fuck that. We gonna dispensarize that shit ourselves. We going nationwide, baby. All you can smoke right now. Smoke mine, y'all.
Oh, free weed for everybody.
Get that motherfucking camera out, man. Let's make this shit go viral. Come on, smile. Smile, nigga. Back to back. Let's do a pen pose.
Hey, LD Organics. We gonna make it live. We gonna make it big.
LD Organics. LD Organics.
LD Organics. LD Organics.
Hey, I gotta roll, dawg.
Tanisha?
Yeah, you know, family shit.
Family for life, you already know. But hey, look, I told you this shit was gonna crack. Didn't I tell you it was gonna crack, nigga? Nigga, I'm a motherfucking marketing genius, nigga. I'm
right, man.
Hey, Frank, I know you doing your business. If you ever need an internship, though, you got a home at LD Organics. You talk to your secretary, nigga.
As I cannot yet reveal too many details regarding my own government-sanctioned work into the San Andreas criminal underworld, all I can leave you with is that to this day, Franklin Clinton continues to serve as the CEO for his Celebrity Solutions Agency and lives a comfortable, barely legal existence, finally high enough on the criminal totem pole to be making names instead of making moves. Franklin Clinton is above all other things ambitious, to a fault even, as his drive to move up the ranks of criminality often resulted in his being manipulated while receiving little to no pay. This plays into Clinton's oftentimes blinding naivete about the inner workings of his high-profile criminal life, starkly contrasted by his recognition of the gangbanging lifestyle as being nothing but trouble, an argument repeatedly hashed out between Franklin and his best friend Lamar. Despite this tension and frequent accusations of disloyalty by his friends and family in South LS, such as his Aunt Denise and Toni Wiggins, Franklin has been shown on numerous occasions to be willing to put his own life in danger in order to help those he considers friends, rescuing Lamar on more than one occasion, even after his setup by their former ally Stretch, and going out of his way to help Trevor when hunting down the O'Neill brothers, or Michael when dealing with family issues, or outright saving his life when DeSanta is kidnapped by the Triads. Unlike his criminal colleagues, Franklin is most often calm and collected, even when working incredibly dangerous jobs, on top of being overall more clean and organized than Michael or Trevor, usually serving as a level-headed anchor for the trio. While Franklin would be tutored in the ways of high-stakes crime by the likes of Michael, and to some extent Trevor, he would also in turn help Michael to learn lessons of true loyalty, never failing to call out his friends when they do things he isn't fond of. Despite this, as mentioned, Franklin often suffered from accusations of disloyalty by his old friends, something which only accelerated when Clinton moved off of Forum Drive to the upper crusty hills of Vinewood, where Franklin frequently lounged around his mansion in near complete isolation, likely often feeling guilty over the depths to which he dove into criminality. It is suspected that Franklin may suffer from depression to some extent, or self-hatred, rarely being seen, especially following his move, with his friends, most of whom had cut ties with Clinton out of a perceived lack of dedication to the Hood. Whilst always dreaming of a grand life as the boss of his own organization, Clinton frequently smoked marijuana and kept to himself,
possibly contributing to his depression, and had few friends outside of Lamar, and later Michael and Trevor, the former of which he'd often fought with over their drastically different priorities in life. This depression was likely only further exacerbated by the fragile nature of his many relationships, including his one-time girlfriend Tanisha, whom Franklin ceases contact with following her marriage to a rich brain surgeon, or his own aunt, who turned his room into a women's shelter and threatened to call the police on her nephew should he ever return to their old home. In the end, Franklin would by some accounts prove his loyalty when he opted to kill neither Michael or Trevor, and instead work together in order to eliminate all of their rivals, though it should be noted that this decision was not one Franklin came to instantly, but rather something he was forced to consider long and hard, even at one point briefly considering killing both of them. Ultimately, Franklin was a skilled driver, effective crew member, and a good friend, by at least the standards of fellow criminal psychopaths. Franklin Clinton is a 6-foot-tall African-American man who was 25 in 2013 during his rise through the criminal underworld. Easily the most fashion-forward of his crew, Clinton always had at least a slight distaste for the urban gangster clothing often worn by his fellow gangbangers such as Lamar and Stretch, and upon moving to Vinewood almost immediately began wearing fancier threads and expensive jewelry to flash his opulent status. He was known to work out frequently, and was most likely the most physically fit between himself, Trevor, and Michael, though this didn't spare him from the occasional remarks of obesity from the likes of Lamar. As is typical of subjects on this show, Franklin Clinton has a substantial criminal record to his name, owing to his many years as a gangbanger and later his time working with Michael and Trevor as he rose to prominence and became an effective and well-respected criminal operator across the state of San Andreas. Similarly to the likes of Carl Johnson and Jonnie Klebitz, Clinton is thought to have participated in numerous territorial disputes during his days as a Chamberlain family's gangster, though details from this time remain sparse and difficult to confirm. Franklin's criminal activity is extensive, however, and it should be assumed that the following figures may be grossly underestimated, due in part once again to the unreported nature of many of Clinton's crimes, particularly where gangs are concerned. All of this being said, let's examine the known tallies for the most ambitious criminal in southern San Andreas circa 2013.
Public exposure sometime prior to 2013. According to Clinton, the incident was racial profiling.
Stealing 2 sports cars alongside Lamar for Simeon Yetarian. Killing several Vagos alongside Lamar and stealing a motorcycle belonging to one of them for Simeon. Breaking into the DeSanta residence, attempting to steal Jimmy DeSanta's car back for Simeon and ramming through the window of Simeon's dealership. Attempting to kidnap D alongside Lamar. Killing numerous Ballas and escaping from the LSPD alongside Lamar and Stretch after being lured into an ambush by D. Killing some of the people who have stolen Michael's yacht in an attempt to retrieve it. Helping Michael to demolish a house. The robbery of the Vangelico jewelry store. Helping Michael and Trevor kidnap Mr. K from the IAA building under orders from Steve Haynes. Taking part in a drug deal on Grove Street alongside Lamar and Trevor and killing numerous Ballas to escape after the deal is revealed to be a trap set by Stretch. The robbery of a high-tech device from Merriweather. Helping Michael and Trevor steal 2 cars for Devin Weston by racing the drivers. Stealing Chad Mulligan's Z-Type for Weston. Infiltrating the Backlot City movie studio and stealing the JB700 located there for Weston. The robbery of an armored car containing agency funds under orders from Steve Haynes. Helping Michael and Trevor kill the remaining O'Neill brothers in the woods. The robbery of the Paleto Bay Bank. Taking part in a raid on a research facility to steal a deadly virus. Delivering all the stolen cars to Devin Weston alongside Lamar and Trevor and escaping from the LSPD in the process. Killing numerous triads at a meatpacking facility to save Michael. Infiltrating a construction site and stealing a briefcase with the blueprints of the FIB building. Taking part in a raid on the FIB building. Killing numerous Ballas alongside Michael and Trevor to rescue Lamar. The robbery of the Union Depository. Killing numerous Merriweather mercenaries and FIB agents alongside Michael and Trevor during an ambush at a warehouse, killing Wei Cheng and his guards, and helping Michael and Trevor kill Devin Weston by pushing the car he was locked in off of a cliff.
Ordering the murders of the CEO of Gold Coast Development, the co-founder of Bittersweet, a corrupt judge, a soon-to-be pop star, a tech entrepreneur, a group of internet trolls, a group of drug dealers, and a group of hitmen working for the Coyle Motor Company, killing several Vagos members in order to thwart a raid on LD Organics, racing Lamar to a weed farm near the Alamos Sea, burning all the weed inside, before traveling to another farm in Chiansky Passage to burn all the weed in there, defending Lamar with a sniper rifle from the Vagos after failing to sell his van made of weed to Jimmy Boston, With a final body count estimated at 290, with some claiming that the numbers are slightly higher, there can be little doubt that Franklin Clinton, in his pursuit of being recognized as a competent criminal, racked up substantial tallies that, while incomprehensible to the average American barista or bingo employee, are still terrifying to imagine, despite the numbers themselves falling on the lower end when compared to previous subjects on Grand Theft Auto biographies. Franklin's attitude towards civilians and those not affiliated with the criminal lifestyle is for the most part neutral, or perhaps even positive, as Clinton was not known for incredible acts of terrorism or mass death outside of criminal circles, unlike people like Toni Cipriani or Johnny Klebitz. He was, however, in close proximity to individuals who did perform heinous acts more in line with what we have come to expect on this program, which may or may not be a testament to Clinton's character or a condemnation of his intense naivete towards the most dangerous and dubious aspects of becoming a career criminal. Though the story of Franklin's rise to corporate CEO was a long one, it was arguably jump-started by a man who long ago made a name for himself as one of the Midwest's most infamous bank robbers. Our next subject is a family man, or like to imagine himself one, and in many ways embodies the very worst of comfortable upper-class American criminals, but his origins were certainly less than glamorous. Lies, luxury, and legacy. These are but the tip of the iceberg for tonight's subject. We will take a look at one of America's most notorious bank robbers, who cheated death more times than the Republican Space Rangers. We will follow a man from the top to his grave and beyond, as we examine the life of a career criminal who tried to walk away from the world he was so familiar with to settle down on the sun-baked boardwalks of the West Coast.
Sunshine, boredom, lies, that's what we got.
A family man, when the definition is stretched, who spent years executing some of the most notorious heists in the nation's history, before his elaborate attempt at beginning again, and subsequent return to the life of crime which had made him famous. We will witness explosive action, failed father figures, and one of the single largest robberies ever performed on U.S. soil.
The big one.
The big one!
A direct result of the planning and cunning of one heist crew with humble roots in the Northwest, and its leader of questionable morals, Michael DeSanta. Our subject tonight was born Michael Townley in either 1965 or 1968 in the Midwestern United States to poor parents, where Michael was raised amid the squalor and debauchery of a trailer park. There remains a dispute as to Michael's true birth date, though most speculate it was the earlier date of 1965, with some anecdotal evidence pointing to the later date, though our reporters could not confirm either one. What we were able to confirm was that Michael's childhood was plagued with poverty and abuse, with his aforementioned living conditions and an alcoholic father who was known to beat Michael on occasion before abandoning the family altogether. Mrs. Townley was known to constantly change the story of Michael's father leaving throughout his childhood, having at different times claimed that Mr. Townley simply ran off, was run over by a train, or even joined the Navy. It wouldn't be only his father who would leave the family either, as at some point, likely in Michael's late teenage years, his mother too would abandon him, when Townley was finding his first niche playing high school football, which at least for a brief time he was quite successful at, becoming an acclaimed quarterback for an all-state team, and even having his photo occasionally appear in the local newspapers for his noteworthy performance as an athlete. As a young adult, following his mother's departure from his life, Michael would take up a life of petty crime, and would serve at least 2 prison sentences before the age of 20. In 1988, Townley would commit his first major robbery on the outskirts of Carcer City, where he managed to escape with $10,000 in cash from a small local business. Working alongside expert criminal tech Lester Crest, Michael would become an efficient heist leader, expert marksman, and overall competent criminal operator, performing numerous robberies across the Midwestern U.S. in the late 80s and early 90s. Most likely sometime in 1990, Michael would meet a prostitute and stripper named Amanda and develop a romantic relationship with her, even going so far as to buy her breast implants to help her make more money stripping, and starting a prostitution ring to further increase his criminal profits and save up enough to start a family together. The couple would be married not long after being involved with each other and having their first child, daughter Tracy Townley, in 1991, followed 2 years later by a son, James Jimmy Townley, in 1993.
The same year Jimmy was born, Townley would first encounter a future partner in crime, Trevor Phillips, while Phillips was escorting a cargo shipment across the Canadian border. And the two would almost immediately begin working together when Trevor opted to throw his lot in with the manipulative Michael. While waiting for his employer on the runway, Phillips would be approached by Townley and an older man, likely a civilian, whom Michael had carjacked. Though the civilian would attempt to seek aid from Phillips, who had been expecting only one contact, Trevor would instead opt to help Townley, firing off a flare gun into the older man's eye, killing him, in Phillips' first known murder. After disposing of the body together in a nearby lake, Townley would take the younger, naive Trevor under his wing, and the two would begin working together as a team along with Lester Crest and various other criminal operators across the Midwestern United States. A venture they would be relatively successful in, despite, in Townley's own words, being constantly on the run from the authorities, usually due to Trevor's hair-trigger and unpredictable nature, which seemingly always landed the group in dire straits, along with Townley's own tendency to quote Solomon Richards movies, which only further drew attention to the two. Despite his diversification of criminal contacts with the likes of Crest, Phillips, and other low-level thieves, Townley would slowly begin to lose interest in his criminal ventures while living out of a trailer park with his new family in the Midwest. Much to Trevor's annoyance, who was far more brutal than Townley and described the former as going soft, the older his children got. However, even with his increasing distance to his criminal ways, Phillips, who viewed Townley as his best friend and mentor, would also develop a relationship with Michael's family, coming to think of Michael's children as his surrogate niece and nephew, and vowing to harm anyone who would wrong them, even though this association worried Michael due to Phillips' unhinged and unpredictable nature, something which likely only further pushed Townley to begin seeking a way out of his criminal life, in a way that would leave him and his family safe from the likes of Phillips and the other dangerous elements that Townley dealt with on a near daily basis as a heist planner and career criminal. One such element would be an infrequent member of Michael's heist crew named Brad Snyder, whom Trevor would quickly become close to despite Michael and Brad's own distaste for each other, often being openly hostile to the other during jobs, with Trevor serving as the tentative linchpin between the three, refusing to abandon Michael when Brad sought to cut him out of the team, and remaining loyal to his best friend while trying to convince the two to get along. Together, Michael, Trevor, Lester, and occasionally Brad would commit robberies and small-time heists all across the Midwest, with Townley becoming the most wanted man in America. By 2004, with Michael's children now 13 and 11 respectively, his fears for his family's safety led him to turn himself in to FIB agent Dave Norton by making an under-the-table deal with Norton to exit the criminal life and be relocated to the state of San Andreas on the West Coast in exchange for a regular 5-figure fee to Dave. The plan was for Trevor, who Michael feared the most, to be killed by Norton during an upcoming robbery Townley planned in Ludendorff, North Yankton, which would see Norton turned into an American hero for slaying the notorious Michael Townley, while Michael and his family took on a new family name and moved to Los Santos. At the cash depot on the outskirts of Ludendorff, Michael, Trevor, and Brad would perform the robbery as expected, but when the volatile Trevor kills a guard inside the depot to save Michael, the job would quickly devolve into a disastrous effort on the part of the robbers to escape the local police, resulting in numerous additional deaths of law enforcement. Though they were forced to fight their way through the advances of the LPD, the team would manage to reach their escape vehicle, where their driver was shot and killed, and then proceeded towards their supposed extraction point at a farm up the road from the depot. After being clipped by a freight train as they attempted to reach the extraction point, a wounded Michael would lead the team towards what they thought would be their escape, when a hidden Dave Norton would attempt to gun down Trevor before at the last moment, Brad stepped in front of Phillips, causing Snyder to be shot instead. With Norton quickly following it up with a supposed kill shot on Michael as well, who was heavily armored and prepared for the shot, leaving Phillips to escape on foot from the local police after using a hostage to buy himself time.
T, you gotta get out of here!
I'm gonna leave you, Mikey!
Go! God, I'm not gonna be fucking gonna bleed out! Go!
Though things hadn't gone exactly as planned, seeing as Phillips survived, Michael Townley would be declared dead, and a faux funeral would be held with the body of Brad Snyder buried in place of the still-living Michael, who attended the ceremony from afar, his old life now dead and buried as he prepared to move his family to the sunny and materialistic streets of Los Santos San Andreas for a new beginning, with Michael's substantial criminal earnings affording them a luxurious life in Rockford Hills, with a mansion, while continuing to pay off Norton. Michael Townley was now Michael DeSanta.
We are born of sin, and we die in sin. And in this, Michael is like anybody else. Father, we do not know your infinite mysteries, but we know that you will show mercy to our friend.
For a man such as Michael, who spent the vast majority of his life up to that point as a successful career criminal, the life of a layabout West Coast zombie would soon prove to be less than ideal, with Michael's children becoming increasingly estranged from him along with his wife, and finding little to no enjoyment as a washed-up thief now living the dream alongside the fakest people in America, who were now his next-door neighbors. Michael's son Jimmy would spend most of his time smoking marijuana and playing video games, rarely getting out of the house, except on rare occasions such as when Jimmy is kidnapped by a man he'd been harassing online, forcing the otherwise indifferent Michael to rescue his son, while his daughter Tracy became a Vinewood diva, obsessing over West Coast programs such as Fame or Shame, and working with porn producers, willing to do whatever she needed to become famous, much to the frustration of her father.
Come on, Spirit, I'll take you out of here.
Dad, you're embarrassing me. These are my friends.
Yeah, you're embarrassing her, dude.
To make matters worse, Michael would also begin cheating on his wife with various strippers, which Amanda eventually discovers, causing her to begin cheating as well, something the hypocritical Michael was deeply angered by. Disappointed by his children and disdained by his wife, Michael would begin seeing a therapist sometime in the 2010s named Isaiah Friedlander, in an attempt to get a grip on his deteriorating mental health, despite Friedlander's obvious indifference to Michael as a person, seeing him instead as a mere wallet with legs. By 2013, this pent-up frustration would eventually manifest itself again when Jimmy purchased a BJXL from Premium Deluxe Motorsports on Power Street at an exorbitant interest rate, forcing the paranoid Michael to hide in the back of the vehicle, suspecting a repossession scam and expecting thugs to try and steal the vehicle back. Michael's paranoid criminal instincts would prove correct, however, when just as Michael suspected, a thief working for the dealership where Jimmy purchased the SUV broke into his home and tried to return the BJ to Premium Deluxe. Being back in his element, Michael would surprise the car thief, Franklin Clinton, and threaten to kill him should he refuse to drive the stolen SUV into the front of his boss's business. Though obviously angered by the theft, Michael would briefly level with Clinton and sarcastically offer to explain how the world works over a beer, emphasizing his empathy with Franklin, having been a criminal himself for many decades. With a gun to Franklin's head, the two would smash through the front of Premium Deluxe Motorsport, and a furious Michael would then pay Franklin for his compliance before delivering a well-deserved beatdown to the Armenian businessman, Simeon Yatarian, who had ordered the retrieval. A few days later, while lounging by his pool at his mansion in the Rockford Hills, Michael would be approached by Clinton, who had seemingly missed the sarcasm and thought his offer of sharing a beer to be legitimate. Having a respect for fellow criminals, Michael would level with Franklin and offer him the advice of,
work hard, screw over everybody that you love. Hurt, rob, kill indiscriminately, and maybe, just maybe if you're lucky, you become a three-bit gangster.
before deciding to make good on his earlier sarcastic remark and have a beer with the home invader. Their plans for relaxation would be cut short, however, when Michael was contacted by his son Jimmy, who had attempted to sell Michael's yacht in a bizarre effort to impress his dad, to a group of criminals, and become trapped aboard the ship as it raced down the Great Ocean Highway on a trailer bound for unknown destination. Seeing an opportunity to impress Michael, Franklin would opt to assist DeSanta in rescuing his son, going so far as to risk his own life climbing aboard the moving trailer to dispatch several thugs and save Jimmy's life, before returning to the vehicle to continue pursuing the boat thieves. In a stroke of bad luck, however, at that moment Amanda's car, which the three had been using to chase the robbers, would suffer a catastrophic engine failure, forcing the trio to give up the chase and return to Los Santos Customs and repair the car. As a man with heavily distorted priorities, Michael would be furious with his son for his idiotic attempt at impressing him, but show more concern for the loss of his boat, which he rarely even used, than his own son, who had been nearly killed in the chaos, only further widening the gap between father and son, as an angry Michael reconciled the loss of his property and slowly became more attached to Franklin over Jimmy after Clinton proved himself a capable man during the chase. Not long after failing to retrieve his boat, Michael would again be visited by Franklin at a particularly opportune time when DeSanta catches Amanda and her tennis coach, Kyle Chavez, having sex in their bedroom, causing an enraged Michael to pursue Chavez with Franklin's assistance all the way to a mansion in the Vinewood Hills.
Sorry, bro. I'll comp the session. I promise. You are dead, man. Fuck. Dead! Come here! Ah!
Perhaps taking a page from his old friend Trevor's playbook, Michael would impulsively have Franklin assist him in tying a winch from his gardener's tow truck to the supports of Chavez's suspected home and proceed to hit the accelerator, sending the home tumbling to the ground in a massive display of Michael's pent-up anger and frustrations. However, Michael's impulsivity would soon catch up to him when he learned from Chavez that the house had not in fact been his, but belonged to notorious Mexican drug lord Martin Madrazo, who marked DeSanta for death and sent a squad of hitmen to kill him, which Franklin and Michael barely managed to dispatch on the way back to the DeSanta mansion. Though they believed themselves briefly to be in the clear, moments later, a furious Martin Madrazo would personally arrive at Michael's house and have Franklin explain the seriousness of the situation they now found themselves in, demanding that Michael come up with a way to pay Madrazo for the destroyed property as soon as possible or suffer the consequences.
Did you pull an architectural, significant, modernist wonder home down the hillside in Vinewood Hills?
I thought the owner was banging my wife.
Well, that was a strange house for a tennis coach.
I wasn't thinking straight.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Well, Natalia will need a hotel while you finance the rebuild, won't she?
Sure.
Good. And I'm guessing here that the rebuild will be somewhere in the 2.5 million range?
Of course.
Great.
That's nice.
Come on, man. Damn, you all right?
Never better.
So what now?
Looks like I'm gonna have to postpone my retirement. Fuck. Oh man, I'm mortgaged up to my eyeballs. Look, I only know one way to make money. I'm gonna have to give an old friend a call. Lester. I think he's in town somewhere. I'm gonna have to track him down. Just give me a little alone time, all right?
All right, dawg.
With a new massive debt to pay off alongside his continued 5-figure payments to Dave Norton, Michael would be forced to make contact with his old tech and planner Lester Crest in an attempt to get the gang back together and plan a new heist in order to pay off Madrazo. Crest, who had ironically also moved to Los Santos and was already well aware of Michael surviving the Ludendorff attack 9 years prior, would agree to help Michael under the condition that Michael first perform a job for Crest by helping him eliminate Life Invader CEO Jay Norris, whom Crest had an extreme distaste for. Michael would, posing as a hipster techie, sneak into the Life Invader offices in Rockford to replace a prototype iFruit phone with a rigged version, created by Crest, in order to sabotage Norris's upcoming press conference, where he planned to reveal the new iFruit. Live on the air, as Norris prepared to demonstrate the new technology to a group of sweaty and overpaid Americans, Michael would call Jay, who was expecting a doc from his team, and trigger an explosive, which savagely kills Norris in front of millions of shocked onlookers across the country.
Whoa! Whoa!
Having satisfied Crest's request, Michael and Lester would begin planning a heist, with Michael intending to bring along his new associate, Franklin Clinton, partially as thanks for his helping to save his son, and partially as a means to continue developing his pseudo-father-son relationship with the up-and-coming 2-bit gangster. With Crest's assistance, the crew would settle on robbing the Vangelico jewelry store in Little Portola, which they calculated would provide more than enough to pay off Madrazo, and immediately begin preparations for Michael's first robbery in nearly a decade. Though sources remain ambiguous on many of the details related to the Vangelico robbery, it can be confirmed that the team managed to get away with just under $5 million in stolen jewelry, which Lester would offload in order to obtain spendable cuts for each member of the crew. It seemed the most wanted man in America was back to his old ways once again.
You forget 1,000 things every day, pal. Make sure this is one of them. See you at the river. Go. Go, go, go!
At some point in 2013, Michael would attempt to join Vinewood cult, the Epsilon program, after stumbling onto their website and being directed to Raton Canyon for unknown reasons to continue his grooming. Upon arriving, Michael would find a red Bison pickup truck and recite verse given to him by the cult.
Take me to my father, brother, uncle, Kiflam.
Whereupon 2 members of the group would surprise DeSanta, knocking him unconscious and leaving him in the middle of the desert in just his boxers, and instructing Michael to make a donation of $500 to the Epsilon program by the disembodied voice of its mysterious founder, Chris Formage. After this donation, Michael would meet with an Epsilon member at Ice Planet Jewelry on Clinton Avenue, named Marnie Allen, who along with another cult member, managed to convince DeSanta to continue his donations, with the next payment being a much more hefty sum of $5,000, which Michael initially scoffs at, before eventually paying the sum to receive his enlightenment.
Well, we're offering you millions of dollars of top-quality research and learning by society's best thinkers. Only $5,000.
Following his second payment, Michael would meet with Marnie once again in Grapeseed, where the brainwashed cultist directed Michael, whom she said was actually named Zolag, to steal 5 vehicles and deliver them to a house on Hillcrest Ridge in Vinewood Hills, which Michael successfully does. After completing that task, Michael would meet again with Marnie and a famous actor, Jimmy Boston, who was also a member of the Epsilon program along with many other celebrities, where he was given a strange device called a digiscanner, supposedly used in locating objects of extraterrestrial origin. After scanning numerous everyday objects, Marnie would tell Michael that it was up to him to know for himself which object was the one he was truly searching for, and Michael would eventually conclude that said item was in fact an old boot, which he claimed he was 110% sure was the correct object. He would then be tasked once again with making a large donation to the organization, this time $10,000, which once again, Michael proceeds to do. Continuing to climb his way up the supposed ranks of the cult, Michael's next task would be to purchase official Epsilon robes for an exorbitant fee of $25,000, and wear them for 10 days straight before receiving his next instruction. After shamefully traipsing around Los Santos for more than a week wearing the arguably hideous robes, Michael would be contacted directly by the magnanimous leader of the Epsilon program, Chris Formage, via email, and be directed to his next task of meeting cult member Tom on an unnamed road off the Great Ocean Highway, where Michael is told to fly a Velum to the Sandy Shores airfield, where he is once again met by Jimmy Boston, who tells the Santa he is almost ready. Michael's next and penultimate task for the Epsilon program would involve him meeting Marnie, Boston, and Tom at a trailer in the Grand Sonora Desert, where they all congratulate Michael on his progress along with Chris Formage speaking on a loudspeaker from an undisclosed location nearby. Michael was then tasked with running 5 miles through the desert in thick robes in order to reach the Epsilon program headquarters and deliver a final donation to the organization to secure his enlightenment. Upon arriving at the HQ in Rockford Hills, ironically not far from Michael's own home, the Santa would be contacted directly by Chris to make a final donation of $50,000 and assist in delivering these apocalypse funds to the Cayman Islands. Michael would take an Obey tailgater and follow a convoy of cultists to the drop-off point in Burton to receive his final rewards.
Kiflam.
It isn't entirely clear what happened at this point, as our sources once again offered conflicting reports of exactly what transpired following the convoy's departure from the Epsilon HQ. Some of our sources claim that Michael successfully delivered the money to Burton, where he was given a rusty tractor by the cult as his final reward, while others claim that in fact Michael betrayed the group, perhaps playing them from the very beginning, and stole the near $2.1 million for himself, possibly along with the tractor they planned to reward him with. Either way, it was following this meeting that Michael ceased direct contact with the Epsilon program, though we may never know for certain if these events were the result of Michael's intense naivete towards the manipulative cult, or simply another elaborate plan by DeSanta to continue his favorite pastime of robbing and stealing from anyone he saw fit. In addition to Michael's strange interactions with the cult of Epsilon, he was also known to engage in various strange or unexpected activities across San Andreas, with 2013 being a year which saw himself meet Abigail Mathers, a widow attempting to collect life insurance from her dead husband following his death at sea testing a new submarine, Barry, a legal pot enthusiast who attempted to persuade Michael to support his legalization efforts, and Mary Ann Quinn, an obsessive and highly strung fitness enthusiast who challenges Michael to a triathlon along Vespucci Beach.
I'm on a run.
You seem a little upset.
I could still run you into the fucking ground.
Okay, hey, I played high school football, all right, sweetheart? All state, QB.
Whatever, just don't have a coronary.
After the success of the Vangelico robbery, Michael would pay off Martin Madrazo and attempt to settle back into his life of lounging about and being nostalgic for the old days. One day, while making himself a drink and finding a large brick of marijuana in his fridge belonging to Jimmy, Michael's treacherous past would finally catch up to him. When a still very much alive Trevor Phillips arrived on his doorstep and walked right into the DeSanta mansion to confront his childhood friend, whom he deduced was still breathing after Michael's quoting of Solomon Richards' movie caught on the news tips Phillips off to his old friend's presence in San Andreas.
It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, I bet it is. Of course, I'm not the one that's been resurrected. Ain't this grand?
Yeah, well, I got in a bit of an awkward situation.
You're telling me, bro. Yeah. One of those fake your own deaths to your best buddy, and then run off with the dough, and then live in a big mansion. Awkward situations.
It's one way of looking at it.
Yeah, do you have any other ways of looking at it? 'Cause I am all out.
It was a long time ago, man. I've been in witness protection. I still am.
That's great. That's great. I'm sorry. Where are my manners, right? Amanda, it is good to see you. Oh, I missed you. You used to be fatter. Nice new tits, by the way. Jimmy, you used to be thinner, but I can't blame you. Who are you?
Namaste. I'm Fabian.
Good Lord.
In a tense confrontation, Trevor would intimidate the family before learning from Jimmy that Tracy was auditioning for a TV series, Fame or Shame, at the Maze Bank Arena, prompting Trevor to guilt Michael into finding and saving Tracy from the manipulative grip of Vinewood's stardom by interrupting her audition for radio and TV personality Laszlo Jones, who hosted Fame or Shame.
Yeah, that was really... All right, it's the auditions Fame or Shame Season 14 right here in Vinewood, San Andreas. Coming up next, it's Tracy DeSanta. Judges, Tracy DeSanta.
Which eventually turned into a chase across town, with Michael and Trevor pursuing the washed-up celebrity all the way to Los Santos Storm Drain, where Trevor humiliated Laszlo and recorded the incident on his phone to dissuade Laszlo from ever interacting with Tracy again.
What do you do now? I want you to dance sexy, celebrity.
I mean, I need music, or...
Are you trying to fucking annoy me, huh?
I'll dance. Please don't kill me, okay? I'm supposed to be on a magazine cover next week.
Reluctantly reunited with his former best friend, whom he tried to have killed 9 years prior, Michael would contact Dave Norton to inform him of Phillips' unexpected return.
Oh, shit.
Dave.
We need to talk.
I was about to tell you the same thing.
Okay. Meet me at Galileo Observatory as soon as you can get there.
Okay.
Around this time, Michael would also have an encounter with his wife Amanda's new boy toy, yoga instructor Fabian LaRouche.
Did someone say yoga?
After attempting to participate in their yoga sessions, which ends in Michael trying to tackle Fabian and landing instead in his pool with a furious Amanda claiming that she was leaving Michael after Trevor's arrival pushed her over the edge and brought the safety of the family to the forefront once again.
Why am I such a moron?
We are leaving, and we are never coming back!
Good!
You are alone, you pathetic psychopath!
Fuck you! And that phony French fucking yogi!
Michael would proceed to try and spend time with Jimmy, still angry with Michael over an incident earlier in the year which saw Michael smash Jimmy's television, only for Jimmy to instead trick Michael into drinking a Slurpee laced with ketamine, which anesthetizes Michael while his son dumps him out of the car and proceeds to run away along with Amanda and Tracy due to him being too crazy, leaving a depressed Michael all alone in his massive Rockford Hills mansion to wallow in his failure as a father and a husband. Perhaps in an attempt to distract himself from the crippling loneliness of his family being gone, Michael would later agree to a heist setup by Trevor, who is now operating out of an apartment in Vespucci Beach, which involved robbing one of the largest private military groups on the planet, Merryweather Security, at the port of Los Santos. Bringing along Franklin once again, the trio, along with the help from Trevor's captive Floyd Hebert, would proceed to rob Merryweather of an incredibly dangerous and experimental device, speculated to be a new nuclear weapon, and prepared to offload it, until being stopped by Lester Crest, who warned of the international implications of stealing from a United States-based private army, not to mention the theft of nuclear technology. The details of the Merryweather heist, similar to the Evangelico robbery, are ambiguous, as numerous sources provided contradictory information on the exact nature of the theft, with some claiming the group robbed Merryweather's freighter at the port, while others claim the robbery actually took place off the coast of San Andreas and involved a lengthy helicopter chase. Whatever the case, the group would be forced to return the device with help from contacts of Lester in order to avoid being placed on every list in the world.
There's some nuke or some shit?
I thought you said you spoke to him.
Yeah, I did. Okay? Kind of. I mean, he was all woozy and shit. It doesn't matter, all right? It's done. We've got it.
Well, we could put it back. You drop it in the sea by the time they get a salvage operation together.
No!
Oh, so you want a drone circling your trailer?
We'll get you another score, Trevor.
You owe me! Wait, get in that chopper! Listen to whatever this fucking moron has to say.
Okay!
Alright, and on that note, I'm out of here. You won't be seeing me back here in a long time.
Hey! We need a score! Remember!
Man, I thought I was done not getting paid for these licks.
Hello? Me too!
After informing Dave Norton of Trevor's return, Michael would be coerced into working for Dave's boss, FIB agent and TV personality Steve Haynes, in order to keep Dave out of trouble and keep the secret of Brad's death from the dangerous and unpredictable Mr. Phillips, who believed Snyder to be in a prison at Bolingbroke Penitentiary, since Dave's secret could be leaked should he be fired.
If your problems are my problems, then I guess that means that my problems are sort of your problems.
Michael would be incapacitated in order to infiltrate an IAA morgue as a corpse in order to locate suspected terrorist Ferdinand Karamov, whom the IAA claimed was already dead. After searching the morgue and locating the toe tag of Karamov on a corpse which was clearly not his, Michael would meet with Franklin to inform him of his ties to the government agency and advise Clinton to get out of town to avoid the potential wrath of the Bureau or the recently returned Trevor Phillips.
I ever tell you about Trevor?
Man, I think so. Shit.
Well, if you only think so, then I wasn't being completely honest. He's, hell walking on Earth. That's what he is.
Having at that point developed a rapport with Franklin, as well as a pseudo-father-son relationship with the ascending criminal, Franklin would instead opt to help Michael in his work for the FIB, in order to pay back DeSanta for helping him land the biggest score of his career in the Evangelico robbery, and in part, to help his new friend.
If the Bureau ain't gonna take you to court, them motherfuckers just hustlers anyway. And I ain't finna let no motherfucking cat think he's so motherfucking crazy, run me up a tree. Fuck that.
Michael would then, along with help from Trevor and Franklin, both brought on by the FIB to keep their hands as clean as possible, be ordered to retrieve Karamov from the agency headquarters in downtown Los Santos by having Phillips fly the group to the building, while Michael rappelled down the side and Franklin covered the two from a nearby building using a sniper rifle. After barging into the building unexpectedly, Michael would take Ferdinand into the custody of the FIB following an intense battle across downtown, which was later covered up as part of a training exercise to avoid public panic. Though Michael was initially under the impression that the FIB would treat Karamov with respect after saving him from the corrupted IAA, he would quickly learn that the Bureau was just as corrupt when they had Trevor torture Mr. K in order to obtain information on suspected Azerbaijani terrorist Tahir Javan, whom Karamov had worked for, setting up his home theater system. Michael would work directly alongside Dave to locate the target, while Trevor used his own methods to extract details from Ferdinand and ensure the kill was the correct one. Now fully entrenched into working for the FIB, the trio would continue to be given tasks by Norton and Haynes, with their next goal being to rob an armored van transporting funds allegedly obtained by the IAA through the sale of illegal drugs, in order to continue funding their own corrupt extra-governmental affairs.
We think they're gonna use this money to finance a war on our streets, and we need you boys to requisition that money for us.
The bonds are leaving the terminal in an armored car.
Yeah, fuck you, Dave. We don't have time to prepare the right way.
It's not my concern. I cannot allocate any more resources to this.
You'll be fine.
Fuck you, Dave.
Nice work, Slick. We're gonna be doing pat-downs at the airport before those fucking clowns are done with us.
Yeah, fuck you.
Hey, look, man. It is what it is. Now how the fuck we gonna get this done?
I don't know.
Michael would plan out a classic blitz play, wherein the three would each perform a separate role in order to stop the truck and steal the contents within, with Michael driving a garbage truck to block the van's path, while Franklin used a tow truck to ram the van and then blow open the doors and steal the cash. With help from Trevor perched high up nearby, the three would battle their way through numerous LSPD forces before making their getaway and delivering the funds to the FIB's contact, venture capitalist Devin Weston, whom the group had briefly met earlier while torturing Mr. K. Weston, impressed with the group's success, would entice Michael with the promise of connecting him with his idol, Solomon Richards, who was producing a new movie out of the Richards Majestic movie lot in Vinewood, which Michael ecstatically agreed to under the condition of agreeing to help Devin obtain 5 ultra-rare vehicles, which Michael volunteers Franklin to assist in, hoping to help the 2-bit gangster get one step closer to 3-bit by diversifying his criminal connections.
5 top-quality scores, big-ticket cars, major payday, bro.
Sounds great. I got just the guy for you. I'll put you in touch.
No. I don't want just some dude. I want you. I want your crew. I want pros on this.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what you want, pencil neck. I'll let them know you're interested.
I guess I just got you figured wrong, man.
Hey, what's the figure?
Tell me something. You like football? I got a stake in a sports investment venture. You like the market? I got some funds you can manage. Name your poison, man.
I just like sitting around watching old movies.
Oh, there we go. How about I hook you up with Solomon Richards?
Bullshit. Solomon Richards, the movie producer?
Yeah, he's retiring, man, and I'm doing a finance deal for his studio. I will make the connect just as soon as you...
All right. Oh, man. Solomon Richards.
After Franklin delivered the first set of vehicles with help from Michael and Trevor, Michael would finally get to meet his hero, who hires DeSanta as an assistant in producing his newest film, Meltdown, with Michael's first task being to convince actor Anton Baudelaire to follow Richard's orders of on-set conduct by first beating up Baudelaire's agent, former made man Rocco Pelosi, who had fled to Los Santos following his failure to satisfy his former employees, the Liberty City-based Ancelotti crime family, and then intimidating Anton directly with a reckless tour of the city in Baudelaire's helicopter, finally convincing the scared shitless actor into obeying Solomon's direction for the film. At some point, Michael would be contacted again by Martin Madrazo, who sought to employ Michael's considerable talents to help him avoid prosecution when his cousin was prepared to testify against Martin. Bringing Trevor along, the two would be tasked with killing Javier Madrazo by shooting down his jet en route to Los Santos International, with Martin remaining vague as to the nature of their payment, something which Trevor was incredibly suspicious of, being under no obligation to help Madrazo as Michael was, given his take-no-shit attitude and the fact that he had not been the one to indenture himself to Martin in the first place. Michael would use a high-powered mounted sniper rifle operated remotely from a van near the Galileo Observatory to shoot down Javier's jet, and Trevor would be tasked with following the jet to ensure Javier's demise and retrieve the sensitive documents the cousin intended to use in his testimony against Martin. However, upon meeting with Phillips following his successful retrieval of the documents, Michael would be horrified to learn that an outraged Trevor had confronted Madrazo concerning their payment, and when he learned that they would not in fact be paid at all, had taken Martin's wife, Patricia, whom Trevor was deeply infatuated with, in lieu of payment, forcing both men to hide away in sandy shores to avoid Madrazo's wrath, something Trevor was all too pleased with, but Michael was not so much.
Did you kill him?
What kind of fucking animal do you take me for? No, I didn't kill him.
Oh,
but I did kidnap his wife!
Oh, no! Oh, shit! What the fuck did you do?
While living out of Trevor's trashy trailer, along with an unrestrained Patricia, who oddly began a seemingly mutual relationship with a psychotic drug dealer, Michael would again be contacted by Norton and Haynes, who needed to procure additional funds for a planned raid on the Humane Labs research facility, tasking Michael with planning another heist to acquire the money. Being unable to return to the city due to Trevor's antics, Michael, Lester, Trevor, and Franklin would plan out a massive robbery on the Blaine County Savings Bank in Paleto Bay, in order to get the money they needed for their next FIB job. At some point after the Paleto score, though some sources claim it may have actually been before the robbery, Michael and Trevor would receive a call from Franklin, who was tailing the O'Neill brothers at Phillips' request, the remaining members of a family of rival drug dealers that Trevor had recently massacred, who were seeking revenge for Trevor's butchery. After chasing the O'Neills all the way to Raton Canyon, Franklin would witness them crash into a tree when swerving to try and dodge an elk in the road, sending the occupants scattering into the nearby woods. Using a sniper rifle with a thermal scope, and the helicopter Trevor had procured from the FIB following their abduction of Mr. K, Michael would use his considerable skills as a marksman to kill all but one of the remaining O'Neill brothers, before Franklin dispatched the last one with help from his dog. Unlike the last few heists that Michael planned in 2013, the details of the Paleto job were not contested by our sources, who confirmed the group stormed the bank heavily armed before exiting the building decked in heavy-duty military armor obtained by the crew specifically for the heist in order to plow their way through the considerable forces of the corrupt Paleto Bay Division of the Blaine County Police Force in a truly spectacular display of Michael's brazen attitude towards heist planning. While Michael, Trevor, and an unidentified third accomplice made their way from the bank towards their extraction point, awaiting Franklin would be forced to improvise when the prospect of safely reaching their escape boat seemed impossible, using a bulldozer to carry the rest of the crew all the way to the Cluckenbell distribution factory on the edge of town, while being pursued by every cop in Paleto Bay, and even tanks brought in by the military in a last-ditch effort to stop the bank robbers. The crew would flee through the factory, taking down every cop in their way, before hitching a ride on a passing freight train and getting away with nearly $8 million, most of which unfortunately was meant to go towards purchasing a helicopter needed for the Humane Labs raid, and delivering it to Agent Sanchez of Steve Haynes' FIB division and receiving their paltry cuts. While waiting to be contacted by Norton or Haynes to initiate the Humane Labs raid, Michael and Trevor would also independently plan their own heist of a Merryweather security train transporting precious cargo into the city. Trevor would commandeer the train and drive it all the way to Raton Canyon Bridge, where another train was scheduled to be passing in the opposite direction, resulting in a massive head-on collision which Phillips just barely manages to escape from at the last minute. Michael would then proceed to, using scuba diving gear, break open the container supposedly containing precious cargo, which had fallen into Cassidy Creek, and locate what the two expected to be gold bars. After retrieving the package, the duo would flee the scene while being pursued by Merryweather security forces and fight their way to the ocean via boat to examine their prize. They would find that instead of gold bars, the precious cargo had been a gold statue, which Michael immediately identified as a perfect peace offering to Martin Madrazo to smooth things over following Patricia's kidnapping. Though Trevor would initially refuse to give Patricia back, or hand over the statue to Martin, Michael would manage to convince him upon promising to pay Trevor back by executing the crime of the century, which DeSanta, Phillips, and Prest had fantasized of since their earliest days as heist experts in the Midwest. The big one, the Union Depository.
Wait, you give me that case, I'll give you something bigger.
What?
Union Depository.
Fuck off. Can't be done.
I never said impossible. Just very difficult.
Verging suicidal?
That a line you're afraid to cross? Come on, T. You remember the dreams? Couple kids pulling jobs, the big one. I know it sounded crazy back then, huh? But hey, you and me together again. With Lester and Franklin on board, we can do this thing, T. This ain't no dream no more. Nah. You keep the case.
Fuck me. Okay, hey! All right. Here. Keep that silly fucking thing. And you can keep Patricia as well, all right? Because I respect that lady and I ain't gonna hold her back.
Thank you.
Just remember, I'm gonna be keeping my eye on you every inch of the way, all right?
Of course.
And if that bastard fucking cheats on her one more time, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
You know, Trevor, we both know you're not the marrying kind. But hey, it's great to be back in business, huh? Let's bring it on.
The big one! The big one!
Hey everybody, Guinness Walker here for a brief aside. If you enjoy talking about games like the Grand Theft Auto franchise, or want to connect with me and my projects, consider joining my fledgling community Discord server, Walkerville. In the coming weeks, I hope to start appearing more regularly while playing games, organizing game nights, and showcasing my various projects to you, my audience. If you want to go an extra step in supporting the show, you can become a patron at patreon.com/GuinnessWalker and get access to all the music made for the show, as well as early access to episodes and a credit at the end of each episode following your pledge. Whatever you decide, thank you for watching. Now, back to our program. Still under the heels of the FIB, the criminal trio would meet with Steve Haynes and Dave Norton at Cape Catfish, where they were berated for not showing up with 3 additional crew members for the supposed 6-man job, which both Haynes and Norton had neglected to mention prior to their arrival.
You said you'd do it.
That is a frickin' lie! I do not get things wrong.
Seeing no other option, Dave and Steve would reluctantly agree to personally partake on the mission to infiltrate an IAA-controlled facility known as the Humane Labs Research Center, where, using funds obtained from the Polito score, the group would steal the deadly nerve agent that the agency was supposedly prepared to unleash on an urban population center and fly it out of the facility using a multi-million-dollar cargo helicopter. Michael, Steve, and Dave would don scuba gear and infiltrate the facility via an underwater pipe network leading inside, while Trevor and Franklin took control of the chopper in order to collect the rest of the team upon successfully retrieving the toxin. Michael would follow the FIB agents through the facility, dispatching each of the guards slowly and carefully to avoid blowing their cover, before reaching the scientists holding the nerve agent and taking it for themselves. With the apocalypse in his hands, the interior team would shoot their way to the exit, only to encounter far more resistance than Haynes had planned for, prompting him to float the idea of calling the entire operation off. After a brief back and forth between Haynes and Michael, Steve would agree to stalling the agency, while waiting for the outside team in the cargo bob, shooting himself in the leg, and presenting himself as a hero double agent in order to buy the rest of the team enough time to escape with the nerve agent in its refrigeration unit carried by Trevor, with Franklin providing fire support. After delivering the toxin to a truck at Trevor's Sandy Shore airfield, Michael would also receive a text from Lester indicating that Martin Madrazo had agreed to his proposed terms of peace, returning his wife and gifting him a priceless antique statue that the two had stolen from Merryweather. Michael would present the statue to Madrazo, and Trevor would reluctantly return Patricia in a tearful goodbye, despite having kidnapped the woman and presumably tearing her husband's ear off. Madrazo would agree to never speak with either man again, and Michael would finally be free to return to Los Santos and his giant empty mansion in Rockford Hills, while preparing to execute the most dangerous and lucrative crime of any heist crew in the history of America.
A long, long time ago in a faraway place, there were 3 guys. Michael, Trevor, and Lester.
And Brad.
Yeah. Sure, Brad was there sometimes as well. I mean, there were other guys, though, too. So, anyway, we, robbed and lied and we hurt people. Pretty much lived a low-life kind of existence. But always dreaming of one thing and one thing only.
The big one.
The big one.
The big one!
What is the big one?
The Union Depository.
Around 200 million in gold bricks, all taken from kindly Uncle Sam, who will spend the rest of our lives being hunted by government officials if we live through the attempt. But it'll be our masterpiece. So, gentlemen, let's do our civic duty and get out there and find some gainful employment. This way. Let's go. Big one.
Michael, Trevor, Franklin, and Lester would survey the site of the Union Depository and begin their preparations for their last big heist. But the looming threat of Michael's lies finally bubbling to the surface would stain the entire operation in a haze of uncertainty that cast the likelihood of their success in a sickeningly vague light. Soon after moving back to the city, Michael would receive an unexpected visit from Trevor at his Rockford Hills home, where Phillips continued to push for the idea of breaking Brad out of prison to finally have the old crew back together. Michael, knowing the truth, would attempt once again to dissuade Trevor from his plans, but the situation would quickly devolve into an argument, with Trevor finally coming to the realization that Brad was not in fact in prison, but buried in place of Michael back in Ludendorff.
Up in North Yankton, exactly who was buried in your place?
I never gave it any thought.
You know what I'm thinking?
I had no clue.
You treacherous piece of shit! You're fucking dead! You're fucking dead!
Trevor would rush to the airport and fly to North Yankton, intent on confirming his suspicions, with a distraught Michael in hot pursuit, still trying to talk Phillips out of his plan unsuccessfully. After a flight across the country, Michael would find Trevor at Ludendorff Cemetery, digging up the supposed grave of the late Michael Townley, and the truth would finally be unveiled.
Listen, Amanda, we're going to move to Los Santos, start over. I made a deal. The slate will be totally wiped clean.
Hey, everybody pays attention, no one gets hurt!
Trust me, darling. Look at me, Amanda. It was the only thing I could do. Either everyone dies or one guy gets out. I'm that guy.
Slow and steady, T. Slow and steady.
His name is Dave Norton, nice guy, realist. He gets the glory, I get out. It's not even a decision. Amanda, I don't have a choice. Do you want to die here where it's always snowing? Or do you want to go and live where it's always sunny?
All right, you want to live? Tell me you want to live. Work this out.
Some depot out of town you don't need to know. Trust me, nothing is gonna go wrong. Nothing.
Yeah, I hear you. We gotta follow the plan. Everything will work out.
I did the deal, Amanda. It's over. Baby, we get out. Be happy. Be normal.
It ain't supposed to go down like this.
We did it. Baby, we are home free. It's over.
This is fucked, man. The thing is blown.
Just this one job and everything is done. Everything is done. Everything is done. Hey, you're wasting your time.
Is that why you flew out here? Huh? Tell me I'm wasting my time?
Go ahead, dig it up. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, that's what you look like. The guy who doesn't give a shit.
That's ridiculous.
How long are you gonna keep lying for, Mikey, huh? When's it gonna stop? What happens in the dark comes out in the light.
I'll give it a rest, Trevor. There's nothing there.
This is it. Moment of truth. As if I didn't know. Brad!
Look, we do what we gotta do to survive. This thing, it didn't work out the way it was supposed to.
Oh, and how was that, huh? With Brad in the can and me in the ground, or both of us in the coffin?
Brad got shot. You saw it. He didn't make it. I got shot, I did. That's it.
I think the only thing that didn't go as planned was me showing up on your doorstep 10 years later. Mikey, I mourned you.
And I missed you. But I got a fucking family, Trevor. We were all gonna die. He did die.
You reptilian motherfucker!
I didn't want it to come to this.
Yes, you did! You just don't have the fucking balls to do it! But I do!
I got more to lose than you.
Never a truer word has been spoken, brother. Now pull the fucking trigger! You ain't got the guts.
Take the fucking shot!
Who is that? Fuck!
God!
Fuck!
Trevor Phillips! Mr. Cho has requested a word!
Hey, ho-ho! I'm not the guy you're looking for!
Hey, get the boyfriend!
Boyfriend? Motherfucker.
In a tense standoff, Michael and Trevor would nearly kill each other before being ambushed by enemies of Trevor, the Wei Cheng Triads, who had pursued Michael all the way from Los Santos in an attempt to gain leverage on Phillips, as they believed Michael to be his same-sex partner due to their time living together at Trevor's trailer in Sandy Shores. Trevor would manage to escape the cemetery before the Triads spot him, and Michael would be forced to fight his way through the Chinese gangsters and escape the cold, empty streets of the town where his life had changed forever. However, luck would not be in Michael's favor that night, as a furious Trevor disabled Michael's car, resulting in the Triads cornering him and taking him hostage. Michael would be flown back to the West Coast a prisoner and be strung up like the slab of criminal meat he was at the slaughterhouse in Cypress Flats. Luckily for Michael, his new partner in crime, Franklin Clinton, would attempt to confront Trevor regarding Michael's disappearance and learn of the events in North Yankton before collaborating with Lester in order to track down Michael's whereabouts and come to his rescue. After an intense battle inside the slaughterhouse, Franklin would manage to reach and free Michael, and the two men would finish fighting their way through the Triads to make their escape. With Trevor no longer interested in working with Michael in any capacity, it seemed the prospect of pulling off the big one was perpetually uncertain.
Alright, look. I made a judgment call. I don't know if it was the right one. I did what I thought I had to do. I had a young family, Franklin. I was running with a crew of crazy motherfuckers with nothing to lose. I saw an out. A future for me, for my family. I took it.
You took it? Man, you burned every motherfucker you've ever known.
It was that or die. Look, I know it sounds cold. I don't expect you to understand it. Not yet, but you will. When you got ties of your own. Look, you wake up one day, and your legs, they just give. You just can't run anymore.
All right, man, look. You watch your back, all right? When Trevor finds out you're still alive, I don't know what the fuck he gonna do.
Don't worry about Trevor. He's not gonna get near me. Hey, you watch your back. You hear me?
Dog, it ain't me he coming for. We straight. It's you, dog. It's you.
I'm just saying.
At this time, Michael would be confronted once again by Steve Haynes, who had narrowly avoided prosecution for his off-the-record ways of conducting bureau affairs, where Steve revealed that certain elements within the FIB had become highly suspicious of Haynes. Given the leverage Steve still held over Michael, he would demand of him one final job: break into the FIB's own headquarters building in downtown and retrieve files pertaining to Steve in order to erase any evidence of his extrajudicial activities, with the added incentive of being able to delete their own files and finally be cut free of the Bureau's influence. With a way out finally within their grasp, Michael would once again bring Franklin along with several other heist professionals to pull off a final job for Steve and Dave, which once again is steeped in vague and contradictory details, which our team could not find definitive answers for. What is agreed is that Michael and Franklin personally infiltrated the FIB's main base of operations and managed to hold off the building's security in order to delete all evidence of not just Steve Haynes' corrupt activities, but his entire decorated FIB career, along with any information relating to Michael, Trevor, or Franklin, thus freeing them of any remaining obligations to Steve or Dave. Around this time, Michael would be given an opportunity to reunite his family, when his son Jimmy returned to apologize for spiking his drink and reveal that Amanda was none too happy with her life with Fabian, prompting the two to find the rest of the family and attempt to make amends. They would first find Amanda at a bean machine just down the street, where Michael confronted the arrogant Frenchman who had been playing husband to his wife since her departure, and teach the yoga instructor a lesson he wouldn't soon forget.
Anything for you, sweetheart.
What are you doing? I had some really good work there, you dick!
There's a lot more where that came from, Holmes.
Is he alive?
Yeah, he's fine. Listen, Amanda. I've been meaning to say to you, look,
What he's trying to say, Mom, is that he's a pathetic, old, drunken mess, and he needs you. And you could do a lot better than a prima donna yoga instructor with an anal fixation.
Someone
shut up!
I guess we could try.
All I'm asking for is a shot.
They would follow it up by finding Tracy at a tattoo parlor on Vinewood Boulevard, where he permanently branded the equally to himself narcissistic TV personality Laszlo Jones when he encountered him once again, still going about his sleazy C-list celebrity life and trying to coax oral sex out of his daughter in exchange for promised stardom.
You got like a camera phone or a mirror? I can...
Oh yeah, I'll get you a mirror, smash you over the head with it. That's better. Snip, snip.
Oh, this is a real one-stop shop.
They would proceed to attend a family therapy session at Dr. Isaiah Friedlander's to vent their frustrations, and afterwards conditionally agree to all start living together again. Shortly after the successful raid on the FIB building, Micah would meet up with Dave Norton at the Court Center in order to discuss wrapping up their collaboration, only to learn from Dave that plans had changed, and that they were likely not going to be let off the hook as promised. A thoroughly pissed off Steve Haynes would arrive shortly after, along with Agent Sanchez, and order the arrest of both Dave and Michael in order to cover up his involvement with the Bureau raid, and get revenge for Michael deleting his entire record.
You ruined my career! Agent Sanchez, arrest these men, both of them.
Steve,
oh,
come
whoa!
on, please.
You fucking kidding me? Arrest me for what? For multiple counts of every fucking crime under the fucking sun.
Oh, well then let me rephrase. Why?
Why?
Because you don't want me to testify in court about our various business dealings, right?
Agent Sanchez, apprehend the suspect!
Agent Sanchez, you'll do no such thing. Now, Steve, we agreed to speak to Michael, to try and explain things to him. Not this. This causes problems for us all.
Okay! Then put your gun down and we'll talk!
After you, buddy.
Come on, where's the trust?
You can do better than that.
They know or think they know that I'm the one that was behind the incident.
Uh-huh. And now you want me to clean up your mess again, right? Before I end up at the bottom of the ocean. Fucking good luck with that.
Put the weapons down, boys. Fun time is over. We've got you. Anti-American activity.
Put your weapons down, all of you! Who the fuck are you with? With me. You fucking rat. I knew you didn't have the balls for this. For the record, I'm a patriot. I love my country.
Put the weapons down.
Fuck you. We all know you agency boys are ball deep in a plot to drive up your funding by any means necessary.
Put the guns down, gentlemen.
Who the fuck are they? Fucking Merryweather. What are they doing here?
Steve, put your gun down.
Oh, same goddamn leg. Go! Fuck! Bullshit.
In a chaotic battle, Michael would soon be surprised by the arrival of Trevor, who proclaimed,
"If anyone's gonna kill you, old friend, it's gonna be me!"
before assisting Michael, and even more reluctantly, Dave, in escaping the combined forces of the FIB, IAA, and Merryweather, all trying to kill each other. The trio would seemingly jump from one massive conflict to another, however, as shortly after escaping the insanity at courts, Franklin would have Lester contact Michael and Trevor to help Frank in rescuing his friend Lamar, who would once again fallen for a trap laid by the two's former friend, Harold Stretch Joseph. With Lamar now trapped at a Ballas gang weed operation running out of a sawmill near Polito Bay, the trio would once again work together in order to save their mutual friend in Lamar, despite Trevor's continued taunting of Michael, whom he now despised.
Man, I said shut up. Now I see the weed, but where the fuck is Lamar? Oh shit, there he go.
With both Michael and Trevor being friends with Franklin, the rising two-bit gangster would manage to calm the tensions between the two long enough for Trevor to agree to pulling off one final heist together, before splitting ways. The big one. Before the execution of their final heist, however, Michael would briefly return to work for Solomon Richards' studio in creating the film Meltdown, which Michael would be made producer of following his successful taming of the lead actor. However, though Anton Baudelaire was now cooperating, his former employer, Rocco Pelosi, was none too happy, resulting in Michael chasing and killing Rocco in order to eliminate any possibility of his interfering with the film's production. Unfortunately for Michael, a problem much larger than Rocco was about to rear its ugly head, when Devin Weston, who owned an enormous stake in Richards Majestic, revealed his intention of pulling the plug on their movie in order to claim an enormous insurance payout on top of his plans to demolish the entire studio lot and build condos. Weston and his assistant Molly Schultz would forcefully take the only physical copy of the film to be stored offshore somewhere, where it would likely be destroyed, with Michael believing the reel to truly be the only surviving copy. Not willing to lay down and let his dream of being a movie producer die for the sake of a man like Weston, Michael would pursue Molly Schultz all the way to the airport, where, in a twist of fate, Schultz would accidentally be killed as she attempted to flee from the determined Michael, whom she anticipated would kill her to obtain the film. Michael learned soon after that Molly's copy of the film had not in fact been the only one, as digital copies existed in abundance, and the premiere of Meltdown would be set despite Weston's plans. At the premiere, however, an unexpected appearance by Devin himself would send Michael into a panic, as he and Jimmy were forced to leave the theater and rush to the DeSanta residence to save Amanda and Tracy from a team of Merryweather soldiers dispatched by Weston to kill his family, as revenge for Michael's interference. Using his skills as a sharpshooter, Michael would manage to save his family just barely, and promised to eliminate all threats remaining to them after putting the family up at a hotel for their own protection. With his family temporarily safe, Michael would return to his crew to finally pull off the heist of the century.
I hate to say it, but Merryweather isn't short on excuses to come and kill you. Nor is Devin Weston.
I ain't looking for perspective, Lester. They came after my family.
All right. I don't know what to say. Does this change where you stand on the Union Depository?
Hell no. We move on that right away. Before it gets any hotter.
That's smart. Meet me at the strip joint. I'll get word to Frank and Trevor.
Like most of the heists we have mentioned so far, related to the notorious criminal trio of Michael DeSanta, Trevor Phillips, and Franklin Clinton, the details of the Union Depository raid are as ambiguous as they come, but we do know, as likely to you, that it was very much a success. Some of our sources claim that the team went in loud and created a massive scene, with Michael serving as a distraction while the rest of the team used a massive drilling machine to physically push into the vault room and steal the gold, while other sources claim that in fact the heist had been pulled off stealthily, and that the gold had in actuality been transferred out of the building using a classic switch maneuver after hijacking a Union Depository armored truck. Whatever the case, a team of either 8 or 9, Michael, Trevor, Franklin, Lester, 2 gunmen, 2 drivers, and possibly a hacker, split the largest take from any known robbery in American criminal history between them, and walked away wealthier than their wildest dreams. Soon after the heist, Franklin would contact Michael and Trevor to reveal his offers from Devin Weston and Steve Haynes respectively to kill either Michael or Trevor, and along with help from Lester, begin planning out an alternative plan to see all of their enemies eliminated systematically, to finally free the team to spend their riches in peace. The crew would organize an ambush for the combined forces of Steve Haynes' desperate FIB division and Devin Weston's vengeance-hungry Merryweather mercenaries, at a foundry where they would claim the gold from the UD job was being smelted, knowing the groups would not be able to resist trying to kill the trio and take their lucrative prize for themselves. Michael, Trevor, and Franklin, with additional support from Lamar, would fight off all of the men before planning a final push on their most dangerous enemies. The team would plan to assassinate each of their respective nemeses, with each going after the target they had the least association to. Trevor would find and kill Steve Haynes while filming his TV show at the Del Perro Pier, Franklin would murder Wei Cheng as he left the Pacific Bluffs Country Club, and Michael would take out Harold Stretch Joseph at the B.J. Smith Recreational Center in Chamberlain Hills. With 3 out of 4 of their rivals eliminated, Trevor would infiltrate Devin Weston's compound east of Chumash and kidnap the billionaire, tossing him into the trunk of his own car in order to deliver him to a discreet location where all 3 would cut their final loose end together, once and for all.
Hey, we good, T?
Never better, amigo. Franklin?
I'll be here. Franklin.
Hey, what's up?
I assume you got him?
Ooh, safe and sound. Ain't that right, buddy?
Hey, my bad, homie. I picked C. Ain't that a bitch?
You know, Devin, the way I see it, and hey, I'm no intelligent businessman like you, but the way I see it, there's two great evils that bedevil American capitalism, the type that you practice. Number one is outsourcing. You paid a private company to do your dirty work for you, and then you underpaid that company because you thought you were big enough and bad enough that you didn't have to play by the rules. Oh, number two, offshoring your profits.
Offshore?
Oh, it's horrible. You wouldn't want to be sent offshore just to save a little money, would you, T?
No,
Franklin?
I wouldn't.
Oh, no, I ain't
Would you
going
want?
nowhere.
No, see, but we know your opinions on the matter, Devin. Keep your problems the fuck out of America, huh?
In this instance, when he puts it like that, it makes sense.
Of course it does. Hey, Devin. Goodbye, my old friend. Thanks for all the advice.
Bye-bye.
So now what?
Now we keep a low profile and get on with our lives.
As friends?
Well, do I have a choice?
No, not really.
All right, then. As, flawed, awful, totally uncomfortable, and poorly matched friends. Absolutely.
Oh, that's perfect. Then we can get back to the kind of capitalism we practice.
Shit, I don't know how much more better that is than Devin's kind.
Ooh, hypocrisy, Franklin. Civilization's greatest virtue.
Jesus, your therapist has a lot to answer for.
I know, I still hate myself. But hey, at least I know the words for it now.
Yeah, but I hate you, and I know the words for it. So does that mean I don't have to go to therapy?
Look, man, you two motherfuckers terrify me of that middle age. I'm good.
You're right to be afraid, Franklin.
Yeah.
Be very afraid, Franklin. Tell you one thing, T. I'm getting too old for this nonsense. Oh.
Michael Townley, or Michael DeSanta if you prefer, is a hypocritical, traitorous, and overall despicable man responsible for the death of several of his friends, some intentionally, and the near destruction of his own family, along with the certain destruction of many more families during his long and lucrative career as the most wanted man in America and beyond. As said by Devin Weston himself, Michael betrayed or used near everyone he ever knew. His best friend when he tried to have him killed and lied to him about his own fake death, his wife when he cheated on her numerous times, and his apprentice when he led Franklin into the line of fire for numerous, dangerous jobs, which Clinton wasn't even paid for. And all for the sole purpose of keeping Michael himself from being exposed for his lies. Michael is a man who spent, and likely continues to spend, a great deal of his time in his own head, reminiscing of his glory days as a varsity athlete or a most wanted criminal, while failing to consciously identify the true sources of his problems, his own ego. Subconsciously, however, Michael is also a man who harbors a great deal of self-hatred, which likely stemmed from an unconscious recognition of his intense greed and desires to live a life he was perpetually dissatisfied with. In his own words, Michael developed a pattern of chase things, get them, and hate them. Despite this self-hatred, Michael remains a man obsessed with his own abilities, a man who took great pride in his status as the most wanted man in America, and who frequently attempted to convince himself and those around him that he not only lived up to this hype, but exceeded it, something demonstrated time and time again to be nothing more than a fantasy. He is particularly bad at acknowledging his own shortcomings in any meaningful way to his friends, his family, or even his therapist, instead choosing to project his failures onto those around him and always finding a way to avoid placing the blame on himself.
I want something that isn't this.
Perhaps in another subconscious effort to maintain his sanity, since should he ever allow himself to truly examine his actions, he would almost certainly find a monster that even he did not want to face. This may also explain why, despite having a beautiful wife and 2 kids, Michael continued to cheat, lie, steal, and berate those around him for failing to meet his expectations, which were in reality expectations he himself consistently fell short of. Michael's ego and impulsivity as a criminal and a man in general would constantly put himself, his family, and his friends in danger, often mortally so, with Michael needing a swift crack to the arm from Martin Madrazo before finally realizing the danger of the situation he'd created, or narrowly avoiding seeing his family being executed in front of him for prioritizing the production of his movie, to by extension another of his lofty dreams, over anything else. All this being said, Michael is not by any means completely irredeemable, showing surface-level consideration for those he calls friends, even if his actions often resulted in them being placed in danger. He also, despite all of their arguing and pettiness, very clearly loved his family intensely, and on several occasions put his own life on the line to save, help, or protect them, along with some of his friends, even on occasion his supposed best friend Trevor Phillips. In the end, Michael may have redeemed himself in the eyes of his friends and family, but there could be no argument. The man formerly known as Michael Townley is and was a borderline psychopath, on top of being one of the most brilliant criminals in the history of America. Speaking of Michael's criminality, there is no doubt that the man was among the most methodical, rational, and careful heist planners on the West Coast, and possibly the whole country, having successfully pulled off dozens of robberies during his career, including the notorious and legendary robbery of the Union Depository. Together with his crew, most notably Lester, Franklin, and Trevor, Michael DeSanta has proven himself time and time again to not be a man one wants to be on the wrong side of, as he rarely failed in exacting vengeance upon those who wronged him, and if nothing else, he remains a noteworthy chapter in the history of American criminals, easily standing shoulder to shoulder with the most dangerous and frightening subjects examined on this program. Michael DeSanta in 2013 was a 45 or perhaps 48-year-old Caucasian man who stood at 6'2" and had a heavy build, often being described as overweight or pudgy. Due to several decades of excessive nicotine and alcohol consumption, Michael is also notably unhealthy and unhygienic, having a propensity towards bleeder burgers and body odor, which reflected his neglectful and poor health decisions. Despite all of this, it is difficult to argue that Michael was out of shape per se, given his often intense participation in grueling physical activities both during and beyond his criminal career, and is by most accounts not a man the average civilian should engage in one-on-one combat. While he was not known to don a wide assortment of different styles over the years, Michael was most commonly known to wear drabby, simple clothing when living on the East Coast, before becoming accustomed to lavish suits following his move to Los Santos. Like every past subject of Grand Theft Auto biographies, Michael DeSanta accumulated quite a body count during his many years as a criminal, racking up over 300 known murders, not to mention being accessory to hundreds more during his associations with primarily Trevor Phillips and Franklin Clinton. While Michael's individual numbers may not be as high as some subjects we have seen here on GTAB, they remain nonetheless impressive from a criminal standpoint, and demonstrate the considerable capabilities of a man who earned the title of Most Wanted Man in America. Having planned and executed more heists than any other individual in this series, Michael Townley/DeSanta remains a legendary figure to many up-and-comers within America's criminal underground, and will likely continue to inspire generations of new criminals in the years to come, with stories of his mad exploits working alongside the likes of Phillips and Clinton. With that out of the way, let's take a closer look at just how many crimes Michael committed during his long and storied history as America's Most Wanted. The robbery of a cash depot in North Yankton. Threatening Franklin into ramming his car through the window of Simeon Yetarian's dealership and beating up Simeon. Engaging in a highway chase in an attempt to retrieve his stolen yacht. Destroying a house in the Vinewood Hills. Infiltrating the Life Invader offices and killing Jay Norris with a phone bomb. The robbery of the Vangelico jewelry store. Chasing and threatening Laszlo Jones alongside Trevor so that his daughter Tracy would appear on Fame or Shame without being humiliated. Infiltrating the city morgue under orders from the FIB and killing several guards in order to escape. Kidnapping Mr. K from the IAA building under orders from Steve Haynes with help from Franklin and Trevor. Assassinating Tahir Javan under orders from Haynes. The robbery of a high-tech device from Merriweather. The robbery of an armored car containing agency funds under orders from Steve Haynes. Stealing 2 cars for Devin Weston alongside Franklin and Trevor by disguising as a police officer. Stealing 5 cars for the Epsilon program. Beating Rocco Pelosi to make him obey Solomon Richards' wishes for the movie Meltdown. Shooting down the plane of Martin Madrazo's cousin. helping Trevor and Franklin kill the remaining O'Neill brothers in the woods. The robbery of a Merryweather train transporting valuable items. The robbery of a Paleto Bay bank. Taking part in a raid on a research facility to steal a deadly virus. Killing several triads who attack him in North Yankton. Killing more triads when being rescued from a meatpacking facility by Franklin. Assaulting Fabian LaRouche with a laptop and tormenting Laszlo Jones again. Taking part in a raid on the FIB building. Being involved in a Mexican standoff with Dave Norton, Steve Haynes, Andreas Sanchez, the FIB, IAA, and Merryweather, killing several agents from all of the groups in order to escape alongside Dave. Killing numerous Ballas gang members alongside Franklin and Trevor to rescue Lamar. Killing Rocco Pelosi and Gianni for beating up Solomon Richards. Chasing Molly Schultz to retrieve the film reel of Meltdown and being indirectly responsible for her death. Killing the Merryweather mercenaries sent by Devin Weston to kill his family. The robbery of the Union Depository. Killing numerous Merryweather mercenaries and FIB agents alongside Franklin and Trevor during an ambush at a warehouse. Killing Stretch and several Ballas accompanying him, and helping Franklin and Trevor kill Devin Weston by pushing the car he was locked into off of a cliff. The story of Michael DeSanta is one fraught with death, lies, cheating, and infidelity, which was often mired by pitiable self-loathing and ravenous pursuit of criminal notoriety. However, it is very clearly a wholesome American one, with the promise of the American dream looming over the young, poverty-stricken Michael, who lost both parents to drugs and abuse. It is perhaps no surprise that he would become the man that he did, even if it offers no excuse for his heinous actions. While we cannot condone Michael's actions as a brazenly hypocritical and narcissistic psychopath, we here at GTA Biographies, along with you viewer at home, must stand in awe of his impressive accomplishments in the world of armed robbery and general criminality, remaining one of the FIB's, IAA's, and Merryweather's most dangerous enemies, and continuing to be a subject of reverence among degenerate and morally depraved criminals the world over. And finally, to conclude tonight's marathon, we will look at another man I myself have had the dishonor of working alongside, at least briefly. While his current whereabouts and status remain unknown even to my team, his story of carnage, betrayal, and unhinged psychopathy is one which appropriately punctuates tonight's examination of the country's most dastardly criminals. Abandonment, psychopathy, and madness.
What's wrong with you? That's just a what? An eyelid. That's probably not even human.
We will examine the life of an unhinged lunatic divorced from reality and married to his own insanity.
Well, thank you very much, cowboy!
In this final episode of our first season, we will finally get a glimpse at what becomes of a man deprived of any sense of normalcy, and just how unpredictable the mind can be when embracing a criminal lifestyle. We will follow a man whose nature can only be described as disturbed, and the many acts of violence, misconduct, and absolute savagery that he would commit while operating as a criminal maniac all across North America. A psychopath whose acts of pure evil and unfiltered rage ultimately guided him through his participation in some of the most elaborate and dangerous criminal acts this nation has ever seen. A man whom your humble host worked directly alongside in an attempt to stop his cold and calculated atrocities from continuing, but who remains at large to this day, usurping the American dream from the inside out without even realizing it. Trevor Phillips. Trevor Phillips was born in Canada to an emotionally abusive mother and physically abusive father, and initially raised in a border city, likely somewhere along the coast of Lake Erie or Lake Ontario near Michigan, Ohio, or possibly Liberty State. From a very young age, Trevor demonstrated violent tendencies, likely caused by or at least exacerbated by his fragile home life, resulting in Phillips killing animals before eventually graduating to people later on in life, and possibly even being responsible for the death of his only brother, Ryan Phillips, whom Trevor was none too fond of, and who died in a mysterious accident when Trevor was a young boy. At some point, Trevor even allegedly sodomized his hockey coach with a hockey stick, and killed a clarinet player by somehow strangling him to death with his own instrument. When Phillips' father abandoned Trevor at a mall, he would go on to burn down the building in a fit of rage, and be forced to continue living with his mother, who viewed the psychotic child as a useless boy, and continuously reminded him of his own ineptitude, which likely only further pushed Trevor towards committing more acts of unspeakable violence against his fellow man.
Despite being adept in mathematics, Trevor would drop out of school early and join the Canadian Air Force, where he discovered that he was naturally talented at flying, but would fail to see any real service when just days prior to completing his training and receiving his pilot's license, he is deemed mentally unstable and permanently grounded, due in large part to the abuse he received at the hands of his mother and his resulting instability as a functional member of Canadian society. Following his dishonorable discharge, Trevor would wander the border of America committing various crimes with no particular goal in mind, including his first known major crime of robbing a building that cashed checks, which he was arrested for after being identified by someone inside who recognized Phillips, resulting in him serving a 6-month sentence in a Canadian jail before meeting his future partner in crime while performing a cargo escort job in 1993. While transporting illegal goods from Canada into the States and waiting on the runway for his employer to arrive, he would see not one but 2 dust trails approaching him despite being told he would only be meeting one person. The first man was the soon-to-be notorious armed robber Michael Townley, while the other was a man whom Michael had carjacked earlier and was attempting to stop Michael, hailing Trevor for assistance before being shot in the eye by Phillips wielding a flare gun, who decided spur of the moment to throw his lot in with Townley, with whom he would develop a serious criminal relationship. After killing the man and disposing of his body in a lake, a series of events which even Trevor described as horrible, given that the man's head was still burning from the flare as they dumped the corpse, Trevor would informally join with Michael to begin performing heists across the Midwest, increasing the severity of his crimes tenfold with each new job he collaborated with Townley on, often killing or acting impulsively during their jobs, resulting in the two having to constantly remain on the run from authorities, which wasn't helped by Townley's own tendency to quote famous movies during their heists, which only brought further attention to the two rising criminal maniacs. Having 2 children, Michael and Trevor's relationship, which started relatively strong, would slowly begin to deteriorate as Michael's children aged, and his focus gradually shifted to his family over the duo's prospective criminal careers, though Trevor would eventually relent to his friend by attempting to insert himself into the family and developing a bond with Michael's children, Jimmy and Tracy Townley, vowing to harm anyone who ever wronged them. Trevor and Michael would also begin working regularly with genius criminal tech expert Lester Crest, who assisted them in planning out their jobs, and eventually rogue operator Brad Snyder, whom Trevor quickly became friends with despite tensions between Snyder and Townley, who disliked each other from the onset. Brad would even at one point attempt to get Trevor to cut Michael out of the crew entirely and go off on their own, but a loyal and devoted Trevor would instead stick by his best friend and attempt to ease tensions between Snyder and Townley. Between Trevor, Michael, Lester, and less often Brad, the crew would perform numerous successful robberies across the Midwest between 1993 and 2004, until a single job in Ludendorff, North Yankton changed everything for Phillips, and he began his spiral into heavy drug use and an even less stable mental state at the loss of his friends and crew. During a job at a cash depot on the outskirts of Ludendorff, Trevor would kill a guard inside and unintentionally increase the heat on the group exponentially, forcing Phillips, Townley, and Snyder to shoot their way through dozens of North Yankton police officers before reaching their getaway car and attempting to reach their extraction point.
At a farm not far off from the depot, Michael would lead the crew towards a helicopter meant to help them escape, only for Brad to be shot and supposedly wounded by a hidden sniper, and Michael to be shot moments after and supposedly begin bleeding out, while a distraught Trevor took cover and fought off the authorities to try and save his dying friends.
After holding out for as long as he could, Trevor would make the decision to try and escape with his life, using a hostage to deter the pursuing LPD officers and running off into the wilderness, where he narrowly avoided capture thanks to the thick snow blanketing the Midwestern backwater town. Though unable to attend the funeral, Trevor would learn that both Brad and Michael had been killed during the shootout, and being unable to get a hold of his savings from their various crimes over the years due to being identified during the cash depot job, flee to the West Coast, where he began eking out a meager existence in the small dusty town of Sandy Shore, San Andreas. Over the next few years, Trevor would slowly develop his own business selling meth to the strung-out residents of Blaine County while becoming an addict himself to deal with his own feelings of abandonment and self-loathing, brought on by his abusive childhood and traumatizing inability to save his friends during his last major heist in the Midwest. Recruiting conspiracy nut Ron Jakowski, expert meth cook Chef, and eventually drifter Wade Hebert, Trevor would expand his business assets throughout San Andreas, eventually diversifying beyond mere drugs by dabbling in the illegal sale and smuggling of arms across the Canadian border, in addition to growing profits from the sale and distribution of massive amounts of methamphetamine in Blaine County and beyond. He would make connections with various other drug-dealing factions across the state by aligning himself with the O'Neill brothers, Mexican gang the Varios Las Aztecas, and even the West Coast chapter of the Lost MC, which had migrated to San Andreas sometime after 2008, following the death of their last chapter president at the hands of their current one, Jonnie Klebitz, whom Trevor had an uneasy relationship with due to Trevor's habit of having sex with Klebitz's girlfriend Ashley Butler, much to Johnny's chagrin.
During these years, he would also receive regular correspondence from a man he believed to be Brad Snyder still in prison, but who was in reality FIB agent Dave Norton appeasing Trevor's madness by attempting to keep him convinced of Brad's survival at the Ludendorff raid. Due to my agreement with the FIB, IAA, DOA, and numerous other governmental organizations, the following information can finally be made public, as yours truly was heavily involved in West Coast criminal operations, including working with Trevor Phillips Industries, which has up to this point remained classified. In order to remain safe in these dangerous undercover operations, some of my team has chosen to go by pseudonyms to avoid incurring the wrath of any of the criminal organizations mentioned on this program. Our team consisted of T-Con, Henry the Bus, and Arthur Morgan-Scatto, as well as our operations manager Frank Jojo Snyder, and of course, your humble host. We have been authorized to reveal to the public that in early 2013, before the events which would make Trevor infamous across the United States, we, in cooperation with the DOA, participated in a sting operation in an attempt to capture Phillips when he stole drugs from several gangs across the state and attempted to sell them to our inside man, Phil, last name withheld, before narrowly escaping with his life. While the details of my own operations across Canada and the United States cannot yet be disclosed, I assure you, dear viewer, that of all the dangerous criminals I and my crew worked with over the years, none frightened us more than the unpredictable and psychotic Trevor Phillips, who remains at large to this day, despite our attempts to track him down and make permanent charges stick.
I got the buyer coming through. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Hey, be cool with that money. Only buy superficial crap and superficial people.
Who are you?
I'm Impotent Rage.
You can't be Impotent Rage, 'cause I'm Impotent Rage!
Yes, buddy.
I will deal with you later.
Hey, my brother. Yo, it's Phil. It's good to meet you finally.
Hey.
Trevor, ain't it?
So we're gonna do this, or are we gonna have a circle jerk? Or both?
Whatever you want, man. You got the drugs?
Yeah, if you came for what you ordered. Yeah, I have them.
Good. Can I see?
Can I see the money?
Yeah, got it. Here. All right. So, Trevor, there is the money. Hand me the cocaine first.
What?
The cocaine you are selling me.
Excuse me?
Are you selling me cocaine, Mr. Phillips?
Why do you keep saying that? And how is it that you know my name?
Fucking narc!
You are under arrest for trespassing.
Get away! Fuck's sakes! Asshole!
Fuck you!
In 2013, continuing to operate his meth business out of Sandy Shores, Trevor would unexpectedly see a ghost from his past when, while having sex with Ashley Butler, he saw a Weasel News broadcast of a jewelry store robbery taking place in Los Santos and heard the all-too-familiar line of Michael's,
"I forget thousands of things every day. Make sure this is one of them."
sending him into a blind rage as he realized his friend was not in fact dead. Trevor would even kill his business partner Johnny Klebitz after being confronted by Johnny for sleeping with Ashley again and losing his temper due to his now even more fragile mental state. Knowing that he would now have to deal with the remaining Lost MC members for killing their leader, Trevor would barely miss a beat as he gathered up Ron and Wade to take down his enemies and consolidate his businesses by eliminating all competition. Trevor would wreak havoc on the Lost base at Stab City before ordering Wade to track down a Michael Townley, now living in Los Santos, and moving on to his next targets. He would deal with Barrios Los Aztecas leader Ortega and take control of his side of the arms and drug trade of Blaine County,
and upon returning to his trailer to find it trashed by the Lost, seeking revenge for Johnny's death, finish up by taking control of the Lost airstrip in Grapeseed to begin running drugs directly for Oscar Guzman into Canada and Mexico. While waiting for news from Wade regarding Michael's status, Trevor would attempt to close up a deal he'd organized with the Los Santos Triads under Wei Cheng by meeting with Cheng's son, Tao, at the Yellow Jack Inn. But after being attacked at his meth lab by the Aztecas, seeking revenge for Trevor muscling Ortega out of the business, and then hiding Tao and his translator in a freezer, he would lose the prospective deal to the O'Neill brothers, and subsequently turn his rage on Elwood O'Neill and his massive clan by attacking their ranch, killing dozens of family members and burning the house to the ground. Shortly after attacking the O'Neill farm and being threatened by the surviving Elwood O'Neill, Trevor would receive word from Wade Hebert saying he'd found a Michael DeSanta living in Los Santos who matched Trevor's description, having 2 kids and a wife named Amanda, prompting Trevor to hop into his truck and begin the long drive down to the city and telling Wade the story of his supposed best friend who had left him in the dark for all these years. Before departing Blaine County, Trevor would tie up a final loose end by delivering a finishing blow to the West Coast chapter of the Lost MC by destroying their base at Stab City, sneaking into the camp in the dead of night and placing sticky bombs on several trailers with explosive results. With his affairs in order, Trevor would continue on to the city, arriving on the outskirts of Los Santos and anticipating his arrival, and the look on Michael's face when he learned that Phillips was still alive all these years later.
I grieved for you! You weren't even fucking dead. You were my best friend. Well, guess who's coming to shit on your doorstep, you fuck!
After setting himself up in Wade's cousin Floyd's apartment in Vespucci Beach, Trevor would make his way to Rockford Hills and find Michael living in a huge mansion with his family, which he casually saunters into. Upon confronting Michael, along with his wife Amanda and son Jimmy, who were all just as shocked as Michael to see Trevor in Los Santos, they would all learn that Michael's daughter Tracy was out auditioning for Fame or Shame at the Maze Bank Arena, which causes Trevor's not-so-paternal instincts to kick in and demand that he and Michael go try and rescue her, temporarily forgetting their feud by upholding his promise to protect Michael's kids despite any issues he may have with DeSanta himself.
Where's Tracy?
Where's your sister, Jim?
She's trying out for TV.
She's what?
Yeah, she's auditioning for Fame or Shame.
Fame or Shame?
The fuck are you talking about?
You know, it's that talent/skills show. She loves it, you guys know that.
What's her talent?
Dancing.
Oh, Christ, she's a horrible dancer.
Michael!
She might disagree with you on that.
Jesus Christ, what, now? Now? Where?
The Maze Bank Arena.
Oh, little Tracy being humiliated. Let's go, we go get her.
We?
Yeah, we. What, are you gonna stand here and argue while your daughter becomes a national laughingstock? Huh? You're worse than I thought. Now let's go, come on!
Alright.
At the arena, Michael and Trevor would find Tracy performing a lewd, suggestive dance for the judges of Fame or Shame, including notorious C-lister Laszlo Jones, who encourages the starstruck Tracy to continue her embarrassing performance. After seeing more than enough of Tracy's audition, Michael would assault Laszlo personally, with Trevor keeping security off his back before the celebrity fled the building to escape the wrath of Tracy's 2 dads, jumping into a hybrid electric car and attempting to flee. Trevor and Michael wouldn't be far behind, however, as after stealing a Fame or Shame production truck, they would continue their pursuit of Jones halfway across the city before cornering him at the Los Santos storm drain when Laszlo runs out of batteries and road. Though he had initially come seeking an explanation and possibly vengeance, the act of reuniting with Michael and working together to save his daughter causes Trevor to slip into nostalgia and temporarily ignore Michael's potential betrayal by simply reinserting himself into DeSanta's life, whether he wanted it or not. He would begin organizing his own heist out of Floyd's apartment in order to recapture the sense of exhilaration that he'd been missing out from doing jobs with his old crew, and to that effect, bring Michael along for the job, who also recruits his new protege, Franklin Clinton, to round out Trevor's new crew. Through intense psychological manipulation and physical intimidation, Trevor would slowly turn Floyd's apartment into a pigsty and a planning room, against Floyd's wishes, who was too cowardly to directly confront Trevor about his destructive and often disgusting ways of conducting business. Trevor would learn that Floyd was beholden to his fiancée Deborah, who actually owned the apartment, and was desperate to keep the news of Trevor's debaucherous arrival from her, and that in addition, through Deborah, Floyd had a job at the port of Los Santos, which Trevor immediately saw as a perfect opportunity to find his next big heist. After forcing his way into the port by posing as a dock worker alongside Floyd and Wade, Trevor would also learn that Merryweather Security, a private military group whom Trevor despised on a matter of principle, was operating out of the port, and would be a perfect target for his robbery. After scouting the port and preparing for the job by acquiring a miniature submersible, Trevor would plan out the robbery of a top-secret piece of Merryweather hardware, and using Michael, Franklin, and a reluctant Floyd, carry out his first real heist in nearly a decade, outside of his constant territorial disputes with rival meth-making operations back in Blaine County. As mentioned previously in our episodes on Franklin Clinton and Michael DeSanta, the details of this Merryweather heist are strangely contradictory, with some sources claiming Trevor attempted to sink Merryweather's freighter at the port to take the top-secret technology, while others claim that the real heist took place far to the north, just off the coast of the state, where a test of said technology was taking place. Whatever did transpire is irrelevant, as we were able to confirm that shortly after successfully stealing the device, the entire crew would be confronted by a very pissed off and straight out of the hospital bed Lester Crest, who informed them the device they'd stolen would likely see them put on every major terrorist list across the globe, and that their only option was to try and return it, which, after a brief confrontation, Trevor agreed to.
When you try and steal an experimental super weapon and sell it to the Chinese, you and everyone you ever knew is gonna be fucked in the ass, you fucking chumps!
Hold on, man. A super weapon? The Chinese, what?
What'd you think is in there?
I thought he talked to you.
All right, man, so what now?
Well, maybe I can organize to have it taken back and found amongst the wreckage.
Whoa! Holy fuck, Lester Crest! Holding on and looking good, huh?
Do you have any idea what you did here?
Yeah? I pulled a score. What, are you jealous because you didn't get your 20%?
That thing doesn't go back, then we will all end up on every watch list in the entire planet.
Watch list? So fucking what?
So they don't watch, they kill. Idiot, we'll all be dead within a week. Think! All right, listen. Take the truck, take a guy, do what you gotta do.
Trevor?
All loaded up. Trevor?
Great. Then you and the patient can take it all back.
Right fucking now!
So you mean to tell me this shit was all for nothing? Man, it's the hood all over again. Fuck.
Come on, Franklin.
You owe me, Michael. I am owed. What you gonna do, huh?
I'll think of something. I gotta get Franklin some work, too. I'll take this.
Yeah. Lots of mouths to feed, amigo.
Tell me about it.
Fuck!
Being an eccentric and exceedingly violent individual, Trevor Phillips was also known to engage in odd jobs for numerous individuals across the state of San Andreas, with 2013 being a year which saw Phillips meet several strange characters, as well as engage in numerous violent rampages against different groups who angered or offended Trevor in some way, shape, or form. One such individual that Trevor was known to associate with was redneck game hunter Cletus Ewing, with whom Trevor caused chaos around Sandy Shores in Blaine County, in addition to occasionally hunting elk with Ewing near Paleto Bay. More controversially, Trevor also worked for, with some reluctance, the Civil Border Patrol, a civilian group seeking to stop illegal immigration into San Andreas, run by a stereotypical hillbilly named Joe and a Russian hypocrite named Joseph. Trevor would help the two round up several people after a promise of monetary reward, only to later discover that not only were the two targeting immigrants, which Trevor himself was, but that they'd been harassing mostly actual legal citizens of Mexican-American heritage, which eventually results in Trevor attempting to right his wrong by finding and murdering both Joe and Joseph, while threatening a family in Paleto Bay. In addition to his work for the CBP and subsequent annihilation of its members, Trevor also did work for a real estate agent Josh Bernstein by destroying for sale signs around Los Santos for him in order to damage his competition in exchange for a night with a woman whom Trevor eventually learns was actually Bernstein's wife that he'd been prostituting in order to recruit people like Trevor to sabotage his rivals. After a job which saw Bernstein hire Trevor to burn down his own home to claim an insurance payout, Phillips would kill Josh when instead of paying Trevor he attempted to have him arrested in order to absolve himself of any ties to his own fraud scheme. Before his initial trip to Los Santos to find Michael, Trevor also engaged semi-regularly in bail bond vigilante work for a woman named Maud Eccles out of Blaine County, for whom Trevor would either capture or kill several people, including Ralph Ostrowski, Larry Tupper, Glenn Scoville, and Curtis Weaver. After temporarily moving to the city to find DeSanta and later plan heists with him and Franklin Clinton, Trevor would also take on his perhaps strangest set of jobs, where he began stealing various pieces of celebrity memorabilia for an eccentric British couple stalking Vinewood stars, Nigel and Mrs. Thornhill. For the two, he would steal Willie McTavish of Love Fist's gold tooth, Tyler Dixon's swim trunks, Kerry McIntosh's dog's collar, Mark Fostenberg's golf club, and even kidnap Al Di Napoli for the couple.
Meet your biggest fan!
You're fucking crazy!
Oh, it's Al Di Napoli.
Due to his agents being reluctant to discuss the details of the kidnapping, we could not verify for certain what Mr. Di Napoli's fate was, given that some claimed Trevor murdered the celebrity by parking a car he was locked into the trunk of on the train tracks, while others claimed Phillips released Al for a small payment and a promise of silence. Either way, Mr. Di Napoli has not been seen or heard from since 2013, prompting many to assume that he went into hiding or was in fact murdered by Trevor Phillips, though once again, charges were never made.
Hey, keep making terrible movies, Al.
Trevor was also known to infrequently deliver drifters from across the state to a group of cultists in the Chiliad Mountain State Wilderness known as the Altruists, who were rumored to be a group of cannibalist maniacs, mostly comprised of elderly men from the baby boomer generation, who viewed all generations after them as the source of all problems in society. While the identities of the individuals Trevor delivered to the cult are a matter of intense debate among those familiar with the group's actions, what is confirmed is that eventually, Trevor turned on the cult for unknown reasons, and proceeded to massacre the entire group. Finally, Trevor was known to engage in violent confrontations across the state of San Andreas, and in 2013 participated in at least 5 different large-scale conflicts, which saw Mr. Phillips take on dozens and dozens of armed men, and sometimes women, when he slaughtered a group of rednecks on Marina Drive, a gang of Vagos members in East Los Santos, a gang of Ballas members in Chamberlain Hills, not far from Franklin Clinton's house, a group of military soldiers near Fort Sangudo in Tongva Hills, and numerous hipsters in Mirror Park. Though all of these massacres would presumably have very high death tolls, once again no charges were ever formally laid at Mr. Phillips' feet, due to him having killed all participants and leaving no witnesses remaining to report his heinous crimes, in addition to having no connection to any of the people he killed. Shortly before the failed Merryweather heist took place, Trevor would be contacted by FIB agent Steve Haynes, who had begun employing the services of Michael along with his new protege Franklin Clinton, and coerced Phillips into assisting in the capture of an FIB target, Ferdinand Karamov, which Trevor reluctantly agrees to, likely for the thrill of flying again, and perhaps gaining leverage over Michael in order to more easily recruit him for his then upcoming heist on Merryweather security. Whatever his reasons, Trevor would take Michael and Franklin to the IAA headquarters downtown via helicopter, and help Frank and Mike kidnap Karamov, whom they extract from the building and deliver to the FIB back at their lot in the Murrieta oil field east of the city. Later, Trevor would happily participate in the torture of Mr. Karamov when brought on once again by Steve Haynes and Dave Norton, whom Trevor was immediately suspicious of, perhaps recognizing him from the news coverage of the Cash Depot job 9 years prior.
You back there. I know you, but you I don't know.
Yeah, well, until I see reason otherwise, why don't we just keep it that way? Steve, what a pleasure, bro. Oh!
He reminds me of one of those guys you see advertising pills for middle-aged men that can't get erections.
Hey, Devin Weston is a very good friend of mine, so why don't you watch your tongue? Because let me tell you something, that guy gets more tail than a tail catcher.
I have to fucking remember that line. You. Where did we meet?
Nowhere, pal.
Yeah, we did.
Hey, Pop, what are we doing here, huh?
This.
Please, keep this sleep bastard away from me.
No, Ferdinand, he's gone. He's gone. It's okay, I've got some new friends here now.
No, this is Michael, and this is Trevor.
No.
It was also during these torture sessions that Trevor would first meet billionaire investor Devin Weston, who would go on to hire him, Franklin, and Michael to steal several vehicles from his wealthy friends. After performing several horrible acts on Mr. K in order to loosen him up and obtain information on a supposed Azerbaijani terrorist, Tahir Javan, Trevor would, when given the opportunity by Steve, opt to save Karamov instead of killing him by delivering him to Los Santos International, where Trevor told Ferdinand it was now his job to spread the word of the torture he'd undergone on orders from American government agencies, despite having been the one to actually do the torturing himself.
Now look, trust no one, all right? You're alone now.
Really?
Yeah, really. Now let's go. Fuck off. Come on.
Following the Merryweather heist and the kidnap and release of Mr. K, Trevor would also attempt to make friends with Michael's new 3-bit gangster in training, Franklin Clinton, by arriving at Clinton's home on Forum Drive and offering to help Franklin and his friend Lamar at a drug deal set up by OG Harold Stretch Joseph, with Trevor citing his own experience as a drug dealer as an asset in order to convince the two to take him along. Depending on one's perspective, this may have been a wise decision too, since upon arriving at the deal on Grove Street, Trevor would correctly identify that the sellers were attempting to rip the families off by trying to pass off drywall bricks as cocaine, but covering one side of the brick with real cocaine to act as proof of its authenticity. The three would shoot their way through dozens of Ballad's gang members and escape Grove Street by interrupting a nearby rap music video shoot being filmed by rapper MC Clip and stealing the party's jet skis to evade the authorities.
As mentioned, Trevor also participated in a series of jobs for egocentric billionaire Devin Weston, who had deep ties to the American government. Through Franklin, serving as a pseudo-boss on the contracts, Trevor would pose alongside Michael as a Blaine County highway patrolman, in order to steal 2 incredibly rare cars for Weston from a pair of trust fund college kids whom Franklin challenges to a planned street race.
Gentlemen, I love you all. Oh God, this is gonna be fantastic. 1 kid and 2 old creeps. Who the fuck would have thought of it?
Gentlemen, move the vehicles.
Hey, gimme 5, 5, and 5. Oh, hey, chest kiss, homie. Boom!
Dog, come on, man. You got the fucking paper?
Abso-fucking-lutely. Look, you finish the job, you get the paper. But the order was for 5 cars. If I'm not mistaken, that's only 2.
Just give me the fucking money now! Oh, I'm so scared. I really, really am. But you know what? I'm a payment on completion of work type of guy. You don't like the job? Take a fucking walk.
Hey, come on, man. Hold on. So what's next, man?
Well, it's the Z-type. Chad Mulligan.
Lay it on him, kid.
Trevor would also assist in obtaining an ultra-rare Z-type for Devin from Chad Mulligan, by once again posing as a police officer, at least from a distance, by using an LSPD helicopter to track and identify Mulligan so that Franklin could incapacitate him and take the vehicle.
Continuing to work for the FIB because of Michael, Trevor would assist in an attack on an IAA delivery truck, transporting funds obtained through alleged drug dealing by engaging in a classic blitz play orchestrated by Michael. Trevor would take up a position as a lookout in order to spot the incoming truck, and following Michael and Franklin's ambushing of the van to obtain the money, fight his way through dozens upon dozens of LSPD forces before each man made their own separate escape. Following the successful robbery, Trevor would also work with Michael when DeSantis is called upon by Mexican drug lord Martin Madrazo, who sought to hire Michael to kill his own cousin Javier, who was prepared to testify against Martin. Trevor and Michael would meet with Martin, where Phillips became immediately infatuated with Madrazo's wife, Patricia, and demanded to know exactly how much the two would be paid for their services, which Martin remained vague about. Michael would shoot down Javier's jet en route to the city, and Trevor would then follow the plane all the way to Blaine County, where the jet crashed into a field, and Phillips murdered Javier to obtain the sensitive documents being carried by Martin's cousin to prevent Madrazo from being implicated for his many illegal activities. Though Trevor was meant to meet up with Michael first before delivering the documents to Martin, instead, Trevor would directly confront the drug lord regarding their payment, and when he learned that the job was an obligation due to Michael's destruction of some of Madrazo's property, Phillips would violently assault Madrazo, tearing off one of his ears and then kidnapping Patricia in part as payment for the job, and in part to begin a romantic relationship with the Stockholm Syndrome-prone woman who likely reminded Trevor of the mother he always wanted but never had, due to his own being aggressively abusive.
Oh, I just told you what I just did. Now,
Oh, shit.
Unfortunately, I think that we're gonna have to lay low for a little while while, we discuss things with Martin.
Oh, you think?
Why don't you hop in the back? All right, now, Patricia. She already called shotgun. Now, I know a nice little place we can hang out, it's a very relaxing little spot.
With Michael and Trevor now in the crosshairs of Madrazo, the two would hide out in Sandy Shores, where Michael would temporarily live out of Trevor's trailer and continue engaging in criminal activities for the FIB, on top of additional action against Merryweather security, whom Trevor actively despised. Trevor would coordinate an attack on a Merryweather cargo plane transporting weapons across the state, which he intended to procure for himself and kill everyone aboard. Though he failed to retrieve the weapons, the wreckage likely caused by the aircraft tumbling from the sky over Blaine County almost certainly resulted in major loss of life. The next major heist planned by Michael and Lester would be a bank robbery in Paleto Bay on the Blaine County Savings Bank, which was protected by a group of notoriously dirty cops who protected the bank's assets. Unlike the Merryweather heist, whose details are vague and difficult to confirm, The details of the Paleto Bay heist are contrastingly clear, with all sources agreeing on the timeline of events, likely helped by the round-the-clock news coverage it received due to the bombastic nature of the plan. Trevor, Michael, and a third accomplice, who remains unidentified, would barge into the bank in a fairly typical fashion before exiting the building decked in heavy-duty military armor, which the team used to rip through the Blaine County Police Force and reach their extraction point inside the Cluck and Bell distribution facility on the edge of town. Though their original plan had been to deliver the money to Franklin, who would escape via boat on the coast, the heavy resistance encountered, including tanks, would instead force the group to be collected on the streets by a quick-thinking Franklin, who commandeered a bulldozer in order to deliver the heavy bank robbers to the factory, where all parties escaped on a freight train with $8 million in cash. Shortly after, although some claim it may have been before the Paleto Bay heist, Trevor would ask Franklin, whom he'd ingratiated himself to following the botched deal set up by Stretch, to locate the remaining O'Neill brothers, whom Trevor had taunted to come and find him in Vespucci Beach before Michael and Trevor were exiled to the country outside of LS. After tailing the O'Neills along the Great Ocean Highway and witnessing the brothers crash when trying to avoid hitting an elk in the road, Trevor would bring Michael, armed with a thermal sniper rifle, to finish off the clan, by using the helicopter Trevor had taken as his own following their work kidnapping Mr. K. Michael would kill all but one of the O'Neills, and Franklin, along with his dog Chop, would find and kill the final brother, Elwood, and finally put to rest yet another of Trevor's many rivalries across the state.
Come on, Chop. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Taking out some hillbilly crank dealers on a blood feud. That's what I live for.
Hey, Trev, man, we're gonna borrow this and head back to town.
Sure.
Come on, Michael, man. I'll drop your ass off on the way back. Chop, get in.
See you back at Casa Phillips, Mike.
Yeah, thanks for the warning.
While still exiled in Blaine County, Trevor would learn of a Merryweather train supposedly transporting valuable goods across the state, and after some prodding, convinced Michael to help him rob it, by first stealing another train and altering its schedule in order to trigger a massive collision which dumps the contents of both trains into Cassidy Creek just below the Raton Canyon Bridge. Michael would, using scuba gear, retrieve the goods from one of the containers, and the two would flee the scene whilst fighting off dozens of pursuing Merryweather soldiers to a safe place off the coast. They would find that instead of the gold bars they'd expected, the contents had in fact been an ancient golden statue, which Michael identified as a perfect peace offering to get them back into good graces with Martin Madrazo. Trevor would initially refuse to give up the artifact, or Patricia, who would have to be part of the deal, but eventually relent when Michael offers to pay him back by orchestrating a legendary heist that the two, along with Lester, had been dreaming of since their glory days back in the Midwest. The robbery of the Union Depository. The big one.
Fuck off. Can't be done.
I never said impossible. Just very difficult.
Verging suicidal?
That a line you're afraid to cross?
Not long after, Trevor would be called upon to assist in another FIB errand by infiltrating the IAA-controlled Humane Labs Research Center and helping to steal a deadly nerve agent which Steve Haynes claimed the agency intended to use on a city in order to drum up fear and secure more funding for counterterrorism efforts. Despite having never been told to, Trevor, Michael, and Franklin would be chastised by Steve for not showing up with an additional 3 operators, but after some brief back and forth, Haynes and Norton would agree to personally partake in the mission and would go with Michael via an underwater passage to infiltrate the facility. Trevor would collect the nerve agent following a semi-successful extraction by the ground team, which saw Steve Haynes shoot himself in order to pose as a double agent and buy them more time. Trevor would use his skills as a pilot to collect the package and deliver it to his airfield near Sandy Shores, where upon landing, Michael would learn that Lester had successfully sold the gold artifact to Martin and concluded their deal, allowing both Trevor and Michael to finally return to Los Santos to begin planning their final major heist, once Trevor delivered Patricia to her husband safe and sound. With great reluctance, Trevor would return Patricia, who had been living unrestrained with Trevor and Michael at Trevor's trailer in Sandy Shores, to Martin, promising to return for his other ear should he ever hear of Martin abusing her again, and Madrazo would shakily thank the pair before cutting ties with them forever, likely due to his own fear of any possible retributions from Trevor.
You better treat her right, man! I will, amigo! Yeah, otherwise, the other ear!
Of course! The way I see things, you and me and Michael, we're friends now. Good friends. Such good friends that we will make a great effort to avoid one another.
That's fucking perfect!
Thank Michael for the statue. It is exquisite.
Yeah, I will.
Trevor would make his return to Los Santos as dramatic as possible, when upon reaching Floyd's apartment, which Trevor likely still considered his own safe house, he was finally introduced to Floyd's bride-to-be, Deborah, and attempted to persuade the uptight woman to let Trevor stay with them, even proposing to them simultaneously.
Look, Deborah! Floyd! Will you marry me?
Get out of my condo! And you go You made me swear. You're crap, Floyd. Crap! You're not a man at all. Bob's right about you.
Oh, who's Bob?
I want both of you to go now. You and your weird friend.
Whoa! Hey! My name is Trevor, sweetheart.
I could give a fuck what your fucking name is. I'm not afraid to use this. I'm not. Bob taught me.
Fuck Bob! You people are not very fucking nice!
Oh, hey there, Trevor.
Hey there, Wade.
Did you meet Deborah?
Interesting lady.
I should probably go say hi.
I wouldn't.
Why not?
Let's go get in the car, all right? Let's go have the time of our lives.
News reports of the incident at Deborah's condo remain inconclusive, but evidence suggests that Deborah fired her gun, and Trevor used Floyd's knife, likely to kill Deborah. Make of this information what you will, but it is not confirmed if Trevor killed either. With nowhere in the city to live, Trevor would retire to a strip club in Strawberry and murder the former owner, Leon, claiming the building temporarily as his own, until authorities wised up to the change in management many months after Phillips was long gone from the establishment.
Amigo! Prepare to meet your new partner.
From the office of the Vanilla Unicorn Strip Club, Trevor, Michael, Franklin, and Lester would begin planning the big one, and engage in reconnaissance to assess their options for assaulting the rumored to be impenetrable facility. After devising a rudimentary plan, Trevor would find Michael at his Rockford Hills home and pitch the idea of breaking their former running mate Brad Snyder out of Bolingbroke Penitentiary, only for Michael to deny Trevor outright, and prompt heavy suspicion from Trevor, who slowly pieced together the truth of Brad's disappearance. Trevor would realize that Michael's reluctance to save Brad was not simply due to Michael having disdained the man, but due to him being dead and buried in place of Michael up in Ludendorff, which Phillips attempted to confirm by fleeing Michael's house to fly all the way to North Yankton and dig up the grave of Michael Townley, to finally get answers.
Up in North Yankton, exactly who was buried in your place?
I never gave it any thought.
You know what I'm thinking?
I had no clue.
You treacherous piece of shit! You're fucking dead! You're fucking dead! Oh, fuck. Trevor! Hey! T!
Though Michael would attempt to dissuade Trevor from flying all the way out there, Phillips would not be deterred, and would make the journey halfway across the country to Ludendorff Cemetery, where after digging up the grave, he found exactly what he'd been expecting, but hoping not to find: the body of Brad Snyder, buried in Michael's place.
Who you got in here, huh? As if I need to ask.
Hey, you're wasting your time.
Is that why you flew out here? Huh? Tell me I'm wasting my time?
Go ahead, dig it up. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, that's what you look like. The guy who doesn't give a shit.
That's ridiculous.
How long are you gonna keep lying for, Mikey, huh? When's it gonna stop? What happens in the dark comes out in the light.
Oh, give it a rest, Trevor. There's nothing there.
This is it. Moment of truth.
As if I didn't know. Brad!
Look, we do what we gotta do to survive. This thing, it didn't work out the way it was supposed to.
Oh, and how was that, huh? With Brad in the can and me in the ground, or both of us in the coffin?
Brad got shot. You saw it. He didn't make it. I got shot. I did. That's it.
I think the only thing that didn't go as planned was me showing up on your doorstep 10 years later. Mikey, I mourned you.
And I missed you. But I got a fucking family, Trevor. We were all gonna die. He did die.
You reptilian motherfucker!
I didn't want it to come to this.
Yes, you did! You just don't have the fucking balls to do it! But I do!
I got more to lose than you.
Never a truer word has been spoken, brother. Now pull the fucking trigger! You ain't got the guts.
Take the fucking shot!
Who is that? Fuck! Fuck!
The two would have a standoff in the cold winter air, but despite trying to shoot each other, be interrupted by the arrival of more of Trevor's rivals from the West Coast. This time, the Wei Cheng Triads, who sought to take control of Trevor's methamphetamine-related business assets in order to dominate the market in Los Santos and Blaine counties. Trevor would manage to escape, but not before sabotaging Michael's only means of escape, resulting in DeSanta being kidnapped by the Triads. While flying back to Sandy Shores, Trevor would be contacted by Wei Cheng himself, who believed Michael to be his boyfriend after observing the two living together out of Trevor's trailer, which only served to amuse Trevor, who now considered Michael dead to him.
You know, how much will you give up for his safety?
My lover! Yeah, right! It's a tough break. I never want to double-cross a friend and put him in danger, but you gotta do what you gotta do. My business ain't going anywhere.
I'm serious about this. He will die.
Tell him I love him dearly.
With Michael temporarily out of the picture, Trevor would continue to work for Devin Weston through Franklin by helping to deliver the final cars needed to complete their contract with the frugal billionaire in a long drive from Los Santos out to Paleto Bay. En route to their destination, Trevor would regale Lamar Davis with the story of first meeting Michael and inform him of DeSanta's current limbo status as a prisoner of the Triads, while a sleeping Franklin sat just feet away, none the wiser to Michael's disappearance. The group would finish their delivery after dealing with the LSPD, and Franklin would eventually learn through Lester that Michael's fate remained ambiguous after his encounter with Trevor up in North Yankton. Trevor would choose to leave Michael's fate to the Triads, but after being confronted by an angered Franklin who attempted to convince Phillips to help rescue Michael, he seemed to have a slight change of heart. Franklin would rescue Michael from a Triad-controlled slaughterhouse in Cypress Hills, and upon learning of DeSanta's survival, Trevor would come to his aid when tracking Michael to a meeting with the FIB at the Court Center, which develops into a shootout between the Bureau, agency, and Merryweather forces. Though Trevor would give the explanation of not wanting anybody else to have the chance to kill Michael but him, in reality, it is likely Trevor's attachment to his once best friend, in addition to his strong desire to perform the Union Depository heist, that caused him to save Michael from the massive firefight.
No.
One last score. Mm-hmm. And if it goes good, guess what? I don't have to put a little bullet in your head. But if it goes bad, well, that's okay too. Because then you and I get to go to hell. And I get to spend the rest of eternity with you, tormenting you.
Well, I guess it's on then.
Yeah, I guess it is. Call Lester, let's go. On speakerphone.
Hey, it's me.
I know. How'd it go?
Just fabulous. Ran into an old friend. Matter of fact, he saved my ass.
Oh, we're all friends now. Suppose a group hug's out of the question?
He wants to, still go on the final victory tour.
All right, when it looks like it's a go, I'll contact you. And remember this, gentlemen. If we pull this off, we will be making history. Sordid, nasty, depraved history. But history, nonetheless.
All right. There, you happy?
Fucking thrilled. Don't forget, amigo. Keeping my eye on you.
On shaky grounds, Trevor would also be forced to work with Michael again, when Franklin called upon both of them to help save Lamar from another ambush set up by Stretch at a Ballas-controlled sawmill near Paleto Bay. Having loyalty for Franklin, Trevor would, along with Clinton and DeSanta,
fight his way through dozens of gangbangers in order to save the naive, lanky Lamar, whom Trevor had also become casual friends with following his confiding in Lamar while finishing up their work for Devin Weston of delivering his rare vehicles. With a tentative truce established between Trevor and Michael thanks to their mutual friendship with Franklin, the group would finally be prepared to pool all of their time into carrying out the single largest heist in American history by robbing the legendary Union Depository in downtown Los Santos. As we've stated in our 2 previous episodes on Trevor's accomplices, the heist would indeed be a success, as you are likely well aware, due once again to its intense media coverage, but the details remain vague. For further elaborations on the suggested scenario surrounding the heist, see our episodes on Franklin Clinton and Michael DeSanto. What is not contested is that all 3 men, along with Lester Crest and the remaining crew of 5 or 6 additional operators, walked away very, very rich, and became legendary figures in their own right amongst criminals across the country and the world. However, despite pulling off the heist of the century, many of their enemies remained serious threats, and not long after the successful robbery, the group would meet up once again when Franklin revealed that he'd been asked by both the FIB and Devin Weston to kill Trevor and Michael respectively. The 3 men, with help from Lester Crest, would plan out an ambush for the combined forces of Steve Haynes' FIB division and Devin Weston's Merryweather soldiers at a foundry in Murrieta Heights, and with additional help from Lamar Davis, wipe out dozens of the combatants before turning their attention to silencing each of their respective rivals. Trevor would attempt to include Dave Norton, whom Phillips hated for killing Brad, in the list of targets for them to take down, but Michael would manage to convince him that Norton needed to remain alive in order to help clear their names when everything was said and done. Michael would murder the treacherous Harold Stretch Joseph at a community center in central Los Santos, Franklin would kill Wei Cheng and his triad bodyguards as they left the Pacific Bluffs Country Club, and Trevor would assassinate Steve Haynes in the middle of his filming of another episode of The Underbelly of Paradise at the Del Perro Pier. With most of their enemies eliminated, Trevor would locate Devin Weston at his mansion overlooking the highway near Chumash and break onto the property to kidnap Weston after dispatching of his Merryweather security forces attempting to protect the billionaire investor. Though Weston would attempt to bribe Trevor several times as he drove Weston to a drop-off point, locked in the boot of his own D-Class Tornado, Phillips would ignore his pleas and deliver Devin to a cliffside where, together with Michael and Franklin, they would push his car off the edge with Devin still inside, and finally kill the pompous manipulator, leaving the 3 men free to spend their stolen money in peace and go their separate ways.
So now what?
Now we keep a low profile and get on with our lives.
As friends.
Well, do I have a choice?
No, not really.
All right, then. As, flawed, awful, totally uncomfortable, and poorly matched friends. Absolutely.
Oh, that's perfect. Then we can get back to the kind of capitalism we practice.
Shit, I don't know how much more better that is than Devin's kind.
Ooh, hypocrisy, Franklin. Civilization's greatest virtue.
Jesus, your therapist has a lot to answer for.
I know, I still hate myself. But hey, at least I know the words for it now.
Yeah, but I hate you, and I know the words for it. So does that mean I don't have to go to therapy?
Look, man, you 2 motherfuckers terrify me of that middle age. I'm good.
You're right to be afraid, Franklin.
Yeah.
Be very afraid, Franklin. Tell you one thing, T. I'm getting too old for this nonsense. Oh.
Trevor Phillips is a psychotic, deranged, and debaucherous individual who is easily a contender for the most vicious and brutal criminal we have or ever will cover on this series. From violently sodomizing his hockey coach, to delivering drifters to a group of cannibalistic cultists for slaughter and consumption, to outright rampages of dozens upon dozens of individuals, completely on his own, and all without any remorse whatsoever. There are few individuals in San Andreas, or perhaps all of the United States, more frightening or unhinged as he is. Always putting those around him on edge with his mere presence, Trevor's unpredictable and exceedingly violent nature often put him at odds with nearly everyone around him who was not as crazy as him, or that he could not manipulate into serving as one of his lackeys such as Ron Chakowski or the Hebert cousins. One frequent trigger of Trevor's destructive rage was his Canadian nationality, something Trevor went to great lengths to try and hide from all those around him, despite his accent being a source of amusement for friends of his like Michael. On several occasions, Trevor became, or nearly became, violent over the mere mention of his country of origin, preferring to spend his early years as a criminal as taking place in the Canadian border region of America in order to avoid outright stating his true North strong roots. Trevor's only friends through most of his life were weaker individuals that he could control, such as Ron and Wade, the former being constantly terrified of Phillips' presence and attempting to appease him at any opportunity, while the latter, equally scared of Trevor, served as a mere punching bag most of the time for Phillips when he wasn't pushing drugs onto the young man in an effort to keep him dependent and remain loyal and willing to do anything that Trevor demanded of him at the drop of a hat, such as locating Michael DeSanta, despite not being an investigator of any sort, or having ever performed a job like that for Trevor or anyone else. This lack of any real friends likely exacerbated Trevor's unacknowledged loneliness and occasional self-hatred, which most likely originated from his abusive father abandoning him and his abusive mother constantly insulting and decrying Trevor as being useless. The abandonment issues Trevor faced were also probably the cause for his explicit use of sexual posturing towards other men as a means of projecting dominance or making them feel uncomfortable, though some speculate that Trevor was in fact actually bisexual and may have had, or at least desired to have, a relationship with the likes of Floyd and Deborah, on top of proudly identifying himself as a top and therefore abuser in the prison system during his time incarcerated. Trevor is also suspected of suffering from a variety of mental health issues such as IED or intermittent explosive disorder, which may in part explain his often unprovoked or heavily disproportionate responses to otherwise banal comments or actions, displaying a tendency for episodic fits of rage in between his calm and strangely sympathetic attitude when dealing with those he truly cares about. There is at least surface-level evidence, mostly stemming from Trevor's own words and actions, to support the idea that all of Trevor's erratic and violent behaviors are in some way elaborate suicide attempts, constantly placing himself in intense danger and thinking little of it. Perhaps due to his own subconscious desire to escape his personality, which Trevor himself occasionally displayed frightening levels of awareness about. Despite all of this insanity, Trevor Phillips was oddly a man with seemingly some morals or principles, and would frequently display elements of humanity that most would not expect to see from a psychopath of his caliber, taking a great deal of offense towards racist and sexist individuals, and having a bizarre sense of justice, as evidenced by his distaste for the corrupt Merryweather or other distasteful and dishonest groups or individuals. More to the point, one thing Trevor Phillips was most certainly not was a liar. Even if he was known to abuse those around him, he never did so with a sense of moral superiority, once again demonstrating his self-awareness towards his own maniacal actions, and even occasionally being frightened of them himself. As shown by Trevor's intense grief over Michael's death, or his violently defensive attitudes towards Tracy and Jimmy Townley / DeSanta, whom he considered his surrogate niece and nephew, Trevor was not without empathy, and was most certainly not void of emotions for others entirely, as is often common among typical psychopaths. And Trevor was most certainly anything but typical. Trevor Phillips is, by 2013, a 6¼ tall Caucasian man who weighed approximately 206 pounds and had brown eyes and brown hair, with a receding hairline. Trevor's face was heavily scarred from numerous fights, and likely many more self-inflicted wounds from his tendency to smash his own face against walls and trees when frustrated, usually with his own failures. He has several tattoos, including one along his neck reading "Cut Here," a flying bird behind his ear, a flaming skull on his left hand, and charmingly, "Fuck you," across his knuckles, in addition to an elaborate tattoo on his arm, which he got following Michael's supposed death, in an attempt to memorialize the friend he believed he'd lost. Trevor's style of dress was very drab and simple, caring little for personal hygiene, and was most frequently known to wear a simple V-neck t-shirt and a pair of ripped-up blue jeans, along with a pair of brown boots. He showed a clear disdain for dressing professionally in any capacity, and cared little of what others thought of his physical appearance or odor, being described as smelling of piss and blood by several individuals such as Franklin Clinton and Lamar Davis, who were unafraid to speak their mind to Trevor. While the known tallies on Trevor Phillips are not necessarily reflective of his potential status as the most brutal individual on Grand Theft Auto Biographies, like many other subjects, these numbers are only mere estimates, and do not take into account the numerous murders and other crimes which may have gone unreported or unsubstantiated over the years. If Trevor's many conflicts with rival gangs and meth operations across Blaine County are taken into account, especially in the years since his disappearance from the public eye following the Union Depository heist, it is very likely that his murder count may exceed even that of Toni Cipriani, who leveled an entire neighborhood of Liberty City in 1998. Though it should be noted that Toni reached his astronomical levels of murder through an explosive detonation, while Trevor single-handedly murdered hundreds and possibly thousands of individuals, many with his bare hands, over his many years as a meth dealer, criminal outlaw, and overall psychotic. With the airing of this episode, I have also been given clearance to disclose small details regarding several crimes that Trevor hired my own crew to perform, mostly in 2012 and 2013, in the lead-up to Trevor's discovering Michael was still among the living. With all of that out of the way, let's take a look at just how many known crimes Trevor Phillips has been identified as being responsible for. The robbery of a cash depot in North Yankton. Hiring my crew to steal the Lost MC's meth. Hiring my crew to steal coke from the Los Santos Vagos. Hiring my crew to steal a buzzard from Merryweather at the Sandy Shores airfield and using it to destroy 2 Merryweather outposts. Hiring my crew to steal a truck of narcotics from the Lost and deliver it to his buyer. Hiring my crew to steal a truck full of meth from the Lost and deliver it to the gas station in Sandy Shores. Hiring my crew to attack the Lost meth lab in Great Chaparral and then stealing their drugs from Raton Canyon. Hiring my crew to protect his meth lab from the police and retrieve his equipment before it gets confiscated. Hiring my crew to steal a shipment of diamonds. Engaging in a major drug deal, hiring my crew to steal drugs from various gangs, and attacking his client when he was revealed to be an undercover police officer, and the whole deal a sting operation from the DOA. Killing Johnny Klebitz for confronting him, along with numerous other members of the Lost MC, in order to take over their meth business in Blaine County. Killing more members of the Lost in retaliation for vandalizing his trailer, and in order to take over their arms dealing business as well. Killing the Aztecas attacking his meth laboratory. Destroying the O'Neill brothers' farm and meth lab, killing most of the O'Neill brothers in retaliation for the Triads choosing to start a relationship with them instead of him. Destroying the Lost trailer park. Chasing and threatening Laszlo Jones alongside Michael so that the latter's daughter Tracy would appear on Fame or Shame without being humiliated. Helping Michael and Franklin kidnap Mr. K from the IAA building under orders from Steve Haynes. Torturing Mr. K to make him reveal the location of a target under orders from Haynes. Taking part in a drug deal on Grove Street alongside Lamar and Franklin, and killing numerous ballas to escape after the deal was revealed to be a trap set up by Stretch. The robbery of a high-tech device from Merryweather. Stealing 2 cars for Devin Weston alongside Franklin and Michael by disguising as police officers. Helping Franklin steal a Z-Type for Weston by locating its owner using a special camera and a helicopter. The robbery of an armored car containing agency funds under orders from Steve Haynes. Killing Martin Madrazo's cousin in order to retrieve some files from him, and kidnapping Madrazo's wife, Patricia. Boarding a Merryweather cargo plane and killing all the mercenaries aboard in an attempt to steal their weapons. Killing the remaining O'Neill brothers in the woods with help from Michael and Franklin. The robbery of a Merryweather train transporting valuable items. The robbery of the Paleto Bay Bank. Taking part in a raid on a research facility to steal a deadly virus. Taking over the Vanilla Unicorn by force, killing its owner. Delivering all the stolen cars to Devin Weston alongside Lamar and Franklin, and escaping from the LSPD in the process. Killing several FIB and IAA agents and Merryweather mercenaries in order to rescue Michael and Dave Norton from a Mexican standoff. Killing numerous ballads alongside Franklin and Michael to rescue Lamar. The robbery of the Union Depository. Killing numerous Merryweather mercenaries and FIB agents alongside Franklin and Michael during an ambush at a foundry. Killing Steve Haynes and kidnapping Devin Weston, and helping Franklin and Michael kill him by pushing the car he was locked into off of a cliff. When all is said and done, Trevor Phillips was easily responsible for the deaths of nearly 600 known individuals directly, and an additional 300 indirectly through contracts and work outsourced to other criminal groups such as my own crew, the Del Perro Mods, otherwise known as Walker & Sons. Trevor has dealt drugs directly and been responsible for a massive drug manufacturing and distribution network across the state of San Andreas, as well as sexually assaulted and killed more individuals than most typical criminals ever will in their entire lifetimes. While it may be tempting to dismiss Trevor's numbers as unimpressive next to the likes of some of our previous subjects, it cannot be understated that Trevor is without a doubt the most sadistic of them all. Never regretting or questioning his murders at all, and unlike many other criminals we've discussed, performing these murders willingly and without the promise of monetary compensation often. Or in other words, killing just for the thrill of murder itself. Thank you for tuning in to our marathon of GTA Biographies Season 1. Stay tuned next week for our marathon of Season 2 before the premiere of Season 3, and keep that screen locked to this channel for your vicarious murder fix. I'll see you next time. I'm your host, Guinness Walker. Thank you so much for watching.